Chapter 1. Chu. Chu sat at his computer desk, hands dancing across the keyboard, clicking the mouse to access Baidu. The screen illuminated the anime rankings of the year, and he gazed intently at the display, his eyes sparkling intermittently with flickers of anticipation. With each click of the mouse, he skimmed through the summaries, yet his increasingly furrowed brow revealed his profound dissatisfaction with the search results. Blast it! Is there truly nothing worth watching beyond Dragon Ball, Naruto, Bleach, and One Piece? The anime on this list is utterly dreadful, completely failing to live up to its reputation. I can hardly fathom how they gained popularity. How perplexing. Chu remarked disdainfully, a hint of scorn curling at the corners of his mouth. This is so tedious. Is there not a single thrilling event unfolding? He muttered softly, exhaling a sigh of ennui as he shook his head in discontent. T23. Chu was of handsome demeanor. Standing at 5 feet 9 inches, his frame appeared somewhat slender, yet the definition of his muscles was striking, exuding an aura of latent strength. Was indeed quite the dapper young man. Orphaned at a tender age due to his mother's early demise, he was raised solely by his father. Tragically, 5 years ago, his father succumbed to a terminal illness, leaving this world far too soon. Fortunately, his father had the foresight to invest in numerous insurance policies, and after his passing, Chu received a substantial compensation that allowed him to sustain his reclusive lifestyle. During high school, he became enamored with novels, anime, and other otaku culture, which ultimately led to his academic decline in university. As a result, he retreated further into the confines of his home, immersing himself in online gaming and anime, living a monotonous and vacuous existence, day after day, year after year. Chu had transformed into a quintessential recluse, lost in a realm of fantasy, seemingly indifferent to the realities of the three-dimensional world. An ardent anime enthusiast, he diligently sought out new series, hoping to discover something that would pique his interest. Alas, it appeared that only a handful of classics remained. After savoring the few gems, he found other offerings to be tasteless, leaving him in a state of anime drought. When will the Japanese anime industry bless us with some exceptional new series? The wait is agonizing. Chu lamented continuously, his expression marred by a frown and a despondent demeanor. It is essential to recognize that new anime serves as vital sustenance for the soul of a recluse devoid of fresh content. How could he endure the days ahead? Sigh. Life feels so empty and lonely. Now, even the anime has lost its charm, and novels lack the thrilling excitement they once held. Is my future destined to be a bleak abyss? Chu mournfully reflected upon his fate, lost in a whirlpool of despair, and in a moment of fervor, he made an impulsive gesture, raising his arm and shouting skyward. When will I be free from these tedious and hollow days? I yearn for excitement, a life reminiscent of an anime protagonist. As soon as the words left his lips, before he could even take a breath, a rectangular dialog box suddenly appeared on the computer screen before Chu, which had been displaying an anime ranking page. The box bore 2 lines of bold black text. Chu, taken aback, leaned closer to the monitor, reading aloud each word. Do you wish to comprehend the meaning of life? Do you truly desire to live? Below the text, 2 options emerged. Yes and no. Wait. This seems oddly familiar. Yes, this is reminiscent of a dialogue box from a novel I once read called Infinite Terror, which appeared when the protagonist, Zheng Jia, entered the main god temple. How could it manifest on my computer? Perplexed, Chu pondered the situation. Although he had expressed a desire for excitement, he was merely an introverted individual, and if his life truly became exhilarating, he feared he would be unable to cope. It's probably just a bored hacker's prank, he mused. Such events like those experienced by Zheng Jia could never occur in reality. I remember just yesterday, I finished a virus scan. Sigh. It seems I should take the opportunity to reinstall the system. Worried that his recently purchased computer might be infected or hacked, Chu reached for the mouse, intending to click on NO. However, just as the thought crossed his mind, he felt a sudden tremor, as if his body was no longer under his control. It was as though he had become paralyzed, his consciousness helplessly observed as his hand inexplicably grasped the mouse, directing the cursor towards yes. His index finger clicked, and with a resounding sound from the left mouse button, a blinding white light emanated from the screen. Enveloping Chu, he felt as though a black hole was drawing him in, and in an instant his body transformed into a beam of light, penetrating the computer. Then, darkness consumed him, and he lost all awareness. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. It felt like a fleeting moment, yet an eternity. Gradually, Chu's consciousness began to stir from its stupor. Although he was aware, he found himself unable to open his eyes, that he wished to scream, but no sound would escape his lips, as if his body were no longer his own, plummeting into an endless abyss. After a while, a shimmering light appeared in his consciousness, igniting a flicker of hope within him. Slowly, he moved towards the light. As he approached, a powerful force tugged at his awareness, urging him toward the source. In the next moment, Chu-Hee's eyes fluttered open, revealing the surroundings that came into view. Before him lay an immense palace, surrounded by walls sculpted from jade, their surfaces shimmering with an ethereal glow. Structures the likes of which Chu-Hee had never encountered materialized before his eyes, while the ground beneath seemed to rest upon a layer of clouds, enveloped in a thick mist that swirled around him, reminiscent of a celestial realm. What place is this? Bewildered by the spectacle unfolding before him, Chu-Hee's eyes widened in astonishment. A surge of shock coursed through him, prompting him to pinch his cheek with force. The pain confirmed his reality. This was no dream. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as confusion clouded his mind. How had he arrived in this strange land? Just as he grappled with his bewilderment, a clear, chilling voice echoed softly in his ears. "Young man, you have arrived." In this previously empty expanse, the sudden utterance startled Chu-Hee. He glanced around frantically, yet found no one in sight. Fortunately, his extensive exposure to anime and novels had fortified his capacity to accept the extraordinary, and he remained composed in the face of the supernatural. Though fear gripped his heart, he summoned his courage, gritting his teeth, and shouted defiantly toward the heavens, "Hey, are you human or ghost? Show yourself. I am not afraid of your tricks." Chapter 2. Deities and Demons. The surroundings fell silent upon his proclamation, and after a brief pause, the voice returned. "Young man, I am neither human nor ghost. I am the time and space sovereign of the 13th universe within the vast cosmos, known as Ming-Wai. This very moment, I exist within the realm you occupy, invisible to your mortal eyes." The haughty and chilling voice reverberated in Chu-Hee's ears. After a brief interlude, the voice continued, "Very well. Since you wish to meet me, I shall grant your desire." With that, the previously empty space before Chu-Hee began to warp, and a figure cloaked in luminescent garments emerged from the void. The man in azure, adorned with flowing robes, possessed hair as white as snow, cascading freely like delicate flakes. His crimson eyes sparkled like exquisite rubies, captivating and mesmerizing. His strikingly handsome visage seemed to embody the essence of the universe's grace, bearing an expression of indifference that further underscored his extraordinary nature. Gazing upon this otherworldly figure, Chu-Hee felt a tumult of emotions within him, his heart racing uncontrollably. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead as he struggled to maintain his composure. Taking a deep breath to quell his inner turmoil, he inquired, "Who are you? Why am I here?" "I do not favor repeating myself. I have already disclosed my identity. I am the sovereign of the temporal realm known as the 13th boundary. As for how you arrived here, that is a consequence of your own volition." The figure cloaked in azure, who claimed to be the master of time and space, spoke slowly, his voice as cold and distant as glacial ice. "You are mistaken. When did I ever wish to come here?" Upon hearing the words of the azure-clad man, Chu-Hee felt a surge of urgency within. Disregarding his fear, he retorted loudly, "Impudence! Young man, be mindful of your language. You are to address me with the utmost respect. Do you comprehend?" The man's gaze flickered, fixating on Chu-Hee with a chilling demeanor. A jolt coursed through Chu-Hee's heart internally. He cursed vehemently, yet he recognized that the situation was beyond his control. He chose to temporarily endure and observe how the conversation would unfold. "I understand. May I inquire about the reason?" he asked cautiously. "Is this not your own desire? Did you not proclaim that your life was insipid and mundane, yearning for excitement? Moreover, you have already responded to my inquiry. Wait, are you referring to those 2 lines that appeared on my computer screen?" Chu-Hee could not contain his curiosity. "Indeed, you are correct. That was indeed my doing," the azure-clad man replied, his expression serene yet indifferent. "However, I never intended for this to happen. You must be mistaken. At that moment, I was unaware of why I clicked. My intention was to select an O. Yet, it seemed as if my body acted of its own accord, inexplicably choosing yes." Chu-Hee hastily clarified, unwilling to be ensnared in an unwanted predicament. The atmosphere suggested that something truly exhilarating was about to transpire, and the thought alone was enough to nearly induce a heart attack. "Young man, you may express your grievances, but you chose yes. I merely assisted you in making a choice, ensuring you did not live to regret it. You ought to express your gratitude to me." The azure-clad man laughed heartily, seemingly unfazed by Chu-Hee's distress. "What correct decision? I fail to see it." Chu-Hee thought to himself, addressing the man, "Is it not permissible for me to regret my choice? I opt for an L." I wish to return. I am merely a trivial figure. In the presence of this celestial being, Chu he felt an incessant thrill of fear, compelling him to lower his posture. Regret? Huh, it's far too late for that. Young man, you find yourself devoid of choices now. The azure-clad man's tone shifted abruptly, turning icy, as if a frigid wind swept across the land. His crimson eyes bored down upon Chu He, their depths flickering with an otherworldly fire, an unspoken aura emanating quietly from his being, as he was gazed upon by those eyes. Reminiscent of a blood-soaked sea, Chu He felt as though all strength had abandoned his body in that fleeting moment. An oppressive aura, akin to the weight of Mount Tai, surged towards him, rendering him utterly motionless. A chilling sensation, penetrating to the very marrow of his bones, crept up from his spine and infiltrated his mind, as if he were stark naked in a realm of ice and snow. Fortunately, this state of paralysis lasted but a brief while, yet even that was enough to extinguish any flicker of defiance within Chu He's heart. You have but two paths before you. One is to obey my commands, and the other is death. There is no room for choice. Do you understand? Ming Yi declared in a tone that brooked no contradiction. Listen closely. If you choose to obey, you shall have the chance to become powerful. Recall the helplessness you just experienced to rid yourself of the identity of a weakling. Does that not sound appealing? Do you wish to end your existence as a mere weakling? Should you persist in your stubbornness, a grim fate awaits you. Ming Yi's voice was frigid, devoid of warmth, laced with a thread of murderous intent that sent shivers down one's spine. To these words, Chu He's heart trembled, acutely aware of the stark contrast between Ming Yi's formidable power and his own frailty. Though merely a recluse, Chu He was unwilling to resign himself to weakness within him. A fierce cry echoed, I refuse to be a weakling. I shall not live in humility. I yearn for strength. I must grow stronger. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a flicker of yearning ignited in his eyes, akin to a feeble flame beginning to blaze. Excellent, young one. Is this very spark that I seek? A hint of a cold smile graced Ming Yi's otherwise impassive visage. What do you desire from me? Speak. With no choices left, Chu He resolved to heed Ming Yi's words. After all, he was alone in this world. A life of little worth. The worst fate could only be death. He inquired loudly, Very well, young one. I require you to become my adventurer. Adventurer? What does that entail? Confusion clouded Chu He's mind as he sought clarification. An adventurer is one chosen by me to enter a particular realm and become the mightiest within that space. That shall be your mission. The mightiest? Chu He murmured, an exhilarating thrill rising within him. Then why must I strive to become this so-called mightiest? A sense of bewilderment compelled Chu He to ask. That is not for you to question. I have my reasons. You need only follow my directives. Ming Yi replied with palpable impatience. Very well. I understand. I shall heed your words. Chu He sighed in resignation and prepared to listen intently. This cosmic expanse is composed of countless dimensions, each dimension representing a realm of its own. Come forth, chosen one. Ming Yi intoned slowly. In that moment, a crimson glimmer flashed in his eyes, and with a slight lift of his right hand, he waved it. A brilliant red light flared, and a massive compass gently floated to a height of 1 meter above the ground, manifesting before Chu He. Subsequently, Ming Yi approached Chu He, raising his hand to reveal a luminous, dart-like needle that materialized in his grasp. Ming Yi handed the needle to Chu He, speaking slowly, In a moment, I will rotate the compass. This compass harbors countless spatial choices. You shall cast the needle to select the realm you wish to enter. Chu He nodded and, after a brief pause, inquired, What kinds of spaces are available? Ming Yi replied, Each flower represents a world. Each can be considered space. For instance, the novels and anime you have encountered, each one constitutes a distinct realm. Do you understand? Ah, I see. Chu He responded, affirmatively, Yes, I comprehend. Chapter 3. Preparations for Entry. Very well, let us commence. As the words left his lips, Ming Yi waved his sleeve, unleashing a red glow as the compass began to spin rapidly. Chu He gently exhaled, allowing his body to relax slightly. With his left hand clenched into a fist and the needle poised in his right, he fixed his gaze intently on the whirling compass. In a swift motion, the needle was cast forth by Chu He, soaring like an arrow released from its bow, its luminescence scattering as it firmly embedded itself into the compass. After casting the needle, Chu He gently wiped the beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, casting a gaze filled with both expectation and trepidation towards Ming Yi. Awaiting the outcome, Ming Yi approached the compass, his calm demeanor surveying Chu He before he spoke with a hint of nonchalance. Fortune favors you. young man. The world you are destined for is none other than the realm of Dragon Ball. What? It can't possibly be Dragon Ball. Chui's eyes widened in disbelief. Overwhelmed by the revelation. Dragon Ball, a world where with a mere wave of one's hand, Earth could be reduced to nothingness, posed an immense burden for a homebody like him. Compared to that, the worlds of Naruto or One Piece offered a far greater sense of security. In One Piece, one might lose a life but retain a crew, while in Naruto, one might perish but preserve a village. Yet in Dragon Ball, one's demise could obliterate an entire planet. Though he had only recently entertained the notion of strengthening himself, he was acutely aware that in that world, he lacked the stroke of luck akin to that of Satan, who managed to survive against all odds. Despair washed over him, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. Was his future destined to be a tragic tale? No, it could not be so. Young man, what are you afraid of? As the true adventurer, it is unbecoming to display such weakness. Mingyu's tone carried a hint of disdain, delivered coldly. Boss, you must understand, that is the world of Dragon Ball. If I go there, I'm as good as dead. I am but a minor character. I am not one of those formidable beings from Dragon Ball. Please, spare me. Chui lamented, his plea tinged with helplessness. Life often demanded resignation, and he recognized that sometimes one must accept circumstances without feigning bravado. You really think I expect you to enter the realm of Dragon Ball in your current state and emerge as a powerful warrior? What can your body possibly achieve? Are you seeking death? How utterly ridiculous. Mingyu scoffed. Upon hearing his words, He felt a surge of indignation, internally cursing vehemently. Nevertheless, there was an undeniable truth to his statement. If he were to truly enter the world of Dragon Balls, he might indeed meet his demise rather swiftly. Young one, I intend to alter your constitution, imbuing you with the bloodline of a scion. Only then might you stave off an untimely end in that realm. Ingi declared coldly. Fixing his gaze upon Chu-Hi, suddenly, a flicker of light glimmered in his eyes as he slightly raised his right hand, revealing a solidified orb of blood resting in his palm. This orb contains the essence of the Scion lineage, derived from the ancient Scions. Upon achieving Super Scion status, you shall surpass the ordinary Super Scions significantly. You may express your gratitude to me. With those words, Ingi abruptly hurled the blood orb towards Chu-Hi, its crimson light illuminating the air as it soared. It entered Chu-Hi's body like snow melting into a furnace. The moment it penetrated, a searing energy enveloped him entirely, followed by waves of excruciating pain, akin to ruptured blood vessels and shattered spinal cords. The agony surged like a tide, causing Chu-Hi to wail in torment, his face contorted, beads of sweat cascading like fallen pearls, his cries echoing with a heart-wrenching intensity. After what felt like an eternity of suffering, when Chu-Hi was on the brink of losing consciousness, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from within him. It resonated like a wild beast challenging the heavens, exuding an untamed spirit. In that instant, the overwhelming pain vanished completely, replaced by a sense of buoyancy and profound comfort. As if every discomfort had dissipated, he felt stronger than before. Could it be that I have become a scion? Chu-Hi gazed at his hands, questioning Ingi with a tone of disbelief. Indeed, your body is fused with the refined scion blood I bestowed upon you. Henceforth, you are a scion. Ingi responded calmly. A scion? I truly am a scion. Chu-Hi murmured with excitement. With this newfound physique, he possessed the potential to thrive in the formidable world of Dragon Balls, instilling him with confidence and a sense of hope for the future, dispelling the shadows of despair. Youth, I shall grant you an additional gift. Do not bring shame upon yourself in the future. Ingi remarked with a detached smile, his crimson eyes ablaze with intensity, their pupils swirling. He murmured softly, and from his right eye, a red, shadowy orb began to coalesce, manifesting into a vibrant red eye. This is the Eye of Insight. With it, you can assess your opponent's strengths and abilities, and even replicate their skills. It is yours. Ingi appeared exceptionally generous as the red orb swiftly flew towards Chu-Hi's right eye, merging seamlessly into him, becoming a part of his very being. Chu-Hi was immensely stirred, and with a mere thought, he felt his right eye suddenly turn crimson. The world before him became strikingly clear, revealing a realm drenched in red. As he gazed toward Minji, a flurry of question marks flashed through the sanguine landscape of his right eye, delivering an inexplicable message to Chu's mind. With this eye and the scion body, your future path shall be significantly smoother. As the master of time and space, I am bound by the cosmic rules. And there is little more I can do for you now. The rest is reliant solely upon you. Therefore, tread wisely. Minji spoke slowly, regardless of the circumstances. I must express my gratitude. Chua felt a surge of excitement. After all, Minji's actions could be deemed a form of assistance, albeit with less than pure intentions. As long as it facilitates a better future for him, that suffices. By the way, I wish to inquire, what does it mean to be the strongest in my realm? And what if I fail to achieve that status? If you can vanquish every adversary encountered within the narrative of your realm, right up to the final foe at the story's conclusion, then you shall be deemed the strongest. Should you fail, however, I shall reappear before you and usher you into the cycle of reincarnation. The cycle of reincarnation? Does that not imply death? A chill coursed through Chua's heart as he suppressed his trepidation, pondering that the ultimate enemy in the Dragon Ball saga was Majin Buu. Thus, if he could defeat this final foe and conquer all others, he would succeed. Kid, you may depart now. Oh, and once you enter that world, do not even think of wishing to return with the Dragon Balls, nor should you attempt to alter or hinder the emergence of your enemies. You must confront them at their peak strength and then defeat them. At their strongest? Chufa inquired. Yes, indeed. Do not destroy the narrative by preventing them from achieving their full power due to your foreknowledge of the plot. Perhaps patience is the virtue you should embrace. I understand. I simply need to await their strongest moments within the story before confronting them, and then systematically defeat each one. I comprehend now. Chua was taken aback by the numerous constraints, feeling a sense of vexation, yet he recognized the futility of resistance and nodded in acquiescence. Do not be disheartened. For challenging the mighty is where the true joy of life lies. They are trials you must endure. Only then can you be considered my adventurer. In time, you will come to understand this, for otherwise, you shall never ascend to the rank of the strongest. If this were a game, what I just articulated would be the absolute rule. I have inscribed an indelible thought within your consciousness. Should you defy this absolute rule, you shall face annihilation. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing these words, Chui felt a profound sense of discontent within, as if he were merely a player in an infinite realm, with Mingyu serving as the omnipotent deity of this system. Yet, he found himself devoid of any other options. Remember, from now on, everything about you shall be intertwined with that world, inseparable. Mingyu spoke to Chuhi in a calm manner. Very well. Perhaps there will come a time when we meet again at the pinnacle of that world. With a solitary existence, Chuhi nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he lost consciousness once more. His body seemed to twist and vanish entirely. Young man, I hope you succeed. Do not let this deity down, Mingyu murmured to himself, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips as he observed the direction of Chuhi's disappearance. In the next instant, his form liquefied into countless specks of light, dissipating into the vastness of the cosmos. Chapter 4. Encountering the youth stirring from the depths of profound darkness, Chuhi gradually regained his consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he found the sun hanging high above, rays of sunlight mischievously streaming into his vision. As he awoke, he surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay an expanse of verdant greenery, trees towering magnificently, while outside the forest loomed majestic mountains, their paths steep and treacherous. To his astonishment, the very first sight that greeted his eyes was an unfamiliar woodland, devoid of any name. Is this the world of Dragon Ball? The air here is so refreshingly pure, and what a beautiful sky. Accustomed to the industrial smog of modernity, Chuhi inhaled the untainted, pristine air, feeling an unexpected exhilaration wash over him. He looked upward. The azure sky was as clear as crystal, unmarred by any blemish, resembling a flawless mirror. In stark contrast to the environment he had previously inhabited, this place was a realm apart. The ambience of the Dragon Ball world is simply breathtaking. Chuhi could not help but extol the virtues of such unspoiled nature. It was worth noting that such exquisite scenery was nearly unattainable in his former world. Now, I wonder where exactly I am. After a moment of reflection, Chuhi realized he must first ascertain the location to which Ming Yi had transported him. Damn that fellow. What kind of deity is he, sending me to some unknown place in the Dragon Ball realm without a word of guidance? Now I find myself lost. Moreover, I have no idea what period or time I am in within this world. Chuhi inwardly lamented, regretting not having inquired more thoroughly beforehand. After a brief contemplation, he resolved, it matters not where I am. I shall simply explore and see what unfolds. After pondering for a moment, Chuhi began to wander through the dense forest, meandering aimlessly while observing sights he had never encountered before. He hoped for a stroke of good fortune, fervently wishing to avoid any encounters with creatures akin to dinosaurs. May heaven bestow its blessings upon him. Chuhi silently prayed. For the realm of Dragon Ball was teeming with extraordinary creatures. Even the king was a dog-headed being. What other animals could possibly exist? Should a fearsome creature, Perhaps a dinosaur or a woolly mammoth suddenly emerge, it would spell disaster for him. He had no desire to bear the ignominious title of one who perished before achieving his quest. After all, as a distinguished traveler and a so-called master of time and space, to be vanquished by a mere inconsequential character would be a tragedy for the ages. Cautiously attuned to the sounds around him, Chewie alternated between walking and pausing, traversing an indistinct path for approximately half an hour, uncertain of his whereabouts. He suddenly felt a mild pang of hunger, the sounds emanating from his stomach resembling the rhythmic beating of a small drum, echoing conspicuously along the silent mountain trail. "Oh, I feel quite famished. I desire sustenance. I am so hungry." The gnawing sensation intensified, and Chewie sensed that his belly had all but shriveled, an urgent longing for food flooding his mind. "I recall not being so easily starved before, during my time at home. I could easily go 2 or 3 days without a meal. How is it that I am so ravenous now?" Frustrated, he rubbed his belly, pondering. Could it be that my transformation into a scion is the cause? Indeed, Goku, being a scion, is notorious for his insatiable appetite. He could devour enough food to satiate 50 people. It is said that he nearly consumed the entire prize of the World Martial Arts Tournament in one sitting, illustrating the scion's tremendous capacity for food. Alas, in this desolate place, where could one possibly find something to eat? There were no fruit trees in sight. Must he resort to nibbling on leaves? With a wry smile, he continued on, his eyes scanning the surroundings, hopeful of discovering some form of nourishment. As he walked, suddenly, Chewie's nostrils flared. Faintly, he detected a tantalizing aroma wafting from the distance. Pressing onward, the scent grew increasingly distinct. How delightful it was, the unmistakable fragrance of meat. A flicker of excitement suddenly ignited in Chewie's eyes, and his lips seemed to betray a hint of saliva. He felt a surge of exhilaration, quickening his pace as he moved closer to the enticing aroma. Approaching ever nearer, the scent of roasted meat wafted through the air, rich and overwhelming. Fixing his gaze, Chewie beheld a small clearing where a magnificent fish, weighing approximately 200 pounds, was suspended over a roaring fire, its skin turning a golden hue, the fragrance enveloping him. At that moment, his mouth watered uncontrollably. Surely, this fish had been prepared by someone. However, he noticed the absence of any individuals nearby, which struck him as peculiar. Yet, he dismissed the thought. Whether or not someone was present was of little consequence compared to his urgent need to satiate his hunger. Without further ado, he dashed towards the delectable fish, resembling a famished spirit reborn, and promptly removed it from the flames, indulging himself without reservation. As he devoured the fish, the bones began to accumulate, while the flesh dwindled, quickly forming a small mountain of fish bones at his feet. Gradually, his stomach ceased its protests. In no time, the hefty fish was entirely consumed by Chewie. Despite the appealing appearance of the roasted fish, he found its flavor rather lackluster, lamenting the absence of any seasoning, truly an amateur effort. Nevertheless, it was a satisfactory meal, albeit inferior to his own culinary skills. Though Chewie was a reclusive individual, he had been living independently since his father's passing, taking on the sole responsibility of cooking for himself. Having resolved not to skimp on his own meals, he had diligently practiced for several months, poring over countless recipes, ultimately honing his culinary prowess. This led to a certain degree of arrogance regarding his cooking abilities. Thus, after finishing the large fish, he swiftly rendered his judgment on its taste. Alas, poor soul who had roasted the fish. Not only had his hard work been unceremoniously consumed, but he was also subjected to disparagement of his skills. Chewie was unperturbed by the thought of inciting the cook's ire. After satisfying his hunger, just as he was about to depart in search of new adventures, a loud voice suddenly pierced the air. "Hey, how dare you eat my fish?" Upon hearing the slightly naive voice, Chewie turned around to behold a young boy, approximately 11 or 12 years of age, standing before him. This youth possessed delicate features, with a head of spiky hair resembling a hedgehog, seemingly about to burst forth. He was clad in a deep blue outfit, secured at the waist with a belt, and had a red staff slung across his back. Most astonishingly, a long gray tail protruded from behind him. At that moment, the boy was staring intently with large, expressive eyes, tinged with ire, pointing a finger at Chewie, his small face alight with indignation, as if Chewie had snatched something of great importance from him. As Chewie gazed at the boy before him, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. The long tail, the signature explosive hairstyle, and the unique Rui stick. This boy could only be Sun Wukong, the protagonist of Dragon Ball. To his surprise, upon his arrival, he had encountered the main character, and astonishingly. It was the youthful Sun Wukong. However, this was fortuitous for Chu He, for it meant that Earth would not face significant peril in the coming years. At least not from any world-destroying adversaries. Sun Wukong had long been an idol for Chu He during his viewings of the Dragon Ball anime, the pure-hearted, benevolent, resilient, and courageous figure who always wore a smile and grew stronger through battles. The universe's mightiest warrior, Kakarot Sun Wukong, had profoundly impacted his heart, and now, that very boy stood before him. Suppressing the intense excitement bubbling within, Chu He smirked, a glimmer of amusement crossing his face as he addressed the boy, Sun Wukong, saying, "I didn't see anyone here before I arrived, and my stomach is quite hungry, so I took the liberty of enjoying your meal. I didn't realize it belonged to you." Sun Wukong gazed at the individual who had devoured the fish he had worked so hard to catch while he was away drinking water. Then cast a glance at the scattered fish bones. Unable to restrain himself, he clutched his belly and shouted at Chu He, "Hey, you who ate my fish. I'm starving. Why did you consume all of it? I still wanted to eat." Feeling a twinge of guilt at Sun Wukong's pitiful demeanor as he clutched his stomach, Chu He spoke softly, "Hey there, my apologies. However, as compensation, why don't you go catch another fish, and I'll prepare it for you? I assure you, my culinary skills are quite remarkable and absolutely delectable." "Really?" Upon hearing the words delectable, Sun Wukong instantly forgot about the earlier incident of Chu He eating his fish. His eyes sparkled, and a hint of drool appeared at the corners of his mouth as he exclaimed excitedly, all right, you wait here. I'll go catch a fish right now." Upon finishing his words, Sun Wukong swiftly transformed into a mere shadow, dashing towards the river where he had previously caught fish with astonishing speed. The Chu River lay in tranquil anticipation. Before long, Sun Wukong arrived, shouldering a fish that was several times larger than himself. He set the hefty catch down with a grin, exclaiming, "This fish should suffice to fill our bellies. Splendid. Now, just wait." As Chu River prepared to roast the magnificent fish, he discovered that he lacked a knife to scale it, leaving him somewhat disheartened. He glanced at Sun Wukong and said, "Hey, young lad, could you kindly remove the scales from this fish?" "Oh, I understand." Sun Wukong nodded, eyeing the fish on the ground. Suddenly, he uttered a sharp command, and his Rui Bang appeared in his grasp, with one hand clutching its center. The crimson staff began to swirl with a remarkable vigor, transforming into a wheel-like formation that whirled with a mighty gust. Sun Wukong brought the dancing staff closer to the fish, and as it neared the scales, they detached effortlessly, flying away as if by magic. Witnessing Sun Wukong's dazzling display of skill, Chu River felt a surge of excitement. Intrigued, he wished to gauge Sun Wukong's true strength. At that moment, a flicker of crimson light shone from his right eye, and the eye of insight, now fully integrated with his vision, sprang into action. Before him, a vivid three-dimensional profile of Sun Wukong materialized. Name, Sun Wukong. Gender, male. Race, Scion. Height, 1.52 meters. Weight, 42 kilograms. Battle power, 10. Upon observing this, Chu River attempted to assess his own battle power, only to discover a mere 6 points, slightly superior to the pitiful 5 of a certain gun-wielding farmer. How curious, he mused, recalling that when Raditz first arrived on Earth, he had used a device to measure the battle power of a farmer, which was a mere 5. The fact that I now surpass that farmer is truly astonishing. Is it due to my transformation into a scion? Chu River pondered to himself. It must be so, otherwise. How could I, with no training whatsoever, possess greater power than a gun-toting farmer? Once Sun Wukong had finished scaling the fish, Chu River smiled and said, "Young one, prepare to be amazed by my culinary skills." With that, he skewered the large fish with a stick and began to roast it over the flames. Chu He meticulously attended to the grilling, striving to ensure an even cook throughout. With great care, he smoked the meat over a gentle flame, allowing an enticing aroma to waft through the air, saturating the surroundings with a mouth-watering fragrance. Sun Wukong, unable to contain his anticipation, wore an expression brimming with eagerness, repeatedly murmuring to himself phrases akin to, "I am so hungry, I could perish from starvation." The Chu River lay tranquil as the fish roasted gently over the flames. In no time, the fish was done, and Sun Wukong, already salivating, pounced upon it with fervor, devouring it with unrestrained enthusiasm. As Chu He observed Sun Wukong's enthusiastic eating, he couldn't help but be secretly astonished, reflecting on the extraordinary speed with which he devoured his meal. Unbeknownst to him, his own manner of eating was not significantly better than that of Sun Wukong. After finishing his fish, Sun Wukong patted his belly and broke into a beaming smile. Exuberantly rushing over to Chu, exclaiming joyfully, "This is delicious. The fish you made tastes just like my grandfather's. How nostalgic." "Ah, thank you for the compliment." Chu replied with a gentle smile, relishing the praise from such an innocent soul. "Hey, why don't you have a tail?" After expressing his delight over the fish, Sun Wukong suddenly began to scrutinize Chu as if he had discovered a new continent, and with a look of astonishment. He pointed at Chu body and exclaimed loudly, "Why would I need a tail?" Chu retorted casually, then thought to himself, "Although I now possess scion blood, I certainly do not have such a thing. Could it be that you are the girl my grandfather once spoke of? Strange, don't girls differ from boys? Don't you all lack tails?" Sun Wukong asked curiously. "You fool, you are the girl. Your entire family consists of girls. I am a man, a true man." Chu, though aware of Sun Wukong's naivety and simplicity, felt a surge of indignation at being mistakenly identified as a girl by his idol. And he couldn't help but vent his frustration. "Boys have tails, and girls do not," Sun Wukong replied cheerfully, waving his own tail in demonstration. "Your grandfather is a male. Yet have you ever seen his tail?" Chu sighed helplessly, posing the question. "Grandfather? Right, why doesn't he have a tail?" Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise, as if he had just stumbled upon something utterly remarkable. "Well, have you remembered now? Your grandfather indeed lacks a tail. See, I was right. Let me tell you. Having a tail does not define manhood. Tails belong to monkeys. As for you, remember, you are merely an exception. Humans do not possess such appendages." With a gentle smile, Chu earnestly imparted wisdom to Sun Wukong, stating, "Enlightenment is of utmost importance." Sun Wukong, initially taken aback, soon adorned his face with a radiant grin, cheerfully exclaiming, "Well, that is quite all right." Witnessing the pure joy on Sun Wukong's face, Chu felt a wave of warmth wash over him, prompting him to smile as well. "By the way, what is your name?" Sun Wukong inquired with a beaming countenance, his hands clasped behind his head, balancing on one foot. "I am called Chu," replied Chu, his heart fluttering with inexplicable excitement as he stood before the first formidable warrior he had long admired from the Dragon Ball series. "Chu, what an unusual name," Sun Wukong mused. "I find it rather ordinary. However, Sun Wukong is indeed a splendid name." Chu reflected on the legendary figure of the Monkey King from Journey to the West, noting the stark contrast between the namesake's experiences and those of the Sun Wukong before him, eliciting a subtle smile. "Is that so? Haha. It was my late grandfather who bestowed this name upon me," Sun Wukong exclaimed with delight, clearly pleased by Chu's acknowledgement of his name. "Oh, your grandfather must have been quite cultured." Chu thought to himself, puzzled by the notion that Sun Wukong's grandfather would name his grandson Sun Wukong as well. Pondering the implications of such naming conventions in his own world where it would be perceived as disrespectful to the elder generation. "Hey, Sun Wukong. I noticed you skillfully scraped the fish scales with your staff. Your martial prowess must be quite impressive." A sudden thought crossed Chu's mind. He realized that he currently lacked any fighting techniques. Though possessing a combat power of 6, he knew he could not yet harness it. Sun Wukong, despite his youth, had inherited his father's martial skills. Perhaps this was an opportunity for him to learn from the young warrior and gain some self-defense skills while following the unfolding narrative. "Absolutely. This is what my late grandfather taught me. He was an incredibly formidable martial artist. You see, I have trained my muscles to be as hard as steel. I can even shatter rocks with my fists," Sun Wukong proclaimed with pride, flexing his well-defined biceps for Chu to admire. "Wow, Sun Wukong, you needn't demonstrate. I already understand. Let us not bruise my ego," Chu thought, shaking his head in resignation at his own meager physique. He sighed, realizing how disheartening it could be to compare oneself to others. He couldn't fathom the rigorous training Sun Wukong must have undergone. The claim that his muscles were as hard as steel was not merely an exaggeration, it likely undersold his true capabilities. He recalled that when Sun Wukong first met Bulma, she had shot him in the forehead, yet he had sustained no injury, merely feeling a momentary sting. It is evident how formidable Sun Wukong has honed his physical prowess. "Sun Wukong, would you be so kind as to impart your martial skills to me? I yearn to learn the techniques of your grandfather." Knowing Sun Wukong's innocent nature and his complete lack of guile, Chu boldly expressed his desire. "Ah, you wish to learn my grandfather's martial arts?" Sun Wukong inquired, astonished. "Indeed, for I too aspire to become a formidable warrior like you, so that we may one day stand as rivals, engaging in friendly sparring." "Wouldn't that be splendid?" Chu articulated slowly. "Yes, then I would have someone to spar with." "How wonderful. Sun Wukong exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, his face radiant with joy. All right. I shall teach you my grandfather's techniques. Splendid. This is a success. Chu silently rejoiced and nodded at Sun Wukong with a smile. Hey, Chu, I must return to see my grandfather. Will you accompany me? Hasn't your grandfather already passed away? Are you referring to the four-star ball? Chu reminisced about certain scenes from Dragon Ball, pondering to himself. Very well, I shall join as well. Chu followed Sun Wukong, meandering along the rugged mountain path. After a short while, a red brick house came into view. It was an ordinary dwelling, adorned with 2 characters for fortune on the door. Although not particularly large, it exuded a warmth reminiscent of home. Sun Wukong led Chu inside, and the first thing that caught his eye was a yellow orb, resting on a purple cushion, adorned with 4 stars. The Dragon Ball, the 4-star ball. Chu felt a surge of astonishment as he beheld the first miraculous artifact from the world of Dragon Balls. His heart raced with excitement. He could almost hear the rapid thumping of his own heartbeat. Collecting all 7 Dragon Balls would grant a wish. What a tantalizing prospect. At that moment, the thought of gathering the Dragon Balls and making a wish flashed through Chu's mind, igniting a wave of exhilaration within him. It was impossible not to feel thrilled. For modern-day otaku, this was something previously unthinkable. Who wouldn't he desire immortality? Who wouldn't he yearn for boundless wealth? Chu found himself lost in a reverie. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, with a look of reverence, clasped his hands together and respectfully addressed the 4-star ball, saying, Grandfather, I have returned. The 4-star ball, of course, did not respond, yet Sun Wukong remained unfazed, continuing to chatter about the day's bounty, before erupting into a fit of laughter. Upon first encountering the Dragon Ball, Chu felt an irresistible urge to reach out and touch it, curious about its texture. However, just as his fingers grazed the 4-star ball, Sun Wukong became alarmed, exclaiming with fervor, Hey, Chu, you must not lay a hand on my grandfather. Chu retracted his hand and quickly apologized, saying, Oh, I beg your pardon. It is my first time encountering such an object, and I simply wish to touch and observe it. I see, came the response. However, even though you are the first person I have met besides my grandfather, I must insist that you are not permitted to touch him. Chu couldn't help but burst into laughter, finding it amusing. This bead is your grandfather? It is the only relic left to me by my grandfather. Hence it is indeed my grandfather. Sun Wukong replied without hesitation. His eyes filled with affection and nostalgia as they gazed upon the 4-star ball. Observing Sun Wukong's gaze, Chu suddenly sighed. Oh, since that is the case, you must cherish this bead with utmost care. Indeed, I shall protect my grandfather's legacy. Chu continued, now that you have met your grandfather, it is time for you to teach me some martial arts. Ah, right now? Sun Wukong inquired, scratching his spiky head in confusion. Of course, otherwise. When do you intend to wait? Chu felt an urgent desire to acquire some martial skills, so he eagerly spoke up. Well, since you put it that way. Very well. Sun Wukong pondered briefly, then responded with a cheerful smile. He then added, however, I can only teach you the combat techniques passed down to me by my grandfather. Your martial arts foundation seems rather poor. Your stance appears as if a mere touch would send you tumbling over. Quite weak indeed, and you lack the muscular build like mine. Sun Wukong scrutinized Chu, chattering incessantly. All right, I understand. You need not remind me of this. I am aware. You needn't worry about it now. I will focus on my physical training in the future. Just teach me the combat techniques for now. Very well, Sun Wukong replied. He then led Chu outside to a small clearing, ready to demonstrate the techniques. Sun Wukong retrieved his Rui Bang from behind, casually tossing it into the ground where it stood firmly. Hey, Chu, pay close attention. This is the fist technique my grandfather taught me. After finishing his words, Sun Wukong quickly assumed a fighting stance, unleashing a flurry of punches that surged like the wind, leaving behind afterimages that transformed into powerful gusts, creating a series of explosive sounds in the air, accompanied by a faint yet resonant rumble. Sun Wukong's figure danced energetically, appearing and disappearing, confounding the observer. Impressive. The sheer force of his punches is remarkable. Chu watched intently, his eyes wide open, striving to capture every detail of Sun Wukong's movements, every punch and kick. Oh, in such a situation, I should use that eye. He recalled Sun Wukong mentioning that particular eye possessed the ability to replicate skills. After a moment of contemplation, Chu felt a stirring within his heart. Suddenly, a radiant crimson glow enveloped his right eye, as he observed the techniques demonstrated by Sun Wukong. Each move and gesture was indelibly etched into his consciousness, as if they had been memorized 1,000 times over. In an instant, he comprehended the entirety of those techniques. How remarkable! This eye of mine, having merely glimpsed the moves, can replicate them effortlessly. A flicker of astonishment crossed Chu Hie's mind, and he could not help but admire Ming Yi's extraordinary abilities. Sun Wukong executed a myriad of techniques, each a distilled essence of martial arts passed down from Master Rashi, evoking varied reactions. Through continuous observation, Chui's understanding deepened. His right eye's replication skill was indeed formidable. After a single practice, each technique was firmly ingrained in his memory, reminiscent of the learning prowess exhibited by Majin Bu in later stages. Excellent, truly excellent. Chu He mused quietly, a surge of exhilaration igniting within him. Mingyi, this gift is truly splendid. I am immensely pleased. After approximately an hour of practice, the session concluded. Although Sun Wukong's martial arts were commendable, his explanatory abilities left much to be desired. He simply inquired if Chu He had grasped the techniques. Fortunately, Chu He relied on his visual learning rather than theoretical understanding, rendering the explanations unnecessary. Thank you, Sun Wukong. I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. Chu He expressed his heartfelt appreciation, genuinely delighted. Oh, it's nothing, Chu He. My grandfather once said that when others are in need, one should lend a helping hand. You are the first outsider I have encountered, so it is only right that I assist you. Sun Wukong waved his hand dismissively, a beaming smile illuminating his face. Indeed. Sun Wukong is a truly wonderful person, benevolent, kind-hearted, and sincere. Such a friend is worth cherishing, Chu He thought to himself. In his previous era, such individuals were as rare as finding a lantern in the dark. By the way, Sun Wukong, allow me to demonstrate the martial arts technique I just learned. What do you think? After watching Sun Wukong's display of prowess, Chu He could hardly contain his eagerness, his excitement bubbling forth. Absolutely. I can't wait to see it, Chu He. Sun Wukong replied with an eager tone, his anticipation palpable. Chu He offered a subtle smile to Sun Wukong, then assumed the same stance that Sun Wukong had just displayed. With that, Chu He unleashed his very first punch in this world. Although his strike lacked the formidable energy of Sun Wukong's, which shattered the air, it nonetheless carried a vigorous momentum, showcasing a semblance of skill. His imitation was limited to the form, as he did not possess the same level of power as Sun Wukong. Subsequently, a myriad of techniques flowed from Chu Hi's hands, front flips, back flips, and an array of intricate boxing maneuvers unfolded before the eyes of onlookers. In this moment, he fully unleashed his 6-point combat prowess. Observing Chu Hi's impressive display, Sun Wukong could not contain his excitement, his heart swelling with exhilaration as a glimmer of battle intent flickered in his eyes. He applauded loudly, his voice resonating with encouragement. Suddenly, he called out with fervor, Chu He, I didn't expect you to be quite capable. Let us engage in battle. In an instant, Sun Wukong leaped forward with tremendous speed, arriving beside Chu He in the blink of an eye. With a resounding shout, he grinned widely and launched a punch toward Chu He, who was still practicing his techniques. Watch the punch, Chu He. Hey, Sun Wukong, weren't you supposed to be merely observing? Isn't it a bit shameful to use your 10-point combat strength to overpower my 6-point prowess? Inwardly lamenting, Chu He found himself confronted by an oncoming fist. Fearing a direct confrontation, he swiftly exerted all his strength to evade the impending strike. Very well, let this serve as your practice for me. With a fierce roar, Chu He leapt into the air, executing a spinning kick aimed at Sun Wukong. The latter chuckled, his body darting with the agility of an eel, effortlessly evading Chu Hi's assault, not even allowing the fabric of his garments to be grazed. In that moment, the disparities in combat experience, power, and awareness became glaringly apparent. How astonishingly swift Sun Wukong is. To my astonishment, my attacks cannot even reach him. Sun Wukong, with remarkable speed, landed a punch upon Chu Hi's arm, causing him to feel a sudden numbness followed by waves of pain. How formidable! Chu He felt a subtle thrill coursing through his veins. With a mighty roar, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong merely chuckled, showing no intention of evading the attack, instead responding with a swift punch directed at Chu Hi's leg. The impact felt as though a hammer had struck him, causing both pain and numbness. The force of the blow sent Chu He staggering backward, retreating several paces before managing to halt his fall. From that moment onward, the situation tipped overwhelmingly in Sun Wukong's favor. In terms of speed, he had the advantage, in strength, there was no contest, and in technique, Sun Wukong, being the acknowledged master, left no room for doubt. Chu He found himself utterly defenseless, his energy depleted and collapsing to the ground. He surrendered. Sun Wukong gazed at the panting Chu He with a broad smile, saying, Chu He, you've learned my grandfather's technique so quickly, it's truly remarkable. However, your physique is still lacking. Once you become as robust as I am, we shall spar again. Lying on the ground, Chu He felt a pervasive ache throughout his body. Too weary to respond, he silently cursed Sun Wukong for not holding back. Thankfully, there was no one around to witness his defeat at the hands of someone younger than himself. The embarrassment would have been unbearable. Sun Wukong, next time, I shall have my revenge. This is the only relic my grandfather left me. Thus, it is my legacy. Sun Wukong replied without hesitation. His eyes filled with nostalgia as they rested on the 4-star ball. Observing Sun Wukong's gaze, Chu He sighed deeply and remarked, if that is the case, you must take great care of that orb. Indeed, I shall protect my grandfather's legacy, Sun Wukong affirmed. Speaking of which, since you have already met your grandfather, it is time for you to teach me some martial arts. Right now? Sun Wukong exclaimed, scratching his spiky hair in confusion. Chapter 8. Bulma. Once his strength had been restored and he felt sufficiently rested, Chu He rose from the ground. He glanced up at the sky, noticing that dusk was upon them, the night gradually enveloping the horizon in a soft amber glow as the sun sank below the horizon. He turned to Sun Wukong and said, Sun Wukong, look, I currently have no place to stay. May I reside at your home for a few days? Oh, is that so? Very well. Since my grandfather is no longer here, there is ample room on the bed we used to share. Sun Wukong replied after a moment of contemplation, readily agreeing. The two entered the small dwelling. Upon entering, Sun Wukong bowed respectfully to the 4-star ball, stating solemnly, Grandfather, I have invited Chu He to stay with us for a few days. He is the first outsider I have ever met. Surely, you will be pleased. Afterward, he turned to Chu He and said, Hey, Chu He, you should greet my grandfather. Seeing Sun Wukong's earnestness, Chu He said nothing further. He approached the 4-star ball and respectfully declared, Dear grandfather, I apologize for the intrusion. Upon seeing that Sun Wukong had greeted Chu He no longer paid him any mind and retreated to the inner room, where he promptly collapsed onto the bed. Chu He, meanwhile, surveyed the modest accommodations. Noting their extreme simplicity, it is important to recognize that the world of Dragon Ball is one of advanced technology, yet this space lacked even a single modern amenity. There was not even a shadow of a television or any similar device. Had Chu He not been aware that he was in the Dragon Ball universe, he might have believed he had traveled back to some ancient era. For a recluse, the absence of a television, a computer, and all modern conveniences rendered life exceedingly arduous. The room lacked even a single electric light, prompting Chu He to inquire of Sun Wukong, who eventually unearthed a candle from a dilapidated box. The candles were few in number, but upon lighting one, the dim room was soon illuminated, casting the shadows of the two figures. Wukong, do you not light a lamp at night? Chu He mused aloud, perplexed by Sun Wukong's way of life and how he managed to endure the nights. I usually retire early. My grandfather advised me to sleep early to maintain my vitality. Moreover, I must warn you, do not venture outside at night, for monsters may appear. Sun Wukong, reclining on the bed, recounted. Staying indoors is often more perilous than stepping outside. After all, the monster could very well be you. Chu He pondered, reflecting on the unexpectedly austere life Sun Wukong led. As a recluse, one could not help but feel a sense of admiration. As Chu He and Sun Wukong found themselves with some leisure time, they engaged in a delightful conversation. Sun Wukong's kindness and warmth allowed Chu He to quickly become familiar with him, and he often shared a few jokes, filling the room with bursts of joyous laughter. In the realm of Dragon Ball, Chu He spent his first night in Sun Wukong's abode, and in that moment, he lay beside the hero he admired most. Allowing the night to pass peacefully, the following morning, the sun shone gently, and the air remained refreshingly crisp. Chu He rubbed his sleepy eyes and beheld the first rays of dawn. Wukong, Wukong, wake up. After rousing Sun Wukong, a harmonious chorus of grumbling stomachs echoed between them. The Scions truly possess this flaw. It is no wonder they are dubbed the kings of appetite. How can one grow hungry so swiftly? Chu He was at a loss for words. Indeed, he found himself quite famished and wished to awaken Wukong so they could embark on a quest for sustenance together. Wukong, what do you usually eat in the mornings? Chu He inquired of Sun Wukong. In the morning, I feast on roasted wild boar, grilled fish, and occasionally indulge in tiger or lion. All of these are absolutely delectable. Sun Wukong replied, licking his lips with excitement. Tiger and lion. Never mind. Let's stick to wild boar and grilled fish. Wukong, the task of procuring food rests upon your capable shoulders. You catch, and I shall prepare. Do you understand? Chu, lacking in hunting skills, found himself fortunate to have a free and formidable hunter at his disposal, allowing him to enjoy the fruits of labor without effort. Embodying the essence of a homebody, the duo ventured into the depths of the forest, where the sounds of various creatures filled the air. Suddenly, a swift shadow darted past them, and upon closer inspection, they beheld a wild boar racing before their eyes. What luck! Perhaps this area is teeming with wild boar. Chu mused, astonished at their immediate encounter. Wukong, catch it! He called out urgently as the boar made its escape. Leave it to me, son, Wukong exclaimed, his body shooting forth like an arrow, covering several dozen meters in an instant. With the force of a cannonball, he leaped into the air and delivered a powerful kick aimed at the boar. The creature had no time to evade, letting out a chilling cry as it fell, resembling a discarded sack, crashing to the ground motionless, akin to a lifeless dog. The force of Sun Wukong's kick was formidable enough to shatter stone. The wild boar succumbed without even a chance to resist. Sun Wukong approached the boar's body and effortlessly hoisted the hefty carcass onto his back. Now, let us catch some fish. Today, I must have a plump one. One wild boar was evidently insufficient for the two of them. Subsequently, they made their way to a nearby river where Sun Wukong, with ease, plunged into the water and emerged with a fish larger than any Chu he had previously consumed. How much is this fish worth? A thought flickered in Chu's mind, yet his hunger took precedence. Having the blood of a scion coursing through him, his strength had significantly increased, and with a battle power of 6, he was confident he could manage the sizable fish. Chu, let us hurry back to cook. I can hardly wait. I'm starving. I understand. Chu and Sun Wukong each carried a wild boar and a large fish, respectively, as they traversed the rugged mountain path. Suddenly, the distant sound of a car engine echoed through the air. It was indeed remarkable to hear the roar of an automobile in such a secluded area. A thought struck Chu, reminding him of the moment when Sun Wukong first encountered Bulma. This time, however, he bore the weight of the fish while Sun Wukong shouldered the wild boar. Before long, an off-road vehicle appeared, speeding down the bumpy road towards them. The vehicle hurtled forward at an alarming rate, seemingly oblivious to the presence of anyone ahead. As it barreled towards the two, there was no time to slow down, and it charged directly at them. Do they even know how to drive? Are they trying to take a life? Chu exclaimed, quickly discarding the fish to save himself. He instinctively shouted to Sun Wukong, Wukong, get out of the way. With the agility of a dragon plunging into the sea, Chu leaped aside, narrowly escaping the path of the oncoming vehicle. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong appeared confused, staring blankly at the approaching object, unaware of the impending danger. The vehicle collided with a thunderous crash, sending both him and the wild boar flying into the air, crashing violently against a tree. In the aftermath, the car skidded to a halt, and a faint, trembling voice of a young girl could be heard. I hit someone. A girl with azure hair tied in braids leaned out of the window. Her skin was fair, her attire vibrant, and her well-proportioned figure quivered slightly. Her large blue eyes were wide with alarm, reflecting her panic-stricken expression. Chu observed the scene unfolding before him, pondering within his heart. Is this the moment when the plot commences? At that instant, the seemingly invincible Sun Wukong, having been struck, remained utterly unscathed, save for his garments which were slightly soiled by dust. His extraordinary combat prowess was indeed formidable, enabling him to effortlessly withstand the full force of a collision with an automobile. Rising to his feet, he glared furiously at the unknown creature before him. His brows furrowed in indignation as he exclaimed, "You vile monster, do you intend to seize my prey?" Upon hearing Wukong's outburst, Chu could not suppress a chuckle. Truly, Wukong's naivety was amusing. He had mistaken the automobile for a demon, an utterly delightful notion. Chapter 9. First encounter. Seeing this mysterious figure, whom her vehicle had propelled through the air, still alive and unharmed, filled Bulma with trepidation. Wukong strode angrily toward the off-road vehicle, his eyes wide with determination. With sheer strength, he hoisted the vehicle from beneath, astonishingly lifting the hefty machine with ease. Bulma, witnessing the boy's incredible might and feeling the vehicle sway perilously, let out a series of terrified shrieks. Meanwhile, Chu remained silent, seemingly savoring the spectacle before him. How could one not be captivated by such a scene? It felt as if one were attending a live performance of the inaugural episode of Dragon Ball. What an extraordinary experience this was. Who among the world's Dragon Ball enthusiasts could claim to have such an opportunity? As Chu beheld the unfolding scenes before him, a subtle thrill and excitement stirred within his heart, captivated by the progression of the original narrative. paying no heed to the girl's trembling cries laced with fear. Sun Wukong exerted his strength and hurled the vehicle with remarkable force. The car soared through the air in an elegant arc. Landing several meters away amidst a cloud of dust, its fate sealed as it overturned on the ground. With a triumphant smirk, Sun Wukong brandished his Rui Jinggu Bang, resting it across his chest, and bellowed at the wretchedly toppled automobile ahead. If you desire my prey, then come forth. I shall gladly engage. Upon hearing these words, Chu could not help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed that in his past, Sun Wukong often encountered wild beasts attempting to steal his prey, revealing the hardships he endured. From the vehicle, Bulma's head emerged, her expression fierce as she brandished a black handgun, glaring at Sun Wukong and exclaiming, "You monster! How dare you damage my car?" Sun Wukong was taken aback to see a person emerge from the automobile, and in astonishment, he raised his Rui Bang towards Bulma, perplexed, and remarked, "Another monster has emerged from this creature's belly." Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Bulma's fury ignited. In her haste, she aimed at him and fired several shots, the bullets striking his shoulder, chest, and forehead. The force of the bullets sent Sun Wukong crashing to the ground, and he clutched his forehead, grimacing in pain. Witnessing this scene, Chu felt a flicker of anger towards Bulma. Her impulsiveness was excessive. How could she draw a weapon against someone who appeared to be a mere child? If it were an ordinary person, they would have been killed by now. Even he, in his current state, lacked confidence in evading bullets. However, a thought crossed his mind, now that he possessed the body of a scion. Surely the strength of a scion could withstand a few bullets. Yet, Chu had no desire to test the effects of bullets on himself. While he had previously watched anime with detachment, the reality of the situation extinguished that indifference. Quickly, he approached Sun Wukong, helping him to his feet and brushing off the dirt from his clothes, expressing concern. "Wukong, are you all right?" "I'm fine, but it hurts so much." This monster actually wields strange sorcery. It hurts, it hurts," Sun Wukong exclaimed, pointing accusingly at Bulma. "You're not dead? Why did the bullets have no effect?" Suddenly, Bulma noticed Sun Wukong's lack of fear towards the bullets in the appearance of another individual beside him, her delicate face betraying shock. "Fool, I won't be so easily defeated. My body is as hard as steel." Feeling underestimated by this creature, Sun Wukong shouted in anger, reaching for his staff to strike Bulma. At that moment, Chu grasped Sun Wukong's arm, urging him, "Wukong, stop." "Why, Chu? She's trying to steal our food. Let me smash her," Sun Wukong retorted indignantly. "Wukong, she is not a monster. She is a girl. Do you understand? A girl? A creature that shoots strange things is a girl?" Sun Wukong's mouth fell open in bewilderment. Cautiously, he glanced at Bulma in the vehicle and inquired, You are a girl?" As Bulma witnessed Sun Wukong brandishing a crimson staff with intent to strike, fear gripped her heart, prompting her to plead for mercy. Suddenly, she noticed the man who had appeared earlier, seemingly poised to assist her, which allowed her to momentarily ease her tension. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's inquiry, she eagerly nodded and proclaimed, "Indeed, I am a girl, and a beautiful one at that. Absolutely stunning." "Oh, so you're a girl." Sun Wukong, who had previously been filled with rage, instantly transformed his expression, staring blankly at Bulma with a hint of confusion. "Stop hiding in the car, come out. Do not worry, he will not harm you," Chu called out to Bulma, who was cowering in the vehicle. Looking up at the man addressing her, Bulma felt her fair complexion flush slightly upon seeing Chu's handsome visage. She nodded gently and awkwardly crawled out through the window of the car. Her delicate and slender form was now revealed before the two men. Sun Wukong remained in his dazed state, while Chu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed, Bulma was a beauty, though her figure had yet to fully develop. She stood gracefully like a charming orchid, captivating and delightful. It was no wonder that the lecherous Master Rashi was so eager to behold her physique. Chu sighed inwardly, marveling at the scientific prodigy and beautiful girl from Dragon Ball, whose reputation was indeed well-deserved. While watching her in the anime had evoked little emotion, seeing her in person brought forth a captivating charm that stirred something profound within him. Being a recluse, Chu was accustomed to solitude and was not particularly adept at interacting with women. However, considering that Bulma was merely a young girl, she still exhibited traces of youthful innocence. And Chu felt compelled to discover what kind of person this renowned girl from Dragon Ball truly was. "Who are you?" Bulma timidly glanced at Son Goku before shifting her gaze to Chuha, cautiously inquiring. "My name is Chuha, and he is Son Goku. We merely happened to cross paths when you drove into us," Chuha replied to Bulma. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought this area was deserted, so I drove a bit faster than usual." I never imagined I would hit someone, and I thought he was a monster, given that he wasn't afraid of bullets. Bulma furtively glanced at Son Goku, gently patted her chest, and asked with a hint of astonishment. He is indeed powerful, certainly different from ordinary people. However, as a girl, do you not think it excessive to wield a firearm so casually? At such a young age to be using lethal weapons is quite unacceptable, Chuha admonished Bulma. I only acted out of fear and urgency. I apologize. Bulma expressed a trace of remorse, bowing slightly to Son Goku in contrition. Forget it. My grandfather always said to be gentle with girls. Since he advised me thus, I will overlook your attempt to seize my prey and your peculiar means of attempting to harm me. Son Goku remarked to Bulma. Your grandfather is indeed wise. One should always be gentle with girls. By the way, are you both from this mountain? Certainly, we are both from this mountain. Chuha interjected, fabricating a story about his origins, knowing that Goku was unaware of his own background, rendering it inconsequential how he presented himself. Chapter 10. Persuasion. That's wonderful. Since you live here, you must be quite familiar with the area. Upon learning that both of them resided nearby, Bulma's face lit up with a radiant smile, reminiscent of a rainbow following a rainstorm. Her large eyes sparkled with excitement, captivatingly bright. What is the matter? Is there something you wish to discuss? Chua speculated that Bulma might want to inquire about the Dragon Balls, and thus he ventured to ask, I want to know if you've ever seen a sphere like this. Bulma retrieved a yellow orb from her pocket, cradling it in her palm and shaking it in front of Chuha and Son Goku. Ah, is this not my grandpa? Grandpa, how could you be here? No, wait. There are two grandpas. Son Goku exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment, stuttering as he spoke. Goku, do not hastily claim grandpas. Take a closer look at the stars on this orb. How many are there? As Chuhi observed Sun Wukong's bewilderment, a subtle smile graced his lips. He gently reminded Sun Wukong, indeed, I recall my grandfather possessing 4 stars, while this one 2 stars cannot possibly be my grandfather. Yet, how strikingly similar it appears. How curious indeed. Sun Wukong scrutinized the Dragon Ball in Bulma's hand, then glanced at his own fingers, counting carefully. Once he realized that the orb was indeed comprised of 2 stars, he visibly relaxed. From the exchange between Chu He and Sun Wukong, Bulma gleaned vital information. Suddenly, her face illuminated with excitement as she gazed at Sun Wukong and inquired, her voice quivering with enthusiasm, You mentioned your grandfather has 4 stars. What does that signify? Does he possess such a ball as well? How could you possibly know that I have one identical to yours at home? It was bequeathed to me after my grandfather's passing. It is my most cherished heirloom. Sun Wukong, perplexed by Bulma's line of questioning, nonetheless responded candidly. Indeed, it is true. Bulma exclaimed, her joy palpable. This is splendid news. Please, leave me to see it. I knew it had to be nearby. And my ingenious Dragon Ball radar has proven impeccably accurate. Upon discovering the Dragon Ball she so desired, Bulma's face radiated with joy, akin to a garden in full bloom. Exquisite and captivating. Noticing Bulma's eager demeanor, Sun Wukong thought to himself, since this is a request from a girl, I shall acquiesce. Thus, he addressed Bulma, very well. I shall take you to meet my grandfather. How wonderful. Thank you. Bulma exclaimed, raising her hands in delight, bouncing with youthful exuberance and playfulness. By the way, my name is Bulma. Do remember it. Bulma? What a peculiar name. Come along with me. It's Bulma. Please refrain from mispronouncing it. Although I too find it somewhat odd. Upon reflection, it has its charm. Bulma's expression clouded with dissatisfaction, clearly unsettled by her name. Chuhi and Bulma followed closely behind Sun Wukong, traversing the mountain path under his guidance until they arrived at the doorstep of his humble abode. Look, this is my home. Upon entering, Sun Wukong swung the door open, revealing the illustrious 4-star Dragon Ball resting on the table before the trio. Oh, it seems like Grandpa is speaking. With keen eyes, Sun Wukong quickly perceived the unusual glow emanating from the Dragon Ball. Approaching it, he marveled, it's glowing. It truly is glowing. This is indeed a Dragon Ball. How wonderful. Upon witnessing the radiant orb, Bulma was instantly filled with excitement. Just as she was about to approach the Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong halted her. What do you think you're doing? Do not touch my grandpa. Even if you are a girl, I will not allow you to do so. I haven't even let Shui touch it. Sun Wukong protectively shielded the 4-star ball, resolutely refusing to let Bulma catch a glimpse. Hearing this, Shui felt a great sense of relief. Indeed, Sun Wukong was not swayed by beauty. Ha, he thought, feeling a tad more balanced in spirit. Wukong, calm down. Although that is your grandfather's legacy, do you not wish to know the origins of this orb? Listen to what Bulma has to say, Chuhi remarked with a grin. Bulma then retrieved the Dragon Ball she had previously shown them from her pocket, followed by another one. She proceeded to explain in detail the history and significance of the Dragon Balls to Sun Wukong. After a lengthy discourse, she implored Sun Wukong to part with the 4-star Dragon Ball. However, Sun Wukong remained unmoved. Bulma incessantly tempted him, extolling the wonders of the Dragon Balls and their myriad benefits. Yet to Sun Wukong, the allure of a meal surpassed any temptation she could offer. The 4-star ball represented his cherished memories of his grandfather, and he could not easily relinquish it to her. For Chu He, however, the temptation was considerable. Who does not harbor wishes? Naturally, he too yearned for a Dragon Ball to make a wish. To achieve this, Bulma was indispensable. Only with her and Sun Wukong together could he find the Dragon Balls. He envisioned seizing the opportunity to wish for eternal life, a desire that had taken root in his mind. Though uncertain if the dragon could indeed grant such a request, he felt it was worth a try. Immortality seemed unlikely. Who in this world could truly escape death? Even deities are not masters of their own fates, and eternity is but a fantasy. However, longevity appeared within the realm of possibility. Chu He was determined not to let the dragon's power be squandered on a frivolous wish, such as the infamous request made by Oolong for a pair of panties, which he deemed utterly foolish. Give up. Wukong will never grant it to you. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Chu He observed Bulma persistently pleading with Sun Wukong for the 4-star ball, prompting him to smile at her. Humph, how infuriating. What a miser. Upon encountering Chu He and hearing his words, Bulma felt as though a gentle spring breeze had brushed against her face. Her cheeks flushed suddenly, and she lowered her head slightly, taking a moment to catch her breath before muttering in a huffy tone. In the next instant, her eyes sparkled with mischief, and a smile reminiscent of spring filled her countenance as she proposed to Sun Wukong and Chu He. Why don't you both accompany me on a quest for the Dragon Balls? It promises to be a splendid adventure, and with a beauty like me by your side, the journey will certainly not be dull. Though her words were playful, Bulma secretly mused, these two seem quite formidable. How splendid it would be to have 2 free bodyguards. Moreover, that Chu He appears rather dashing, perhaps. Unaware of Bulma's inner thoughts, her suggestion garnered immediate agreement from Chu He. The monotony of the forest was unbearable, and accompanying Bulma would surely lead to exhilarating days ahead, not to mention the opportunity to hone his martial skills amidst the many dangers that lay ahead. Wukong. This time let us heed her suggestion. We shall search for the Dragon Balls together. After all, idleness yields little growth in martial prowess. The outside world is filled with excitement, and true warriors dwell beyond these woods. You can continuously challenge formidable opponents to enhance your strength. Upon hearing the prospect of facing strong adversaries and augmenting his power, the future unparalleled warrior felt a surge of excitement within. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, "All right, I'll follow Chu He. Bulma, let us embark on this journey to find the Dragon Balls." Wonderful. Welcome to the quest for the Dragon Balls. With 3 hands united, Chu He, Sun Wukong, and Bulma officially commenced their adventure. Chapter 11. Encountering Danger. Bulma, with such a vast world, how shall we locate the Dragon Balls? Sun Wukong inquired, voicing his concern. He, Wukong, that's an excellent question. Matters like this require my genius. Bulma beamed, her small face radiating pride as she produced a compact radar from her pocket to showcase to Sun Wukong and Chu He. This is my Dragon Ball radar. It can detect the general locations of the Dragon Balls. Look, these 3 light points indicate the locations of our 3 Dragon Balls, while the remaining one lies approximately 1,200 kilometers to the west. Having witnessed the Dragon Ball radar firsthand, Chu He was deeply impressed by Bulma's brilliant intellect. It was remarkable that she could create a device for detecting Dragon Balls. Furthermore, he recalled that decades later, she would even invent a time machine, a truly extraordinary feat. Contemplating this, Chu He extolled, Bulma, you are remarkable. To have invented something like this surely indicates that you will become a great inventor in the future. Of course, I am a genius inventor. Bulma basked in Chu He's praise, a smile gracing her lips, her expression revealing a hint of pride. Subsequently, she informed the 2 of her plans to seek the Dragon Ball, located 1,200 kilometers away. The journey is indeed long. How infuriating. This vast distance is all due to you, Wukong, for having damaged my vehicle. We cannot proceed on foot. We must find an alternative means of transport. With the off-road vehicle rendered unusable by Sun Wukong, Bulma expressed her frustration towards him. I thought it was a monster. Wukong replied innocently, never mind. I shall find another solution. Bulma rummaged through her pocket and soon produced a white box. Upon opening it, The most extraordinary storage tool in the Dragon Ball world, the multifunctional capsule, was revealed. She retrieved capsule number 9 and casually tossed it forward. A cloud of white smoke billowed forth. And in an instant, a high-end motorcycle appeared before the three of them. Seeing the multifunctional capsule for the first time, Chu was filled with excitement. The technology in the Dragon Ball universe was remarkably advanced. Such storage tools were unimaginable in his previous era. This was an essential super capsule for home and travel. Wukong was equally astonished, his curious gaze incessantly examining the motorcycle. He exclaimed that it was Bulma's sorcery, which provoked Bulma's ire. After a lengthy explanation from her, Wukong's agitation gradually subsided. Bulma mounted the motorcycle and called out to the two behind her. "Hey, you two, get on the back. How can two people fit in such a small space?" Chu retorted with irritation. After glancing at the available space behind, Bulma shouted, "Just squeeze in. What else can we do? Are we supposed to walk?" Chu pondered for a moment, nodded slightly, and said, "Very well, let us first attempt to take a seat." Chu gazed at Sun Wukong, who was still staring at the motorcycle as if it were a peculiar creature, and said, "Wukong, do not be mesmerized. This contraption is not for consumption. Let us mount it." With that, Chu took the initiative and leaped onto the rear seat, followed closely by Sun Wukong, who settled behind him. As he sat down, a faint, enchanting fragrance reminiscent of a young maiden wafted into Chu's nostrils, intoxicating like musk, as if he were enveloped in a blooming garden. Overcome by the allure, his cheeks flushed subtly, and his heart began to race with an exhilarating thrill. Just as Chu was savoring this delightful sensation, Bulma's exuberant shout pierced the air. "We are off." In an instant, the motorcycle roared to life, its rear igniting like a cannonball, launching forward like an arrow released from a bow. Chu, caught off guard, leaned forward abruptly, instinctively wrapping his arms around Bulma's slender, delicate waist. "Ah!" Bulma exclaimed, unable to suppress her surprise. Feeling the warmth and strength of his hands on her waist, her cheeks flushed a vibrant red, and her heart raced like a startled deer. Nevertheless, she did not relent in her speed. Rather, she pressed the accelerator with fervor, her own excitement mirroring his. As Chu regained his composure, he felt a sudden wave of embarrassment wash over him. He hastily withdrew his hands, stammering, "Bulma, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." "Humph. Don't touch recklessly next time," Bulma retorted, casting a sharp glance at Chu, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. However, it was evident that Chu was oblivious to her flustered state, still feeling awkward about the incident. "Indeed, a true innocent at heart," Sun Wukong remarked from behind, his face alight with excitement. "Wow, this creature is faster than I am." Chu, who would have thought this oddity could be so formidable? "Not bad, but I believe we'll outpace this thing in the future." The two engaged in lively banter, much to Bulma's irritation, who was driving furiously. "Humph, here I am, a young lady acting as your chauffeur, and you two are just chattering away. How vexing." After covering some distance, they encountered a steep, rugged stretch where the motorcycle suddenly leaped into the air, eliciting screams of thrill from the two behind. At that moment, Bulma abruptly halted the motorcycle. "What's wrong, Bulma? Why did you stop?" Chu inquired, puzzled. Although he had watched the entirety of Dragon Ball, he had little recollection of trivial plot details. He was only familiar with the main storylines and had no time to delve into the minor ones. "Excuse me, please wait for a moment. I'll be right back," Bulma said bashfully, covering her mouth. "Oh, I understand." Upon witnessing Bulma's shy demeanor and hesitant tone, Chu's heart stirred, quickly realizing her intent. He nodded in acknowledgement. However, Sun Wukong, oblivious to the nuances, immediately asked, "Where are you going, Bulma?" "Humph. Wukong, you're so dense. Chu gets it, yet you remain oblivious. Must a girl spell it out? When a lady expresses such sentiments, it means she needs to use the restroom. Do you comprehend?" Bulma exclaimed, exasperated, before rushing toward the nearby thicket. Sun Wukong, struck by a moment of enlightenment, chuckled. "Oh, so she just needs to relieve herself." Unfazed by the presence of a lady, he spoke freely, provoking hearty laughter from Chu. "Don't come over here." Bulma's voice echoed from a distance. "Wukong, you certainly know how to provoke Miss Bulma." Chu teased, grinning at Sun Wukong. "I don't understand why she is always so upset." Sun Wukong lamented, shaking his head in confusion. Indeed, women are quite perplexing. Chu, not particularly adept at dealing with women, allied himself with Sun Wukong and responded in kind. As the two were engaged in their jovial conversation, a sudden cry pierced the air. "Help! Help!" The voice of the young girl was laden with immense terror. Uncertain of what had transpired, The two hurried into the forest. Before them appeared a dinosaur with wings, and the unfortunate Bulma was ensnared by its massive wings, rendered utterly helpless. "Is that a dinosaur?" Chu exclaimed, his eyes widening at the sight of the monstrous creature. As a person from the 21st century, curiosity about the Earth's former dominators was natural. He never expected to witness a creature long thought extinct in the 21st century. The winged dinosaur, upon seeing Chu and Sun Wukong, widened its bell-like eyes in astonishment and snorted disdainfully. From its lofty vantage point, it scrutinized the two humans, whom it regarded as mere insignificant reptiles, and in a condescending tone inquired, "Who are you two?" Chapter 12. The rescue. Upon encountering the winged dinosaur that unexpectedly spoke to them, Chu was utterly astonished. He had never imagined that the world of Dragon Ball could be so remarkable. This dinosaur was quite sizable and appeared rather fierce. Though Chu was not a timid individual, a sense of trepidation stirred within him. This was hardly surprising, for in his realm, even a solitary tiger instilled fear in 9 out of 10 people. However, with the formidable Sun Wukong by his side, Chu found a semblance of comfort. Surely, Sun Wukong's martial prowess surpassed that of the dinosaur. Moreover, he himself was no mere weakling. His physical strength had already eclipsed that of an ordinary man. In that moment, a flicker of battle intent ignited in his eyes. As he observed Bulma ensnared by the creature's tail, and knowing that the dinosaur possessed the ability to fly, Chu pondered briefly before locking eyes with the beast. Undaunted, he declared, "I am Chu, and this is Sun Wukong. We are friends of the girl. Release her at once, or you shall face dire consequences, you foolish brute." With a strategy forming in his mind, Chu aimed to provoke the dinosaur into attacking him, determined to prevent it from soaring into the sky. "You insolent, lowly human, how dare you speak to me, the mighty dinosaur, in such a manner? I shall not spare you." The dinosaur, enraged by the disrespectful words of the diminutive human, bellowed with a countenance twisted in fury, its roar echoing like thunder. Come on, you wretched lizard. If you have the courage, come and bite me, you imbecile. Too scared, are you, fool?" Chu taunted, making faces at the dinosaur and hurling insults. Upon hearing the relentless mockery from the human, the dinosaur was consumed by fury, disregarding all caution. With a thunderous roar, it extended its sharp claws, rushing at Chu with fierce intent. At that moment, its tail unfurled, causing Bulma to plummet from its grasp. "Help! Help!" Bulma's cries pierced the air. "Wukong, catch Bulma." Seeing her fall, Chu urgently called out to Sun Wukong. As he spoke, he hastily retreated several steps, narrowly avoiding the lethal wind of the dinosaur's claws. Reacting swiftly, Sun Wukong sprang into action, dashing like a bolt of lightning to catch Bulma just before she hit the ground. Bulma, shaken and pale, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Meanwhile, Chu engaged the dinosaur in battle, being a scion. He had recently learned some martial arts from Sun Wukong and was eager to test his skills against this formidable foe. A fleeting flash of red light crossed Chu's right eye, and the combat prowess of the dinosaur etched itself into his mind, 7 points, slightly surpassing his own. Yet, this did not guarantee the dinosaur's victory. Battle is contingent upon numerous factors. "Come forth, foolish beast." Chu exhaled softly, his muscles taut, fist clenched tightly. A series of crackling sounds resonated as he assumed an offensive stance. He called out, his voice low yet commanding, to the dinosaur that relentlessly charged towards him. The creature possessed considerable strength. Each of its assaults was accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. However, Chu was no pushover. His body was remarkably agile as he employed his martial arts to evade its attacks. The dinosaur struck numerous times, yet each attempt was deftly dodged by Chu, while his own fists occasionally connected with the beast's body. After each strike, Chu swiftly evaded the dinosaur's counterattacks. "Good lad," the dinosaur bellowed in fury, its massive wings generating a powerful gale, sending dust swirling in the air. The whirlwind enveloped Chu, obscuring his surroundings. With a mocking sneer, the dinosaur flapped its wings and ascended into the sky. Suddenly, it emitted a piercing cry, diving straight towards Chu with alarming speed. Chu, beware. Bulma, having narrowly escaped danger, felt a surge of anxiety upon witnessing the impending attack and shouted loudly, "Foolish dinosaur, do you think this mere dust can hinder me?" Chu scoffed, his right eye gleaming with determination. The charging form of the dinosaur became vividly clear before him. With a disdainful snort, he leapt backward just as the dinosaur closed in within a meter's distance, too late for it to halt its momentum, crashing to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Chu summoned all his strength, his fists radiating with immense power, and unleashed a barrage of strikes upon the dinosaur's body. Each punch landed with a resounding thud, akin to the tolling of a bell, as the creature emitted cries of agony. Transformed into a scion, Chu's strength was unparalleled. The bones of the dinosaur cracked audibly, evidently shattered by his relentless assault. With a swift barrage of punches, Chu subdued the dinosaur, its anguished cries gradually fading into silence, leaving one to wonder whether it had succumbed to unconsciousness or death. Wow, Chu, you are truly remarkable. Thank you for saving me, Bulma exclaimed as she rushed towards him, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. Ah, it's nothing. We are comrades. How could I stand by and do nothing? Chu replied, halting his assault and turning to Bulma with a gentle smile. Hey, Chu, you rascal. You didn't even call me to join the fight. How outrageous. Sun Wukong shouted, rushing over, visibly irate. Haha, Wukong, I didn't have time. Besides, you're so formidable, I thought I would practice my skills first. If I couldn't handle it, I'd leave it to you. Wouldn't that be better? Fair point. All right, next time. Make sure I get to deal with such situations, Sun Wukong declared, clenching his fists. Haha, we shall see about that. Having just triumphed over a dinosaur, Chu reveled in the exhilarating rush of victory. Perhaps the scion blood within him had stirred, igniting a burgeoning desire for battle. He found himself increasingly drawn to the thrill of combat, and in future encounters, he would not easily relinquish the opportunity to engage, unless he faced insurmountable odds. Fighting is truly exhilarating. Chapter 13, Master Roshi unexpectedly embroiled in such turmoil was utterly disheartening. Bulma pouted, her expression one of frustration as she contemplated her predicament. However, she reassured herself, grateful for her foresight. Indeed, these two were reliable companions. With their protection, she felt certain that her journey would be safe. Encouraging herself, Bulma clenched her delicate fists and murmured, I am not afraid. I am not afraid. Such trivial hardships cannot defeat me, Bulma. Regaining her composure, she addressed Sun Wukong and Chu. Hey, Chu, Wukong, let us continue on our path. You both must protect me well. Absolutely, Bulma. Chu and I will fend off any foes, Sun Wukong declared, eager and ready for action. Indeed, Bulma, you can rest assured. I am here to safeguard you, Chu boasted, brimming with confidence after their recent victory over the dinosaur, eager to gain more combat experience. Thank you both, Bulma said, bowing in appreciation to her steadfast companions. Subsequently, the trio returned to the location of the motorcycle. Once again, Bulma took the helm, while the two settled onto the rear seat. The surroundings were eerily quiet until suddenly, a thunderous roar of the engine erupted, and with a cry from Bulma, the motorcycle surged forth amidst a cloud of thick smoke. After traversing a considerable distance, they paused to rest as dusk approached. Thanks to Bulma's capsule, they found themselves in a dwelling that resembled a modern apartment. This delighted Chu immensely, for he had finally encountered contemporary amenities, all boasting advanced technology. He indulged in a refreshing bath, reveling in the experience, before sharing a hearty meal with Sun Wukong. During this time, Bulma discovered Sun Wukong's tail, exclaiming in surprise, and the lively evening passed in a flurry of their animated chatter. The following day heralded the arrival of another serene morning. On that morning, Sun Wukong and Chu engaged in their morning exercises. Sun Wukong began what he termed his gymnastics, and amidst his movements, he suddenly lifted a colossal creature resembling a rock-like sea turtle. Upon gazing at the turtle, Chu immediately recognized it as the legendary vehicle of the turtle sage, the ancient creature renowned for its longevity. This sea turtle revealed to Chu and Sun Wukong that it had lost its way to the ocean while searching for mushrooms. Seeking assistance, the warm-hearted Sun Wukong readily agreed to help, though Bulma, in a fit of petulance, declared that should they proceed, they ought not to return to her. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong insisted on accompanying Chu to escort the sea turtle back to its ocean home. As the trio made their way, Bulma soon caught up on her bike. Despite her earlier bravado, the prospect of encountering a dinosaur alone was daunting, thus she reluctantly fell in line with the two. The group shared laughter and conversation until they were halted by an unwitting wolf demon, which Chu swiftly dispatched, leaving Sun Wukong momentarily vexed by his missed opportunity to engage. As they continued on their journey, they finally reached the vast expanse of the ocean, where the gentle sea breeze tousled their hair and the deep blue waters shimmered with an air of mystery, enveloping them in refreshing waves of moisture. This sea is indeed splendid, Chu exclaimed, extending his arms wide as he inhaled the invigorating ocean air, standing resolutely against the wind. Sun Wukong mirrored his excitement, bouncing with exuberance, while Bulma appeared rather indifferent, seemingly accustomed to such sights and devoid of any fervor. The sea turtle expressed profound gratitude to the group, requesting that Chu-Hi and Sun Wukong wait, as it had gifts to bestow in appreciation. With that, it swiftly vanished beneath the surface of the sea. As Chu-Hi witnessed the turtle's departure, he instinctively understood that it was on its way to summon Master Roshi. The anticipation of the esteemed martial arts deity's arrival stirred a subtle excitement within him. Master Roshi, a formidable figure in the early saga of Dragon Ball, though later reduced to a mere background character, remained a significant personage whose presence was undeniably worthy of acknowledgement. In the heart of Chu-Hi, there resides a yearning for the wise Master Roshi from Dragon Ball. Though he is often perceived as a lecherous and undignified old man, he embodies a kind spirit, dedicated to saving the world and upholding the noble virtues of martial arts. He is a revered master, a figure who sealed away the great demon Piccolo at the cost of his own life, deserving of profound respect from all warriors. Taking advantage of a moment's leisure, Chu-Hi and Sun Wukong began to construct sandcastles on the beach, engaging in a delightful game of fort building. After some time, a sudden exclamation from Bulma broke the tranquility as she pointed towards the distant sea, exclaiming, "Look, what is that?" As Chu-Hi raised his gaze, he discerned a vague silhouette approaching from the distance, which soon became distinct before the eyes of several onlookers. An emaciated old man appeared before them, laden with a purple tortoiseshell upon his back. Clad in an orange floral shirt and wearing flip-flops, he leaned upon a cane while donning sunglasses. Beneath a kindly brow, his face bore the marks of age, yet it radiated a playful smile as he regarded the group. "Good afternoon, everyone." The turtle sage greeted Chu-Hi and his companions. Chu-Ha gazed at the turtle sage, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. To his perception, the turtle sage appeared devoid of any power, as ordinary as a common man. Nevertheless, Chu-Ha was acutely aware that should he attempt to attack the turtle sage, he would not be able to execute even a single move before being overpowered. This was due to the turtle sage's remarkable ability to control and conceal his strength. Yet, should he choose to unleash his full might, it would be nothing short of cataclysmic. In an instant, a crimson glint flashed in Chu-Ha's right eye, revealing the effects of his investigative gaze. And the combat power of the turtle sage materialized before him. The figure displayed was an astonishing 139, a level of mastery that far surpassed his own and that of Sun Wukong by several magnitudes. Indeed, seeing was believing. The legendary martial arts master was truly extraordinary, leaving Chu-Ha quietly astounded. "Greetings, esteemed elder." Chu-Ha spoke first with a smile. "What a stylish grandfather." Bulma exclaimed in surprise. "I hear that you saved my sea turtle." The turtle sage chuckled, his gaze subtly flickering over Bulma's graceful form, a mischievous smile dancing on his lips. "Who are you, old man?" Sun Wukong inquired with wide eyes. "I am called the turtle sage," he replied. "I've never heard of you." Bulma responded, puzzled. "You truly are uncultured, even I am known." The turtle sage muttered under his breath, then sighed in resignation. He patted the turtle shell and asked, "Who was it that saved you?" The sea turtle pointed towards Chu-Ha and Sun Wukong, responding, "It was these two." The turtle sage looked at them with a beaming smile, saying, "Two individuals. Yet I have only one gift." Realizing that the turtle sage was offering the flying nimbus, Chu-Ha inwardly lamented the sage's meager resources and quickly replied, "I shall pass. Give it to Wukong instead." He gestured towards Sun Wukong and waved his hand dismissively. The turtle sage turned around, nodding with a smile, and suddenly raised his hand, calling out for the phoenix. However, after a prolonged period of shouting, not even a sparrow appeared, until the sea turtle reminded him that the phoenix had long since perished, prompting him to cease his calling. Next, the turtle sage shouted for the flying nimbus, and a yellow cloud with a long tail streaked across the sky, swiftly floating before him. "Behold, this is the flying nimbus. I bestow it upon you. Ride it, and you shall soar freely," the turtle sage proclaimed generously. However, he quickly added, "But only those of pure heart, in other words, well-behaved children, may ride it. Do you understand?" With that, he leaped into the air to demonstrate, but, true to his lascivious nature, he fell to the ground. The turtle sage awkwardly picked himself up, a cool breeze sweeping by as he scratched his head, sheepishly admitting, "It seems I shall not have the chance to ride it. It is up to you now." He then looked at the three with a gleeful glint in his eyes. "Wukong, why not give it a try? The nimbus cloud can only be ridden by those with a pure heart and a clear mind." Chu-Hi, aware of his own myriad distractions and selfish thoughts, knew he was destined to remain unconnected to this wondrous entity. Thus, the nimbus was fated to belong to Sun Wukong. With a soft exclamation, Sun Wukong leaped onto the fluffy cloud, standing firmly upon it. Chapter 14. Acquiring the Dragon Balls, seeing Sun Wukong effortlessly ascend to the nimbus. Master Roshi's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape, and his wrinkled face trembled slightly with wonder. Good child, good child. To ride the nimbus indicates a clear heart and pure intentions. You are indeed a remarkable youth. After a moment of contemplation, Master Roshi chuckled lightly. His gaze filled with admiration for Sun Wukong. This nimbus has been of no use to me. Today, I have finally found its true master. My acquisition of it was not in vain. Master Roshi spoke with a tone of satisfaction. Sun Wukong's cheeks flushed with excitement, and as soon as he obtained the nimbus, he soared into the sky, reveling in the exhilaration. He flew through the clouds, first ascending to the heights of the azure heavens, then skimming over the waves of the sea. His laughter echoed, leaving only a fading trail of cloud behind him. After several joyful circles, he reluctantly descended, his face radiant with delight and pride. Bulma, feeling discontented, observed Sun Wukong's triumphant demeanor and exclaimed with irritation, "What is this? I, too, am a kind-hearted child, and I can ride it. Wukong, come down and watch me." "Bulma, do you really think you can? With all your cunning thoughts, dreaming of riding it is quite fanciful." Chu teased, his gaze penetrating as he scrutinized Bulma with a hint of skepticism. When their eyes met, Bulma felt her heart race at the sight of his inky black eyes and charming visage, causing her cheeks to flush with an involuntary warmth. Her fingers fidgeted nervously, betraying her unease. "Bulma, go ahead and give it a try." Chu eagerly anticipated the spectacle, persistently urging onlookers, for the sight of a beautiful woman wrestling was indeed captivating. The turtle sage stood nearby, continuously encouraging the unfolding drama, his sunglasses occasionally glinting in the light. As the sea breeze caressed her, Bulma lightly tossed her hair, exhaling softly, inwardly cursing Chu for his schadenfreude, reveling in the thought of her potential embarrassment. Undeterred, she resolved to leap with confidence, accompanied by the laughter of the three onlookers. However, Bulma met with glorious failure, landing squarely on the ground. Confronted by their laughter, her fair complexion flushed crimson. Rising from the ground, she unleashed a torrent of invective towards the Kintown cloud, revealing a latent inclination towards becoming a cantankerous old woman. "Bulma, cease your tirade. The evidence suggests you are not the virtuous child you imagine." Chu jested. "Humph. If I'm not, then who is? I see now that only the dim-witted can ride that wretched cloud. A brilliant and beautiful inventor like myself, filled with knowledge, clearly does not meet its criteria. It seems that being both lovely and intelligent is indeed a curse. Humph, you are shameless, finding excuses for yourself. Just embrace reality like I do. If you can't ride, then you can't ride, acknowledge it. Humph, mind your own business." As Bulma sulked, a spark of realization brightened her demeanor. Her gaze fell upon the turtle sage, and she noticed the Dragon Ball hanging from his neck, glimmering enticingly. Feeling her heart race, she hurriedly approached the turtle sage and proclaimed, "Grandfather, please grant me the Dragon Ball you wear around your neck. I saved the sea turtle. Surely, I deserve a gift in return." "This?" The turtle sage's eyes twinkled mischievously as he squinted, a lewd smile creeping across his face. "I suppose I could part with it, but only if you allow me to touch your chest." "What? Touch my chest? You lecherous old man, you must be dreaming. That is absolutely out of the question." Disappointment flickered in the turtle sage's eyes as he cast a lingering glance at Bulma's alluring figure, salivating as he suggested, "Well, perhaps just a glimpse would suffice." "What on earth do you wish to see, you perverted old man?" Bulma replied, her expression filled with wariness and suspicion. "I wish to see your physique. Perhaps your lower half?" The turtle sage continued to swallow hard, his eyes gleaming with lascivious intent. "How shameless you are. I, Bulma, am a paragon of virtue. How could I ever stoop to such disgraceful acts? Unless you no longer desire this Dragon Ball?" The turtle sage taunted, waving the glimmering sphere before her with a smug grin. "Humph. If you refuse, so be it. Do you think I covet it?" Bulma cast a fierce glare at Master Roshi and pretended to scoff. Nevertheless, her eyes remained fixated on the Dragon Ball, a glimmer of longing flickering within her beautiful gaze. "Such a martial arts master, yet you only bully girls. You old rascal, wicked old man. I initially intended to introduce you to some lovely young ladies, but it seems that is unnecessary now." After another sharp glare at Master Roshi, she suddenly pouted, her face adorned with indignation. Her fair and delicate visage was etched with a sense of grievance, and it appeared as though tears were poised to spill from her eyes at any moment. Upon witnessing Bulma's distress, Master Roshi's earlier smug demeanor quickly evaporated. seeing the girl on the verge of tears. He hastily altered his expression and spoke to her in an urgent tone. Hey, beautiful, don't cry, don't cry. I was just joking. Who am I, Master Rashi? The legendary martial arts master? How could I possibly hold a grudge against a young girl like you? Here, take it. With that, Master Rashi swiftly removed the Dragon Ball from around his neck and tossed it towards Bulma. At that moment, Bulma, who appeared ready to weep, transformed her sorrow into joy upon seeing the Dragon Ball soar towards her. She quickly caught it in her hands, tightly gripping it, and her earlier sadness vanished in an instant, replaced by a beaming expression of triumph. The rapid shift in Bulma's emotions left Master Rashi astonished as she proudly flaunted her newly acquired Dragon Ball to Chu-Hi and Sun Wukong, earning their hearty praise. Thus, after bidding farewell to the turtle and Master Rashi, the group vanished into the vast sea, their hearts brimming with joy from their acquisition of the Dragon Ball. Once they returned to their abode, the three of them deliberated their forthcoming journey. The house reverted to its capsule form, and they set off again. This time, however, the situation had changed. Sun Wukong soared above on his flying Nimbus, while Chu-Hi sat on the back of a motorcycle, allowing Bulma to drive. Truth be told, although it felt delightful to be seated behind a young girl, with her fragrant presence and warm, soft skin, Chu-Hi couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at Sun Wukong flying above. After all, flight is a human dream, and Chu-Hi yearned for the day he could soar through the skies. However, his current abilities were insufficient, and he lacked the skill to perform flight techniques. All of this, he realized, would require time. With this thought, a sense of helplessness washed over him. Yet, he resolved in his heart that one day he would learn to fly, and when he did, he would soar faster than lightning and more fiercely than a tempest. Despite being somewhat of a recluse, deep within him resided an indomitable spirit that refused to succumb to defeat. No one wishes to live in humility, and even less so did Chu-Hi. Although he often appeared easygoing, he harbored a profound rebelliousness. Witnessing others take to the skies with ease ignited a fierce stubbornness within him. He was unwilling to accept his previous life as a mere couch potato, idly passing time. Since arriving in this world and experiencing its wonders, he felt a surge of combative spirit awaken within him. He vowed that one day he would shatter the chains of his fate, overcome any obstacles, and no longer be a humble and feeble existence, but rather become a true powerhouse. Chapter 15. The Transforming Mischief, Part 1. Several individuals hastened their pace, approaching the Western Valley in pursuit of the fifth Dragon Ball. With the aid of his Nimbus cloud, Sun Wukong soared through the air with unparalleled ease, his speed far exceeding that of Bulma's motorcycle. He darted about, grumbling that Bulma's velocity resembled that of a snail. Feeling aggrieved and incensed, Bulma retorted angrily, "You insufferable Wukong, what is so impressive about this wretched cloud? Why the rush?" After venting her frustration, her lips continued to pout, and as her chest rose and fell in indignation, she inadvertently exuded a trace of the unique charm characteristic of young women. Observing Bulma's vexation, Chu-Hi found it amusing and remarked with a chuckle, "Bulma, don't let it bother you. Just focus on driving. Look at you swaying. You're about to topple over." This comment elicited a startled gasp from Bulma, and as she swayed in reaction, the motorcycle slipped from her grasp, causing both of them to tumble off. Chu-Hi exhibited remarkable agility, performing a somersault in midair before landing gracefully on the ground. In stark contrast, Bulma lacked such prowess. Her delicate frame betrayed her, resulting in a clumsy fall that left her covered in dirt, her appearance disheveled and ungraceful. Enraged, she exclaimed, "Humph! It's all your fault for distracting me, leaving me in this sorry state. How infuriating!" Frustrated, Bulma swiftly changed into another outfit from her multifunctional capsule, wiping her face clean to restore her fair complexion, and spoke with indignation. "All right, it's our fault. Let us just say that. Please do not be angry." Chu-Hi, aware of the complexities involved in reasoning with a woman, understood that it would be prudent to appease her swiftly. He hastily adopted an apologetic demeanor, trying to win her favor. "Humph, it is indeed your fault. However, in light of your sincere apology, I shall forgive you." Bulma's mood lightened somewhat upon hearing Chu-Hi's words. Suddenly, Sun Wukong pointed at the Dragon Ball that had fallen at Bulma's feet, exclaiming, "Bulma, look, the Dragon Ball is glowing." Upon hearing this, Bulma eagerly picked up the Dragon Ball, her heart filled with joy, and declared, "There must be more Dragon Balls nearby. How wonderful! Let us hurry and search for them." "Bulma, Wukong, look ahead, there's a village," Chu-Hi remarked, his keen eyes spotting the settlement as they walked. Indeed, a series of houses lay before them, predominantly dome-shaped, resembling a cluster of mushrooms arranged haphazardly. As the trio ventured inside, Bulma retrieved her dragon radar, observing the device's lights flickering incessantly, confirming that the Dragon Balls were indeed in the vicinity. Yet, the village was eerily silent, devoid of any signs of life, which filled her with curiosity. Bulma furrowed her brow, a hint of bewilderment flashing in her watery eyes. Why is it so quiet here? Is there no one around? Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with conviction as he replied, I can sense the presence of people here. I am certain of it. With a smile gracing his face, Chu beheld the village before him. A thought flickered through his mind, recalling the storyline of Dragon Ball. Although the specifics eluded him, he discerned that this was indeed the moment he encountered Oolong. Oolong, a character of considerable charm, bears a resemblance to Zhu Beiji from Journey to the West. It is precisely for this reason that Chu retained a vivid impression of him. Furthermore, Oolong's shape-shifting abilities are a remarkable feature. Contemplating this, Chu felt a stir within. Oolong's transformation technique is a fascinating martial art, one that, given my instantaneous learning ability, I am certain I can master. In the heart of Chu, a resolution crystallized as he observed the two individuals still engrossed in a debate regarding the presence of inhabitants in the village. With a smile, he interjected, let us cease this quarrel and inquire at a nearby house. The trio halted before a dwelling, where Sun Wukong, with fervor, rapped on the door and called out. Receiving no response, he delivered a powerful blow, creating a gaping hole and rendering the door irreparably damaged, before boldly stepping inside. Suddenly, Chu noticed a shadow flicker within, and recalling a scene from the narrative where Sun Wukong was struck by an axe, he swiftly cautioned, Wukong, be cautious. Upon hearing Chu's warning, Sun Wukong glanced up just in time to see an axe descending towards him. With remarkable agility, he retreated and raised his right hand, effortlessly grasping the axe that aimed to cleave him. With a slight exertion, the axe head shattered into countless fragments, transforming into mere shards of iron. Who dares? Sun Wukong exclaimed in exasperation after narrowly evading the perilous strike. Before him stood a balding middle-aged man, his face a mask of astonishment. Staring incredulously at the axe handle in his grasp, panic etched across his features. After a heated exchange, Sun Wukong learned that the incident was a mere misunderstanding. My sincerest apologies, young brother. I overreacted. I thought you were a troublemaker. The middle-aged man admitted, embarrassment coloring his countenance. Fortuitously, I dodged in time. Had it not been for your timely warning, that blow would have surely inflicted considerable pain. Sun Wukong expressed his relief, casting a grateful glance towards Chu. With a subtle smile, Chu felt a sense of relief, grateful that he remembered this particular detail. Otherwise, Sun Wukong would undoubtedly face considerable hardship. Fortunately, it was Wukong who went to open the door. Had it been me, I might not have survived. Bulma exclaimed, her face reflecting a mix of fear and relief as she patted her petite chest and stuck out her tongue. By the way, what exactly is this Oolong you mentioned? Bulma inquired, her expression one of curiosity. The middle-aged man, with an air of resignation, recounted the troubles brought by Oolong, detailing the misfortunes since his arrival and expressing his hope that Sun Wukong and his companions could assist him. After listening to the man's tale, Bulma appeared somewhat hesitant, her gaze wavering. At that moment, Chu addressed the gathered individuals inside the room, declaring, very well, I shall take on this matter. I will surely defeat Oolong and rescue those girls. Is that truly so, young brother? The middle-aged man exclaimed with overwhelming joy, his expression brimming with excitement. You can count on me. As a condition, however, you must provide me with that Dragon Ball. Chu said, brandishing a Dragon Ball he had taken from Bulma, shaking it enticingly. Suddenly, an elderly woman who had been lingering at the door stepped forward, trembling as she produced a Dragon Ball, and exclaimed, is this the kind of orb you seek? I have one. Chu, filled with joy, stepped forward to seize the bead, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Thank you. This is it. Just watch me. His unwavering confidence elicited a chorus of cheers from the onlookers, though some remained skeptical, expressing doubts about his ability to defeat Oolong. As the discussions unfolded, the ground suddenly quaked, and tiles began to tumble from the roof. Sun Wukong, puzzled, inquired, what is happening? Is something amiss? This is bad. Oolong must be approaching, Chu declared, brimming with audacity. With a confident stride, he exited the dwelling, waving farewell to the assembled crowd before turning away. Wukong, do you believe Chu can truly conquer that fellow named Oolong? I'm not certain, but I don't sense any formidable aura. Given Chu's prowess, he should be capable. Sun Wukong pondered briefly before responding. Very well, let us go and witness this. Bulma and Sun Wukong followed Chu outside, while the remaining villagers, encouraged by his boldness, set aside their trepidation and curiously trailed behind. As Chu reached the center of the village, a rugged voice resonated. "Miss, I have arrived. Come with me back to the castle." As Chu raised his gaze, he beheld a colossal figure, entirely clad in red. Adorned with horns akin to those of an ox and a nose resembling that of a pig, gradually making his way toward the village. Bellowing at the top of his lungs, Chua looked disdainfully at the figure before him, transformed from oolong, finding the spectacle rather amusing, although his form was colossal. It was merely superficial. Confronting him with his own strength would require no effort at all. Meanwhile, Bulma, who had come to spectate, let out a piercing scream upon seeing Oolong, fear driving her to hide behind Sun Wukong, while the other villagers sought refuge. Sun Wukong, perplexed, leaned back with his hands clasped behind his head, muttering incessantly, he seems rather weak." Chapter 16, The Transforming Oolong, Part 2. "Hey, stop shouting. There are no girls here for you. Your opponent is me," Chuva called out loudly as he approached Oolong step by step. "Who are you? Do you not know the might of this great king? Are you seeking death?" Oolong, initially brimming with excitement and intent on capturing a gentle girl, was taken aback by the audacity of the young man who appeared before him. Annoyed, he contemplated a retort but found himself intimidated by the young man's overwhelming presence. Thus, he blustered, "Seeking death? Yes, I am. And what can you do about it?" Chuha laughed heartily, crossing his arms over his chest with an air of arrogance that only infuriated Oolong further. The villagers, hiding in various corners, were filled with anticipation upon hearing Chua's bold challenge to Oolong. Bulma gazed at Chua with confidence shining in her large blue eyes. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she admired his handsome and resolute features, her heart fluttering like a startled deer. "You're quite bold, kid. You truly do not grasp the extent of this king's power. You are doomed. If you beg for mercy now, I might just spare your life." Oolong, sensing Chua's fearlessness, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. Taking a deep breath to feign courage, he attempted to assert himself again, though his resolve faltered. "Enough with the chatter. Are you going to fight or not? If you don't, I'll strike first." Chua scoffed, a playful glint in his dark eyes as he regarded Oolong. He chuckled softly, extending his hands into fists and squeezing them tightly, producing a series of cracking sounds that echoed with palpable intensity. As Oolong stared at Chua, he gulped, his breath quickening. He cast a furtive glance at the clock, cursing internally, pondering, where did this insufferable brat come from? He shows no fear of my reputation, and he appears quite formidable. This is bad. Time is running short, and I lack combat prowess. What should I do? Despairing, Oolong felt beads of sweat forming once more. Turning his head, he gritted his teeth, his eyes narrowing as he took a sudden step back. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Very well, you have guts. However, my stomach aches a bit. I lack the time to engage in battle with you now. Once I recover, I will deal with you." Upon finishing his words, a swirling mist suddenly enveloped him, and in the next moment, a black bull materialized. At this very instant, as the transformation unfolded, he felt a surge within him. With meticulous preparation, his right eye unleashed a formidable memory technique. A flash of crimson light illuminated the principles of the transformation technique in Chuhi's mind. With but a single glance, he grasped its essence and comprehended its underlying mechanics. This maneuver was indeed extraordinary. After the bull manifested, without uttering a word, it abruptly turned around, its powerful legs propelling it into a frantic escape. Chuhi, with a disdainful smile, exerted force through his legs, leaping gracefully into the air. His form was nimble, and his muscles erupted with power, allowing him to perform a somersault and land directly in the path of the fleeing bull. Chua extended his arms, letting out a powerful shout that resonated like thunder as he seized the horns of the charging bull. In that instant, the beast came to an abrupt halt amidst a cloud of dust, resulting in a tense standoff between Chuha and the bull. "Your strength is rather feeble," Chuha remarked softly, channeling his might as he effortlessly flung the bull aside, sending it crashing to the ground. Almost immediately, a puff of smoke appeared, and a seemingly harmless white pig collapsed like a lifeless dog, rolling on the ground while wailing pitifully. The villagers, witnessing Chuha's triumph over the creature, rushed forward in excitement, with Buma and Sun Wukong smiling broadly and giving Chuha a thumbs up. A middle-aged man, named Xie Ding, approached Chuha, pointing at the pig on the ground, and inquired, "Is this truly the essence of Wulong? Indeed, you have all been deceived by its exterior. It possesses no combat prowess whatsoever. Had you treated it as you would with Wukong, a single blow would have dispatched it long ago. Now I understand. This pig has tricked us terribly. We are truly grateful to you all. The middle-aged man expressed his gratitude towards Chuha with a respectful gesture. Not at all. It was but a trivial effort. Chuha replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. Hey, little pig, reveal your origins and where the girls you abducted are now. Be forthright, Buma demanded. Wulong, trembling, picked himself up from the ground, gingerly rubbing his bruised face. He cast a fearful glance at the villagers and then at Chuha, speaking cautiously, very well. I shall tell you everything without reservation. However, you must not harm me. His timid demeanor clearly indicated he was already intimidated by Chua's display of strength. Fear not. We shall not harm you. If you speak honestly and release those girls, I believe the villagers will be lenient with you. Buma coaxed in a tone reminiscent of comforting a child. Taking a deep breath, Wulong stole a glance at Chuha, whose expression was as cold as ice. Gritting his teeth, he confessed, My name is Wulong. I learned the ability to transform at a kindergarten in the southern region. With this power, I sought to become a fearsome figure to frighten the villagers. In truth, I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to associate with beautiful maidens. Is that so? To think that a mere pig could cause us such distress. Humph. He deserves a good thrashing for this. Where is my daughter? Is she well? The villagers fervently condemned Wulong, to which he quivered in response. They are all doing quite well. I shall take you to meet them at once. Chuha and his companions followed Wulong to the castle where he resided, where they encountered the young maidens abducted by him. Each of them was resplendently dressed, reveling in laughter and merriment. Look, they are all doing splendidly. Please, take them back quickly. I cannot afford to support so many young ladies. I merely seek a gentle girl. Wulong pleaded with the villagers, his expression rife with helplessness. The villagers were at a loss for words. Yet each parent swiftly claimed their daughters, while the girls remained blissfully unaware, reluctant to leave their newfound joy. With the crisis involving Wulong resolved and the girls returned, the villagers expressed their heartfelt gratitude, and Chuha and his companions responded with cheerful smiles. To their surprise, they had also acquired a Dragon Ball, a most fortunate development. Due to Wulong's transformation abilities, Bulma deemed him useful enough to include him in their quest for the Dragon Balls. Chuha had no objections, and neither did Sun Wukong. Thus the group of 3 individuals and 1 pig, embarked on their journey once more. With Wulong's inclusion, the usual errands and scouting tasks were now taken care of, allowing Chuha to feel a sense of ease in his daily life. He mused to himself, having someone to assist certainly feels delightful. However, their journey was not without its challenges. They soon encountered a rabbit demon, who proved to possess some formidable abilities. This time, Chuha entrusted the confrontation to Sun Wukong, who did not disappoint. He swiftly dispatched the rabbit demon, sending the creature on a rather unexpected trip to the moon. Chapter 17. The appearance of Lepin. Following the guidance of the Dragon Radar, the group continued their long trek in search of the next Dragon Ball. They moved swiftly, their position indicated by the radar, drawing them ever closer to the Dragon Ball's location. At this moment, they were aboard a speedboat, racing across the river, piloted by Bulma, as the others were not well versed in operating such a craft. Although Bulma was somewhat reluctant, she had no choice but to motivate herself internally, reminding herself that this was high technology, something the others were unfamiliar with. Chui reclined languidly in the speedboat, exuding an air of leisure. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong gazed anxiously ahead, soon inquiring with a hint of impatience, It seems so far away. Why haven't we arrived yet? Why the hurry, Wukong? When the time comes, we shall arrive naturally. Your anxiety cannot hasten it. Just relax, Chu replied with a serene smile, gazing up at the azure sky. Oh, this journey is truly slow. If I had my cloud somersault, we would have reached our destination long ago. Now, I feel as if my stomach is starting to grumble, Sun Wukong remarked, patting his slightly bulging belly, his expression one of indignation. All right, Wukong, enough about your cloud somersault. Are you intentionally trying to make me envious? You can soar through the skies while I am left chasing on the ground. You must realize that none of us can perform such feats. Chui sighed, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. To be honest, he felt a twinge of jealousy towards the cloud somersault, and that resentment was only intensifying. Sun Wukong scratched his head and asked, How much longer will it take? Bulma, overhearing Wukong's question, quickly retrieved a map from her pocket, spread it out in her hands, and scrutinized it carefully before responding with a sigh. We still have quite a distance to cover. It will likely take 2 or 3 days. 3 more days? Sun Wukong muttered. Suddenly, Wulong interjected, Bulma, where exactly are you all headed? Let me see. Oh, The bread explosion mountain should be around here, Bulma replied, glancing at the map. What? The bread explosion mountain? Oolong exclaimed, his eyes wide with alarm, revealing his large white teeth. Stammering, he continued, that place is incredibly terrifying. It is said that the Bull Demon King resides there, and he is quite formidable. Isn't it just the Bull Demon King? We have Chu He and Wukong here. What is there to fear? Bulma said nonchalantly. In her youthful heart, she held unwavering confidence in Chu He, believing that with his formidable skills, the mere Bull Demon King would pose no challenge. This thought caused a faint blush to rise on Bulma's fair and delicate face, her heart racing inexplicably. She bit her lip, internally chiding herself. What am I thinking? Seeing Bulma's indifference, Oolong grew anxious and shouted to Chu He and Sun Wukong. But he is the Bull Demon King. You must convince her not to walk into certain doom. I do not wish to perish. Is the Bull Demon King truly that powerful? Sun Wukong asked, perplexed. Chu He, with a smirk, mocked Oolong, saying, Oh, Oolong, did you not proclaim yourself the great Oolong King? You seem quite formidable, yet you tremble at this and that. Oolong, still haunted by the beating he received from Chu He, dared not meet his gaze, lowering his head and murmuring, I am not deceiving you. He is a terrifying existence known as the Demon Emperor, truly fearsome. The incessant tales of the formidable Bull Demon King, spun by Oolong, were laden with ominous warnings. However, Sun Wukong remained unfazed. On the contrary, his interest was piqued, and his demeanor exuded an eager anticipation, a palpable excitement illuminating his expression. Upon observing the expression of Sun Wukong, Chu He couldn't help but smile faintly, secretly pondering. Truly, he is a natural-born warrior, perpetually yearning for battles with formidable foes. He indeed embodies the qualities of the protagonist I admire. However, I, Chu He, shall not be outdone. Await your reckoning, Wukong. Chu He tightly clenched his fists, silently resolving within himself. Oolong, intimidated by the formidable reputation of the Bull Demon King, was utterly reluctant to proceed. However, after much persuasion and coercion from Chu He and Bulma, he ultimately capitulated after a series of measures were employed. Unfortunately, during this tumult, Bulma's capsule was lost, which meant that their future endeavors would now be fraught with difficulties. In a fit of rage, Chu He gave Oolong a thorough beating, leaving him wailing in despair. As retribution for the loss of the capsule, though the capsule was gone, they had no choice but to continue their journey on foot. After walking for a while, they entered a desolate stretch of desert. The sands were parched and barren, with only a few protruding rocks breaking the desolation. Under the relentless sun, the air grew increasingly oppressive, and the group trudged onward with great difficulty. Bulma incessantly cursed the sweltering weather, her throat parched and her exhaustion evident. Oolong, resembling a lifeless dog, echoed her sentiments, constantly lamenting his fatigue. In stark contrast, Chu He and Wukong possessed extraordinary physical prowess. This mere desert posed no challenge for them. Accommodating the weariness of Bulma and Oolong, Chu He, while walking, couldn't help but express a sense of schadenfreude. You two never bothered to exercise. Just look at your pitiful state. What a disgraceful level of stamina. Oolong, with a bruised visage, dared not retort, while Bulma retorted, my stamina is quite decent. It's you two who are abnormal, walking for so long without feeling fatigued. Chuha and Sun Wukong exchanged a glance, choosing silence. Bulma, eager for rest, insisted upon taking a break, and the two, with no other choice, acquiesced. They settled casually onto the sandy ground, while Bulma, without hesitation, collapsed into a deep slumber, swiftly succumbing to dreams. Sun Wukong and Chuha leaned against one another as they sat. Sun Wukong patted his belly and exclaimed, I am quite hungry. I wish to find something to eat. This is a desert. What could there possibly be to eat? Chuha replied slowly. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Oolong, a mischievous smile spreading across his face as he remarked, Oh right, there's a pig here. Do you enjoy pork? Before Sun Wukong could respond, Oolong leaped up in a panic, indignantly exclaiming, You actually wish to eat me? How heartless. How utterly heartless. Just jesting, just jesting. Surely, your few pounds of flesh would not suffice. Chuha laughed heartily, not missing the opportunity to tease. Humph, do not entertain such thoughts about me, Oolong declared firmly, defending his own corporeal existence. Just as he prepared to continue his defense of his pig-like form, a distant roar of a motorcycle engine pierced the air. Save for the slumbering Bulma, who remained in her dreams, Chuha, Sun Wukong, and Oolong stood up, their attention drawn towards the source of the sound. Dust swirled in the desert as the engine's growl intensified, and a hovering motorcycle came to a halt before them. From it descended a young man accompanied by a mysterious blue creature floating in the air. Upon encountering the two individuals, Chu immediately recognized one of them as the formidable Earth warrior from the early days of Dragon Ball, Liping, accompanied by his servant, Pu Er. To his surprise, Liping possessed a striking appearance. Beneath his flowing, lustrous black hair lay a chiseled visage reminiscent of a finely crafted blade. Although his physique did not exude overwhelming bulk, it radiated an undeniable sense of latent power. With a combat strength of 8 points, Chu swiftly assessed Lu Ping's capabilities, noting that he surpassed his own yet fell short of Goku's prowess. Chu squinted slightly, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his ebony eyes. His right fist tightened ever so slightly, and he mused inwardly, with an 8-point battle prowess, my current strength is perfectly suited to confront him. This would allow me to unleash my full power and treat him as a worthy opponent to enhance my combat capabilities. Lu Ping, your timing is impeccable. A flicker of excitement crossed Chu's face as he instinctively licked his lips, a glint of combativeness sparking in his eyes. Who are you? Sun Wukong inquired. His gaze fixed intently on the two unexpected arrivals, one hand pressed against his slightly hungry stomach while the other pointed accusatorily at them. Chapter 18. The Wolf Fong Windfist. Lu Ping smirked ominously, adopting an exceedingly arrogant tone as he proclaimed, I am the bandit of this vast desert, Lu Ping. I am known as Purr, added the blue, unidentified creature flitting around him. Humph. If you wish to preserve your lives, surrender your money and capsules. Otherwise, I assure you, none of you will witness the sunrise tomorrow. Lu Ping declared coldly, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. Why wouldn't we see the sun tomorrow? Sun Wukong asked, perplexed. Humph. Because you will be dead. Lu Ping retorted. Why must we fight? Sun Wukong questioned, his expression one of confusion. While Wulong suddenly gasped in astonishment, pointing at Purr and exclaiming, Purr, are you not the weeping Purr? Purr, equally astonished, wore a look of disbelief. When Lu Ping prompted him, he lamented bitterly, it's him. This fellow named Wulong often bullied me when he transformed into a preschooler in the south. Lu Ping, you must avenge me. With that, Purr's eyes filled with tears. Lu Ping's expression darkened with anger as he clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at Wulong. Then turned to comfort Purr, saying, do not worry, I will seek vengeance for you. Lu Ping cast a scathing glance at Wulong, who felt a chill penetrate to his very core, causing his legs to weaken and his body to succumb to fear. He trembled as he pleaded with Chu. Chu, you must save me. I have been cooking, washing, and cleaning every day for the past few days. I may not have earned merit, but I have suffered toil. For the sake of these days, please rescue me. Wulong, look at your pitiful state. Fear not, I shall not allow him to strike you. You are, after all, one of us. Chu chuckled heartily at Wulong. That is wonderful. Thank you, Chu. Thank you, Wulong exclaimed. His face brimming with gratitude and excitement, his chubby cheeks quivering as he momentarily set aside his trepidation. Chu stepped forward, positioning himself as a barrier between Wukong and Wulong, his arms crossed defiantly across his chest. He provocatively declared, Lu Ping, if you desire money and capsules, you are merely dreaming. If you have the courage, defeat me. Seeing that Chu dismissed him entirely, Lu Ping's fury ignited within him. With a sinister smile, he coldly retorted, very well, if you seek death, I shall oblige and send you to the realm of the departed. He slowly drew the long knife hanging by his side from its sheath, its sharp blade gleaming with a silvery light, exuding a menacing sharpness. Utilizing a weapon, how audacious. Alas, I am unarmed. With no other choice, Chu turned to the famished Sun Wukong, who was still clutching his belly and muttering about hunger, and called out, Wukong, may I borrow your Rui Bang? Sun Wukong responded with an O, and swiftly extracted the Rui Bang from his back, tossing it to Chu. With the Rui Bang in hand, Chu brimmed with confidence. He clasped the staff with both hands, pointing it at Lu Ping, and laughed heartily. Come, let us see if you possess the skill to defeat me. Without further ado, Lu Ping burst into laughter, his body launching forward like an arrow released from a bow, executing a sweeping motion as he aimed his blade at Chu's waist. With a faint smile, Chu remained unfazed, propelling himself into the air with a graceful leap. The sharp blade swept perilously close beneath him as he executed a somersault, the Rui staff firmly grasped in his hand. In an instant, he struck at Lu Ping with a flurry of blows, the staff moving with the swiftness of falling rain. Yet, Lu Ping reacted with remarkable agility, swiftly pivoting his right hand to deflect the staff's assault with his knife. The force of the clash sent sparks flying, accompanied by a resounding clang. As Chu descended to the ground, he wielded the Rui's stick, relentlessly striking towards Liping. To be frank, Chuhi's stick technique left much to be desired. He had never formally trained, relying solely on instinct to strike at Liping. Liping, agile in his movements, evaded several of the attacks. At that moment, Chui suddenly smiled and swept his stick horizontally. Liping, already aware of the impending strike, retreated several steps, yet Chui bellowed, "Rui stick, extend." The crimson stick surged several feet in length, leaving Liping no time to evade, striking him squarely in the abdomen, causing him to gasp and clutch his midsection in pain. The stick could extend. How infuriating. Wasn't that weapon wielded by the martial arts master, Sun Wukong? Could it be that the youth who had given him the stick was somehow related to Sun Wukong? Liping grimaced, his mind racing. Never mind who it belongs to. I am furious now. How dare this bring me shame? Determined, Liping resolved to showcase his ultimate technique. His demeanor shifted dramatically, radiating an aura of ferocity akin to a ravenous wolf poised to strike with thunderous force. He assumed a unique stance, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his sharp eyes, and roared, "Behold my wolf fang fist." Like a hungry wolf in pursuit of its prey, Liping's speed surged, embodying the spirit of a wolf god as he charged towards Chu He with relentless ferocity, akin to a tempest. "Come at me." Chui's eyes shimmered with fierce combat spirit, his blood seeming to boil and ignite within him. He cast aside the Rui stick, adopting the initial stance of the martial art he had learned from Sun Wukong, facing the oncoming threat with unwavering resolve. Liping transformed into a mere shadow, akin to crashing waves, as he unleashed a kick towards Chu He's chest, the air around them seemingly on the verge of boiling over. With a flash of insight, Chui focused intently, his body shifting to the side as his right hand intercepted Liping's powerful kick. However, an overwhelming force reverberated through his arm, causing a tingling sensation in his hand. Such formidable strength. Chui pondered, shaking his hand to dispel the numbness. Summoning all his might, he braced himself against the onslaught of Liping's fierce punches. Liping's primal fighting style was brutally direct, devoid of any embellishment, perfectly aligned with the natural way. Chui felt himself struggling to withstand the assault. Thud, thud, thud. He sensed blows landing on his abdomen, waves of pain coursing through his body. Gritting his teeth to maintain composure, he resolved not to forget to retaliate. Indeed, his combat prowess at 8 points was slightly superior to mine. However, I shall not be defeated. In the midst of the explosive assault from Liping, Chui suddenly let out a low growl, akin to the ferocious roar of a lion. His muscles tensed, and a crimson glimmer flashed in his right eye as he bellowed, "Behold my technique. I return your attack with my own, Wolf Fang Wind Fist." Liping, who had previously gained the upper hand and was thoroughly enjoying the battle, was taken aback when he noticed a sudden shift in Chu Hie's demeanor, his aura surging dramatically. An unsettling feeling washed over Liping, and upon hearing Chu Hie's roar and witnessing his technique, he was struck by an extraordinary sense of disbelief. The unique skill he had mastered, the Wolf Fang Wind Fist, was being wielded by this young man before him. How could this be possible? Like two wolves vying for the throne, a fierce glint flashed in Chu Hie's eyes, each strike executed with the ferocity of a wolf king hunting its prey. As he boldly engaged Liping in a fierce counterattack, the learning capacity of Chu Hie is truly astonishing. Within the brief span of a single confrontation, he adeptly mastered the intricacies of this martial art and subsequently employed it against his adversaries. With the formidable physique of a scion and the enhanced strength of his muscles, coupled with the Wolf Fang Fist, the power he unleashed in his attacks was, at that moment, no less formidable than that of Liping. Chapter 19. Liping's Defeat. The momentum of Chu He surged like a roaring lion, each punch and kick harnessing the full force of his body, growing ever bolder in the face of battle, gradually turning the tide of his earlier misfortune. Meanwhile, Liping found himself increasingly alarmed and frustrated. He had sustained multiple blows from Chu He, each strike inducing sharp pain, and his arms began to feel a tingling numbness. He had not anticipated that this man before him could wield his own signature technique, the Wolf Fang Wind Fist, to such an extent, leaving Liping's heart awash with mixed emotions. As chaotic thoughts flooded his mind, panic flickered across his face, causing his movements to become erratic. Sensing this, Chui seized the opportunity, launching a relentless barrage of attacks, akin to the relentless rise and fall of ocean waves. With a thunderous roar, he propelled himself into the air, delivering a swift kick, as rapid as lightning, aimed squarely at Liping's abdomen. Liping barely had time to react, unable to defend himself, and was sent hurtling back several meters. He crashed heavily to the ground, dust billowing and stones scattering. clutching his stomach with his left hand. He groaned in pain, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. It was evident that this blow had inflicted considerable damage upon him. Observing Lu Ping's plight, Pu'er rushed to his side. Concern etched on his face as he called out urgently, "My lord Lu Ping, are you all right?" Cough, cough. How could I, Lu Ping, possibly be in trouble? Clutching his abdomen, Lu Ping braced himself against the ground, gritting his teeth as he staggered to his feet. At that moment, his hair was disheveled, presenting a pitiful sight. His entire body covered in dirt. With a look of uncertainty, he gazed at Chu He and, bewildered, inquired, "How is it that you, of all people, can wield my unique technique, the Wolf Fang Wind Fist?" Chu He gently activated the muscles throughout his body, exhaling softly. With a calm gaze and a smile, he remarked, "You taught me that technique. I mastered it after just one glance." "What? Are you suggesting that my Wolf Fang Fist is something you just learned?" Lu Ping exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He struggled to comprehend that a skill he had diligently honed for so long could be so effortlessly acquired by another, leaving him feeling profoundly shaken, as though dealt a significant blow. Lu Ping stared at Chu He, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of depth and mystery emanating from him. "Are you still intent on fighting? I saw how hard you were hit just now. If you wish to avoid further injury, you should flee," Chu He said with a slight smile, teasing Lu Ping. "Fight? How could I possibly refrain? I still seek vengeance for that kick. What happened earlier was merely an accident." Lu Ping regained his composure, fist clenched tightly, intently focused on Chu He, ready to deliver a fierce blow. At that moment, he was completely alert. Any sense of underestimation vanished. "Very well. Since you seek a beating, I shall oblige. If it hurts, don't come crying to me." Chu He, having just dealt Lu Ping a blow, felt elated. The prospect of delivering another strike filled him with exhilaration as violent thoughts began to take root in his mind, igniting a fervor to fight. Could this be the unique trait of a scion? Just as the battle was on the brink of reigniting, a soft sigh from a young girl reached their ears. Turning their heads in unison, they beheld Bulma, who lay beside Goku, stretching languidly, exuding youthful charm and allure. She opened her drowsy eyes, her delicate head turning just in time to glance at the two of them. Chu He was relatively unfazed, still contemplating continuing his assault, while Lu Ping's gaze suddenly became vacant, rendering him as stiff as a statue. In an instant, Lu Ping's face flushed crimson, akin to that of a monkey's rear, the color swiftly creeping down to the nape of his neck. He felt utterly weak, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mush. Could it be? Such exaggeration. Although he was well aware of Lu Ping's tendency to become flustered in the presence of a girl, witnessing it firsthand today was truly an eye-opener. Just moments ago, he had exuded an air of regal authority like a wolf king, yet now he resembled a defeated dog, with a smile gracing his face. Chu He glanced at the prostrate Lu Ping and remarked, "What's the matter? Are you still going to fight?" Lu Ping, in a state of disarray, trembled as he rose, paying no heed to Chu He. Instead, he urgently pulled up Pu'er and exclaimed, "Pu'er, we must retreat for the time being." Like a stray dog, Lu Ping suddenly dashed away, leaping onto his motorcycle, pressing the accelerator, and fleeing, leaving a cloud of exhaust in his wake. However, he did not forget to assert his bravado as he departed. "Mark my words, I will acquire that capsule." His voice echoed among the crowd, tinged with a hint of panic. "Ridiculous. With me around, do you truly think you stand a chance?" Chu He chuckled softly to himself. He called out toward the direction of Lu Ping's escape. "All right, little thief, I shall await your return." Once Lu Ping had vanished without a trace, Chu He turned to retrace his steps, only to be met by Wulong, who approached with an enthusiastic demeanor, a broad smile plastered across his face. "Chu He, you truly are the unrivaled champion of the world. Absolutely remarkable. When did I become the champion of the world?" Chu He mused, secretly pleased with the flattery. He waved dismissively at Wulong, saying, "Enough of these superfluous compliments. If I had lost, would you have lauded that individual instead? Impossible. How could you ever lose?" Wulong's expression shifted awkwardly, evidently caught off guard by Chu He's prescience. Clearly, Wulong was the type to sway with the wind. By the way, who was that handsome fellow earlier? He looked rather dashing, yet he fled. Bulma stretched languidly and approached Chu He with a playful inquiry. "Just a petty thief." "What? Have you taken a liking to him?" Chu He replied with a nonchalant smile. "Of course not. Don't say such things." Bulma's heart raced, and she spoke in a flustered manner, lowering her gaze. Her eyes, like water, darted quickly toward Chu He before she immediately averted her face, a fleeting blush gracing her cheeks. She bit her silver teeth, feeling an inexplicable twinge of resentment upon witnessing Chuhi's indifference. Bulma sighed inwardly, perplexed by her own feelings. All right, I shan't say anything more. Chuhi chuckled helplessly, bemused by how little he understood the thoughts of women. He speculated that Bulma might have developed an interest in Luping, given their brief acquaintance, while his connection with her was merely transient. Thus, he thought little of it. At that moment, a growl emanated from Sun Wukong's stomach, triggering a chain reaction. Soon after, Chuhi's stomach echoed in response, followed by the gurgle of Bulma's belly. And ultimately, Wulong's stomach joined the chorus, creating a symphony of hunger among the four. With no other option, and driven by their extreme hunger, Wulong reluctantly produced his stash of universal capsules. The transformation of the caravan brought a few individuals back into the comfort of a cozy chamber. As night descended, it cloaked the earth in shadows, rendering the outside world silent. However, within the caravan, a cacophony of lively sounds emerged. Another bowl. I want more. Darn it, Chu-Hi. That's mine. Don't snatch it. The clattering of chopsticks echoed incessantly as Chu-Hi and Sun Wukong vied for their meals. The Scion appetite was insatiable, and both were determined to eat their fill, neither willing to concede. The dishes rapidly dwindled, disappearing at an alarming rate of one bowl every 3 seconds. Poor Oolong watched in disbelief as Chu-Hi and Sun Wukong devoured their food voraciously. Gazing at the towering stacks of empty plates, he felt a wave of despair. Those were his hard-earned savings, now devoured in a matter of moments. Internally, he cursed these two monsters, wondering from where they had emerged. After the meal, Chu-Hi beamed with satisfaction, humming a cheerful tune as he reclined on the sofa and succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Oolong continued their light-hearted banter. The night, far from tranquil, began to unfold. Chapter 20. Nightfall. A full moon hung in the sky, casting a scattered light that illuminated the slightly somber desert landscape. Inside Oolong's caravan, Chu-Hi remained in a deep slumber. Earlier that day, he had engaged in a fierce battle with Lepin, employing the Wolf Fang Fist, which had drained much of his energy. Consequently, his muscles ached, and fatigue enveloped him, compelling him to seek refuge in sleep to regain his strength. Bulma, feeling an itch all over, had retreated to the bathroom for a shower, while Sun Wukong and Oolong continued their discussion about the Dragon Balls. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation was overheard by Lepin and Puar, who had stealthily returned, hoping to pilfer a capsule from the caravan. Upon hearing such significant information, Lepin was elated. He eagerly sought to acquire the 7 Dragon Balls discussed by Sun Wukong and Oolong, hoping to use a wish to change his nervous disposition around girls. Thus, Lepin and Puar conspired outside, whispering furtively about their plan to steal the Dragon Balls. In the midst of this, Oolong, noticing that Chu-Hi was sound asleep, felt a mischievous inclination arise within him. With a sly glance at Sun Wukong, a cunning plan formed in his mind. When Bulma emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, Oolong's demeanor shifted. He approached the refrigerator with a spring in his step, retrieving 2 cups of juice. Instantly, his expression transformed into one of feigned concern as he cheerfully declared, "Here you go, Bulma, Wukong. You must be thirsty. Come have some juice to quench your thirst." Bulma, beaming with delight, praised Oolong as she accepted the juice and drank it eagerly. Sun Wukong, unsuspecting, took his cup and happily sipped, only to immediately stick out his tongue and frown, exclaiming, "Wow, that's really sweet." Meanwhile, Oolong's expression morphed into a sly grin, reveling in his mischievous scheme. A lewd smile instantly spread across the face of Oolong. Time slipped away like sand through an hourglass, each grain falling slowly. Before long, both Sun Wukong and Bulma began to feel a sense of fatigue enveloping their bodies, and their spirits gradually waned. The two yawned incessantly. Bulma, assuming her weariness was the cause, drowsily made her way to the bed on the 2nd floor, where she succumbed to slumber. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, collapsed to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Within the room, aside from Oolong, who was but a small pig, both Chu-Hi and the others had succumbed to the embrace of sleep. Seizing the opportunity, Oolong's face lit up with a mischievous grin. Should Chu-Hi catch sight of him, he would undoubtedly face a severe reprimand. You just couldn't resist laughing, could you? Oolong thought. Knowing well that Chu-Hi despised such lascivious expressions, Oolong harbored a profound fear of Chu-Hi, being the only one among the trio, apart from Bulma, to be apprehensive of him. Oolong had endured countless thwacks at the hands of Chu-Hi. Cautiously, he tiptoed over to Chu-Hi's side, gazing at his slumbering visage, and softly called out, "Chu-Hi, wake up! Chu-Hi, wake up! Wake up!" After several attempts yielded no response, Oolong's heart lightened, and a triumphant smile broke across his face. Wonderful, yes. He thought gleefully, chuckling to himself. Hee, Bulma, I will take my fill. Let me reap my reward. Oolong's grin grew increasingly lewd and lascivious. Just as he approached the second floor, intending to invade Bulma's room, he suddenly heard a soft exclamation and the sound of hurried footsteps that reached his pig ears. The source of the noise was Lepin and Puar, who, utilizing Puar's transformation abilities as a key, effortlessly entered the vehicle and encountered the slumbering Chu-Hi and Sun Wukong. Lepin's face registered surprise as he could not help but exclaim softly. Recognizing the fortuitous opportunity, Lepin instructed Puar to transform into one of the two sleeping figures. Given that Chu-Hi was larger than Sun Wukong, the transformation posed a greater challenge, thus Puar morphed into Sun Wukong. However, the version of Sun Wukong that Puar transformed into did not quite resemble the original in Chu-Hi's eyes. The eyes appeared no larger than sesame seeds. Nevertheless, it would suffice for now. Of course, only Oolong would fall for such a ruse. The two deceived each other and exited the vehicle, their destination unknown as they continued their antics elsewhere. Lepin, feeling triumphant, seized the moment to search the room for the Dragon Ball's hiding place. After a lengthy search yielded no results, anxiety crept into Lepin's heart, prompting him to ascend to the second floor. Just as he prepared to step onto the staircase, a faint sound suddenly echoed through the air. Chu-Hi stretched lazily, rubbed his eyes, and was roused by an urgent need to relieve himself. Upon opening his eyes, he inadvertently stumbled upon the sight of Lu Ping stealthily attempting to ascend the staircase. In an instant, Chu-Hi was fully awake. His drowsiness vanished as he fixed his gaze on Lu Ping, exclaiming, "You little rascal, what are you doing here?" With an abundance of plot twists in Dragon Ball, how could Chu-Hi possibly concern himself with such trivial details? His memory was rather hazy, but upon seeing Lu Ping, he faintly recalled a scene that resembled this one. Lu Ping was equally startled. Chu-Hi had left a profound impression on him during the day, having not only soundly beaten him but also mastered his Wolf Fong fist, surpassing him in skill. Just as he emerged from his gloom, hearing Chu-Hi refer to him as a little rascal ignited his anger. He quickly retorted, "Who are you calling a little rascal? I, Lu Ping, am a desert bandit, a notorious thief. Do you remember that? A bandit? What a joke. You barge into someone else's room and sneak around, and you call that being a bandit? Besides, is there really a distinction between a thief and a bandit? What? Do you intend to steal the Dragon Balls?" Chu-Hi scoffed in disdain, countering him. "How did you know I was here to steal the Dragon Balls?" Lu Ping stammered, caught off guard by the accuracy of Chu-Hi's guess. He momentarily abandoned his defense regarding the little rascal comment and pointed at Chu-Hi, flustered. "Is it wrong to make a guess?" Chu-Hi casually explained, not revealing that he had merely recalled a plot line. "You little rascal, my defeated foe, no matter what. You've come here for nothing today. With me around, you stand no chance. Why don't you just leave? You wouldn't want to be beaten and flee in disgrace again, would you?" Chu-Hi said with a smile, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Who fled in disgrace? Last time, I had my reasons. We have yet to determine a victor." Lu Ping retorted angrily, his face flushed with fury. "Fine. Let us fight again and see who is truly stronger." "Very well. I shall leave you toothless," Chu-Hi replied with a tone of arrogance. The two stepped outside, once again assuming their combat stances. "Listen here, little rascal, I have a good grasp of your fighting style now. Thus, defeating you will be even easier than before. Understand?" Chu-Hi smiled confidently. "Stop with the nonsense. Here comes my attack." Lu Ping shouted, charging in with a flying kick. Chu-Hi swiftly dodged to the side, seizing Lu Ping's right foot and, with a sharp command, spun him around twice before casting him aside. Despite Lu Ping's formidable martial arts skills, he adeptly twisted in midair. Landing gracefully, he retaliated with a whip kick aimed at Chu-Hi, who did not flinch but instead met him head-on in a fierce exchange of blows, each trading strikes with fervor. However, this time, Chu-Hi held the advantage, smiling and unperturbed as he fought. "Surrender. You have no chance of victory," he proclaimed amidst the fray. Lu Ping's body endured yet another barrage of attacks. With a furious roar, he unleashed the Wolf Fong Wind Fist once more, only to be met with a counter from Chu-Hi, who executed the same technique. Struggling to withstand the onslaught, Lu Ping found himself overwhelmed by Chu-Hi's swift and relentless strikes. It wasn't long before Lu Ping's face bore the marks of his defeat, bruised and battered, cries of anguish escaping his lips. Clutching his swollen visage, tears streamed down his cheeks as he shouted, "Mark my words, I will settle this score with you." Without further ado, he darted out of the room, fleeing in haste. Chapter 21. Infiltration pa. You little thief. Reduced to this pitiful state and still trying to act tough. I'm truly astounded. Chu scoffed, watching Luping disappear from view. A disdainful smile playing on his lips as he took a moment to belittle his adversary. With Luping dispatched, the matter at hand was resolved. Chu promptly turned back to his room, only to find Sun Wukong sprawled on the floor, soundly asleep, a glistening droplet at the corner of his mouth. Exuding an innocent and carefree demeanor, Chu's gaze flickered, stirring a subtle emotion within him. A faint smile graced his lips as he approached, lifting Sun Wukong from the ground and carrying him several steps before gently placing him upon the sofa. Though Wukong's resilience would allow him to sleep on the floor for 3 days and nights without a chill, surely resting on the sofa would be far more comfortable. Wukong, you must express your gratitude, he whispered softly to the slumbering figure of Wukong, wishing him sweet dreams. As Chua pondered the recent visit from Lepin, a twinge of concern crept into his heart regarding Bulma's current state, and he realized he was uncertain of Oolong's whereabouts as well. Thus, he resolved to ascend to the second floor to check on Bulma's condition. As he ascended the stairs with measured steps. He approached the door of Bulma's room and gently pushed it open. There, he beheld Bulma's figure clearly illuminated before him, one hand clutching the bag containing the Dragon Balls. Evidently, the Dragon Balls hidden here had not been discovered by Luping. At that moment, Bulma lay languidly on the water's surface, having succumbed to a sweet slumber akin to Goku's. Captivated by such a delightful spring scene, Chu found himself unable to move, his gaze transfixed upon Bulma's delicate and enchanting face. In an instant, he felt his breath catch, as if time itself had paused. He could distinctly hear the accelerated rhythm of his own heart, pounding more swiftly than usual. After descending the stairs and tidying up the chaotic drawer that Luping had left behind, Chu took a brief trip to the restroom before returning to complete what he had left unfinished: sleep. The night swiftly passed in silence. Upon awakening, the morning light filtered through the window, casting a soft glow within the room. Chu opened his eyes, stretched languidly, and yawned, only to find Oolong, still bleary-eyed, holding a gun with a look of reluctance to succumb to sleep. Suddenly, upon hearing the movement, Oolong's eyes flew open. Seeing Chu awake, he rubbed his eyes and exclaimed, "You're awake. You've finally returned." However, upon encountering Oolong, Chu felt a surge of anger. He pointed an accusatory finger at Oolong and demanded, "Was it you who caused Goku and Bulma to fall asleep yesterday?" Under Chu's piercing gaze, Oolong trembled, fear coursing through him as he stammered, "And no, it wasn't me." "Say it again, it wasn't you." Chu's eyes flashed with intensity as he gritted his teeth and replied, his eyes wide open in a fearsome manner. Oolong, already intimidated by Chu, felt a chill of dread, and, realizing he could no longer lie, promptly confessed to his actions from the previous day, casting a pitiful glance at Chu. "You, it seems, will not be honest until I teach you a lesson." With a resounding thud, 3 lumps appeared on Oolong's head as he cradled it in his hands, tears welling in his eyes from fright. "Humph. Consider this a warning. Should there be a next time, it won't be just 3 lumps. Then, I shall ensure you understand why the flowers bloom so red. Do you comprehend?" Chu admonished sternly. Thanks to Oolong's misdeeds the previous night, Chu felt a twinge of guilt, yet he adhered to the principle of allowing the officials to set the fires while forbidding the common folk from lighting lamps. Thus, he moderated the severity of his punishment towards Oolong, a small gesture of his remorse. I understand. Oolong nodded vigorously, a compliant expression adorning his face, a hint of a smile breaking through. Oolong had truly become fearful. With Chu around, his courage would only diminish further, a tragic fate indeed. Chapter 22. Thoughts upon regaining consciousness. It wasn't long before Sun Wukong stirred awake as well. He squinted, stifled a yawn, and stretched his arms skyward, shaking off the remnants of slumber. As he opened his bleary eyes and beheld Chu and Wu Long seated before him, a broad smile broke across his face. "Good morning, Chu Wu Long." "Good morning? You must be joking. My eyes haven't closed all night," Wu Long retorted, rubbing the painful bump on his head and casting a sharp glare at Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, Bulma, who had been peacefully slumbering on the second floor, was now stirring from her dreams. The sound of footsteps echoed as her figure gracefully descended the staircase, donning a delicate pink nightgown that accentuated her youthful allure. With an enchanting silhouette and an air of vivacity, she radiated the charm of a young maiden. Her face bore a sleepy expression, her small hand covering her mouth as she yawned repeatedly, murmuring softly to herself, the content of her words a mystery. "Hey, Wu Long, what happened to that bump on your head?" Sun Wukong tilted his head, scanning the room until he noticed the 3 prominent lumps on Wulong's scalp. Instantly, he exclaimed, astonished. Wulong gingerly touched the bump, wincing as he grimaced and furtively glanced at Chu-Hi. He was met with Chu-Hi's piercing gaze, sharp as a blade, seemingly ready to unleash fury. A shiver ran down his spine, and fear gripped his heart. He dared not reveal the identity of the perpetrator nor confess to the escapades of the previous night. It was truly embarrassing, after toiling for hours. He had accomplished nothing and wasted precious time, suffering a sleepless night and a beating for his troubles. What an injustice! With a heavy sigh, Wulong's eyes suddenly gleamed with a spark of inspiration. He straightened up and declared earnestly, Wukong, do you know that the desert bandit, Lepin, returned last night intending to steal the Dragon Balls? In my quest to protect both the Dragon Balls and your safety, I bravely intervened. Thankfully, my intellect prevailed, and I managed to lead them away in a fierce struggle. Alas, during this endeavor, I fell victim to Lepin and Purse underhanded tactics, resulting in my current state. Just look at these painful bumps. He gestured to his head with a look of resigned exasperation. Chu-Hi restrained his laughter, yet the corners of his mouth twitched subtly, as he silently chuckled at the absurdity of the situation, thinking to himself, with that pig-like demeanor, you dare to claim brilliance? Truly, it is laughable. Wulong, you certainly possess a flair for fabrication. This was indeed my doing. However, Chu-Hi chose not to expose him, since the matter had transpired. It was best left in the past. Sun Wukong, oblivious to any deceit, beamed a sunny smile at Wulong and remarked, oh, I see. Thank you so much, Wulong. Wulong waved his hand dismissively, boasting, it was merely a trivial matter. No need for thanks. Leping, is he the young man we encountered yesterday? Has he been here? Bulma cast a doubtful glance at Wulong, her heart torn between belief and skepticism. She had come to know him well and could hardly fathom him undertaking the actions he had just described. Yet, upon noticing the bump on his head, her curiosity deepened. Well, it doesn't matter. As long as the Dragon Balls remain, everything else pales in significance. Shaking her head, Bulma offered a faint smile, dismissing her concerns. For it was time to prepare breakfast. The morning meal was quite sumptuous, and Chu-Hi had already begun to feel the pangs of hunger. Upon sighting the food, his eyes sparkled with delight. Disregarding all else, akin to a hawk spotting its prey, he swooped onto the dining table, devouring the food voraciously without a second thought. Sun Wukong, equally eager, joined him at the table, inhaling his portions with fervor. Bulma watched the astonishing appetites of these 2 peculiar individuals with a sense of helplessness. Pondering to herself, what manner of beings are they? Can their stomachs truly accommodate such copious amounts of food? I must not gauge them by ordinary standards. Heavens! I am fortunate not to be the provider of their meals. Poor Wulong is in for a rough time. Observing Wulong's pained expression from the side of the table, one could easily foresee his monetary distress. This meal alone could well represent his rations for an entire week. Bulma, possessing a modest appetite, delicately lifted her bowl, taking small bites, exuding an air of grace that starkly contrasted with the boorishness of Chu-Hi and Sun Wukong. In between bites, she occasionally stole glances at Chu-Hi, captivated by the side profile of his chewing visage and the depth of his lustrous dark eyes. Her cheeks involuntarily flushed, warmth spreading towards her neck, as her heart fluttered like a timid deer, quickening in its cadence, almost uncontrollably. Bulma herself was perplexed by her feelings. Why was she behaving this way so early in the morning? It puzzled her, especially since she seemed to have dreamed of transforming into a princess the night before. Akin to a tale spun from fantasy. In her dream, she encountered a prince, the very embodiment of perfection in her eyes, handsome, suave, gentle, considerate, and most importantly, deeply in love with her. Noticing Bulma's distracted demeanor, Chu-Hi felt a twinge of curiosity. Rarely did he pause in his meal, but he did so now. Offering a gentle smile as he inquired, Bulma, what troubles you? Your face is quite flushed. Are you feeling unwell? Gazing into Chu-Hi's gentle eyes and hearing his words, Bulma felt her heart quicken slightly. She took a deep breath to steady her nerves and smiled, saying, it's nothing, really. Perhaps it's just a bit warm in here. I'm perfectly fine, so please, continue eating. Oh, I see. You must drink plenty of water. After all, this is the desert. Be careful not to suffer from heat stroke. Upon hearing Bulma's assurance, Chu-Hi nodded and resumed his hearty feasting. What is this feeling? It truly is mortifying. Taking several deep breaths, the blush on her fair face gradually faded. However, when she heard Chu-Hi's concerned words, an inexplicable sweetness enveloped her heart, filling her with a peculiar joy. Although Bulma occasionally exhibited a bit of infatuation, she remained somewhat naive in matters of the heart, being merely a youthful maiden. Thus, she was not entirely aware of her own emotions. Yet, she knew that every time she gazed upon Chu Hie's countenance, with its refreshing and pristine allure, her heart would flutter inexplicably. With a soft sigh, Bulma set down her utensils, propped her chin on her hands, and silently observed the others as they dined, lost in contemplation. Chapter 23. The Bull Demon King. With a whirlwind of activity, breakfast was devoured, leaving behind a table strewn with empty plates. Yulong, with a reluctant expression, began to tackle the chores, grumpily collecting the dishes at a sluggish pace. Chu Hi, observing Yulong's lethargy, felt a surge of displeasure. Consequently, he shot Yulong a fierce glare, a hint of menace flickering in his gaze, which made Yulong tremble with trepidation, prompting him to hasten his movements. That Yulong truly deserves a good scolding. With a gentle smile gracing his face, Chu Hi couldn't help but express his delight. Oh, I am so full. The food is truly delightful. I've eaten to my heart's content. As he patted his slightly rounded belly, Sun Wukong grinned widely and chimed in, Indeed. It is quite a feast. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been so eager to compete with me for it. Fortunately, I was quick. Otherwise, you would have devoured it all. Not at all. It was you who was snatching it up. If I hadn't hurried to eat, I fear it would have vanished before I could get any. Sun Wukong retorted indignantly. Haha, the dining hall is like a battlefield. Wukong, though I may not be able to defeat you in combat when it comes to food, you are no match for me. Keep up the effort. Chu Hi laughed heartily, filled with pride. Next time, I will not lose. Sun Wukong declared with a serious demeanor, as if he had resolved to make a vow. All right, enough of this. Can you two refrain from discussing food and drink? I truly cannot comprehend your obsession. All you think about is eating. We must remember that our main priority now is to find the Dragon Balls. Do you understand? Bulma interjected, reproaching the two. Understood, understood. They both replied in unison. Time is of the essence. Transforming the house back into a capsule, Oolong produced a car capsule, and they continued their journey, driving towards the location indicated by the Dragon Ball radar. Oolong drove smoothly, facing no obstacles along the way. Lu Ping had not shown himself during this time, likely intimidated by the beating he had received from Chu Hi, as evidenced by the bruises marring his handsome face, leaving him psychologically disadvantaged and reluctant to act rashly. As they neared the direction indicated by the radar, Oolong felt an increasing sense of urgency, deliberately slowing down and incessantly warning the group about the fearsome Bull Demon King. The three of them were nearly worn out from hearing his warnings. Yet Bulma remained largely unconcerned, confident in Chu Hi and Sun Wukong's formidable strength to handle the Bull Demon King. Oolong, however, remained skeptical. As the car approached the destination, the air grew increasingly oppressive. Upon exiting the vehicle, they were immediately met with a surge in temperature, leaving them feeling rather overheated. Advancing forward, they beheld a scene of chaotic destruction. Dilapidated buildings lay scattered about, and the ground was littered with shattered bones. Before them stood a grand yet crumbling fortress, engulfed in roaring flames, resembling a mountain ablaze, radiating an intense heat. The flames surged like a tsunami, threatening to consume everything in their vicinity. Bulma's expression turned somber as she pondered, with such a massive fire, how are we to find the Dragon Balls? I am certain they are within, yet I am utterly helpless in the face of these raging flames. Sighing, she lamented, though I may be intelligent, I am still merely an ordinary person. Regarding the dilemma of extracting pearls from the fire, Chu Hi found himself utterly helpless. Confronted with such intense heat, he lacked the ability to fly or utilize any form of protective energy, leaving him with no choice but to stare in dismay. Although Sun Wukong volunteered to ride the cloud and attempt to plunge into the flames, he was repeatedly forced to retreat by the fierce blaze. Grimacing in pain and lamenting his plight, in the depths of his heart, Chu Hi realized that he must adhere to the original storyline and seek out the venerable Master Roshi. What a splendid opportunity to witness the might of the Kamehameha firsthand and perhaps learn it. Meanwhile, Bulma found herself in a state of utter despair when, all of a sudden, the sky appeared to darken slightly, and the ground trembled beneath her. She sensed a disturbance behind her and swiftly turned around, her fair complexion paling, and her lips parting in a gasp. Who are you? The trio followed Bulma's gaze and beheld a colossal figure before them, wielding a massive axe. Adorned with a horned helmet, and draped in heavy armor and a crimson cloak, his towering stature exuded an air of formidable authority, majestic as a mountain. King Piccolo. Oolong's eyes widened in terror, his teeth chattering as dread enveloped him. Good heavens, he's at least 3 meters tall. Truly a giant, a veritable MVP center in the NBA. Chu He mused silently as he scrutinized King Piccolo. What brings you here? Surely, you aren't here to steal my treasures? The king, looking down upon them with disdain, spoke in a booming voice that resonated like thunder. His fierce gaze instilled fear in Bulma and Oolong, who both bowed their heads in trepidation, too frightened to respond. Who would covet your treasures? We merely seek an item. Chu He replied unflinchingly as he stepped closer to King Piccolo, locking eyes with him. A crimson glimmer flickered in his right eye, and King Piccolo's battle statistics vividly materialized in his mind. With a combat power of 13, he surpassed both Chu He and Sun Wukong. Though not exceptionally high, it was more than sufficient to deal with Chu He. This is troublesome, Chu He thought to himself. Considering the formidable musculature of King Piccolo, which suggested impressive defensive capabilities. With his own battle strength, it seemed impossible to breach that defense. What can I do if I can't even break through his defense? With a sigh, he resolved to leave this matter to Sun Wukong, who, being the grandson of Goku, would likely diffuse the tension with his mere presence. Yet, despite this internal reasoning, Chu He refrained from calling out to Sun Wukong. In truth, a spark of combativeness had ignited within him. He yearned to test his mettle against King Piccolo and experience the thrill of an uphill challenge. With a thunderous roar, King Piccolo bellowed, "You are undoubtedly here to steal. I shall annihilate you all." With a fierce shout, his robust arms tensed, and he swung his axe downward with tremendous force aimed at Chu He. The blow was powerful and explosive, yet not particularly swift. In a fleeting moment, Chu He smiled lightly, dancing aside with the grace of a butterfly, deftly evading the strike. Surprise flickered across King Piccolo's face, but it quickly morphed into a scowl as he prepared for another crushing blow, this time aiming to cleave Chu He in two. However, Chu He deftly maneuvered around the axe strikes, his agility and speed remarkable. In an instant, he found himself beside the Bull Demon King, muscles taut as he summoned all his strength and delivered a powerful punch. A resounding thud echoed as his fist struck the Bull Demon King's abdomen. Yet it felt akin to hitting a steel plate. A formidable recoil surged back, causing Chu He's palm to tingle faintly. He was inwardly astonished. He had anticipated the Bull Demon King's tough exterior, but he had not expected his abdominal muscles to be as hard as iron. This first-hand encounter proved even more formidable than he had imagined. Frustrated by his repeated failures to land a blow on Chu He, the Bull Demon King erupted with rage. Despite his immense strength and superior combat prowess, his colossal size rendered him cumbersome and slow. Though brimming with combat potential, he was unable to unleash it fully, leaving him feeling quite constrained. This predicament provided Chu He with an opportunity in battle, aptly illustrating the adage, "What does not kill you makes you stronger." The battle between Chu He and the Bull Demon King ensued, with one pursuing and the other evading. The Bull Demon King, infuriated, let out thunderous roars. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, observing Chu He's fervor in combat, grew somewhat impatient himself. Riding upon his somersault cloud, he felt an itch in his hands, eager to join the fray. Just as he intended to strike at the Bull Demon King, the latter's eyes widened in shock upon seeing Sun Wukong, and he immediately halted his assault. As Chu He beheld the scene, his body instinctively relaxed, for he sensed that this confrontation was nearing its conclusion. Soon, these two would likely engage in a dramatic recognition. Alas, it is somewhat lamentable that I had not yet exhausted him. Nevertheless, reflecting on my recent struggle with the Bull Demon King, that sensation was truly exhilarating. It appears that, deep within, Chu He has subtly begun to relish the thrill of battle. With a flicker of insight, Chu He's thoughts suddenly surged. In Chapter 24, the Turtle School's Kamehameha, indeed, according to the unfolding narrative, due to the gift of the flying nimbus from Master Roshi, the Bull Demon King, after some investigation, came to learn that Sun Wukong is the grandson of Sun Wufan. Consequently, his demeanor shifted from that of a fierce deity to one of warm hospitality. When he gazed upon Chu He and the others, his eyes revealed a newfound trust, dispelling any hostility. "I never would have imagined you are the grandson of Sun Wufan," the Bull Demon King said gently, looking at Sun Wukong with a kind expression, akin to that of a loving elder observing his own kin. This clearly indicated that his past connection with Sun Wukong was profound, likely resembling the bond that later developed between Sun Wukong and Krillin. Sun Wukong, gazing upon the senior disciple of his grandfather, felt a sense of warmth stirring within and began to recount tales of Sun Wufan. Upon hearing these stories, the Bull Demon King was filled with a sense of nostalgia, his countenance tinged with sorrow, evidently mourning the passing of Sun Wufan. when the conversation turned to Master Rashi. Particularly upon learning that Sun Wukong was aware of his whereabouts, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and his face lit up with enthusiasm. Bending down, the bold Demon King placed his hands on Sun Wukong's shoulders and exclaimed, "Wukong, are you saying you know where Master Mateto resides?" Sun Wukong nodded affirmatively. The bold Demon King informed him that Master Rashi possessed the banana fan, and to acquire the Dragon Balls mentioned in their earlier discourse, they must extinguish the flames of the castle. Sun Wukong agreed to seek out Master Rashi, and the bold Demon King revealed that he had already sent his daughter, Chi-Chi, ahead. He hoped that should they cross paths, they would join forces in their quest to locate Master Rashi. Bidding farewell to the group for the time being, Sun Wukong leapt onto the flying nimbus, which soared into the sky with a whoosh, leaving behind a delicate trail of cloud. The others remained behind, idly waiting. Bulma, having procured capsules from Oolong, released a refrigerator and distributed cold beverages to everyone, as the oppressive heat weighed heavily upon them. And all eagerly anticipated the extinguishing of the flames. Excitement coursed through Chuhi as he contemplated the forthcoming display of the Kamehameha, a technique he had long admired since his early encounters with Dragon Ball. He yearned to witness the prowess of this signature move, to comprehend its formidable might. The Kamehameha, capable of varying magnitudes depending on the wielder's energy, could obliterate a mountain or an entire city on a smaller scale, while, on a grander scale, it could threaten the very existence of the Earth or even the galaxy. To Chuhi, this technique was nothing short of magnificent. The radiant energy sphere, shimmering with myriad lights during its formation, and the blinding beam that seemed to pierce the heavens upon release were nothing less than awe-inspiring. The unparalleled power and brilliance left him in a state of fervent anticipation. This technique had accompanied Sun Wukong throughout his life, passed down through generations to his sons, Gohan and Goten. After waiting for over 20 minutes, Chuhi began to wonder why Sun Wukong had yet to arrive. Just as he contemplated closing his eyes for a brief respite, he suddenly heard the distinctive sound of the flying nimbus slicing through the air. He looked up to see Sun Wukong returning atop the cloud, accompanied by a charming little girl adorned with a dart-shaped helmet, shyly tugging at his clothing and hesitantly hiding behind him. Could this be Chi-Chi? Chuhi's eyes sparkled as he took in her appearance, secretly praising her undeniable cuteness. In her youthful form, she resembled an adorable little sprite, but who could have imagined that she would later become the formidable wife of Sun Wukong? Fiercely urging Gohan to study with the intensity of a lioness? Upon hearing that the Kame Sennin's fan had been lost, the Bull Demon King felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. However, when he learned that the Kame Sennin intended to extinguish the flames himself, his spirits soared, and he leaped up with fervor, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The group waited in quietude, and soon, the Kame Sennin made a grand entrance riding a flying, fire-spitting turtle. He leaped gracefully from the sky and landed steadily on the ground, wielding his staff and donning sunglasses, his expression gravely serious. The Bull Demon King approached with great reverence, kneeling before the Kame Sennin, visibly elated. After explaining the situation, the Kame Sennin pondered for a moment before a sly grin crept across his face. He beckoned Wukong and called for Bulma, his intentions becoming increasingly lascivious as he began to negotiate terms. Noticing the Kame Sennin's lecherous demeanor, Bulma's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her anger simmering beneath the surface. Yet, recognizing the necessity of his assistance in extinguishing the flames, she devised a plan and momentarily acquiesced to his demands. "You old lecher. You'll have to wait for the next life." Bulma pouted slightly, inwardly reflecting. Master Rashi arrived cheerfully at the forefront of the burning castle, several individuals gathering around him, each awaiting the spectacle of how he would extinguish the flames. Their expressions varied. The Ox King radiated excitement. Bulma wore a skeptical look. Sun Wukong displayed curiosity, while Chuhi was filled with anticipation. As he removed his cumbersome turtle shell, Master Rashi's frail upper body was revealed. His skin was thin, and his ribs were distinctly visible, presenting the image of a feeble old man seemingly unfazed by the wind. Yet, those who knew him dared not underestimate him. The title of the god of martial arts was not merely a facade. After being nudged onto the platform by Wukong, Master Rashi's demeanor suddenly shifted to one of solemnity. His expression turned serious as he let out a long howl, and an astonishing aura emanated from him, causing the very winds to seem to still, the ground trembling beneath him. In an instant, his muscles surged dramatically, his upper body rapidly swelling, transforming the frail old man into a robust figure, radiating with a faint blue luminescence. The onlookers were rendered speechless by the scene before them, their eyes wide in astonishment. Especially Bulma, whose mouth hung agape, overwhelmed by the sheer incredibility of the moment. Chua's eyes opened wide, resembling luminous pearls, his expression intensely focused. In his heart, he silently declared, "The Kamehameha is now mine." Sun Wukong, too, displayed a face full of excitement, a flicker of exhilaration occasionally flashing in his eyes. The power of Master Rashi was truly overwhelming, beyond mere description. It was as though a celestial deity had descended upon the earth. Experiencing it firsthand, Chua understood that he and the Master were not on the same level. This force was undeniably formidable. Kamehameha. Master Rashi brought his hands together in a flower-like formation and then slowly placed them at his waist. Before their very eyes, a visible blue energy surged and coalesced between his hands, emanating an overwhelming aura. In a brief moment, a sphere of blue light materialized. Master Rashi's expression turned solemn, his presence reaching a zenith akin to a divine being descending from the heavens, exuding an awe-inspiring might. With a thunderous roar, Master Rashi's eyes sparkled with intensity as he stepped forward, thrusting his hands ahead. A dazzling blue beam erupted forth, infused with apocalyptic power. Like a radiant meteor streaking through the sky, it burst forth in all its brilliance, tearing through the earth, sending shockwaves rippling outward, as if the very fabric of reality itself was unraveling. With a resounding boom, the blue light enveloped the heavens. Save for Chuha and Sun Wukong, everyone else shut their eyes. At the moment Master Rashi unleashed the Kamehameha, a crimson glow surged from Chuha's right eye, and the principles of the technique flooded into his mind. In an instant, it felt as though he had rehearsed this move countless times within his brain. A flicker of enlightenment ignited within him. In that fleeting moment, the Kamehameha had been indelibly etched into his being. A faint smile curved at the corners of Chu-Hie's mouth, and in that moment, his heart brimmed with joy. Chapter 25. Extinguishing the flames. A blue beam of light surged directly into the flames, erupting with a thunderous roar akin to the crashing of celestial thunder. The winds howled fiercely, sending dust and debris swirling through the air, enveloping the entire castle in a thick cloud of obscurity, as if it were shrouded in mist, rendering everything indistinct. The bull demon king stood transfixed, gazing blankly at the devastation wrought by the turtle school's Kamehameha, his mouth slightly agape. A visage of despair etched upon his face. Pointing ahead with a trembling finger, he lamented, "Master Wu Tian, such overwhelming power. I fear my castle may be utterly obliterated. All my treasures will vanish as well." A pang of anguish gripped the bull demon king as he sorrowfully surveyed the dust-laden horizon, his hopes dwindling. Indeed, as the dust finally settled and the onlookers strained their eyes to see, they were met with a scene that rendered them speechless, their expressions betraying their shock. What lay before them was no longer the grand and imposing castle engulfed in flames. Instead, they beheld the utter annihilation of all structures, with even the mountain range reduced to naught. The ground was littered with rubble, faint flickers of fire still smoldering amidst the debris, while the earth itself had caved in, leaving behind a profound chasm. As Chu-Hi gazed upon the devastation wrought by the Kamehameha, his heart raced with an exhilarating fervor. He mused inwardly, how astonishing it is, truly. Witnessing such power firsthand surpasses 100 hearsays. The sheer magnitude of this force is perhaps comparable to that of a small atomic bomb. It is remarkable indeed. Now that I have mastered this technique, I am resolute that one day I shall attain such heights, or even surpass them. As Chu-Hi contemplated further, excitement surged within him, and an exhilarating smile graced his face. He had developed a clear understanding of the formidable power of the Kamehameha. Bulma, taken aback and seething with anger, glared at Master Rashi, disregarding his previous authoritative demeanor and the overwhelming strength he possessed. With her hands on her hips, she exclaimed, "Old man, what have you done? I merely asked you to extinguish the fire, and now you've obliterated the castle. What if the Dragon Balls vanish? What then?" Master Rashi turned around, scratching his head sheepishly, and replied, "I sincerely apologize. I failed to control my strength. Complaining now serves no purpose. Why not go and search instead?" Bulma huffed, incessantly pointing fingers at Master Rashi, and after a lengthy tirade, she produced the dragon radar, pressed a button, magnified the target, and locked onto the location of the Dragon Balls. She handed the radar to Chu-Hi, who began to search diligently according to its guidance. With the convenience of the dragon radar, it wasn't long before Chu-Hi located the Dragon Ball. It was the 7-star ball. He presented it to Bulma, who received it with beaming delight, bouncing with joy. With this acquisition, only one Dragon Ball remained. Just as Chu-Hi and Bulma approached Sun Wukong, they witnessed him striking a stance, his hands pressed together, murmuring incantations. Suddenly, he thrust his hands outward, and a blue energy sphere, significantly smaller than the previous one conjured by Master Rashi, coalesced into a brilliant blue beam, which struck their vehicle with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the vehicle rattled violently, the door exploded open, and it was left in ruins, resembling a heap of scrap metal. Everyone stared in astonishment at Sun Wukong, while Master Rashi's gaze flickered with intrigue and mild surprise. Having inquired about Sun Wukong during his conversation with the Ox King and learned that he was the grandson of Gohan, he smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. If Chui had known earlier that Sun Wukong could master this technique, he would not have found it remarkable. He merely thought to himself that Sun Wukong truly is a martial arts prodigy, and in the realm of martial arts, his talent is indeed extraordinary. Chui stepped beside Sun Wukong and praised him. Wukong, you are truly remarkable, mastering this technique so swiftly. Ha! I never anticipated it. I merely attempted it following the movements of Master Rashi, and to my astonishment, I succeeded. Sun Wukong grinned widely, his excitement palpable. Wukong, you fool. You've wrecked the vehicle. How are we supposed to proceed? Bulma interjected, her irritation reigniting. Sun Wukong sheepishly scratched his head and replied to Bulma, I apologize. I didn't foresee this. Bulma was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Chui turned to Sun Wukong and said, Wukong, don't let your triumph go to your head. That technique was not solely yours to master. I have acquired it as well. Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Chui, you can do it too? Chui chuckled to himself, stepping forward and declaring, of course, you may observe from the side. Behold my prowess. Chui approached the car, which had been rendered utterly shattered by Sun Wukong, and spoke softly. Since you are already in such a dilapidated state, you surely won't mind being a bit more ruined. Will you? Rest in peace, dear vehicle. Chui focused his gaze, channeling all his strength as a surge of energy gradually emerged within him. This was the response he experienced when he comprehended the essence of the Turtle School's Qigong moments ago. In that fleeting instant, he had already grasped the method of harnessing his internal energy. Within Chui's body, the energy flowed like a gentle stream, gathering in the palm of his hand. The currents dispersed wildly, shimmering with radiant light, coalescing into a blue orb. With a sharp exclamation, Chui thrust his hands forward, unleashing a beam of light that struck the fragmented cart with a resounding crash, shattering it into countless pieces. The onlookers turned their heads once more, and Sun Wukong erupted into a joyous laugh, his delight evident as he witnessed Chui's prowess. Bulma was once again engulfed in astonishment, while Oolong sighed in resignation. Feeling disheartened by Chui's newfound strength, Master Rashi raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. To his surprise, this young man had managed to master my Kamehameha alongside Gohan's grandson, although the energy he wielded was less potent than Sun Wukong's. His control over it was markedly superior, as if he had practiced this technique many times before. Was this truly his first attempt at such a move? After a moment of contemplation, Master Rashi approached Chui and Sun Wukong with a smile. You both have done remarkably well, mastering my ultimate technique that took me decades to perfect. Not bad at all. Sun Wukong chuckled. This technique is quite impressive, Chui responded with a smile. Master Rashi gazed at the two of them intently before suddenly proposing, what do you say to coming to my home? After a period of training, you may even surpass me. Sun Wukong gasped in surprise, his face lighting up with excitement at the prospect of learning from such a formidable master. While Chui fell into deep contemplation. Should he go? After a moment's reflection, he concluded that it would indeed be beneficial. The foundation of training is crucial, and his own was lacking. With dedicated practice, mastering control over every aspect of his body would undoubtedly enhance his strength significantly. Moreover, Master Rashi, being the god of martial arts, possessed profound knowledge of martial theories. Though his later abilities may not be noteworthy, he remained a true master. With this thought in mind, Chui resolved to join Sun Wukong in making an agreement with Master Rashi to return for training after they gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. Master Rashi smiled with satisfaction, gazing at Chui and Sun Wukong as if admiring 2 uncut gems, feeling a profound sense of joy in his heart. He seemed to have already glimpsed the emergence of 2 unparalleled powerhouses, arising under his meticulous crafting. Chapter 26. The Dragon Ball has been stolen after the Turtle Sage extinguished the flames on Bread Mountain. The weather transformed, becoming refreshingly cool. No longer oppressively hot and dry as before. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would sweep by, caressing the spirit like a tender hand, bringing about a sense of tranquility and elation. Witnessing this change, the Bull Demon King felt an overwhelming gratitude towards the Turtle Sage, expressing his thanks through excited gestures. which greatly satisfied the turtle sage and brought a noticeable gleam of pride to his aged visage. Bulma, having garnered much from her journey, was in high spirits, engaging in light-hearted banter with Chu-Hi and Sun Wukong. As it came time to part ways, the turtle sage's lecherous figure appeared, reminding Bulma of their prior wager regarding the extinguishing of the flames. Naturally, Bulma felt reluctant, thinking to herself how this old man could easily be her grandfather's grandfather, yet still harbored such impish inclinations. A fleeting image crossed her mind, causing her heart to flutter and her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, as if rippling with emotion. Feeling anxious, Bulma forced herself to suppress her errant thoughts and discreetly resolved to converse with Oolong about impersonating her. Oolong, intimidated by Bulma's threatening demeanor and recalling his previous embarrassing moments, nodded vigorously in compliance, eager to oblige. Thus, when the turtle sage beheld Oolong transformed into a voluptuous female figure, he was met with an overwhelming reaction, resulting in a nosebleed. The turtle sage, indeed, was remarkably vigorous, living up to his reputation as a martial arts deity, brimming with vitality. However, had he known that he was actually gazing upon a small pig specifically, a male pig, he might have lost his appetite. Once the turtle sage was thoroughly satisfied, he bade farewell to the group, casting a lingering glance at Chu-Hi and Sun Wukong before departing on the back of a turtle, vanishing into the waves. In light of the previous destruction of their automobile by Sun Wukong, the Bull Demon King generously gifted them a capsule car. While it was not particularly impressive, it was serviceable enough to accommodate passengers, which pleased Bulma. As she beckoned the others to board, Chu-Hi and Oolong hastily climbed inside, only to find Sun Wukong still outside. Peering out of the car door, Chu-Hi observed Sun Wukong wearing a helpless expression, with Chi-Chi firmly grasping his arm, determined not to let him leave. "Don't go, Sun Wukong. I want to allow you to leave. I can't bear to part with you," Chi-Chi exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears, biting her lip in a display of reluctance. "Chi-Chi, why are you pulling on my clothes? Stop it. This is my only outfit. You're going to tear it," Sun Wukong protested. "Girls are so strange. Hurry up and let go of me. Chu-Hi and the others are waiting." Sun Wukong attempted to push Chi-Chi away, only to discover that she was gripping his clothing tightly. He feared that she might tear his garments, leaving him without anything to wear that night. In a moment of desperation, he called out, Father, I do not want him to leave. Please stop him. I want to marry him when I grow up." A hint of stubbornness appeared on Chi-Chi's youthful face as she bit down on her delicate silver teeth and exclaimed loudly. The Bull Demon King felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, unsure of how to respond. He watched the two of them tugging at each other, his mind momentarily thrown into disarray, utterly blank regarding how to address the situation. "Wukong, Chi-Chi wishes to marry you. Will you accept?" The Bull Demon King pondered deeply, biting his teeth before speaking earnestly to Sun Wukong. "Wife?" A flicker of confusion passed through Sun Wukong's eyes, as if two question marks had momentarily appeared. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi was taken aback, her large, bright eyes fixated on Sun Wukong, filled with nervous anticipation. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just as Chi-Chi was about to voice her question again, Sun Wukong suddenly turned and shouted, "Chu-Ha, what is a wife? Can one eat it?" Upon hearing Sun Wukong's inquiry, Chu-Ha could not help but burst into laughter, while Bulma and Oolong joined in, finding Sun Wukong's question immensely amusing. The Bull Demon King and Chi-Chi also fell into fits of laughter, astonished by Sun Wukong's extraordinary nature. Chi-Chi's face flushed crimson, a look of grievance adorning her features as she gazed at Sun Wukong with innocent eyes. "Wukong, what is going on?" Chu-Ha asked curiously. "I have no idea. This girl saw me and said I resembled her dream prince or something. I just cannot comprehend what that means." "Haha, is that so? Wukong, regardless of whether you can eat a wife, just agree to her first. If you do, she will let you go. Look how adorable this girl is," Chu-Ha said, smiling at Chi-Chi. Upon hearing Chu-Ha's words, Chi-Chi's face brightened with joy. She looked at Chu-Ha and sweetly said, "You are such a nice big brother. You are quite handsome as well. May I know your name?" "I am Chu-Ha, little sister. Be sure to remember it." "Yes, I will remember." Chi-Chi glanced at Chu-Ha and nodded, saying something. Hearing the conversation between Chu-Ha and Chi-Chi, Sun Wukong appeared bewildered. Although he could not comprehend the meaning behind his wife's words, he decided to acquiesce to Chu-Ha's request. Thus, he nodded in agreement to the arrangement proposed by Chi-Chi. As the car's engine roared to life, Chi-Chi looked at Sun Wukong and then at Chu-Ha, her face momentarily reflecting a sense of reluctance. The vehicle swiftly vanished from sight, and Chu-Ha and his companions resumed their quest for the next Dragon Ball. Along the journey, Admiring the desert scenery proved to be an amusing diversion. Although Chua found the sight somewhat peculiar, filled with bizarre formations he had never encountered before, they served to alleviate the tedium of travel. Just as they approached a bend in the sandy road, an unusual sound echoed from above. Chua perked up his ears and turned sharply toward the source of the noise. At that moment, a steel robot resembling a fried egg stood atop a gigantic mushroom. Its mechanical arm aimed at the vehicle, launching a small missile directly toward them. "Be careful," Chutha shouted urgently. Since Bulma was the weakest among them, he instinctively scooped her up and leaped away. A deafening explosion ensued as the car was obliterated into fragments. Chua executed several somersaults in midair before landing safely with Bulma in his arms. Unfortunately, Sun Wukong and Oolong were not as fortunate. They were violently expelled from the vehicle and tumbled across the ground before coming to a stop, disheveled but on their feet. After the harrowing event, Bulma gradually regained her composure, though her pale face still bore the marks of fear. She clung tightly to Chua's waist, seeking refuge in his embrace. Feeling the warmth and strength of his chest, her heartbeat slowly steadied, and her anxiety began to dissipate. "Bulma, are you hurt?" Chua gently released her from his hold, standing tall as he regarded her with concern. "Chua, thank you. I'm so relieved you were here. Otherwise, I would have been in serious trouble," Bulma murmured softly, lowering her gaze. When Chua let go of her, the sudden absence of his warm and reassuring presence left her feeling unexpectedly hollow, a sense of longing washing over her. Despite knowing Chua's formidable abilities, his selfless act of shielding her filled her with joy, a sweetness and excitement blossoming within her heart. Unaware of Bulma's emotions, Chua turned to face the robot again. He observed as it swiftly moved to the wreckage of the car, its mechanical arm reaching down to retrieve a bag. Then, the robot pivoted to face Chua and the others, a shrill voice emanating from its metallic frame. "Hee, I apologize, but we shall be taking these Dragon Balls." Having spoken, the robot's base ignited, propelling it skyward, leaving behind a thick plume of exhaust. Witnessing the robot's escape, Bulma's expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, "Oh no, the Dragon Balls. Our Dragon Balls are in that pocket. Goku, you must chase after it." Goku, momentarily mesmerized by the peculiar robot he had never seen before, snapped to attention at Bulma's call and hurriedly prepared to summon the flying Nimbus. Just then, Chui's voice resonated. "Goku, halt. Do not pursue." Goku ceased his incantation, regarding Chuhi with confusion, while Bulma questioned, "Chuhi, why not pursue? We might still catch up." "It's unnecessary. Only Goku can fly here. And those who have taken the Dragon Balls have likely already relocated them. They must have come prepared. Then why? Haha, Bulma. You know that one must gather all 7 Dragon Balls to make a wish. And look here, Goku possesses one of his grandfather's relics," Chuhi remarked, pointing at Goku. "This one hanging at his waist ensures that they will come to us." Feeling the weight of his pocket, Goku suddenly comprehended, murmuring, "Grandpa, I want to let anyone take you from me." Bulma nodded, beaming. "Yes, with Goku's Dragon Ball and the Dragon Radar, we are indeed at an advantage." "Exactly, Bulma. It is thanks to your invention of the Dragon Radar that we can pinpoint their location," Chuhi praised with a smile. The compliment filled Bulma with immense joy. "Now, let us proceed. We shall be the ones to gather all 7 Dragon Balls," Bulma declared with enthusiasm, striding forward confidently. "But Bulma, what about the vehicle? You must remember, our car has been destroyed, and only Goku can ride the Nimbus. How shall we search for the Dragon Balls? Are we to walk?" Yulong interjected, attempting to temper Bulma's excitement. Bulma was left speechless, her smile fading. Her once charming face fell into despair, and she began to sigh heavily. "What should we do? What can we do?" Chapter 27, a medley of rice seeking assistance, are we? Suddenly, a man's voice interrupted, causing Chuhi to turn swiftly. He saw Leping and Pure slowly approaching in a vehicle, smiling as they greeted the group. "Leping, what brings you here? And you too, Pure?" Yulong approached, scrutinizing the two curiously. "It's merely a coincidence," Leping explained with a smile. "Is it really such a coincidence?" Yulong queried skeptically. "Hey, who are you?" Bulma, with a curious expression, leaned in closer and asked them both in bewilderment. I am called Leping. We have met before. But you were asleep at that time and did not see me." Leping's face suddenly flushed crimson, surpassing the color of his ears, and upon hearing Bulma's inquiry, he quickly lowered his head. "Bulma, he is the one who fought with Chuhi that day, the one who sought to seize the Dragon Balls," Oolong remarked to Bulma. "Oh, so you are the one who clashed with Chuhi?" Bulma exclaimed, her realization dawning upon her as she recalled hearing about Luping from Chu and Oolong. However, as she gazed back at Luping, a glimmer of wariness flickered in her eyes. Haha, a misunderstanding. As the saying goes, one cannot truly know another without conflict. Brother Chu, he possesses extraordinary martial skills. I humbly acknowledge my defeat and hold him in great esteem. I have come to understand and shall no longer contend with you. I also do not wish to seize any Dragon Balls, Luping declared with a facade of righteousness. Do you truly no longer desire the Dragon Balls? Chui inquired as he stepped forward, addressing Luping. It was indeed a peculiar coincidence. Luping had undoubtedly followed them here, timing his appearance perfectly after witnessing the earlier events. Nevertheless, Chui chose not to expose this, recognizing that their assistance could alleviate some troubles. Of course not. I only wish to befriend you all. What do you say? Luping replied. His smile as warm as spring, his tone sincere, and a glint of anticipation shining in his eyes. Very well, then you may accompany us. Following the original narrative, Luping was indeed meant to join them at this juncture. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chu agreed. After all, with Luping's abilities, he posed little threat, and the wish for the Dragon Balls would eventually be his. In the depths of his thoughts, Chu contemplated the situation. Several individuals boarded Luping's small vehicle, forming a new team. Bulma, wielding the Dragon Ball radar, successfully pinpointed the location of the Dragon Balls. Luping, proceed westward for 25 kilometers at maximum speed, Bulma commanded. Luping nodded, pressed the accelerator, and pushed the vehicle to its utmost velocity, racing forth like the wind, drawing ever closer to the Dragon Ball's location. Within a colossal castle, a diminutive figure with blue skin, adorned with a small hat and clad in garments emblazoned with the words fried rice, was exuberantly opening a black box. Inside, 5 Dragon Balls emitted a soft glow, illuminating his avaricious gaze. The excited little man extended his arms and exclaimed, "At long last, I have gathered 7 Dragon Balls." Beside him stood a tall, unremarkable young woman and a short fox-like man. Observing the blue-skinned man's enthusiasm, the young woman stepped forward and remarked, "Fried Rice Kings. It seems the count is incorrect. Including our one, there are only 6. We are still missing one." Upon hearing her words, the Fried Rice King's excitement abruptly faded, as if a bucket of cold water had extinguished the fervor in his heart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He counted each one, repeating the process 10 times, only to despair upon realizing the absence of the 4-star ball. Panic set in, and he turned sharply, berating the 2. "You 2 useless fools. Hurry and find it." "Yes, yes," they replied in unison, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. "Look, there's a castle ahead. The one who seeks the Dragon Balls must be hidden within." As they approached the location of the Dragon Balls, a magnificent and imposing castle came into view. Bulma pointed at the castle in awe and exclaimed, "Stop." Chui promptly shouted. Luping hastily applied the brakes, halting the vehicle. The group disembarked, and Luping transformed the vehicle back into a capsule. Chui gazed at the castle, and they began to deliberate their next move. "We must proceed with caution, understood?" Chui instructed. The others nodded in agreement and approached the castle's grand entrance, where an enormous stone door stood shut. Sun Wukong stepped forward, volunteering to push the door open with all his might. Before them lay a dark passage, foreboding and sinister. Bulma shivered at the sight of the oppressive darkness and eerie silence, instinctively taking a step back, her complexion paling slightly, a flicker of fear flashing in her bright eyes. Just as her trepidation peaked, a broad hand rested reassuringly on her rounded shoulder. "Do not be afraid, nothing will happen. Follow my lead." Seeing Bulma's evident fear, being the only girl among them, Chui felt a surge of compassion. He approached her with a gentle smile, offering words of solace. The fear that had once enveloped her heart dissipated like melting snow upon hearing Chu's tender reassurances, leaving no trace of dread. Bulma's eyes sparkled, her lips forming a soft smile as she replied, "All right." She then gracefully moved to stand behind Chu, gazing affectionately at his back, admiring the figure that, though not towering, loomed grandly in her heart, stirring profound emotions within her. Leading the way was Sun Wukong, followed closely by Chu, Bulma, and Oolong, with Luping and Pu'er bringing up the rear. The group plunged into the perils that awaited them without hesitation. Indeed, they encountered numerous dangers along the way, thorns underfoot, swarms of bats, and treacherous rocky formations. However, with the formidable martial prowess of Chu and Sun Wukong, they navigated through these trials with relative ease. Ultimately, though, they faced an insurmountable setback. There were simply too many traps, and their plight culminated in being ensnared within a stone prison. How unfortunate we are. What shall we do now? Bulma sighed, hugging her knees and surveying the unforgiving stone walls surrounding them, her voice tinged with despair. Occasionally, she glanced at Chu He, her expression laden with unuttered thoughts. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Lu Ping exerted their strength against the walls, but the stone was remarkably resilient, far beyond their expectations. Despite their best efforts, they found themselves outmatched, panting heavily from the exertion. Stop striking the walls. Conserve your strength for now. With your current power, you cannot break through. Rest and regain your energy, Chui instructed calmly, sitting cross-legged, his gaze flickering thoughtfully. Sun Wukong and Lu Ping, looking rather defeated, sat down to catch their breath, staring blankly at the stone walls. Just as the group fell into silence, a screen suddenly appeared on the surface of the wall, revealing the face of the gluttonous villain. Foolish beings, that wall cannot be shattered by mere fists. His arrogant voice pierced through the air, grating against their ears. Who are you? The group stood. Staring at the large screen, Bulma exclaimed in surprise. I am the gluttonous king, the future ruler of this world. If you surrender the remaining 4-star ball, I shall spare your lives. The gluttonous figure smirked, addressing Chu He and the others. Dream on. Only a fool would comply. Bulma retorted resolutely. Turning to Sun Wukong with a playful grin, isn't that right, Wukong? Absolutely. I will never relinquish my grandfather to anyone. Sun Wukong affirmed, his fists clenched tightly, unwavering in his resolve. Very well, if you refuse to hand it over, you shall come to regret your decision. In a fit of rage, the mixed rice dish exclaimed fiercely. Soon, the onlookers were startled to see numerous small holes emerging from the walls, from which a pale yellow gas began to erupt, gradually permeating the stone walls and filling the air with a thick haze. As the smoke swirled and thickened, despite Chu Hie's attempts to cover his mouth and nose, he felt an overwhelming drowsiness descend upon him. Alarmed, he realized his will was unexpectedly fragile. The fatigue deepened, though he fought valiantly to keep his eyes wide open. Time wore on, and he succumbed to an insistent heaviness, ultimately sinking into a profound slumber. Sun Wukong and others were similarly affected, already sprawled on the ground, drooling in their sleep. Meanwhile, as the stone wall opened, the mixed rice dish entered, oblivious and unguarded in his quest for the Dragon Balls, only to be overtaken by the enchanting slumber. The 4-star Dragon Ball, however, was snatched away by a young woman who had followed closely behind him. Where have the Dragon Balls gone? A startled voice echoed through the silent stone prison. The gas proved increasingly potent against the stronger individuals. Bulma, the weakest among them, was the first to awaken. Upon discovering the absence of the Dragon Balls, she hurriedly shook her companions to rouse them. Before long, everyone was awake. Chu Hie's expression darkened. He had not anticipated succumbing to such a drowsy haze. Yet, considering that even Sun Wukong had been rendered unconscious, he could hardly expect to remain unscathed. He resolved to grow stronger, for if not, such petty individuals could very well lead him to misfortune. Upon awakening, Sun Wukong, hearing Bulma's words, appeared flustered, patting his empty pockets in dismay. What should we do? Those villains might have already made wishes to the dragon. Bulma lamented, tears welling in her eyes. Not necessarily. Look, the door is open. Let us hurry out and reclaim the Dragon Balls. There may still be a chance. Chu He urged, pointing towards the ajar door. The group dashed through the opening, racing down the corridor, only to encounter a fork in the path where they stumbled upon the very individuals intending to make their wishes. Stunned, they froze momentarily. Chu He sprang forward, demanding, "Bring forth the Dragon Balls." In a panic, the mixed rice dish shrieked, "We must flee." With that, he propelled himself forward, his 2 subordinates following suit, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Remarkably, while the mixed rice dish and his associates were not particularly skilled in other areas, their speed and escape was unparalleled. Although Chu He was no slouch himself, the distance between them was substantial, and as they approached the fork in the road, he lost sight of which path they had taken. Just as they contemplated pursuing once more, the mechanisms within the castle reactivated, retracting the long wall. In the amusement park, the colossal rolling iron balls created an atmosphere of unparalleled thrill and excitement. Amidst this chaos, Chu He and Bulma found themselves inadvertently separated at a fork in the path. Chu He was cornered into a dead end and imprisoned within a stone cell, while Bulma and her companions were similarly forced into another corner, confined in a separate stone prison. Upon re-entering the stone cell, Bulma and her friends were filled with trepidation. Bulma expressed her concern. "I hope Chu He is all right." "There's no need to worry," Lu Ping reassured her. "Given his martial prowess, he should be just fine." His situation is likely akin to ours, so let us not fret. Bulma nodded, her face pale, her small hands clenched tightly. Deep inside, she reassured herself, he won't come to harm. He is incredibly skilled. If we are safe, he will surely find a way to escape. As she gazed at the walls surrounding them, Chu-Hee, in contrast to Bulma and the others, exhibited no signs of anxiety. His expression was calm as he contemplated the stone walls. Reflecting on the original plot, he realized that the moment to summon the dragon was fast approaching. With renewed determination, he clenched his fists, a glimmer of light shining in his eyes. It is time, Chu-Hee declared, focusing his energy. He lowered his voice and, as his hands gradually came together, an unceasing flow of energy coursed through him, converging in his palms. He enunciated with precision Kamehameha. A blue orb of light coalesced in his hands, radiating beams of energy. With a sudden thrust of his hands, he unleashed the energy beam towards the stone wall. In an explosive clash, the seemingly indestructible barrier was breached, creating a gaping hole the size of a bowl. As Chu-Hee gazed outward from the small opening, he beheld the dim, foreboding sky. A massive azure dragon, reminiscent of the Great Wall, meandered in all directions, spiraling gracefully through the air, its elongated form emanating a soft, ethereal glow. Fixating on the small opening, barely the size of a bowl, a flicker of joy ignited within Chu-Hee's heart. Although he could not escape through this minuscule aperture, he had mastered the art of transformation akin to that of the Wulong. He could metamorphose into anything the Wulong could, including a humble bee. With the incantation resonating in his mind, he invoked the transformation technique. Suddenly, a thick haze enveloped the space, and Chu-Hee vanished, replaced by a diminutive bee fluttering in the air. Transformed into a bee, Chu-Hee effortlessly flew through a hole the size of a bowl, his agile form swiftly approaching the majestic presence of the divine dragon. Beneath the dragon, the character known as Mixed Rice was overwhelmed with excitement. Gazing up at the imposing azure dragon above him, his face alight with joy, almost on the brink of madness, he stood there, transfixed. As the dragon's resonant and commanding voice reverberated through the surroundings, urging him to express his wish, Mixed Rice stuttered, barely able to contain his exhilaration. Just as he sought to steady his nerves and articulate his desire, a sudden wisp of smoke swept through the sky, and Chu-Hee's figure descended gracefully to the ground. Chapter 29. The Wish Upon Landing. An exhilarating rush coursed through Chu-Hee. In an instant, he surged forward without hesitation, facing the divine dragon and proclaiming, "Dragon, I wish to learn the instant transmission of Gebet from the King of Worlds. Is that possible?" This aspiration had been carefully considered during his quest for the Dragon Balls. Although he yearned for immortality, he recognized that such a wish held little immediate significance for him. There were many days ahead. It was essential to apply one's skills wisely, and instant transmission would serve as a valuable asset. After all, any wish he made would certainly be more prudent than the foolish request made by Oolong for a woman's panties. Chu-Hee had felt a deep frustration upon witnessing that scene in the anime, but now the opportunity to alter his fate had finally arrived. By first wishing for this ability, he would gain the freedom to traverse any location in the world with ease, eliminating the anguish of being unable to fly. Furthermore, when he sought the Dragon Balls again a year later, this would prove immensely convenient, a decision he had long since resolved. Gebet's instant transmission was truly remarkable, far superior to Goku's rendition of the technique. It granted access to any corner of the universe, a hallmark of Gebet's innate talent. In the realm of Chu-Hee, all skills may be acquired, yet the gift of innate talent remains elusive. Thus, it is with this aspiration that he finds himself yearning. As the unexpected appearance of Chu-Hee unfolds, the character known as Mixed Rice remains ensnared in a state of exhilaration, utterly unprepared to respond. By the time he comprehends Chu-Hee's wish, it is already too late. The magnificent dragon sways its colossal form gently, regarding Chu-Hee with eyes that glint with a peculiar brilliance. Its deep voice resonates with an aura of sovereign arrogance. Certainly, with that proclamation, the dragon's eyes blaze with crimson light, unleashing a beam that envelopes Chu-Hee's being. As the luminous radiance enveloped Chu-Hee, he felt the light penetrate his very being. In an instant, a profound clarity surged within his consciousness, followed by fleeting impressions that eluded description. Suddenly, the technique of teleportation crystallized in his mind as if he had mastered it over decades. "You have now learned the art of instantaneous movement," the dragon intoned slowly, his demeanor remaining majestic. In that moment, the colossal dragon's body trembled, a flash of brilliance illuminating the air as 7 Dragon Balls transformed into stones, floating gracefully. Each of the 7 orbs then darted off in different directions, becoming meteors that streaked across the sky until they vanished, mere points of light in the vastness. Staring in disbelief at the dragon's disappearance, Mixed Rice was rendered speechless, his expression frozen in shock. Suddenly jolted back to reality. An overwhelming sense of sorrow and rage consumed him. With reddened eyes, he glared at the jubilant and beaming Chu He, jealousy gnawing at him until he was nearly driven to madness. Clenching his fists tightly, the veins on his forehead bulged as he howled at Chu He. Damn you. You must die. I will kill you. As Chu He's desires were fulfilled, he turned with a cold smile. Casting a disdainful glance at the hodgepodge of a man before him, scornfully inquiring, "Is this all you have to offer?" Under the weight of Chu He's contemptuous gaze, the hodgepodge felt a shiver run down his spine, a chill creeping into his heart. Struggling to regain his composure, he hurriedly shouted to his 2 subordinates, "You 2 imbeciles. What are you waiting for? Open fire and eliminate him." The fox-like man and the young woman, responding to the hodgepodge's command, brandished their firearms, shells scattering in the air as they unleashed a hail of bullets at Chu He. Yet, the extraordinary agility of Chu He left them utterly astonished. His body moved like a flash of lightning, effortlessly evading every bullet that whizzed past him. Despite their relentless gunfire, not a single shot grazed him. Nor did even the hem of his clothing feel the impact. What on earth is happening? The 2 stood frozen, their hearts filled with disbelief and terror. Is this all you've got? I should have mentioned that such feeble attempts are utterly ineffective against me. Chu He sneered at the armed duo with disdain. Then behold the might of my wolf god special forces. The fox-like man, panic evident in his eyes, hurriedly whistled. Suddenly, in the darkness, countless crimson eyes flickered into view, gleaming ominously. Chu He surveyed his surroundings and beheld a pack of wolves roaring as they charged towards him, baring their sharp fangs with wild ferocity. What a farcical wolf god squad. Watch as I resolve this in 30 seconds. Chu He boldly proclaimed as he charged into the pack of wolves, as if entering a realm devoid of obstacles. With each punch and kick infused with a formidable force of 100 pounds, his strikes were fierce and unyielding, landing with a resounding impact. The sound of cracking bones echoed frequently as each blow felled a wolf, causing them to spout blood. In a mere moment, dozens of wolves lay defeated, succumbing to his relentless onslaught. With a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Chu He slowly approached the Mixed Rice, chuckling softly. Is this all you are capable of? Do you possess any other tricks? I do hope you won't disappoint me. The more he gazed at Chu He, the more the smile sent chills down the spine of the Mixed Rice, instilling a sense of dread. His scalp prickled as he stammered. Spare me. Judging by your demeanor, it seems you have no more tricks up your sleeve. Now, it is my turn. The little man had been quite arrogant moments ago, boasting about his clever traps, but now it was time for Chu He to collect his dues. Stepping forward, Chu He launched a swift kick, striking the Mixed Rice squarely on the jaw with lightning speed. The force sent him crashing to the ground, his mouth agape, blood pouring forth, and several teeth scattered about. The blow rendered the Mixed Rice unconscious, devoid of any further response. Chu He let out a cold chuckle, shifting his attention to the other 2 individuals. They promptly knelt in supplication, but Chu He remained unmoved. With calculated precision, he struck both of them on the back of the head, allowing himself to hold back just enough force so they merely fell into unconsciousness. After all, they were mere foot soldiers. Killing them would only sully his hands. Easily dispatched, he dusted off his hands with a triumphant grin, reveling in his own arrogance. With newfound strength, he felt invincible. By the way, has Ryukong yet to make his appearance? Suddenly, Chu He recalled that at this moment in the comic, Goku and his companions should be unleashing the Kamehameha wave. Just as he was about to call out to Son Goku, he was unexpectedly greeted by a shout. Chu He, we are here. Looking towards the source of the voice, he spotted Bulma, Goku, Liu Ping, and the others clearly visible on a distant platform, waving vigorously at him. Seeing that they were safe, Chu He smiled faintly and called out to them, "Wait for me. I shall join you shortly." Chapter 30. Goku transforms into a monkey. Flowers, we seek flowers. The platform where Bulma and the others stood was several dozen meters away from Chu He. He climbed the steps slowly, preparing to reunite with them. Meanwhile, on Bulma's side, voices were echoing among the group. It is truly thanks to Chu He. Otherwise, if those villains had succeeded in their wishes, it would have been disastrous. Bulma expressed her relief, a joyful smile gracing her face. Alas, my plans have been shattered, my wish. Liu Ping lamented inwardly, yet he echoed her sentiments. Indeed. I wonder what wish Chu He made. We did not hear what he said earlier. Well, we can simply ask him later. Bulma giggled and then glanced at Son Goku. Noticing his glum expression, "Goku, why do you look so unhappy?" "My grandpa. He has disappeared," Goku said sadly, having just witnessed the 4-star Dragon Ball turn to stone and fly away. He cradled his head in his hands, his voice heavy with sorrow. "Goku, cheer up. Look at how beautiful the moon is tonight. It's so round and bright. On such a splendid night, we must not dwell in sadness." Observing Goku's typically cheerful demeanor now clouded with gloom, Bulma felt a pang of sadness in her heart. She gazed up at the flawless, radiant moon hanging in the sky and, inspired, offered her consolation. The moon? Following Bulma's outstretched finger, Goku's eyes fell upon the pristine, jade-like orb illuminating the night. Its silvery light cascading down like water. "Is this the moon? It is my first time seeing it. How round and large it is, resembling a giant pancake. How delightful it would be if one could eat it." Gazing vacantly at the full moon, Sun Wukong licked his lips and murmured to himself. Just as he continued to stare at the moon, he suddenly felt his body stiffen violently. A flicker of crimson light flashed in his eyes, and his expression transformed into one of fierce malevolence. The veins on his forehead bulged ominously, and his sharp teeth gleamed with a sinister radiance. Sun Wukong felt as if his blood was boiling, ready to ignite, and his consciousness gradually spiraled from lucidity into uncontrollable chaos, overtaken by ferocity and savagery. He let out a savage roar that reverberated through the air, echoing in all directions. Instantly, Bulma, Lu Ping, and others turned pale, their eyes wide with shock as they beheld the transformation occurring beside them. Chuha, who was approaching Sun Wukong, suddenly heard the roar and, upon witnessing his expanding form, was stricken with horror. Damn it! He never anticipated that such a transformation would occur here. What on earth is happening? He was oblivious to the fact that this was triggered by Bulma's unintentional comfort. Initially, he believed that resolving the chaos would prevent this scenario, dismissing it from his mind. However, he had not anticipated the original text's formidable restorative power. Plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes, and this incident had indeed come to pass. "Quickly, get away. He has lost his reason and will kill you all." In a state of urgency, Chuha shouted forcefully, jolting Bulma, Lu Ping, and the others from their stupor. They swiftly gathered their wits and fled from Sun Wukong's side, rushing to Chuha, who seemed to them the epitome of safety. When they glanced back at Sun Wukong, they beheld his once diminutive form as his clothes tore apart in an instant. His bones swelled, producing ominous cracking sounds, and thunderous roars echoed like rolling thunder, shaking the very air around them. A colossal, fur-covered ape, towering several hundred meters, emerged on the platform, its cries resounding incessantly. The massive creature pounded its chest with both hands, wild and frenzied, as if declaring its arrival. The platform, unable to withstand the pressure exerted by the ape, crumbled and collapsed, sending debris flying and dust swirling around. "Is this truly Wukong?" Bulma uttered in disbelief. "How terrifying he looks." The trembling Wulong stuttered, shaking with fear. As Chui gazed upon Sun Wukong, a glimmer of light flickered in his right eye, and the battle power value of the giant ape formed by Sun Wukong vividly flashed in his mind. The power stood at a staggering 100, a tenfold increase from before. This was a significant concept. One could assert that the current Sun Wukong was now formidable enough to contend with Master Roshi. However, without a glimmer of hope for victory, Chui felt a chill run down his spine, pondering that the only solution was to eliminate its tail. Just as depicted in the original narrative, the ape began to move, and wherever it passed, the earth buckled and structures crumbled. It rampaged like a madman, wildly swinging its colossal fists and wreaking havoc upon the castle. The fortress, confronted by such immense force, resembled mere paper, shattering into ruins beneath a single blow. The ape, devoid of reason, left chaos in its wake. Not a single spot remained unscathed in its vicinity. Its eyes gleamed with cruelty and ferocity, ruthlessly unleashing its destructive urges. "Bulma, swiftly retreat to a safe distance and find a place to hide," Chu urged her in a hushed tone. Bulma nodded and quickly fled, seeking refuge at a safe distance. "Lu Ping, you must be aware that Wukong's weakness lies in his tail," Chu inquired, narrowing his eyes. "I happen to know that as well," Lu Ping responded, somewhat sheepishly. "If we sever his tail, he will revert to his original form. Let us join forces to grasp his tail, and have Puar transform into scissors to cut it off. Do you understand?" "According to the strategy delineated in the original text," Chu remarked. During their time together, Lu Ping gradually regarded Sun Wukong as his own friend. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, he felt a surge of urgency. Hearing Chui's plan, his face lit up with joy. and he nodded in approval. Pu'er transformed into scissors, ever ready for action. Chu and Luping charged forward in unison. As if sensing their approach, the mighty ape abruptly turned, towering over them with a furious glare. With a thunderous roar, it grasped a massive boulder, roughly the size of a house, and hurled it toward the two. "Watch out!" Chu exclaimed, swiftly darting to the side. The stone whizzed past him, crashing into the ground with a resounding impact that caused the earth to tremble and fissures to form beneath. What immense power! Gazing at the marks left in the ground, Chu could not help but marvel. Regaining his composure, he turned to Luping, and together they maneuvered behind the ape, intent on seizing its tail to render it defenseless. However, the ape's agility exceeded their expectations. Its tail swung wildly while its enormous body swayed, delivering a relentless barrage of punches that rained down upon them like a tempest. The two were forced to retreat, desperately dodging the onslaught of colossal fists. The ape's strength appeared inexhaustible, thwarting their attempts to grasp its tail. How infuriating! Why was it so powerful? Did this version of Sun Wukong have a meal more substantial than the one in the original tale? If only I had skipped breakfast this morning. Despite multiple futile attempts to attack, Chu began to seek justifications for his failures, feeling increasingly desperate. Chapter 31. Crisis. As time swiftly progressed, the ferocity of the enraged ape intensified. The colossal beast relentlessly smashed against the remnants of surrounding structures, sending debris flying and creating a cacophony akin to 1,000 thunders, deafening in its resonance. Given the current circumstances, it was evident to Chu and Luping that not only was it impossible to grasp the creature's tail, but their very survival was at stake. Under the relentless onslaught of the raging ape, Chu sustained several minor abrasions, and an expression of gravity darkened his features, a palpable sense of dread creeping into his heart. The ape bellowed skyward, its roar reverberating through the air as if an invisible barrier impeded their advance from all directions. Chu staggered back, momentarily pushed by the force of the wind, before regaining his footing. "Luping, be careful." Suddenly, Chu's expression shifted dramatically. His gaze sharpened, and he shouted a warning to Luping. In that instant, the ape pivoted and charged towards Luping with wild fervor, leaping with ferocious speed to deliver a devastating punch aimed directly at him. Upon hearing Chu's warning, Luping was jolted into action. His eyes darted, and he instantly recognized the immense fist hurtling toward him. A wave of panic washed over him. He knew that if struck directly by that blow, he would likely suffer fatal consequences. In this critical moment of peril, Luping's focus sharpened, summoning every ounce of strength. His muscles tensed as if wound like a coiled spring, and he swiftly sidestepped to evade the imminent strike. The ferocious fist grazed past his abdomen, narrowly missing him. However, although he had evaded the frontal assault, the sheer force of the ape's punch still swept across his body. The impact of the force sent Luping crashing to the ground, where he fell unconscious. Meanwhile, his companion, Pul, rushed to his side, frantically calling out in distress. On this side of the Chu River, a formidable force has been temporarily lost, plunging the situation into disarray. Confronted by the ferocious ape, a sense of helplessness welled up within Chu. There must be a solution. There has to be a way. I am determined to sever its tail. With a glimmer in his eyes, Chu dashed forward once more, maneuvering behind the monkey. Yet, the creature relentlessly thwarted his attempts, its fierce fist forming a formidable barrier that rendered Chu's progress arduous. The thunderous roars of the monkey echoed, and the moon shone ever brighter, its silvery luminescence cascading over the monkey's form, as if cloaking it in a radiant sheen. In its eyes, a cruel crimson glimmer sparkled, exuding an aura of savagery that spread ominously. What an astonishing presence! As Chu found himself closest to the monkey, a chill gripped his heart, and he felt an uncontrollable tingling coursing through his body, sending waves of unease through him. The monkey launched a frenzied assault on Chu, who zigzagged in a desperate attempt to evade the onslaught, finding himself in a state of disarray. His stamina had significantly waned, and his speed was subtly diminishing. Surrounded by the monkey's fierce and violent punches, he stumbled, nearly losing his footing. Upon seeing the change in expression on Chu's face, he inwardly exclaimed that something was amiss. Indeed, seizing this fleeting opportunity, the ape unleashed a torrent of blows, its fists resembling iron cauldrons, mercilessly raining down. Chu, filled with dread, desperately attempted to evade, yet was still grazed by the ferocity of those fists. With a muffled groan, Chu spewed forth a torrent of blood, akin to a rain of arrows, from his mouth. His body fell to the ground in a parabolic arc, and he felt as though he had been struck by a colossal iron hammer weighing several hundred pounds. engulfed in excruciating pain. How agonizing. Chu lay on the ground, one hand pressed against his chest, the other clutching the earth beneath him. His complexion was ashen, and a hint of ferocity flickered in his eyes. In that moment, he felt as if his body had fractured into a multitude of pieces. Every part of him throbbed with pain. The monkey pounded its chest and stomped its feet with increasing ferocity, its brutality escalating, a sight that filled the distant observers, Buma and Wulong, with terror. Wulong. We must rescue Chu. Buma exclaimed, her heart plummeting as she witnessed Chu spitting blood and collapsing. It felt as though she had been pierced by a sharp needle, as if 1,000 arrows had struck her heart, causing a deep, bone-chilling pain. Her face turned pale, and with red-rimmed eyes, she hoarsely implored Wulong. We can't. It's far too dangerous there. Rushing in would be tantamount to walking into a death trap. I believe Chu will find a way. He is incredibly capable and will surely be all right. Wulong urgently reassured her, tightly grasping her arm to prevent her from dashing forward. Though he harbored little hope for Chu himself, he felt compelled to soothe Buma in her agitated state. Cursed fate! How could I possibly perish here? It is inconceivable. Chu's heart roared in fury. Yet, his limbs ached unbearably as he gazed at the monkey, which relentlessly continued its destructive work. A growing sense of urgency enveloped him. Am I truly destined to meet my end here? Chu took a deep breath, forcefully casting this thought out of his mind. He suppressed the panic within him, compelling himself to remain calm. There must be a way. There must surely be a way. Heaven does not forsake those in despair. I refuse to believe that I will meet my end in such a manner. Chu silently shouted within. Yet the tenfold disparity in combat power loomed before him like an insurmountable chasm. Given his current strength, the prospect of victory was utterly non-existent. In a state of profound turmoil, Chu slightly inclined his head, and his gaze suddenly fixed upon the resplendent full moon that hung gracefully in the night sky. The luminous orb, akin to a silver platter, radiated an exquisite beauty imbued with a hint of ethereal purity. The moonlight cascaded down like liquid silk, enveloping Chu in its gentle embrace. At that moment, as he beheld the moon, he felt an inexplicable surge within him. His blood seemed to boil, and his heart began to race, quickening with an urgency that felt almost incendiary, as if ignited by flames. Chu sensed that his body was undergoing a profound transformation. What is happening? What has befallen my body? As he contemplated the strange changes within himself, Chu murmured in confusion. Could it be a result of Chu Liang's influence? In a moment of contemplation, I recalled the underlying reason. Indeed, I am a scion. It is mentioned in the original text that when a scion gazes upon the moon, the light reflected upon their eyes triggers a transformation into a monstrous state, resulting in a tenfold increase in power. However, I lack a tail. How could this phenomenon occur? Is it not true that only scions endowed with tails undergo this transformation? Chu remained perplexed. At that moment, the surface of his muscles began to bulge with prominent veins, swelling and hardening as if forged from steel. His body seemed to be besieged by countless currents of energy, convulsing and twitching incessantly. Suddenly, a palpable force erupted from within him, swiftly enveloping his entire being. Chu was engulfed by uncontrollable emotions, his visage contorted in rage as he unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the surroundings. It was akin to a thunderclap in the stillness of the night, striking awe into the hearts of all who heard it. The sound transcended mere human expression, resembling the primal howl of a ferocious beast. Chapter 32. The most potent transformation under the full moon. The vital energy within Chu surged like a tidal wave, tumultuously coursing through his body. In the blink of an eye, it had permeated every corner of his being, unleashing an indescribable force that erupted from within him. Chu could perceive that all the pain his body had previously endured had now completely vanished. In its stead, a formidable aura surged forth from within him, relentless and powerful. Slowly, Chu rose from the ground, standing tall and imposing. In this moment, he bore little resemblance to his former self, having undergone a remarkable transformation. Influenced by his earlier gaze upon the full moon, Chu's muscles swelled dramatically, and his height surged to an impressive 198 centimeters. Each muscle, sculpted and streamlined across his physique, appeared to brim with explosive strength, presenting an extraordinarily powerful visual impact. The eyes of Chu have transformed into a blood-red hue, reminiscent of a crimson sea of the underworld, seemingly infused with a dark abyss. His disheveled black hair sways as if stirred by an unseen wind, its surface faintly glimmering with a red luminescence. This form bears a striking resemblance to the third stage of Super Saiyan transformation that Trunks underwent during his battle with Cell in the original Dragon Ball series. However, while Trunks' transformation boasts immense power, it exacts a considerable toll on his energy, significantly impairing his speed. Chufa could sense that his body had undergone a remarkable transformation. Not only had his strength surged to unprecedented levels, but his speed had also escalated in tandem with this newfound power. This exquisite amalgamation of strength and swiftness filled Chuha with profound astonishment. As he felt the energy pulsating within him, his eyes glimmered with intensity. And an indescribable aura erupted from his being in a frenzied display. This overwhelming force instilled within him a notion that the very heavens and earth bowed before him. And a fierce desire for battle surged within his mind. Suddenly, Chufa could not restrain himself and let out a long, resounding howl. Instantly, waves of sound cascaded forth like tumultuous tides crashing against the shore, each wave more powerful than the last, creating a ripple of sonic energy. The surrounding air seemed on the brink of shattering, causing rocks to fracture and currents to swirl violently. Sensing this potent energy, the massive figure of the ape trembled. Swiftly turning to glare at Chuha, its fists pounding against its chest in a display of fury as it charged towards him. In his previous state, Chuha would have deemed a direct confrontation with this beast as folly, a futile endeavor leading to certain demise. However, now he brimmed with confidence. Feeling the newfound vigor coursing through his veins, rivaling that of the ape, a fervent battle spirit enveloped his heart. To his astonishment, after witnessing the moon, he had transformed into such a formidable being. How exhilarating this power was, he jubilantly mused. A thought flickered in his mind. Could he shatter a mountain with a single punch? As the ape approached, Chuha remained calm, devoid of fear. No longer did he wish to evade. Instead, he assumed a combat stance, prepared to face the battle head-on. With a thunderous crack, his fists surged forward like explosive projectiles. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged blows, landing dozens of strikes upon one another. The massive fists of the ape struck Chuha, producing resounding thuds, while Chuha's relentless attacks fell upon the ape like a torrential downpour. Thanks to his enhanced defenses, he merely felt pain from the ape's ferocious onslaught, well within his threshold of endurance. Given the ape's immense size, Chuha's strikes inflicted considerably more damage than he sustained. What a thrill! The exhilaration of combat set his blood ablaze, and he suddenly erupted into laughter, his spirit soaring. The energy enveloping him surged dramatically, erupting like a tempest. As the air seemed to stagnate, a steady stream of white energy poured forth from his being, circulating throughout him, augmenting his strength. His strikes became as swift as lightning. And with his newfound agility, the ape continuously fell victim to Chua's relentless assaults. In the midst of the battle, a fierce warrior spirit consumed his mind, eclipsing rational thought with instinctual combat awareness. Yet, amidst this primal state, Chuha retained a semblance of reason, ensuring that he tempered the force of his strikes with precision. Otherwise, if the monkey were to sustain grave injuries, would it not spell disaster for Sun Wukong? Upon encountering this individual, who proved to be an equal adversary, inflicting considerable pain upon him, the monkey let out a furious roar. With an indomitable spirit, it swung its fist fiercely towards Chuhi, as if intent on obliterating everything in its line of sight. Chuhi maintained an air of tranquility, gazing skyward, a flicker of fervent battle intent igniting in his eyes. He too launched a punch, and the two fists collided with an explosive sound resonating through the air. Their fists, one large and one small, remained locked in a stalemate, neither yielding. At that moment, the other fist of the colossal ape swung towards him, only to be met by Chuhi's opposing fist in a similar clash. Thus, the towering ape, nearly 100 meters tall, hunched its body as its fists engaged with Chuhi's, engaging in a direct contest of strength. With taut muscles and a formidable strength coalescing, Chuhi stood firm, his veins pulsating as he faced the immense might of the ape. He exhibited an effortless composure, not retreating an inch, but rather radiating vitality as he fixed his gaze upon the creature, a defiant glimmer flickering across his face. With a thunderous crash, the clash of their powers reverberated like an explosion, forcing both combatants to stagger back under the weight of a powerful surge. Although Chuhi felt a slight numbness creeping into his arm, his spirit remained resplendent as the moon, unwavering in his advance. The ape let out a furious shriek, its feet pounding the ground, clearly exasperated. With fists and feet flying in a frenzied assault, the air trembled, and the winds of its strikes tore through the atmosphere. Yet, Chuhi moved with the grace of a leisurely stroll, effortlessly weaving through the onslaught, his demeanor betraying not a hint of panic. Seizing the moment while his strength still surged, it was time to bring this battle to a close. A subtle smile graced the corners of Chuhi's mouth. and an enigmatic glimmer flickered in his eyes. With legs apart and hands firmly resting on his waist, he gazed at the monkey, unleashing a long, resonant howl before declaring, Kamehameha, tenfold. The unceasing energy flowing within him surged violently along his arms, coalescing in his palms. A colossal blue orb materialized from Chuhi's hands, markedly larger than the previous Kamehameha. The myriad beams of blue energy illuminated the surroundings, causing the earth to tremble and the air to swirl chaotically. With a steely expression, Chuhi's eyes flashed as he aimed for the monkey's tail and thrust his hands forward with great force. With a thunderous roar, the blue beam transformed into a majestic azure dragon, charged with an indomitable spirit, and struck the monkey's tail directly. The tail was severed and fell to the ground. Yet the force of the energy wave continued unabated. A deafening explosion ensued, and a mushroom cloud began to rise. In the vicinity 100 meters behind the monkey, the shockwave carved a vast crater into the earth, causing the ground to split and dust to billow into the air. With the loss of its tail, the monkey now emanated a faint blue glow. Gradually, its form shrank, and soon, the naked figure of Sun Wukong appeared on the ground. Eyes tightly shut and mouth slightly agape, breathing softly as he succumbed to a deep slumber, exuding an innocent demeanor. Chapter 33. Restoration. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong revert from his monkey form, a smile broke across Chuhi's face, and he couldn't help but exhale in relief. After unleashing that full-powered Kamehameha, he sensed the formidable energy within him dissipating with the relaxation of his muscles. In a short span, Chuhi, once standing at a height of nearly 2 meters, brimming with bulging muscles, had reverted to his original state. His fiery red eyes transformed into deep, inky blackness, twinkling like stars. This return to form signified that the extraordinary strength he had previously wielded had vanished. For Chuhi, who had just relished the exhilarating sensation of immense power, the contrast to his current state was nothing short of stark. Though a tinge of disappointment lingered in his heart, he reassured himself that what he had experienced was merely a prelude. He would undoubtedly grow even stronger in the future, exponentially so. However, amidst the reversion to his former self, a delightful surprise awaited Chuhi. Although most of the energy within him had dissipated, a small portion remained, now dispersed throughout his body, having transformed into a latent source of strength uniquely his own. Chuhi could sense that after his recent transformation, his strength had significantly increased. He felt a profound sense of power coursing through him as he clenched his fist. Indeed, upon conducting a thorough examination, he discovered that his combat prowess had now reached a remarkable 16 points, surpassing the original 10 points of Sun Wukong. However, as he observed the slumbering Sun Wukong, it became evident that his combat strength had also risen after transforming into the great ape, escalating from 10 points to an impressive 20 points. As the thoughts of Chuhi whirled through his mind, it became evident that his assumptions were indeed correct. Transforming back to his original state would significantly enhance his combat prowess. Chuhi, how are you feeling? Are you all right? Bulma and Oolong, witnessing the monkey's return to its former state, hurriedly approached. Bulma, with a worried gaze fixed upon Chuhi, recalled the moment he was struck heavily by the monkey, and her heart ached with concern. Look at me. How could I possibly be harmed? Chuhi replied with a gentle smile, extending his arms to reveal his physique. Due to the earlier expansion, his clothes had been reduced to mere tatters, leaving his upper body bare, showcasing a robust and athletic form, with six-pack abs firmly defined on his midsection. Upon seeing Chuhi's exposed torso, Bulma was instantly flushed, a rosy hue gracing her cheeks. A hint of shyness flickered in her autumn-like eyes as she gazed upon his perfect physique, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Akin to a fawn caught in a whirlwind of emotions, unable to calm down, as Chuhi gazed into Bulma's somewhat dazed eyes, he felt an unexpected flutter in his heart, prompting him to take a deep breath and compose himself. You nearly frightened me. I distinctly saw you were injured just moments ago, Bulma exclaimed, patting her chest as she looked at Chuhi. It's nothing serious, just a minor issue. Look at me now. I'm as lively as ever. I could easily take on a tiger or kick a dinosaur. I am as sturdy as steel. Chuhi replied with a playful grin. Bulma couldn't help but chuckle. You sure know how to jest. Chuhi, we were fortunate to have you around this time. Otherwise, we would have been in dire straits. I never imagined Goku would transform into such a monster. She glanced at the peacefully slumbering Son Goku, expressing her relief. Indeed, I was genuinely startled by how terrifying Goku could become. Oolong chimed in, his voice filled with alarm. Honestly, I too was taken aback by Goku's transformation. But you all must keep this a secret from him. You see, during a full moon, Goku transforms into a colossal ape as soon as he catches sight of the moon. His grandfather was even crushed to death by him back in the day. Do you understand? Chu said with a serious tone. A full moon? It's all my fault. I was the one who sent Goku to gaze at the moon. Bulma gasped, her eyes filled with concern as she looked at Son Goku, her expression soon morphing into one of guilt. Do not blame yourself, after all. We are all fine. Chu realized that Goku's transformation was triggered by Bulma's words, as he had initially thought it was merely a coincidence from Goku looking up at the sky. Meanwhile, the unconscious Loping had awakened and, along with Poir, approached Chu. He cast a complex glance at Son Goku before suddenly clasping his fists and addressing Chu earnestly. Thank you for your warning earlier. Without it, I might not have been able to rise again after that attack. Think nothing of it. Since we have fought side by side in the past, we are comrades. Chu waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. Comrades. At the mention of the word, Lu Ping's body trembled slightly, and he lowered his head, a hint of shame crossing his features. I apologize. Chu, Bulma, Oolong, the truth is, I assisted you all because I intended to seize the Dragon Balls for myself in the end. Both Bulma and Oolong gasped in surprise, looking at Loping, while Chu wore an understanding expression, unperturbed. He smiled gently. I had already surmised your intentions. It is all in the past now, and your wish has been granted. Besides, you did indeed help us. Loping sighed, a smile breaking through. Well, whatever the case may be, I believe that even without the aid of the Dragon Balls, I can strive to overcome my shortcomings. At that moment, Loping resolved to improve himself and conquer his tendency to blush and falter around girls. By the way, Chu, what wish did you make earlier? We couldn't hear it clearly. Do share it with us so we can celebrate together. Suddenly, Wulong clapped his hands and inquired of Chu. Bulma, Lepin, and Per also displayed curious expressions, evidently eager to learn about Chu's wish. Haha. My wish is not something grand, so I may disappoint you. It is merely a small trick for escape, Chu explained with a slight smile. As he spoke, he revealed his wish for teleportation to the others, who gazed at him with envy, clearly feeling a tinge of jealousy at his ability to make a wish. The night had grown late. Those who fled had fled, and those who fought had fought. Fatigue weighed heavily upon them. Upon seeing Sun Wukong's sleeping posture, they could not help but yawn in sympathy, each yearning for a restful slumber. They quickly arranged simple bedding on the ground and soon fell into a deep sleep. As time quietly slipped away, Chapter 34. Farewell. The dawn gently ascended from the east, heralding the break of day. A hint of pale light illuminated the horizon, the morning glow resembling a joyful child, gleefully gazing upon the earth. Sounds of commotion transformed the tranquil early morning into a new melody. Ah, where is my tail? Where is my tail? Sun Wukong was the first to awaken. Upon discovering the unusual state of his body, he became momentarily flustered. Although Sun Wukong was powerful, he still possessed the heart of a child. He wobbled unsteadily, oscillating between falling and rising as he endeavored to adapt to the balance without his tail. Upon being roused by Sun Wukong, Chu and his companions discerned his discontent as he inquired about the whereabouts of his cherished tail. However, they had previously conspired to maintain silence on the matter, diverting the conversation with light-hearted banter. Fortunately, Sun Wukong's simplicity allowed him to swiftly dismiss thoughts beyond martial prowess. And soon enough, his face radiated an innocent smile, no longer troubled by the tail's absence. His optimism and buoyancy stirred something profound within Chu. Had everyone possessed such a benevolent nature as Sun Wukong, the world would surely be free of treachery and deceit. Alas, Sun Wukong is but one. As dawn broke, hunger gnawed at Chu's belly, prompting him to summon Wulong, who had prepared an extravagant breakfast spread. They gathered around the table, sharing laughter and conversation as they savored their morning meal. With the matter of the Dragon Balls now settled, a melancholy air enveloped each individual. Pondering the uncertainty of what lay ahead, it seemed futile to search for the Dragon Balls again within the year. Perhaps it was best to temporarily disband. Although they all understood that separation was inevitable, the atmosphere grew increasingly somber until Wulong broke the silence, voicing the first words. Chu observed the reluctant expressions on his friends' faces, stirring a unique sentiment within him, for they had fought side by side. There was no alternative. It had to be this way. Bulma glanced around at her companions, ultimately resting her gaze on Chu's resolute visage. Lowering her head, she felt a pang of sorrow and sighed, acknowledging the inevitable truth. All gatherings must eventually dissolve. A collective cannot remain together at all times. It was simply time to part ways, as each individual had their own paths to tread, their own destinies to fulfill. Let us not dwell on sadness, she mused. Life's ebb and flow is but a natural occurrence. Let us hurry home, said Lepin with a gentle smile, patting Puer's head. Chu Wukong. What about you two? Where will you go? Bulma asked, her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at them, particularly at Chu. Would you like to join me in West City? It's a delightful place, filled with various amusements and delectable treats. If you both come, I promise to treat you to grand feasts every day. Feasts? Sun Wukong's ears perked up, his bright eyes glimmering with interest as he licked his lips. Yet, soon after, a look of determination replaced his excitement. Bulma, I'm afraid I cannot accompany you. I intend to visit Master Roshi. I wish to train and become stronger. Sun Wukong clenched his fist and flashed a grin at Bulma, revealing his pearly white teeth. A flicker of disappointment crossed Bulma's eyes as she gazed longingly at Chu, her expression brimming with anticipation. After a brief moment of contemplation, and feeling the weight of Bulma's unwavering gaze filled with hope, Chu let out a soft sigh. Though he felt reluctant to deny such a heartfelt look, his resolve to grow stronger was unwavering. The path of cultivation was long and arduous, and his current focus must be solely on his practice, free from distractions. With a calm demeanor, he spoke slowly. I am sorry, but I too shall visit Master Roshi and train, just like Wukong. The rejection from Chu left Bulma's heart in turmoil, her face reflecting profound disappointment. A strong sense of reluctance surged within her as she gazed into Chu's resolute eyes, causing her heart to ache with a myriad of emotions. With a gentle sigh, she suppressed her feelings of longing and fixated on Chu's visage, reminiscing about the journey they shared, recalling the numerous times he had rescued her. Each fragment of their time together sent her heart racing and her cheeks flushing, while her heart was utterly enchanted. Bulma, are you all right? Chu noticed her distracted demeanor and inquired with concern. Oh, I'm fine. Awakened from her reverie by his words, Bulma took a deep breath, mustered her courage, and lifted her head to meet Chu's gaze. Well, since it's like this, I have no choice. But you must come to my home when you have the time. I promise I will. Chu replied with a smile. We're off now. Let us meet again when the opportunity arises. With the engine roaring to life, Leping and Puer boarded their vehicle, waving farewell to Chu and the others as they sped away. By the way, Bulma, how will you get back? Sun Wukong, initially eager to urge Chu to hurry to Master Roshi, turned to Bulma upon noticing her presence. Right, the car capsules are gone, and West Capital is so far away. How will I get home? Bulma lamented, feeling a twinge of frustration at Sun Wukong's question. It's a pity you can't ride my Nimbus. Otherwise, I could take you home with ease. Sun Wukong chuckled, scratching his head. What should I do? Bulma shot him an annoyed glance, deep in thought. Bulma, let me take you back to West Capital. Chu suddenly spoke up. Chu, do you have a means of transportation? Bulma asked, puzzled, knowing he had no belongings. Sun Wukong, equally curious, chimed in with a grin. Chu, how do you plan to take Bulma? Did you both forget? I told you yesterday that I wished for instant transmission from the dragon. Given how close West Capital is, it would be a matter of moments for me, Chu said with a triumphant smile. Indeed, Chu, you possess the extraordinary ability of instant transmission. What a remarkable skill. Bulma's expression shifted to joy, and then a sudden thought struck her. Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed, Chu, after you take me home, with such a convenient skill, visiting my house will be effortless. Will you come to see me often? As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Chu. In response to her hopeful words, Chu smiled and said, I will definitely come. Just make sure to have plenty of food ready. You know I have quite the appetite. Bulma laughed heartily. I'll make sure you eat your fill. All right. Let me take you back to West Capital now. As the time for parting drew near, a hint of melancholy graced Bulma's visage. Observing her expression, Chu chuckled softly, remarking, It is not as though we shall never meet again. Such a childlike temperament. Bulma responded with a gentle affirmation, saying, I will await your visit. After ascertaining the approximate location of Bulma's residence in West City, Chu grasped her delicate hand, closed his eyes, and in an instant, a map of the earth unfurled within his mind. The latitudes and longitudes of various regions crystallized into clarity, and the general direction indicated by Bulma was indelibly etched into Chu's consciousness. In an instant, Chu could teleport, sensing the flow of energy to materialize beside a person, unbound by the constraints of that energy, enabling him to traverse the cosmos. He could ascend to the heavens and descend into the nether realms with a mere flicker. The figures of two individuals vanished from the astonished gaze of Sun Wukong, whose eyes shone like light bulbs. Chapter 35. The Western Capital. The Western Capital is a remarkably beautiful metropolis, blessed with a climate conducive to human habitation, an elegant environment, stunning architecture, and convenient transportation, a truly prosperous locale. As its name implies, this city is situated towards the west, hence it is referred to as the Western capital. As usual, the city bustled with throngs of people, hurrying about their affairs, with vehicles flowing like a river, creating a vivid tableau of urban life. Yet, amidst the vibrant hustle and bustle, no one noticed the quiet arrival of a man and a woman onto the city's soil. The man possessed a handsome visage and a tall, slender figure, while the woman radiated youthfulness and beauty, captivating all who beheld her. As they wandered along the wide avenues, they attracted considerable attention, causing passers-by to glance back repeatedly, inadvertently disrupting the flow of traffic. Bulma, is this city where you reside? As Chu instantaneously transported himself to the Western capital, inhaling the clean, unpolluted air, an inexplicable sense of ease washed over him. He took a deep breath, marveling at the pristine atmosphere. Indeed, this was the world of Dragon Ball. Even the air in the city was so refreshing. He pondered how the inhabitants managed to cultivate such harmony between humanity and nature, contrasting sharply with the pollution of his own world. Isn't it beautiful and bustling? Unaware of Chu's past, Bulma assumed he, like Sun Wukong, had not experienced much of the world, and thus she eagerly began to narrate her city's wonders. Observing her enthusiasm, Chu refrained from interrupting, enduring her excited chatter until he cleared his throat and interjected, Bulma, let's not dwell on that for now. Now that we are here, you should be able to return home soon. You can go back first. Wukong is still waiting for me. Bulma abruptly ceased her exuberance, her expression dimming slightly as she lowered her head. Suddenly, she fixed her enchanting, sparkling eyes on Chu, summoning her courage to softly plead, would you accompany me home? Since we are already here, I promise to host you wonderfully. Caught in the pleading gaze of Bulma, Chu found himself at a loss for words. After some contemplation, he finally relented. Very well, I shall accompany you. Consider it a reconnaissance for future visits. Expecting a refusal, Bulma was pleasantly surprised by Chu's agreement. Overjoyed, she leaped into the air, exclaiming, Come, come, come. I will take you to my home and ensure you are treated splendidly. With that, she took his hand and led him toward her residence. Chu did not resist, allowing Bulma to lead him along a path until they soon beheld an immense villa before them. The sheer size, expansive grounds, and opulence of the residence were unlike anything Chu had ever encountered, truly befitting the home of the affluent Miss Bulma, far beyond his imagination. Gazing at the luxurious villa, Chu's eyes sparkled with admiration as he nodded in approval. As they entered, he found himself transported into a realm akin to a grand menagerie, filled with a plethora of animals, many of which he could not even name. His eyes widened in wonder as robotic servants greeted them with cheerful salutes. Ah, Bulma, you're back. Look at you. Even more beautiful than before. And you've brought along a handsome young man, exclaimed a young woman with golden hair, her smile warm as she greeted Bulma. Upon turning her gaze to Chu, her eyes lit up with delight. She approached him, suddenly taking his hand and cheerfully inquiring, Handsome young man, are you Bulma's friend? You're quite striking. Would you care for a drink? I have the finest grape juice. Just tell me what you fancy. We have plenty of delightful beverages. Mom, what are you saying? Bulma exclaimed, her cheeks flushing crimson, resembling a bashful apple. She quickly pulled her mother aside, placing herself protectively in front of Chu, and turned to him, hurriedly explaining, Chu, my mom is just joking. Please don't take it to heart. She has a rather childish temperament. Although familiar with the eccentricities of Bulma's family from the original text, Chu found it a bit overwhelming to encounter her mother's exuberance in person. Nevertheless, he did not dislike this personality. He merely felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. Shaking his head with a smile, he reassured, It's all right. Your mother is simply enthusiastic. Dear, why speak of your mother in such a way? Are you feeling jealous? Don't be upset. Look, the handsome young man isn't bothered at all. And you? Handsome young man, please don't call me Annie. Let us just call each other by our names. You can call me sister. Now, let us not dwell on that. First, try this grape juice to quench your thirst. As she spoke, Bulma's mother handed each of them a glass of grape juice, beaming as she observed them. My dear daughter, I won't intrude any longer. I'll go fetch some drinks for your father. You two carry on. With that, she departed, leaving the two alone amidst the sound of her laughter. Once the atmosphere settled, Chu downed the grape juice in one go, savoring its refreshing sweetness. Your mother may seem a bit unreliable, but the drinks she provides are truly delightful, he remarked in appreciation. She huffed, pouting slightly as she muttered under her breath. Bulma led Chua through her home, and since her father was engrossed in his research in the lab, he remained oblivious to their presence. Once again, Chua marveled at Bulma's residence. One word could encapsulate it: spacious. Upon returning indoors, Chua observed that the situation had reached a pause. Having delivered his farewells and explored the abode, it was time for him to depart. He rose to bid Bulma goodbye. "Wait," Bulma said, her heart heavy with reluctance, yet understanding that she could not detain him. She extended her small hand, revealing an extraordinary capsule before Chua's eyes. "This is a gift for you and Goku," Bulma announced. "What's inside?" Chua inquired, gazing at the capsule with curiosity. "I know you are training under that old pervert, and it must be quite arduous. He clearly appears malnourished. And both you and Goku are voracious eaters. I worry you might go hungry. This is a food capsule, part of my family's food reserves. It contains 10 capsules, each filled with enough sustenance to last you several months. Please accept it." Upon hearing this, Chewie was instantly elated. The food capsule was precisely the coveted treasure he had longed for. He licked his lips, feeling an inexplicable warmth from Bulma's thoughtfulness and care. "All right. I shall not be coy any longer. I will gladly accept this capsule, and I extend my gratitude to you on behalf of Goku," he said as he received the capsule and tucked it into his pocket. Chewie flashed a smile at Bulma, and then, under her silent gaze, he turned back for a fleeting moment before employing his instant transmission, vanishing from sight once more, returning to the spot from whence he came. Bulma watched the fading figure, her eyes lingering for a while before she slowly departed the house. Chapter 36. Krillin's son Goku sat on the ground in a state of ennui, quietly gazing up at the sky, reminiscing about his grandfather. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, causing his eyes to widen as he fixed his gaze ahead. Without any prior indication, the figure of Chu appeared before him, as if he had been standing there from the very beginning, never having departed. This sight filled Sun Wukong with immense astonishment. Fortunately, Sun Wukong possessed a thick skin. After a brief moment of shock, he regained his composure. A radiant smile blossomed on his face, like sunshine illuminating the world. He turned to Chu and inquired, "Chu, have you escorted Bulma back home?" Chu let out a sound of acknowledgement and smiled at Sun Wukong, stepping closer to him with palpable excitement. "Wukong, I have some delightful news to share. Would you like to hear it?" "What good news?" Sun Wukong's ears perked up at the mention of something favorable, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he inquired with a hint of confusion. "Hiki, Wukong, we no longer need to scavenge for food. Bulma gifted us an abundance of delectable treats before she departed. Prepare your stomach for a feast." "Ah, really? That's wonderful." Upon hearing this news, Sun Wukong's face lit up with joy. He couldn't help but lick his lips, saliva pooling as he began to dance with glee. For Sun Wukong, 2 things were indispensable in life, the first being food, and the second, cultivation. These 2 pursuits were intertwined. Without nourishment, how could one possibly train? Especially with such delightful provisions at hand? The thought alone made his mouth water once more. "Wukong, do try to exhibit some restraint. Don't let your thoughts dwell solely on food, or you'll truly become a glutton," Chu remarked, feeling a sense of camaraderie with Sun Wukong's exuberance. Ever since he became a scion, he too found it increasingly difficult to control his cravings upon sighting food. Although he harbored similar thoughts, he maintained a serious demeanor, earnestly admonishing Sun Wukong to moderate his appetite, perhaps for Wukong's sake, or perhaps for his own. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, and suddenly, he called out to the sky. The flying nimbus descended gracefully, hovering before the 2. Sun Wukong confidently leaped onto the nimbus, while Chu, despite possessing the skill of instantaneous movement, was unaware of Master Roshi's precise location and could not pinpoint it. Given his current abilities, he was unable to sense the energy of individuals from a distance. So he tightly wrapped his legs around Sun Wukong's waist, clinging to his back as they soared together on the cloud. "Wukong, just so we're clear, you mustn't fly too recklessly. If I happen to fall and meet my demise, I will haunt you as a ghost. Do you understand?" Like an arrow released from its bow, they shot into the sky, the wind rushing past them, creating a powerful force against Chu's sides. Although Sun Wukong shielded him from some of the onslaught, Chu was still taken aback, prompting him to hurriedly issue a warning. "Understood," Sun Wukong replied, patting his chest and turning his head to smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. Indeed, thereafter, the nimbus's speed abruptly stabilized, sitting atop the cloud. Despite the lack of a solid footing beneath him, which posed the risk of falling, the sensation of flying exhilarated Chu. As he gazed at the rapidly retreating landscape, he felt an immense sense of freedom. He threw his head back and shouted in joy, and once he finished, a wave of relaxation washed over him as he leisurely admired the sky above. Sun Wukong guided Chui back to his home first, gathering bedding and supplies to prepare for their training and accommodation. With Sun Wukong piloting the Nimbus, they broke through vast forests, traversed towering mountains, and crossed expansive seas. After an extensive search, they finally discovered a solitary island floating upon the ocean's surface. A humble cottage stands atop the land, adding a splash of color to the vast sea. Wukong, let us descend. This must be the home of Master Rashi. Chui exhaled lightly, gesturing toward the small dwelling with a smile. After searching for quite some time, their efforts had finally borne fruit. The Nimbus cloud gently deposited the two on the island, and as they approached the door, a continuous, melodic sound wafted into their ears. Following the music, they noticed the window was ajar and peered inside. To their astonishment, they beheld Master Rashi, adorned with his turtle shell, sitting intently on the floor, engrossed in a women's aerobics program. His eyes fixated on the television, displaying a flurry of white thighs, and he was animatedly dancing with excitement. What a peculiar old man, Chu mused, feeling somewhat at a loss regarding Master Rashi. Indeed, no matter how hard he tried to regard this martial arts master with respect, he found it exceedingly difficult to do so. This Master Rashi is truly a unique character. Chuha and Sun Wukong exchanged a knowing glance, and together they leaped through the window. Master Rashi was engrossed in his television program, utterly focused, with one on the left and the other on the right. They simultaneously shouted, "Old man." The sudden exclamations jolted Master Rashi, as if he had been struck by a thunderclap, bringing him back to reality. He glanced around, recognizing their familiar faces, and exclaimed in astonishment, "What is going on? You two rascals, what brings you here?" "Apologies, dear elder, we merely wish to call your attention. We have come here to cultivate." Sun Wukong replied earnestly, "Please guide us in our training." Chuha added, feigning respect as he clasped his fists. Master Rashi, taken aback, scrutinized the two with a hint of appreciation in his heart, yet he retorted, "Humph, is this how you address your elders? Do you not understand the importance of showing respect? If you wish to train, I might consider it, but only under one condition. Fulfill this condition, and I shall impart my knowledge to you." "What condition?" Sun Wukong eagerly inquired, his eyes fixed intently on Master Rashi, while Chuha merely scoffed internally, recognizing the old man's predictable antics from his prior readings. "Bring me a beautiful and charming girl." Master Rashi grinned, revealing his requirement. "A girl?" Sun Wukong murmured, his expression one of confusion. "What kind of lovely girl would willingly come to this place to entertain an old man like you?" Chuha thought disdainfully, pondering that perhaps only a girl with an eccentric personality like Lanchi could manage to navigate such a situation, leaving the old man flustered. Lanchi, a paradox of gentleness and heroism, truly was a peculiar woman. It seemed the time had come for him and Wukong to seek out Lanchi. With a flicker of thought, Chui smiled gently and replied to Master Rashi, "Very well. I shall accompany Wukong on this quest." Just as they were about to depart, a small wooden boat emerged from the distant sea, gradually approaching the island. The trio fixed their gaze upon it, revealing a diminutive figure clad in a yellow monk's robe, bald-headed, with 6 peculiar markings adorning his forehead and devoid of a nose. A triumphant smile graced his face as he gazed towards the distant dwelling, the corners of his mouth curving ever so slightly. Under the watchful eyes of Chu He and the others, he leapt into the air, performing several acrobatic flips. Perhaps due to a lack of balance, he landed awkwardly, his head plunging directly into the ground. The sight elicited a hearty laugh from Chu He, who found the scene utterly delightful. It was indeed far more entertaining witnessed firsthand. This individual, of course, was Krillin, the steadfast companion and brother of Sun Wukong. Master Rashi instructed Sun Wukong to assist Krillin in rising from the ground. As Krillin regained his footing, he expressed his gratitude to Wukong, though a hint of chagrin lingered within him, for he had intended to display his prowess, but instead made a fool of himself in front of the three. He feigned nonchalance, brushing off the dirt from his attire. Glancing at the trio, he finally focused his attention on Master Rashi, bowing respectfully and inquiring, "Might you be the esteemed Master Wu Tian, revered as the god of martial arts?" Chapter 37. Journey Towards Beauty. With a glance at Krillin, Master Rashi chuckled and nodded. "Indeed. I am the one referred to as the god of martial arts, Master Wu Tian. What brings you to seek my counsel?" "Greetings. I have traveled from a distant land in the east, and my name is Krillin. I humbly request that you accept me as your disciple and guide me in my training." A glimmer of surprise flashed in Master Rashi's eyes, followed by a thoughtful stroke of his beard as he sighed. "Your journey to reach this place has been arduous, indeed. However, I regret to inform you that I do not take on disciples lightly. Upon hearing Master Rashi's refusal, Krillin's expression bore no trace of disappointment. As if he had anticipated this outcome, his clever eyes darted playfully, and with swift dexterity, he produced a flashy magazine from his pocket. Presenting it with both hands in a respectful manner, he said, "This humble offering is a token of my esteem. I kindly ask that you accept it." Master Rashi, who had previously worn a serious expression, glanced at the magazine's cover and his demeanor instantly brightened. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he snatched the magazine from Krillin's hands. Flipping through its pages with remarkable speed, his interest visibly piqued. Subsequently, Krillin continued to present various magazines, which Master Rashi accepted with delight, eagerly perusing each one with a broad smile. Chuha cast a sidelong glance at Krillin, silently contemplating how adept he was at flattery. He had evidently discerned the old man's preferences and promptly catered to them with impressive finesse. Ahem. Moments later, Master Rashi set aside his magazine, cleared his throat, and addressed the trio with a leisurely tone. "You three possess commendable talents. However, to become my disciples, you must first procure a young lady for me. Here's the deal. You three shall venture forth together. If you fail to find one, do not return. When you succeed, I shall guide you in your cultivation. I shall await your return here, so take Goku's flying nimbus." Flying nimbus? Among the three, only Krillin was perplexed by the term. After Goku provided an explanation, he attempted to leap onto the nimbus, but his intentions were thwarted by his own mischievous thoughts, resulting in a rather undignified landing. With the other two unable to manage the nimbus, they reached a consensus after a brief discussion. Thus, they arranged themselves on the small, fluffy cloud. Goku sat in the center, Krillin perched on his shoulders, while Chuha wrapped his legs around Goku's waist. In this rather cramped configuration, they wobbled and soared into the sky, embarking on their quest to find a fair maiden. They were truly flying high. How exhilarating! Krillin exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. "Chuha, stop gripping my waist. It tickles." Goku chuckled, turning to glare at Chuha, who was playfully teasing. "Goku, bear with it. If I don't hold on tightly, I might fall, and that would be disastrous." "Consider it a test of your endurance against laughter," Chuha replied, clinging tightly to Goku's form with a grin. The nimbus continued to glide through the air, at times ascending, at others descending, swirling and pausing intermittently. The trio kept their eyes trained below, seeking the presence of a beautiful woman. "Lanchi, oh Lanchi, where are you? Please, reveal yourself." Chuha murmured to himself, pondering how the original storyline had led to their meeting. It was likely a stroke of chance. He sighed, uncertain if his presence would alter the outcome of their encounter with the enchanting maiden. However, given that Goku had led the way on both occasions, and with his luck, they were bound to cross paths with her again. In his heart, Chuhi encouraged himself. The somersault cloud soared through the skies, piloted by Sun Wukong, aimlessly drifting over a desolate and uninhabited rocky expanse. The terrain below was marked by undulating mountains, layered upon one another, prompting a reflection on the absurdity of seeking companionship in such a remote place. Sun Wukong, however, chose to venture further away from civilization. In such a circumstance, to fortuitously encounter Lan Chi could only be described as a remarkable twist of fate. Chuha was deeply focused, fully attuned to the sounds around him, his eyes scanning the four directions while his ears listened keenly. He was persistently searching for Lan Chi. At last, fortune favored the diligent. He discerned a faint cry that reached his ears, a voice belonging to a girl. He had finally found her. "Wukong, where are you going?" he called, gesturing toward the general direction from which the voice had emanated. "Understood," Wukong responded, taking flight towards Chuha's indicated path. Peering carefully downwards, Chuha suddenly spotted Lan Chi, who was desperately calling for help, positioned between two mountain peaks. "Help? Is anyone there?" Her voice resonated again, soft, delicate, and melodious, akin to the sweet song of a lark, exuding a sense of gentle fragility. "Look below. The girl we are searching for is right there," Chuha exclaimed with a grin, directing the attention of his companions. "Indeed, she is a girl and appears to be surrounded by villains." Kryn gasped as he leaned over to get a better view. "Isn't it our duty to rescue her?" Wukong interjected. Following their gaze, they beheld two men in uniforms armed with pistols, menacingly pointing their weapons at the defenseless girl, who exuded an air of vulnerability. With her flowing blue hair, gently curled and tied with a red ribbon, she donned a tank top and shorts that revealed her fair, delicate arms and thighs. She sat innocently on the ground, emanating an aura of helplessness that instinctively stirred a protective instinct in onlookers. "That must be Lan Chi. She is indeed quite beautiful, Chuha murmured, his eyes gleaming with admiration. He then turned to his companions and declared, "That's her. The mission to rescue her falls to me. Wukong, Kryn, remain on standby above. I shall return shortly." With that, Chuha released his hold on the cloud beneath him and, without the need for a leap, descended directly toward the ground. The heroic act of saving a damsel in distress is a fantasy shared by many men, and Chuha was no exception. Such an opportunity to display his prowess as a man was not one he would relinquish to the two young boys beside him. In his eyes, now that he possessed strength, it was time to showcase it, to indulge in a moment of vanity and perhaps earn the admiration of the girl. Such a fortuitous event. How could he possibly let anyone else seize it? Above, Kryn watched as Chuha plummeted, gasping in alarm. "Be careful." Suddenly, the Chu River in midair performed a graceful somersault, executing several exquisite rotations before landing elegantly on the ground. This spectacle filled Kryn with a profound sense of shame. Previously, he had attempted to showcase his skills by leaping from a small boat, only to tumble headfirst into the earth. The contrast between his mishap and the current display of the Chu River was stark. Kryn's face felt as though it were being roasted by a small furnace, radiating heat and embarrassment. Chapter 38. Lan Chi. As soon as Chuhi appeared, the two individuals, alerted by the sound, instinctively turned their heads to look back. Upon seeing the newcomer, they both displayed expressions of wariness. One of the men brandished a gun toward Chuhi, his eyes wide with intensity as he exclaimed, "Who are you, and what do you intend to do?" "Release the girl." He pointed at Lan Chi. Chuhi, with arms crossed, disregarded the man's inquiry and replied with ease, "You needn't worry. I will be lenient." Meanwhile, on the cloud of somersaults, Kryn had been observing the commotion below. Witnessing Chui's audacity in dismissing the police, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Quietly, he tugged at Sun Wukong's sleeve and whispered, "Hey, is he going to be all right? Those two are policemen, and they are armed. It's said that 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Not to worry. Those two appear rather feeble. Chuhi will be fine," Sun Wukong replied with a grin, dismissing Kryn's concerns. Observing Sun Wukong's confidence, Kryn shook his head and continued to monitor the unfolding situation. On the ground, the two men exchanged glances, their anger rising as they felt ignored by the audacious young man before them. One stepped forward, admonishing with a stern voice, "What? Are you in cahoots with this criminal?" "No, I do not know her. However, for the sake of the old man's task, although you are policemen, I must ask you to take a moment's respite." Chuhi replied with a slight smile, adding playfully, "Rest assured, I shall show mercy." At that moment, Chuhi suddenly sensed a gaze fixed upon him. He scanned the surroundings and found Lan Chi staring at him, her expression one of surprise. A smile graced Chuhi's face as he locked eyes with her clear gaze, prompting a faint blush to rise on Lan Chi's cheeks. Like a startled rabbit, she hurriedly lowered her head. Chuhi gently smiled at Lan Chi and softly said, "Do not be afraid, for I am here to rescue you." Upon hearing Chuhi's words, Lan Chi slightly lifted her head, and a glimmer of reassurance flickered in her autumn-like eyes. The two men, infuriated by Chuhi's blatant disregard for their presence, felt an almost explosive rage surging within them. Without hesitation, they aimed their guns at Chuhi and fired. The sound of gunfire echoed as bullets hurtled toward his shoulder, yet Chuhi remained unfazed, merely shifting his body slightly, allowing the bullets to graze past him. How could the bullets have missed? Witnessing this scene, the two men were struck with terror, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they stammered in shock. With an air of tranquility, Chuhi approached, exuding a demeanor as serene as a gentle breeze. His strides were powerful and commanding, reminiscent of a dragon soaring and a tiger prowling. In the blink of an eye, he advanced towards the two men, and with a swift motion, struck each of them on the back of their heads with his elbows. The two men collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. Chuhi maintained a serene demeanor, as if nothing had transpired moments before. His expression was calm and composed, and without a glance at the two individuals on the ground, he approached Lan Chi, extending a hand with a gentle smile. "Are you all right, miss?" Gazing at the man who had rescued her, Lan Chi felt her heart race uncontrollably, akin to a startled fawn. She took a slight breath, and at that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, teasing her hair. With delicate grace, she gathered her scattered locks and, clasping Chuhi's hand with her soft, fair fingers, bestowed upon him a grateful smile. This smile blossomed like a lily in full bloom, pure and unblemished, reminiscent of a refreshing breeze that lifts the spirit and soothes the soul. Chuhi was momentarily taken aback, momentarily lost in the pure and unblemished smile of the blue-haired Lan Chi. Soon, he regained his composure, grasped her soft and delicate hand, and pulled her up from the ground. Thank you for your timely assistance. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Lan Qi stood gracefully, her hands crossed over her chest, her innocent smile illuminating her tender face, as her bright eyes gazed at Chu He in appreciation. There's no need to be so formal. It was merely a trivial matter. Chu He replied with a smile, observing Lan Qi's fragile demeanor. It was hard for him to fathom that this girl possessed a duality of character, one side like water, the other like fire, exhibiting an astonishing contrast. I wonder if you would accompany me on a journey? Chu He inquired directly. Of course, I would love to. Without a moment's hesitation, Lan Qi readily agreed. Chu He thought to himself, how remarkably naive this blue-haired girl is, not even inquiring about our destination. Does she not fear being sold off? Hey, Yukong, come down here. Chu He called out loudly, tilting his head towards the sky. Under Lan Qi's curious gaze, Sun Wukong descended on his nimbus cloud, carrying Krillin alongside him. You really did defeat them. Just a moment ago, I was worried you might get shot. You did quite well, Krillin remarked. Thank you for your concern. But this level of challenge is hardly a match for me. Chu He replied confidently, pointing at Lan Qi. You see, the mission has been effortlessly accomplished, thanks to her. Sun Wukong and Krillin scrutinized Lan Qi. Wukong appeared perplexed, muttering, she truly is a fresh, adorable girl. Meanwhile, Krillin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded repeatedly. The pure-hearted blue-haired Lan Qi easily settled onto the nimbus cloud, making the four of them feel even more cramped on the small cloud. Nevertheless, Chu He's heart raced with exhilaration, for Lan Qi sat directly behind him. However, it felt quite pleasant. Indeed, very pleasant. Chu He thought to himself, glancing back at Lan Qi's pure and delicate face, causing his heart to flutter uncontrollably. Steeling himself, he silently chanted, stay calm, maintain your composure. The speed of the nimbus cloud was truly remarkable. It swiftly arrived at the island where Master Rashi's house was located. Once they touched down, Sun Wukong eagerly led the way, bursting through the door and exclaiming, Grandpa, Grandpa, we have brought you the fresh and adorable girl you mentioned. Really? Where is she? Allow me to appreciate her. As soon as Wukong finished speaking, an excited voice echoed from within the house. Master Rashi, clad in a floral shirt and wearing sunglasses, hurriedly rushed to the door, brimming with enthusiasm. Look, the girl beside Chu He, that's her. Sun Wukong shouted, pointing outside. Master Rashi dashed out the door, swiftly making his way to Chu He, locking his gaze firmly on Lan Qi behind him. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his sunglasses as he straightened himself, extending a hand in greeting, and joyfully exclaimed, Greetings, beautiful lady. Welcome to my humble abode. Having spoken, he intended to advance further, seeking a closer encounter with Lan Qi. With a smile, Lan Qi greeted, It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Lan Qi. I am immensely grateful to your disciple for rescuing me from a predicament. As she spoke, her gaze fixated on Chu He, her charming smile and eyes reminiscent of autumn waters. Disciple? Ah, cough. Yes, they are indeed my disciples. In truth, I sent them to your aid, the turtle sage remarked, stroking his beard with unabashed arrogance. How shameless. Chuha harbored disdain for Master Rashi, thinking that if he was going to acknowledge them as his disciples, he should have done so earlier. Meanwhile, Krillin's face was alight with excitement as he laughed heartily, exclaiming, Master Mateto, you just said we are your disciples. In the 39th chapter, titled Blonde and Blue Flag, Master Rashi chuckled, Well, since you have completed the tasks I entrusted to you so remarkably, I shall reluctantly accept you as my disciples. However, do not be overly grateful. With a mischievous grin, he cast a sidelong glance at Krillin and spoke in a carefree tone, his gaze lingering on Lan Qi, his eyes sparkling with excitement. It seemed that, in Master Rashi's eyes, admiring a stunning beauty held greater significance than accepting disciples. Master Rashi gazed intently at Lan Qi, his face betraying his eagerness, nearly drooling at the sight of her charm and beauty, which set his blood racing. Yet, he endeavored to maintain the demeanor befitting a martial arts master, straightening his expression as he earnestly addressed Lan Qi. Lan Qi, how about you stay here for a while? Lan Qi paused, momentarily taken aback, then surveyed her surroundings. The azure sea, the refreshing sea breeze, and the clean, pleasant air delighted her, and the house met her approval. Nodding with a smile, she replied, That sounds good. I hope I won't be any trouble. Not at all. As long as you enjoy living here, you are always welcome to stay, Master Rashi exclaimed, his excitement causing him to leap about like a child with a new toy. His exuberance drew the astonished gazes of Chuha, Sun Wukong, and Krillin, leaving them in awe. Who could have imagined that the legendary Master Rashi, a deity of martial arts and a figure of countless myths, could exhibit such childish behavior? It seems we must truly learn to trust our own eyes rather than mere words. Master Rashi continued, Lanchi, since you're staying, would you like to train in martial arts? I can teach you profound techniques. Lanchi responded with a soft gasp, her face lighting up with enthusiasm as she joyfully exclaimed, You want to teach me martial arts? Hee. I'm quite interested, but I worry I won't be able to keep up. Not at all. How can you know unless you try? Approach it with a relaxed mindset, Master Rashi chuckled, adding, Besides, practicing martial arts is very beneficial for beauty. As he spoke, he approached Lanchi, smiling as he said, Lanchi, come, let me show you our turtle school martial arts attire. I assure you, it will satisfy you. He reached out to take her hand, intending to lead her to try on the so-called martial arts outfit. At that moment, however, Chuha stepped forward, positioning himself between Lanchi and Master Rashi, shielding her behind him. Hey kid, what are you doing? How could you possibly ruin my plans? The turtle hermit cast a disapproving glance at the meddlesome Chu He and scoffed. That is far from the case, Master Wutian. I hold you in the highest regard. How could I ever disrupt your affairs? I am, in fact, here to assist you. Chui cheerfully explained to the turtle hermit. Yet, beneath his jovial demeanor lay a motive. It was likely that Chui wished to shield the sweet, innocent, and gentle Lan Fa and Lan Chi from the inappropriate advances of the lecherous old turtle hermit. Additionally, he had no desire to don the so-called turtle school's bizarre martial arts attire. Thus, he sought to summon the golden-haired Lan Chi to swiftly conclude this farcical situation. That garb was something Chu he would never wear, not even under duress. Chu he crouched down and gently plucked a blade of grass from the ground, offering a slight smile to Lan Chi. Suddenly, he lifted the grass and playfully brushed it against the tip of her delicate nose. The blade made contact, causing a gentle flutter. Immediately, Chui turned to the turtle sage with a mischievous grin and remarked, Master Wutan, be cautious. We are about to witness a miraculous moment. Goku, Krillin, step aside. Goku and Krillin, puzzled by Chu He's words, remained motionless, staring blankly at Lan Chi, pondering the significance of witnessing a miracle. Ah, itchy. So itchy. Achoo. As the sound of her crisp sneeze resonated, a remarkable transformation overtook Lan Chi. Her blue hair instantaneously transformed into a golden hue, and her gentle, charming visage contorted into one of fierce and menacing demeanor. Though still a beautiful girl, the golden-haired Lan Chi exuded an air of defiance and untamed spirit. With a sweeping glance, she ferociously scrutinized the astonished turtle sage and the varying degrees of shock etched on Goku and Krillin's faces. Coldly, she murmured, Where's this place? It does not resemble a prison. Who are you people, and why are you before me? Are you here to capture me? Damn it. You shall perish. Suddenly, a glint of malice ignited in her eyes, and with a flourish, a machine gun appeared in her hands. A manic smile danced at the corners of her lips as she crazily exclaimed, Die, die, die. The gun erupted in a relentless barrage, bullets careening towards Goku, Krillin, and the turtle sage, who scrambled desperately to evade the onslaught, while Chui had already taken refuge behind the house at the moment of Lan Chi's transformation. Though none of them were ordinary beings, the bullets, while painful, were insufficient to inflict real harm. After a frenzied exchange, a gentle breeze rustled through, lifting Lan Chi's golden locks and brushing them against her nose. With another crisp sneeze, she reappeared, looking utterly innocent, her bewildered eyes surveying the disheveled trio on the ground. What just happened? The turtle sage, trembling with fear, gazed at the innocent-faced Lan Chi, his heart racing. With a pallid expression, he stammered, Oh, it's nothing. We were just playing on the ground, weren't we, Goku, Krillin? Yes. Goku and Krillin exchanged glances, hurriedly wiping the cold sweat from their brows as they hastily replied, Oh, is that so? By the way, I forgot to mention, when I sneeze, my personality undergoes a complete transformation. You all should be careful. Oh, we will be cautious. The three nodded in agreement. So, how about it, Master Wutian? Did you see that? With a cheerful smile, Chui emerged from behind the house. Upon seeing him, Master Rashi sprang to his feet, straightening his disheveled attire, his expression turning solemn. He cleared his throat and said, Chu, I truly owe you a debt of gratitude. Otherwise, who knows when disaster might have struck. Come now, Master Wutian, you're exaggerating a bit. After all, as your disciple, it is only natural for me to be concerned about my master. Chui replied with a light-hearted grin. Everyone was acutely aware of Lan Chi's temperament and thus treaded cautiously around her, wary of when she might undergo another transformation. Living with her was akin to cohabiting with a ticking time bomb, both exhilarating and fraught with tension. For the sake of their training, Master Rashi, along with Sun Wukong, Chu, Krillin, and Lan Chi, relocated from their small island to a populous coastal area. Due to Lan Chi's volatile nature, the prospect of her receiving martial arts instruction from Master Rashi had been abandoned, a matter she took in stride, volunteering instead to be the cook for the group, preparing their daily meals. As dawn approached, the sky remained dim, and the sea breeze rustled through the air, creating an atmosphere of profound tranquility. The turtle hermit's abode, nestled on the coastal land, seemed to be enveloped in a deep slumber. However, the stillness was soon broken by the sharp sound of an alarm ringing out, followed by a call. Wake up! Wake up! It's time to practice early. Good morning, Wukong, Krillin, Chu. Rise and shine. Inside the turtle house, Master Rashi was energetically knocking on the door to awaken the trio still lost in their dreams. Chu groggily opened his eyes, rubbed them gently, yawned, and said, "Why so early? It's only 4 o'clock. Why wake us up at this hour?" "Ah, the morning is the prime time for cultivation. It must not be squandered. As the saying goes, the plans of the day are established in the morning. In my turtle school, the essence of training lies in the early hours. Now, hurry and get dressed. I'll be waiting outside. Don't fall back asleep." With that, Master Rashi flashed them a smile and dashed out the door, leaving them to wonder if he would genuinely wait for them outside. So tired. Yawning again, Chu turned to see the equally lethargic Krillin and Wukong, and asked with a smile, "What about you two? Do you wish to continue sleeping?" "No, since we have already resolved to train. We cannot let such trivial matters delay us. I must cultivate. I must grow stronger," Krillin exclaimed, slapping his cheeks to rouse his spirits. Sun Wukong echoed, "I will train. I will grow stronger. I want to sleep. I want to be tired." Upon hearing the conversation between the two, Chu smiled, feeling elated by their unwavering dedication and determination towards cultivation. Indeed, only those who persevere and commence their efforts early can continuously progress and ascend to greater heights. The three adeptly donned their garments, when suddenly, a series of loud thuds resonated from a room downstairs. Chu chuckled softly, instantly comprehending the situation. It appeared that the lecherous Master Rashi had seized the opportunity while they were changing to sneak a glance at Lan Chi, and judging by the commotion, he had likely been met with a fierce reprimand from the golden-haired beauty. As they stepped out of the room, they beheld Master Rashi, his head adorned with bandages, awaiting their arrival. The peculiar sight elicited strange expressions from the trio, and Chu suppressed his laughter, feigning innocence as he inquired, "Master Wu-Tin, what has happened? How is it that in such a brief moment, you have come to look like this?" Master Rashi cleared his throat, a flicker of discomfort crossing his face before he forced a light-hearted chuckle. "Ah, age has taken its toll. My legs are not what they used to be. I slipped while descending the stairs and took a tumble, hence my current appearance. Yes, indeed, age has its drawbacks." "Oh, is that so? However, it seems that your injuries do not quite match that explanation," Chu responded with a hint of amusement, deliberately adopting a curious tone. "What kind of look is that? If I say it was a fall, then it was a fall. Am I not aware of my own circumstances? Enough of this. Let us focus on our training." Master Rashi retorted, exasperated. He composed himself and attempted to quell his irritation, redirecting the conversation. "Very well, I shan't pry further. But do take care when descending the stairs in the future, Master Wu-Tian." Chu replied with a playful grin. Master Rashi shot Chu an irritated glance, but refrained from responding. Meanwhile, Krillin's face had transformed into a delightful tapestry of smiles, evidently having deduced the cause of Master Rashi's predicament. Though Goku did not fully grasp the exchange, he could not help but chuckle at Master Rashi's state. Humph. Being the subject of their amusement, Master Rashi's mood soured once again. At last, it was time to commence the training in the Turtle School martial arts. Master Rashi clasped his hands behind his back and addressed the trio with solemnity. "Listen closely. Learning martial arts is not merely for the sake of fighting or winning, nor is it to gain the favor of the opposite sex. It is to cultivate a healthy body and mind, to lead a life of meaning. That is the essence of the martial way. Do you understand?" The three exchanged glances, nodding in a semblance of understanding. Martial arts should be employed to uphold justice and protect others. Remember, never use your skills to bully the weak or engage in wrongdoing, Master Rashi admonished. "We understand," they affirmed, nodding in agreement. "Excellent. Since you all comprehend, I can rest easy. I hope you will abide by your words. Now, let us begin with a test to assess your foundational skills. The turtle hermit stroked his beard and chuckled. He pointed towards a tree in the distance and then gestured to a nearby stone, saying, "Behold. The distance between that stone and the tree is approximately 100 meters. I want you to sprint at your maximum speed across this distance. I am eager to witness your prowess in short-distance running." With that, the turtle hermit retrieved a stopwatch from his pocket and trotted over to the small tree, ready to time the participants and issue commands for the test. Clin, filled with pride, smirked as he stepped forward and turned to Chu River and Sun Wukong, saying, "Hee, short-distance running is my forte. These legs of mine could dominate the Olympics. Prepare to witness the might of the king of sprints." He then assumed a starting position, and at the turtle hermit's signal, he propelled himself forward with great force, swiftly dashing ahead. In no time, he had surpassed the small tree. The turtle hermit glanced at his stopwatch, a smile breaking across his face as he exclaimed, "Impressive, Clint. Your physical condition is remarkable, and your fundamentals are solid. You clocked in at 10.4 seconds. Hee, my best time is 10.1. Clint replied with pride. Afterward, he stepped aside, his eyes filled with anticipation and nervousness as he watched Sun Wukong and Chu River, curious about their results. Sun Wukong was the second to run. He approached the starting line, arms spread wide, his body slightly leaning forward, adopting a relaxed stance. At the turtle hermit's command, he shot forward like a gust of wind. Instantly several meters ahead, akin to a cheetah in full sprint. Amidst a cloud of dust, he dashed past the small tree. 8.5 seconds. The turtle hermit exclaimed, a hint of astonishment gracing his features. Clin, upon hearing this time, stood frozen in disbelief, his expression one of sheer incredulity. Now it's my turn, Chua thought to himself. Having previously trained in sprints, he now felt a world of difference in his physique compared to before. A glimmer of confidence shone in his demeanor. Though his combat abilities lagged behind Sun Wukong's, he possessed considerable experience in sprinting, understanding precisely how to exert force and unleash maximum power. As Chewie assumed his starting position under the watchful gaze of the three at the finish line, the sound of the starting signal rang out. He surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, muscles unleashing their full power. In a fleeting moment, he became but a blur, almost imperceptible. And with a swift whoosh, Chewie crossed the finish line. Simultaneously, Master Rashi pressed down on the timer, and his expression shifted dramatically, revealing a level of astonishment far greater than before. He raised his eyes to scrutinize the stopwatch, murmuring, "This fellow has actually completed it in 7 seconds. Such speed approaches the limits of human capability, truly remarkable." After observing Chuhi for a brief moment, Master Rashi erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. Truly." The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the ones in front. The future belongs to the youth. Chapter 41. Surpassing the limits of humanity. After praising Chu He, Master Rashi turned to the other three, smiling as he remarked, "Indeed, you all performed admirably. Your physical condition surpasses my expectations. It seems you have engaged in regular training." He offered them unreserved compliments, but soon shifted his tone, pausing momentarily before adding, "However, while your speed is impressive, even Chu He has yet to transcend the limits of humanity." The phrase limits of humanity prompted a shared glance of confusion between Sun Wukong and Krillin, their expressions reflecting a lack of understanding. Only Chewie comprehended the truth of the statement, acknowledging his own limitations. Indeed, although Chewie's current 100-meter speed was astonishing, if he were to compete in the Olympics or any major athletic event, securing victory would be as effortless as plucking a flower. Yet, this seemingly unattainable speed, in the eyes of a martial artist like Master Rashi, remained insufficient. One must recognize that the potential of humanity is boundless. Cultivation is a ceaseless journey of discovering one's potential and transcending limitations. The strength that lies beyond the limits of humanity is unpredictable. Master Rashi spoke slowly, "Krillin, hold the stopwatch firmly and prepare to time today as demonstration. I shall show you what it truly means to surpass limits, what true speed entails." "Wonderful, Master Rashi. Let us witness it without delay." Upon hearing the words of Master Rashi, Krillin's face lit up with anticipation as he nodded and accepted the stopwatch. In the next moment, he felt his heart racing uncontrollably, unable to calm down. Today had been overwhelming for him, first with Goku, followed by Chuya, each more formidable than the last, which had severely shaken his confidence. Now, witnessing the even greater speed demonstration from Master Rashi, he braced himself for what was to come. Master Rashi appeared utterly relaxed and at ease, ambling to the starting point as if on a leisurely stroll, his demeanor serene and composed. He removed the turtle shell strap to his back and casually tossed it aside, sending a plume of dust into the air as a small crater formed beneath its weight. With a glint of determination in his eyes, he rolled up his sleeves and prepared to sprint. As Krillin shouted the start, Master Roshi's body surged forward like a bolt of lightning, a whirlwind that vanished in an instant, leaving only a series of afterimages in its wake. In a sudden stop, he came to rest at the finish line, while Krillin diligently recorded the time. "How many seconds did I take?" Krillin asked, his eyes wide with disbelief, his hand trembling slightly over the stopwatch. Taking a deep breath, he stammered, "Master Roshi, what was your time?" Master Roshi, wearing a calm expression and a hint of pride in his eyes, replied, 3 seconds and 2/10. Krillin's astonishment intensified, his heart racing with excitement. "That speed is incredible! Like a gust of wind. No, like a flash of light. Truly worthy of Master Roshi, the legendary martial arts deity." He gazed at Master Roshi with admiration, expressing his sincere respect. "Indeed, your speed surpasses mine by far. I must become stronger. I will strive diligently in my training to attain strength akin to that of Master Roshi." At this moment, Sun Wukong gazed at Master Roshi with profound admiration, silently resolving to grow stronger. The only one who appeared slightly astonished was Chu He, who, by now, wore an expression of indifference, devoid of any envy or reverence. Indeed, Master Roshi's speed had transcended all limits, completing 100 meters in just over 3 seconds. This remarkable velocity was something most people could only aspire to. However, in the later stages of Dragon Ball, such feats were hardly noteworthy. In that realm, anyone could traverse 10,000 meters in mere seconds. Thus, this level of speed was not something Chu He felt compelled to envy. He possessed the confidence and strength to believe that he would surpass such speed and shatter the boundaries of velocity. To him, this minor challenge was inconsequential. Unbeknownst to Master Roshi, the speed he prided himself on was dismissed by Chu He. Had he been aware of Chu He's thoughts, he would undoubtedly have given him a sound beating. As the foot strength test came to a close, Master Roshi imparted some fundamental knowledge of martial arts to the three, granting them a more comprehensive understanding. In summary, it was time to commence their training. With his hands clasped behind his back, Master Roshi cheerfully addressed the trio, stating that anyone who could not keep pace was welcome to abandon the endeavor. Understood, they responded in unison. "Well then, let us begin with a light jog." With that, Master Roshi took the lead, setting off at a run, followed closely by the others. They ran along the shoreline until they reached a small village, where Master Roshi engaged in conversation about delivering milk. After discussing the matter, he instructed each of them to carry a box of milk, preparing to deliver it by hopping. Chu He, maintaining his composure, accepted a box and resolved to follow Master Roshi's directions. One must endure the biting cold to savor the fragrant plum blossoms, to achieve greatness. One must be willing to exert effort. Sun Wukong and Krillin, gritting their teeth, each took a box, and the three of them began their milk delivery training with energetic hops. Thus, they delivered to one household after another, continuously leaping, climbing hills, and traversing rugged terrain. Despite the arduous journey, none of them faltered, although Krillin voiced mild complaints along the way. The sight of his two companions persevering spurred him to push himself to the utmost, refusing to give up and pressing on. Master Roshi observed the trio's diligent efforts from behind, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he murmured to himself, "Not bad. Very commendable." Chapter 42. Training after numerous twists and turns, traversing countless paths and taking many detours while carrying their boxes of milk, they finally completed all deliveries within the allotted time. At this moment, Chu He and his companions were utterly exhausted. The three individuals lay sprawled upon the ground, resembling a pool of mire, gasping for breath. Sweat poured from their foreheads, their faces flushed like a rising tide, and their chests heaved erratically. It was evident that this journey of delivering milk had posed a formidable challenge to their physical endurance. The turtle sage, with a gaze of profound depth, observed the fallen trio. Rising to his feet, he approached them with a jovial smile and inquired, "How do you feel now? Are you still capable of continuing? Surely, you won't allow such a trivial stretch of road to render you utterly immobile. Whatever happened to the vigor you displayed during the 100-meter dash?" Upon hearing the subtly mocking tone of the turtle sage, expressions of determination flared on their faces. Sun Wukong clenched his teeth, his body trembling slightly. Yet his countenance was resolute. With one hand bracing himself against the ground, he gradually rose to his feet, panting heavily as he declared, "I can still run. I can." Chu He, unwilling to fall behind, determinedly emulated Sun Wukong, resolutely refusing to relent. Though he felt an overwhelming fatigue enveloping his body, he was far from his limits. Clenching his fists, he suppressed the aches coursing through him, disregarding his exhaustion as he gradually rose to his feet. In his heart, he vowed, I shall not surrender. I will not falter. I aim to transcend my limits and surpass myself. Clin, with a physique weaker than the other two, observed their resilience and took a brief respite before summoning the strength to stand once more. Witnessing the unwavering resolve of the trio to continue running, Master Rashi's eyes glimmered with admiration. A gentle smile graced his lips as he addressed them. Excellent. Since you three are capable of running, let us proceed. We shall race back home just as we did upon our arrival. The first to reach shall dine first, while the last may find their meal elusive. Having expended considerable energy during their training, their stomachs rumbled incessantly. In unison, the three instinctively patted their bellies, their eyes sparkling with an intense fervor, a fervor born of their yearning for sustenance and the urgent desire to satiate their hunger. They leapt eagerly along the path they had traversed, while Master Rashi followed at a leisurely pace, diligently overseeing their training. Chewie pressed on, resolutely advancing with each leap. Acutely aware of the fatigue that besieged him time and again, and the mental lull that threatened to engulf his spirit. Yet within his heart resided an unwavering belief in perseverance, his eyes alight with determination to forge ahead. Thus, he continued his journey step by step. Though his strides were small, he never faltered. In this manner, the group persistently leaped forward until at last, Chu, having nearly exhausted his physical strength, returned to the turtle hermit's abode, weary yet unyielding. Wukong and Krillin mirrored his resolve, steadfastly ascending from the first floor, their spirits undeterred. The trio, marked by their tenacity, trained together, each refusing to entertain the notion of surrender. Amongst companions, a competitive spirit flourishes, propelling their shared quest for cultivation ever onward. With a gnawing hunger and a weary body, Chewie patted his emaciated stomach. He pushed open the door, and immediately, a rich aroma of delectable dishes wafted into his nostrils. Chewie inhaled deeply, and his eyes sparkled with delight. Unable to contain himself, he licked his lips and swallowed hard. Before him, the dining table was laden with a sumptuous feast. Chicken, duck, fish, and meat were all present. Each dish a vibrant testament to culinary artistry, exuding enticing fragrances and colors that tantalized the senses. Beside the table, Lan Chi, adorned with a delicate white embroidered apron, sat serenely. Upon noticing the doors opening and the return of Chu and his companions, she gracefully rose and greeted them with a radiant smile, gently saying, Training must be arduous. I imagine you are all quite famished. This morning, I procured a variety of dishes, so please, sit down and enjoy. Witness this splendid breakfast. I feel as if I might perish from hunger. Lan Chi, you are truly wonderful, exclaimed Sun Wukong, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the sight of the food, akin to a wolf catching sight of a fluffy rabbit's tail. Overcome with eagerness, he joyfully addressed Lan Chi, and before Chu could fully comprehend the scene, Sun Wukong darted forward, seizing a roasted chicken from the table, and began to devour it ravenously. Chewie stared in astonishment at Sun Wukong's manner of eating, deeply disdainful of his actions, particularly his failure to wash his hands before dining. However, upon witnessing the speed at which Sun Wukong consumed his food, Chewie cast aside his reservations, realizing that by the time he finished washing his hands, the entire feast might very well be devoured by Sun Wukong alone. Chewie rushed to the dining table, seizing a roasted duck, and began to devour it voraciously. Lan Chi's culinary skills were truly impressive. The dish was undeniably delectable, filling the air with an enticing aroma. Master Rashi and Krillin, observing the pair's whirlwind pace of consumption, soon joined the fray, and the clatter of plates echoed as they engaged in a spirited battle for the food. Lan Chi tirelessly replenished their rice, but she soon realized that her serving speed could not keep pace with their ravenous appetites. Before long, the plates lay bare. Yet witnessing their sheer joy in eating filled her with a profound sense of satisfaction, despite her own meager consumption. Just as Lan Chi was lost in this thought, a sudden buzzing sound pierced the air. She looked up to find a fly dancing near her nose, its wings brushing lightly against her, causing an itch that prompted a loud sneeze. In an instant, the golden-haired Lan Chi emerged. Her face contorted in anger as she glared at Chu and the others still feasting. With a swift kick, she sent the dining table flying, shattering plates everywhere. The others, momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events, stared at the furious Lan Chi, their expressions a mix of confusion and shock. You gluttons! I haven't even had my fill, yet you dare to indulge so heartily. It's infuriating, she exclaimed. I command you to eat. Eat. With that, she brandished a machine gun, firing bullets at the remnants of food scattered across the floor, sending them splattering into mush and startling Sun Wukong, who was about to scavenge from the ground. Lan Qi, reveling in her triumph, blew on the gun's muzzle and laughed victoriously. Ha! Keep eating. Go on. Seeing the triumphant yet mischievous expression on golden-haired Lan Qi's face, the others felt an overwhelming sense of resignation. We should retreat. Taking advantage of her momentary delight, Chu He and the others quickly exited the house, finding refuge at a distance. Breathless, they sat down, relief evident on their faces. They were grateful that Lan Qi had transformed only as they neared the end of their meal. Otherwise, they might not have escaped unscathed. Nor would they have had the chance to savor the delicious food. This shared sentiment lingered in the minds of the four. Chapter 43, Krillin's Reluctance. Flowers, flowers, collect. Collect. Due to the volatile nature of golden-haired Lan Qi, Chu He and the others hesitated to return to Master Rashi's house, uncertain of when this powder keg might ignite. After much contemplation, they resolved to cherish their lives and maintain distance from her. They decided to cultivate a better rapport with her before approaching again, thus avoiding the peril of being shot at each time. Having enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast, Chu He, Sun Wukong, and Krillin found that their stamina, depleted during their milk delivery training, had recovered significantly. Master Rashi watched them with a smile, cheerfully proclaiming, "Ha! For you, delivering milk is merely an appetizer. Are you prepared for the more significant training that lies ahead?" "We are ready." Although the prospect of immediate training under Master Rashi was daunting, none of them expressed any dissent. They understood that enduring hardship was essential for growth. The path of cultivation lay in perseverance. It is often said that without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. Without gathering small streams, one cannot form rivers and seas. No one can ascend to the heavens in a single leap. The turtle sage, accompanied by a few of his companions, began to circle the periphery of this area, engaging in an extensive run that spanned several dozen kilometers. Battling against the wind and perspiration, they moved with astonishing speed, completing lap after lap. 2 laps, 5 laps, 10 laps, 20 laps. After a grueling session, they found themselves breathless and utterly exhausted. Chu He, with rapid breaths and a heart pounding as if it might burst from his chest, felt his blood boil as if ignited by gasoline. His entire body ached profoundly, akin to a state of dehydration. Yet, despite the overwhelming fatigue etched upon his visage, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in his eyes, fueled by exhilaration and anticipation. He once again experienced the sensation of nearing his limits, a feeling both suffocating and exhilarating, profoundly stirring both body and soul. Approaching the brink of his capabilities bestowed upon him a euphoric detachment from life, a thrilling transcendence of the self, a mastery over his own being, and an unwavering pursuit of his inner convictions. As Chewie gazed at the equally exhausted, panting Sun Wukong and Krillin, he pondered for a moment before slowly turning to Master Rashi, exclaiming, "Master, I can still continue running. I wish to experience the limits of my endurance once more." "Is that so? Do you truly wish to proceed?" Master Rashi's eyes glimmered with surprise as he regarded Chewie intently, then smiled and said, "Very well. Since that is your desire, I shall not impede you. Pursue your aspirations as you see fit." Master Rashi refrained from dissuading Chu He, for he too was curious to witness how far Chu He could go and to what extent his potential could be realized. Chu He stood up with unwavering determination, his body quivering slightly, resembling a fragile sapling on the verge of toppling in a tempest. It swayed uncertainly, as if it could be severed by the fierce winds at any moment. Yet, he steadfastly held his ground, clinging tightly, dancing defiantly against the gale. In Chewie's eyes burned a fervent flame. A singular thought consumed his mind, to transcend his limits and conquer himself. With unwavering determination, he pressed forward step by step, his gaze resolute and steadfast, devoid of any hint of retreat. Sun Wukong stared blankly as Chu He continued his relentless run, his small fists clenched tightly, eyes shimmering with fervent light. Despite his own body feeling utterly drained, he found himself inspired by Chu He's relentless advance, and inexplicably, a blazing spark ignited within his own gaze. Resolutely, Sun Wukong chose to forego rest. Dragging his weary body, he followed closely behind Chu He, eager to match his pace. Together they raced, surpassing their own limits, each step imbued with determination and sincerity. Only Krillin, while observing Chu He and Sun Wukong persist in their endeavor, found himself unable to join their ranks, utterly exhausted, feeling that even lifting a hand or moving a finger required Herculean effort. Without a moment's respite to regain his strength, moving forward was an impossibility. With a heavy heart, Krillin sat despondently, tears swirling in his eyes as he murmured to himself, "Damn it, why can't I keep up? Why am I the only one who can't continue?" Master Rashi gently approached Krillin, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, offering a soft smile. "Krillin, you have already accomplished so much. Remember, there is no need to compare yourself to them. Compete only with yourself. Today, you have reached your personal limits. To surpass yourself, further effort is required, but now is not the time." Upon hearing Master Rashi's words, Krillin buried his head deeply in his knees, his fist clenched tightly. Suddenly, he relaxed his grip, murmuring, "Master Wu Tian, I understand now. I will heed your advice." Yet, even as he spoke, a flicker of resentment glimmered in his eyes. Master Rashi regarded Krillin with a heavy sigh. In his heart, he pondered how Krillin's innate talent, martial foundation, and even perseverance were, in his eyes, exceptional, a true martial arts genius, rare to encounter in decades. However, with the emergence of Chu He and Sun Wukong, two individuals of boundless potential, Krillin's brilliance seemed to diminish, akin to a firefly in the presence of the moon. Unbeknownst to Master Rashi, this reflected the fundamental disparity in innate abilities between Earthlings and Scions. Scions thrive on adversity, growing stronger with each battle, born as a warrior race, endowed with exceptional combat prowess. Initially, their advantages may not have been apparent, but as their potential unfolded, the gap in mastery became insurmountable. Krillin sat quietly, observing the two as they tirelessly honed their skills, a fervent flame igniting within him, akin to a flickering ember. A look of steadfast resolve crossed his eyes as he resolved to push beyond his limits. Krillin, with unwavering determination, vowed to dedicate himself to rigorous training, resolutely refusing to fall behind anyone. He would exert every ounce of his strength to fulfill each practice session, without exception. This was the aspiration that young Krillin had firmly established within his heart. The actions of Chu He and Sun Wukong had profoundly impacted him, igniting a relentless pursuit that he would dedicate his entire life to realize. The fighting spirit within Krillin grew increasingly fervent, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, accumulating energy within. A formidable aura, capable of surmounting all obstacles, emanated from his diminutive frame. Master Rashi sensed the shift in Krillin's energy and nodded silently, suddenly bursting into hearty laughter that resonated for an extended time. At last, Chu He and Sun Wukong had also given their all, repeatedly exhausting their physical limits, to the point where they could scarcely stand. Chu He and Sun Wukong lay sprawled on the ground, exhausted like a puddle of mud. Chapter 44, The First Whispers of the Martial Arts Tournament. Master Rashi, observing the two collapsed figures, smiled faintly. Effortlessly, he lifted Chu He and Sun Wukong with one hand each, his demeanor relaxed and nonchalant, as if they weighed nothing at all. Krillin followed Master Rashi to the exterior of the cane house, where they discreetly positioned themselves beneath a window. Gently setting the two down, Master Rashi cautiously leaned forward, squinting to peer inside. Within, the golden-haired launch had transformed into her blue-haired counterpart, sitting quietly on the sofa, engrossed in a television program. Suddenly, caught up in the excitement, she would occasionally cover her mouth with her hand, letting out a cascade of melodious laughter akin to silver bells. Master Rashi's anxiety eased as he quietly instructed Krillin, "Quickly, go open the door. Hurry." "All right." Krillin, having caught sight of Launch through the window, boldly pushed open the door. Master Rashi strode in, carrying one person in each hand. Upon seeing Master Rashi and the others enter, Launch promptly rose from the sofa. Noticing that Master Rashi was holding Chu He and Sun Wukong, and had laid them down on the floor, she felt a pang of concern and urgently inquired, "What happened to them? They've encountered a slight predicament and require some rest." Master Rashi replied with a chuckle. "What predicament? Weren't you supposed to be training?" Launch asked, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, it was their training that led to this. These two pushed themselves too hard, and as a result, they now resembled two exhausted dogs. Master Rashi said with a grin, gesturing towards them. "Are they all right?" Launch asked, her face reflecting genuine concern as she cast a furtive glance at Chu He, who had already drifted into slumber. "Of course, they are fine, given their physiques. After a good nap, they will undoubtedly awaken revitalized," Master Rashi assured her. "Oh, then I shall rest easy. I'll prepare a bed for them. We mustn't let them sleep on the floor and catch a chill," Launch gently stated. Afterward, she entered a room to arrange bedding and blankets. Master Rashi placed Chu He and Sun Wukong on the bed, where they lay, the sound of their peaceful breathing filling the air. Launch tucked them in and softly closed the door, joining Master Rashi and Krillin outside. Their slumber was deep and long, lasting until the early hours of the following morning, when Chu He and Sun Wukong finally awoke. "Good morning, launch." Chu He greeted her with a smile, feeling invigorated after a refreshing sleep. "Have you eaten yet?" Sun Wukong cheerfully called out as he emerged. "What do you mean, have you eaten? You two have slept for so long. Quickly, it's time to resume today's training." Master Rashi admonished them. "Understood." The two nodded in agreement and, alongside Krillin, commenced another day of training with Master Rashi. "You all train diligently. I shall prepare breakfast," Lan Chi said to those about to head out for their practice. The faces of Chu He and his companions were adorned with smiles as they turned to Lan Chi and said, "Understood." Subsequently, they resumed their mission of delivering milk. This time, the task proved more challenging than the previous day, incorporating obstacles such as climbing stairs, navigating through forests, crossing narrow bridges, traversing swift rivers, and evading pursuit by dinosaurs. In essence, each journey was fraught with peril, yet they persevered through numerous hardships until they finally reached their last destination, a temple inhabited by monks. Upon delivering the final batch of milk, their arduous task for the day came to a close. "Well done, that will suffice," Master Rashi remarked with a smile. "Indeed. These young men have delivered the milk most punctually." A middle-aged man clad in monk's robes greeted Master Rashi with a grin. "It seems that the disciples' training is progressing quite well." "Ah, we are merely at the outset, yet I believe they possess great potential," Master Rashi replied. Krillin and Sun Wukong beamed with joy upon hearing Master Rashi's praise, their spirits lifted, while a subtle smile graced Chu He's lips, filling him with confidence. "If we train diligently, I believe we should be ready to compete in 7 months." Master Rashi stroked his beard thoughtfully. The middle-aged man appeared somewhat astonished, inquiring, "Are you referring to the Grand Martial Arts Tournament?" "The Grand Martial Arts Tournament," Krillin exclaimed, his voice rising with disbelief and shock. "What is the Grand Martial Arts Tournament?" Sun Wukong asked, his curiosity piqued. "The Grand Martial Arts Tournament is an assembly of martial arts masters from across the nation, determining who stands as the greatest in the world," Krillin replied with excitement. "The greatest in the world." Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm and anticipation as he declared, "I truly wish to participate." In the depths of Chu He's heart, a subtle excitement stirred. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament, a concept familiar to all who have witnessed the saga of Dragon Ball, stands as a testament to the relentless pursuit of excellence. In the early chapters of Dragon Ball, it was the martial arts competition that catalyzed Sun Wukong's continuous growth, propelling him toward the lofty aspiration of becoming the world's foremost warrior. This event not only chronicled his evolution but also facilitated the forging of lifelong friendships and alliances, serving as a pivotal stage for his development. Chu He yearned to witness his own potential. Using the Grand Martial Arts Tournament as a springboard, he aspired to make his presence known to the entire world. In the midst of the Chu River's fierce determination, his fists clenched tightly, vivid images of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament danced in his mind, a subtle smile occasionally gracing his lips. "Are we ready to make our entrance?" Krillin inquired excitedly of Master Rashi, his voice brimming with anticipation. "Should you diligently pursue your training, I shall allow you to participate," Master Rashi replied with a stern expression. "That's wonderful. Hooray!" the trio exclaimed joyfully, their spirits soaring. Master Rashi cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor as he addressed them. "My intention in permitting your participation is not for you to aspire to victory, but rather to broaden your horizons and deepen your commitment to your training. Do you understand?" "We comprehend," they affirmed. "Good then." Master Rashi nodded with a smile. The prospect of competing in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament filled Chu River, Sun Wukong, and Krillin with exuberance, compelling them to resolve to intensify their training efforts. With this thought in mind, they found renewed motivation for their practice. Delivering milk was merely a small facet of their training soon. Master Rashi led the two to a vast agricultural estate, where he exchanged a few words with the farmers before instructing Chu River and his companions to utilize their hands to cultivate hundreds of acres of land that would typically require a hoe. Without hesitation, they obeyed Master Rashi's command, digging fervently with their bare hands, turning over large expanses of soil. Chu River's fingers throbbed with pain, tingling and numb. Yet he pressed on without a hint of complaint, tirelessly excavating the earth like an unyielding digger. Sun Wukong and Krillin also exhibited remarkable efficiency in their cultivation efforts. As the three figures moved swiftly across the fields, their training progressing relentlessly. Chapter 45. Food Capsules. The enthusiasm for labor among Chu He and his companions was remarkably high. Each of them displayed remarkable diligence and unwavering commitment, tirelessly traversing the fields. The once vast expanse of barren land was transformed by their hands, the soil steadily accumulating as the trio worked with increasing fervor, their spirits undiminished by fatigue. One field after another was tilled by their capable hands. Their footprints scattered across the landscape, leaving the observing farmer in a state of astonishment. Master Rashi reclined comfortably in a chair, gently waving a fan in his hand. He lifted his gaze slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he watched the three bustling figures, a sense of satisfaction blooming within him. It had been a long time since he had witnessed such spirited young individuals, and not just one, but three. He gazed at the clear blue sky, exhaling softly, a wistful smile crossing his face as he murmured to himself. After a considerable period of labor, the section of barren land designated by Master Rashi had finally been thoroughly tilled by the trio. Upon completing their task, Chu, Sun Wukong, and Krillin were breathless. Drenched in sweat, their hands occasionally trembling from exertion, they approached Master Rashi in a line, standing before him, and eagerly announced, "Master Rashi, we have completed the tilling you assigned to us." Rashi rose from his chair, his gaze sharp as it swept over the three, ultimately resting on their slightly trembling hands. A subtle smile crept onto his lips as he observed the fine wounds on their hands, the skin slightly peeling and blisters forming, resembling the aftermath of a grueling ordeal. With a fiery gaze, Master Rashi praised, "Indeed, you all possess remarkable spirit. This is the attitude I seek. Remember to maintain it." The trio felt invigorated by his praise, promptly vowing to continue their efforts. Rashi chuckled and warned them, "Do not become complacent. Tomorrow, the day after, and in the days to come, even larger fields await your cultivation. This is but the beginning. We understand. Please continue to train us, Master. We will exert ourselves fully and never give up." "Absolutely not." Chu, Sun Wukong, and Krillin exchanged determined glances before shouting in unison to Master Rashi. "Very well. You all exhibit commendable ambition. Now continue to show me your resolve. Remember your words." Master Rashi gazed at them for a long moment before speaking slowly with a note of seriousness. "Yes, Master Rashi," they replied in chorus. The day's tilling practice came to a close, and as they prepared to leave, Master Rashi requested some labor fees from the farmer. Without hesitation, the farmer handed him some payment for the tilled land. Master Rashi chuckled as he placed the money into his pocket. Indeed, the wages were not distributed to Chu and the others, yet the trio remained utterly unconcerned. For them, monetary gain paled in comparison to the significance of a hearty meal. "Goo goo, I am so hungry, so famished." After tilling the fields, the three had expended considerable energy and their stomachs had long since begun to grumble. Particularly, Sun Wukong was incessantly clamoring for sustenance. It was at this moment that the food capsules, gifted to Chu by Bulma during her return to West City, proved to be invaluable. Chu opened the food capsule box that Bulma had presented to him that day. Inside, a number of capsules were meticulously arranged, each one a food capsule. Chu casually retrieved a food capsule from within. With a gentle press of the capsule's button, a flash of smoke enveloped the air before him. As the mist dissipated, a grand warehouse materialized before Chu. With a light sigh, Chu glanced at the warehouse, unconsciously licking his lips, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. "What is this, Chu?" Clint asked, gazing blankly at the vast warehouse before him. "Of course, it's something splendid," Chu replied confidently. He stepped forward and pushed open the warehouse door, and upon its opening, his heart leaped with joy, followed by his eyes sparkling with excitement. Food, an abundance of food. A veritable mountain of provisions lay before him. The interior of the warehouse resembled a grand supermarket, with shelves of various sizes arranged in orderly rows, showcasing a plethora of food items that dazzled Chu momentarily. The three of them were utterly captivated by the bountiful offerings within the warehouse. Faced with hunger, all else faded into the background, and the primal instinct to satiate their appetites took precedence. Upon seeing such a cornucopia of food, they pounced upon it like famished tigers, swiftly making their way to the shelves, hands and feet busy as they devoured the food voraciously. The trio feasted heartily, their faces alight with joy. Chu consumed over 50 chicken sandwiches, sausages, and a variety of meat dishes. For him, a meal devoid of meat was unthinkable. The mere presence of meat ignited his appetite, leading him to devour with increasing fervor. In a remarkably short time, they cleared an entire shelf of its contents, leaving only an empty frame behind. Naturally, most of the food had been consumed by Chu and Sun Wukong, the two insatiable eaters, while Clint, though he had also indulged, could hardly compare to their formidable appetites, appearing almost laughable in contrast. Unbeknownst to him, Bulma's food reserves were so abundant and seemingly delectable. The next time they met, he would certainly inquire about acquiring more. Such provisions were essential for their training. After indulging in a hearty meal, Chu patted his bulging belly and let out a satisfied sigh, pondering to himself. He retracted the food capsule, saving it for the next occasion. The three, having enjoyed a fulfilling feast, regained their spirits, and Master Rashi led them to embark on the next stage of their training. Chapter 46. Tutoring Yukong. The early morning practice of milk delivery and the subsequent ground digging had reached a temporary conclusion. Henceforth, Master Rashi's instruction for Chu and the others would no longer focus on martial arts. This segment of training would delve into cultural knowledge. Upon hearing this proposition from Master Rashi, Chu and his companions displayed a distinct lack of interest, casting dissatisfied glances in his direction. Yet, Master Rashi chose to disregard the collective sentiment, cheerfully asserting, "From this moment until lunchtime, we shall dedicate ourselves to reading. You must understand that merely honing the body, without nurturing the mind, does not qualify one as a true martial artist. Remember, martial arts is not our sole pursuit. We must strive for a balance of both intellect and strength, for that is the hallmark of a true champion." "I detest reading," Yukong exclaimed, visibly perturbed by Master Rashi's announcement. He pouted and clenched his teeth, protesting reluctantly. For Yukong, the idea of studying and writing was as unbearable as the thought of going without food. It represented a tremendous trial and torment. It is worth noting that Yukong was hardly inclined towards academia. While he might charge fearlessly into perilous scenarios, the prospect of studying was 100-fold more daunting. He sought the path of a warrior, reveling in combat, rather than aspiring to be an academic scholar. In stark contrast to Yukong's demeanor, Krillin appeared relaxed and content. He seemed quite at ease with the notion of reading, exuding an air of calm confidence. While Krillin may not have matched Yukong's prowess in martial arts, he far surpassed him in literary pursuits. Indeed, every individual possesses their own unique strengths, and Krillin held considerable confidence regarding the upcoming reading session. Before coming to Master Rashi, he had acquired a wealth of knowledge at the monastery, having read extensively, and his intellect was commendable. As Master Rashi began to outline the content to be taught, neither Yukong nor Krillin voiced any objections. However, Chu suddenly rose to his feet, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Chu wore an expression of deep dejection. What could be the reason for such a countenance? It stemmed from the fact that when Master Rashi imparted his teachings, the mathematics being presented was evidently that of first-grade arithmetic, regardless of his past life as a high school student. And despite being considerably older than both Sun Wukong and Krillin, he now found himself compelled to learn the rudiments of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division typically reserved for elementary education. This, for him, was an affront to his intellectual dignity. Chu glared at Master Rashi, gritting his teeth and widening his eyes in indignation. "Teacher Wutian, do you take me for a child? Do I appear to be someone who is unaware of such trivial matters? I have no objection to you teaching them, but I refuse to learn addition and subtraction within 10. At my age, is this truly necessary?" Upon hearing Chu's exasperated outburst, Master Rashi's face flushed. A rare occurrence for him. He had not anticipated this reaction. Clearing his throat, he hastily explained, Chu, do not be angry. It was a momentary lapse on my part. Of course, you need not learn these basics. My primary intention was to instruct Wukong and Krillin. As for you, consider yourself their study companion. If they encounter any difficulties, you may assist them. How does that sound? Master Rashi's words significantly eased Chu's mood. They were reasonable and sensible. After contemplating, Chu agreed. Thus, Master Rashi began teaching the group how to perform calculations, applying the rules of addition and subtraction, as well as multiplication and division. With chalk in hand, he tirelessly wrote and sketched on a small blackboard, the sound of chalk scratching against the surface resonating in the air. Enthusiastically, he spoke, and at the height of his excitement, he even danced with exuberance. With a sense of lethargy, Sun Wukong allowed the lessons to drift in one ear and out the other, momentarily closing his eyes to rejuvenate his mind. In stark contrast, Krillin was fully engaged, nodding attentively in agreement. Amidst this disparate classroom atmosphere, Master Rashi swiftly concluded the arithmetic lesson. Following this, he sought to assess their understanding by posing several questions. Krillin passed with flying colors, while Sun Wukong appeared utterly bewildered, stammering through his responses. It remained unclear whether his lack of comprehension stemmed from inattentiveness during class or if he simply belonged to the category of students who struggle to grasp concepts. Master Rashi sighed softly, shaking his head in disappointment at Sun Wukong's academic abilities. He then turned to Chu with a smile, saying, "Please assist Wukong with his studies, ensuring he gains a better grasp of the material. I must warn you, if you are unable to teach him effectively, you shall forfeit lunch today." Upon hearing this, Chu couldn't help but let out a wry smile, responding with resignation, "Very well, I shall do my utmost. Truly, the tides of fortune ebb and flow, and this year it seems to favor my household." Previously, it was Sun Wukong imparting martial arts techniques to Chu, aiding him in his endeavors. Now, the roles have reversed, with Chu temporarily assuming the role of mentor, teaching Sun Wukong the intricacies of arithmetic. One might call this a manifestation of karmic retribution. Chu summoned Sun Wukong to his side and meticulously explained the principles of calculation and how to derive numerical values. However, Sun Wukong remained only partially enlightened, frequently arriving at erroneous conclusions. In a moment of exasperation, Chu, with a spark of inspiration, employed a masterstroke by using food as a metaphor. He presented various delectable meats, such as chicken legs and pork shanks, as examples. This approach evidently piqued Sun Wukong's interest, invigorating his spirit instantly. Chu observed keenly, a secret smile playing upon his lips as he continued to tempt Sun Wukong into learning. Indeed, his strategy proved effective. Sun Wukong finally grasped the art of arithmetic and was now capable of performing addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division independently. Chu finally let out a sigh of relief, vowing never to teach Sun Wukong cultural lessons again, for Sun Wukong simply did not possess the aptitude for it, nor did he need to. Under the scrutiny of Master Rashi's inquiries, Sun Wukong answered each question correctly, and a satisfied smile finally grazed Master Rashi's face. He nodded at Chu, exclaiming, "Xinyu, you have managed to teach Wukong. It seems you are a far superior teacher than I." With a hearty laugh, Chu replied, "I merely discovered the right approach. Otherwise, I might not have been able to teach him at all. All right, we shall conclude our studies here. It is time for lunch." Upon returning to Master Rashi's abode, Lan Chi had already prepared a sumptuous meal. The group gathered around the table, once again devouring their food with great enthusiasm. The sound of chopsticks clattering echoing through the air as they shared laughter and recounted amusing tales. Chapter 47. The rigorous training at high noon. The sun blazed fiercely, suspended in the sky and mercilessly radiating its scorching rays, baking the earth beneath. The temperature soared, enveloping the surroundings in an unrelenting warmth. In such weather, for individuals lounged in hammocks strung between the trees in a shaded grove, leisurely closing their eyes to relish the coolness afforded by the foliage. The crisp sound of birdsong occasionally filled the air, while the sweet fragrance of flowers wafted about. Butterflies danced gracefully, and blossoms flourished in vibrant clusters, all composing a breathtaking tableau. "From now until 1:30, it shall be our midday rest," Master Rashi proclaimed. "The essence of martial training lies in diligent practice, diligent study. A hearty meal, and then an afternoon nap. This is our path in martial arts. A midday slumber is indispensable. Balance between work and rest is the true way of cultivation. Such an approach is the most suitable. Those who only know how to toil incessantly are misguided." Upon hearing Master Rashi's words, Krillin expressed doubt, whispering, "Is that really true? Haha, do you not feel the exhaustion in your body gradually dissipating during sleep?" Master Rashi retorted, "Perhaps I do feel a bit of that." Krillin closed his eyes, slowly becoming aware of the sensation, and suddenly opened them, expressing mild joy. "Exactly. Following this, your body will revel in the transformation of fatigue into ease. Such a metamorphosis is truly delightful." Master Rashi squinted his eyes, reminiscing with a look of contentment. "This is indeed so comfortable." Krillin yawned, letting out a satisfied murmur as he gently stretched his sore shoulders, humming a soft lullaby, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Sun Wukong lay in his hammock, hands clasped behind his head, his clear eyes gazing skyward through the gaps in the branches and leaves, staring at the azure sky. With a hint of hesitation in his voice, he pondered aloud, "Is this permissible? There must be others diligently training at this very moment while we rest. Is that acceptable? Wukong, do not fret. Have confidence in yourself." Chu smiled gently as he gazed at Sun Wukong and spoke softly. "Indeed, Wukong, you must learn to balance work and leisure. How can life be devoid of enjoyment?" Master Rashi advised Wukong. "Oh, I understand, Grandpa." Sun Wukong seemed to have an epiphany, breaking into a wide smile before slowly closing his eyes, inhaling and exhaling rhythmically, soon succumbing to slumber. Seeing that Sun Wukong had fallen asleep, the others ceased their conversations, and one by one, they drifted off, the sounds of their snores filling the tranquil little grove. The leaves rustled softly, bringing a refreshing breeze, allowing Chuhi and the others to sleep even more soundly. After a while, the peacefulness of the grove was interrupted by the ringing of an alarm clock, signaling the end of their afternoon nap. Master Rashi led the three to commence their next training session. They arrived at a construction site, where a multitude of workers toiled away. The air was filled with the cacophony of bulldozers, shovels, and the incessant sounds of machinery and the grinding of wheels. As the busy figures, glistening with sweat, flitted past the eyes of the trio, Chuhi understood that soon the few of them would also become part of these busy figures, and the sweat they shed would certainly exceed that of their counterparts. At this moment, Master Rashi led the trio to the side of a middle-aged foreman. It seemed the two had already exchanged pleasantries upon seeing Master Rashi and his companions. The foreman cast a slightly surprised glance at Sun Wukong and Krillin, addressing Master Rashi with a hint of skepticism. "Hey, old man, what brings these two little ones? Can these youngsters handle it? This is no easy task." Noticing that among the three, only Chuhi was a young man, and quite robust at that, the foreman refrained from commenting on him. However, seeing the other two were mere children, he couldn't help but harbor a dismissive attitude, thinking that children would lack strength. As the saying goes, one cannot judge by appearances, nor can one measure the sea by a ladle. How would you know without giving it a try? Just wait and see, Master Rashi replied with a grin. He then leaned closer to the foreman's ear and whispered, "I would like to propose a discussion. Could you perhaps offer them a higher wage?" "What nonsense! How could that be possible?" The foreman furrowed his brows at the suggestion, angrily rebuking the kneeling Master Rashi. "Come now, do not speak so hastily. You three, hurry along. This time, you are permitted to use tools." Master Rashi, unfazed, smiled at the foreman, then raised his staff and issued a command to the trio with a flourish. The three nodded, excitement flashing across their faces as they sprang into action like arrows released from a bow, swiftly pushing the cart and beginning their labor. They moved back and forth across the construction site with remarkable efficiency, drawing the attention of the other workers, whose heads turned in astonishment, nearly 100% gaze rate. The middle-aged foreman, too, wore a look of shock, and then exclaimed in surprise, "What impressive young people." The trio was filled with enthusiasm for their work. Relentlessly toiling in the fields, pushing earth, and engaging in various strenuous tasks, they eagerly took on every burden. Under their remarkable efficiency, what originally required an extensive amount of time was swiftly accomplished by the trio. Ultimately, the foreman awarded Master Rashi with a wage equivalent to 10 men, expressing his hope that they would return to assist once more. With a smile, Master Rashi agreed. However, the entire sum was directed into his own pocket, which he deemed as tuition and meal expenses for the three. The trio had no objections. The next phase of their training involved swimming across a vast and expansive river. Master Rashi instructed them to swim to the opposite bank and return, repeating this 10 times. Sun Wukong and Krillin found the task rather simple, but Chua, having seen the dangers within Dragon Ball, cautioned them to remain vigilant. At Master Rashi's command, the three plunged into the water, striving towards the far shore. As they approached the middle of the river, the previously placid surface erupted into chaos. Tumultuous waves surged, and a colossal shark fin, resembling a curved blade, abruptly pierced the water, hurtling towards them at an alarming speed. Startled, the trio's expression shifted. A shark's bite was no trifling matter. Even Sun Wukong and Chufa, with their current physical prowess, would be reduced to mere shreds if caught in the grip of those thousands of teeth, let alone Krillin's slight frame. They all exerted themselves to the utmost, desperately swimming to evade the shark's relentless pursuit. Their speed reached its zenith as the water violently cascaded over their bodies. In their escape, they finally reached the opposite bank, only to be confronted by a gigantic Tyrannosaurus Rex, striding towards them with thunderous steps. The ground trembled beneath its weight, revealing its razor-sharp teeth, ferocious and menacing. Such a colossal creature was beyond the trio's capacity to confront. They leapt back into the water to evade the dinosaur's assault. Yet, submerged in the river, they found themselves besieged. Before them lay the shark and behind them the dinosaur, their predicament perilous. As they swam, the shark, sensing their approach, opened its massive maw and pursued them, forcing them to oscillate between evading the shark and dodging the dinosaur's crushing steps. Exhausted and pushed to their limits, they continued this perilous dance. At long last, they completed the 10 round trips, emerging like drenched chickens before Master Rashi. He merely cast a fleeting glance at them and nodded, saying, "Well done, let's proceed to the next training." Next came the so-called training of evading the bee sting response. The three individuals were tethered by ropes, confined within a limited space, forced to dodge swarms of bees. Inevitably, all three emerged with swollen faces. Even Master Rashi suffered a similar fate, reaping the consequences of his actions. Gazing at the trio adorned with swollen heads, Master Rashi calmly remarked, "Do you understand now? This is the essence of daily training. Today's session was relatively mild. As you progress, the challenges will intensify." As he spoke, Master Rashi presented 3 turtle shells to the trio, stating, "Starting tomorrow, you will endure several consecutive days of rigorous training akin to today's, and you shall bear this 20-kilogram turtle shell upon your backs." Upon receiving the shells, the trio immediately felt the weight pressing down on their arms, causing their palms to dip slightly. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Chu River's eyes, and a subtle smile graced his lips. For him, this weighted gear was a catalyst for his training. With the added burden, he could continuously advance. Under the stringent guidance of the formidable Master Rashi, the trio engaged in relentless training each day, embracing a life of arduous discipline in preparation for the grand martial arts tournament. Their meals were exclusively managed by Lan Qi, and amidst their ceaseless training, the ever-changing golden-haired Lan Qi gradually became acquainted with the four, no longer displaying the violent tendencies she once did upon their encounters. It seemed that her recollections and perceptions of the quartet were slowly influencing her demeanor. Thus, the training continued unabated. Chapter 48. 7 months later, time slipped away like sand through fingers, the celestial bodies shifting in their eternal dance. Days passed in a relentless cycle, and before one could blink, over 7 months had quietly elapsed. Under the guidance of Master Rashi, Chu He, Sun Wukong, and Krillin diligently engaged in their training each day, never yielding to a moment of idleness. Their unwavering dedication and tireless efforts bore fruit, laying a solid foundation for their future endeavors in the celestial realms. On a particularly radiant morning, Sun Wukong excitedly rushed into Master Rashi's abode, peering through the window and calling out loudly to the master, who was engrossed in a fitness program featuring beautiful women. "Grandpa, Grandpa, could you come here for a moment?" Distracted by Wukong's exuberant shout, Master Rashi reluctantly shifted his gaze from the television to Wukong's eager face, perplexed. "Wukong, can't you see I'm busy? Why are you bothering me instead of training?" With his face alight with excitement, Wukong gleefully replied, "Hee, don't ask, just come quickly." Without waiting for a response, he dashed into the room, grabbed Master Rashi's hand, and pulled him outside. "What is it? My lovely ladies, please wait for me," Master Rashi shouted in exasperation as he was dragged along. Wukong led Master Rashi to a rocky hillside where Chu-Hi and Krillin had been waiting. Upon seeing their arrival, the two greeted Master Rashi with enthusiasm. The master, puzzled, looked at the trio and inquired, "Wukong, what is going on? Why have you brought me here?" "Grandpa, do you see that boulder over there?" Wukong suddenly pointed to a massive rock, approximately 5 to 6 meters high and weighing several tons, situated behind Chu-Hi and Krillin. "What is the matter? Is there something wrong with that rock?" Master Rashi asked, bewildered as he scrutinized the enormous boulder. "Master Rashi, have you forgotten? Just a few days ago, you mentioned that if we move these stones, you would teach us martial arts. You said it yourself," Krillin exclaimed, his voice filled with indignation as he perceived Master Rashi's apparent ignorance of the previous conversation. Yes, Grandpa, wasn't that what you said?" Wukong echoed, raising his voice in agreement. "Master Rashi, you cannot go back on your word," Chewie chimed in with a playful smile. He was well aware that Master Rashi's training did not involve any formidable martial arts techniques but rather focused on daily physical conditioning, which required immense perseverance to enhance their abilities. Observing Wukong and Krillin seeking to extract martial arts skills from Master Rashi, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "Oh, is that so? I believe I may have said something along those lines. Then why don't you give it a try?" Master Rashi slyly glanced at the massive rock, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead, secretly questioning whether these young ones could truly move such a heavy stone. "Fantastic. We can definitely do it. Grandpa, let me go first," Wukong exclaimed eagerly. With a spirited demeanor and an expression brimming with enthusiasm, Sun Wukong stepped forward, approaching the imposing rock. He took a deep breath, fixating his gaze upon the stone. Clasping his hands tightly against it, his eyes widened, his face flushed with determination, and his teeth clenched. Suddenly, he let out a fierce shout, and the little veins on his arms bulged, muscles surging forth as if a formidable strength was manifesting within him. Despite the rock's considerable size, it began to move in tandem with Sun Wukong's small arms, sliding backward as he advanced, dragging the earth along with it. With unyielding resolve, he propelled the boulder several dozen meters before finally halting, leaving the turtle sage, who had been watching, utterly astonished. "It's my turn now, Wukong. I shall not be outdone." With the eyes of his companions upon him, Chu approached the stone that had been displaced by Sun Wukong, declaring loudly, "Watch me." He clenched his fists tightly, producing a series of crisp cracking sounds from his joints as he focused intently on the rock. Instead of pushing it, he wrapped his arms around the massive stone. Lift. With every muscle in his body erupting in vigor, he channeled the energy within him, coalescing in his hands. In the next moment, with a swift utterance, the boulder was effortlessly lifted by Chu. He then threw it upwards, raising both hands skyward, triumphantly hoisting the colossal rock above his head. With a massive boulder held aloft, Chu's expression remained unchanged. His rigorous training had continuously enhanced his strength, and his mastery of Qi had become increasingly refined. Moreover, the fusion of his Qi with his physical prowess yielded formidable power. For him now, lifting such a colossal rock posed little challenge. With a sudden motion, Chu hurled the immense stone skyward. It traced a parabolic arc before crashing down several dozen meters away, shattering the earth and sending dust soaring into the air. Master Roshi stood in stunned silence, his eyes wide as lanterns, utterly astonished by Chu's display, which eclipsed even that of Sun Wukong. He was taken aback, unable to fathom that they had achieved such remarkable feats. Next, it was Krillin's turn. Although his performance did not possess the same awe-inspiring quality as that of Chu or Sun Wukong, it was commendable nonetheless. "Grandpa, look, we've accomplished this. Can you now teach us the martial arts?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he addressed Master Roshi. "Ha, there is really no martial arts to teach. The essence of the Turtle School's techniques has already been ingrained in your daily training over these past 7 months," Master Roshi replied with a gentle smile, letting out a sigh. "Your bodies have been tempered through rigorous training, reaching their pinnacle. In terms of strength, stamina, and speed, you have far surpassed your former selves. But without a signature move, how can we hope to win at the World Martial Arts Tournament?" Sun Wukong frowned. The techniques are not what matters. The essence of martial arts lies not in defeating others, but in transcending oneself. Thus, you should utilize your own bodies to create your unique fighting style. Pursuing your own path in martial arts, Master Roshi spoke slowly. Transcend oneself and pursue one's own martial way. Upon hearing Master Roshi's words, Chu's eyes sparkled with determination, and he clenched his fists, vowing silently to himself, "I shall." But wasn't he the goal to win the World Martial Arts Tournament? Krillin asked excitedly, turning to Master Roshi. "I have no expectations for you to triumph at the tournament, for victory is beyond your current reach. Participating is meant to help you understand your limits and encourage further growth," Master Roshi stated calmly. "All right, you may now remove the turtle shells from your backs. I hereby grant you permission to do so." Master Roshi's eyes gleamed as he smiled at the three. Following his instructions, they removed the burdensome turtle shells, and an immediate sense of lightness enveloped them. Chu felt as though his body had transformed into a feather, unrestrained and liberated from the pull of gravity. A mere motion made him feel as if he could soar, filled with an indescribable sense of ease. Chapter 49. The journey begins to Chu's astonishment. The sensation of his body after shedding the weight was markedly different from before. Indeed, the burden had continually constrained him, like a mountain pressing upon his back, heightening his capacity to endure pressure. Although the weight was immense and nearly unbearable, releasing it felt akin to a dragon breaking free into the vast sea, allowing for unrestrained exploration. This method of training greatly pleased Chu. Master Roshi's eyes darted between the three, and suddenly he chuckled, exclaiming, "So, how does it feel after removing those shells?" "It's so comfortable, so light," they exclaimed in unison. "It feels as if we could fly. Truly delightful." "Ah, I see. However, it is regrettable. You can only experience this exquisite feeling for a fleeting moment," Master Roshi said with a sly smile. "What do you mean, Grandpa?" Sun Wukong asked, perplexed by the Master's unusual grin. "Come here, you three, what is this?" Master Roshi chuckled again, leisurely removing the turtle shell from his back and holding it aloft. What you've been carrying was still a bit light. Now, you shall carry this 40-kilogram shell. Did you hear that?" The three exchanged glances, Krillin's face paling while Chu and Sun Wukong appeared eager for the challenge. Indeed, Master Roshi would not allow them a moment's respite. He constantly increased their burdens and intensified their training. After all, the World Martial Arts Tournament was approaching, and their cultivation must continue. Accepting Master Roshi's challenge once more, they donned the added weight and continued their training. Chu was strict with himself, setting a timeline to complete his training tasks diligently. His passion burned fervently within him, a flame that blazed intensely as he raced toward the World Martial Arts Tournament. The relentless cycle of training continued. Time flew by, and the day of the tournament drew near. On a bright morning, with the sun shining warmly and flowers blooming, 5 individuals stood at the entrance of Master Rashi's house, bidding farewell. The 5 were Chu, Sun Wukong, Krillin, Master Rashi, and Launch. Wukong, Krillin. Make sure to achieve an excellent ranking at the tournament. Launchi stood gracefully at the doorway, her gaze gentle as water, settling upon the faces of Chu, and the others. With her flowing hair and a radiant smile, she spoke. Rest assured, we shall achieve commendable results. Klein chuckled mischievously in response. What if the 3 of us encounter each other? Sun Wukong suddenly interjected, a hint of bewilderment flashing across his face. At this, Klein stammered, his mind racing at the thought of the 3 of them facing off right from the start, his expression shifting slightly. If that were to happen, it would indeed be unfortunate. After pondering for a moment, Klein let out a soft sigh, smiled at Sun Wukong, and said, if that truly occurs, we would be in quite a predicament, as one among us would surely be eliminated. However, fret not, the likelihood of such an occurrence is exceedingly slim. How could fate be so coincidental? But what if such coincidences do exist? Sun Wukong pressed on, seeking further clarity. Klein found himself at a loss for words, stammering in response. Enough, Wukong. It's improbable to such an extent, and even if we do cross paths, we shall face it head on. Why worry so much? The purpose of participating in the competition is to gauge our abilities. As long as we ascertain our level of skill, securing a ranking is not imperative. Chu interjected, sensing the tension between them. Upon hearing Chu's words, both individuals paused to reflect and nodded in unison, exclaiming, understood. With a gentle smile, Chu turned to Lan Chi at the door and said, Lan Chi, I entrust you with watching over the house. Lan Chi gazed into Chu's face for a moment, and in her shimmering eyes, a fleeting glimmer of reluctance appeared. Upon hearing Chu's request, she lowered her head, nodded obediently, and in a bashful tone stammered, all right, I understand. You must return early. I will prepare dinner and wait for you. Upon casting a glance at Lan Chi, Chu broke into a radiant smile before turning to Master Rashi and declaring, Master, it is time for us to depart. At that moment, Master Rashi was dressed quite formally in a tailored suit, adorned with a black hat, resembling a distinguished businessman. He regarded Chu and informed him, along with Sun Wukong and Krillin, today marks the day of the World Martial Arts Tournament. You may now remove your burdens. Upon hearing Master Rashi's command, the trio swiftly shed their turtle shells from their backs. The sense of relief they experienced this time was far more profound than the last, rendering the previous experience almost incomparable. Chu felt as though he had undergone a profound transformation, scarcely aware of the weight of his own body. The 3 of them were acutely aware of their remarkable changes, their faces illuminating with joy. Master Rashi nodded approvingly and encouraged them, excellent. Now, I want you 3 to leap vigorously and stretch your bodies to better understand your physical capabilities and to assess the fruits of your training. In unison, they sprang into the air, their bodies soaring like missiles, instantaneously leaving the ground and ascending into the sky, surpassing heights of 100 meters. Their leaps did not diminish but instead propelled them further upward. Ultimately, Chu reached the greatest height, followed closely by Sun Wukong, while Krillin achieved a remarkable 300 meters, 270, and 240 respectively. What exhilarating heights! I cannot believe we can fly. This is simply incredible. For the first time, Chu experienced the exhilarating sensation of soaring into the sky through his own efforts, a feeling that compelled him to burst into laughter. He was overwhelmed with excitement. Although his ascent took the form of a leap, it marked the inception of his journey into flight, a unique mode of soaring. As he transitioned from the bird's-eye view of the earth back to solid ground, his heart raced with uncontainable joy. He could distinctly sense his newfound strength. After 7 months of diligent training, he felt he had subtly surpassed even Sun Wukong. While the difference was not vast, it was the beginning of a gradual ascent beyond his previous limits. Chu has always been diligent in his training. As a fellow scion, he is acutely aware that he is older than Sun Wukong by several years. The thought of remaining inferior to him is something he finds difficult to accept. It is worth noting that in the Dragon Ball universe, Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, achieved immense power at a tender age, becoming a formidable Super Saiyan too. The glory of that moment was unparalleled, as his mere presence could alter the very fabric of the world, causing the heavens to tremble. In comparison, Chu feels overshadowed by Gohan's youthful achievements. Nevertheless, he continually encourages himself, reminding that age is merely a number. What truly matters is the strength one possesses in the later stages of their journey. Explosive power without sustained growth is futile. Many prodigies shine brilliantly at first, like a newly rising star, yet ultimately fade into obscurity, becoming mere remnants of their former selves. As Chu regained his composure, he glanced at the still excited Sun Wukong and Krillin, pondering that this was merely the beginning. The hour was getting late. It was time to depart, and they needed to hurry to the airport. Master Roshi started a sleek black car, poking his head out of the window to urge the trio. In unison, they waved goodbye to Lan Shi before climbing into the vehicle. The engine roared to life, and the car sped off toward the airport. Once the four had driven away, Lan Shi continued to watch the vehicle until it gradually faded from her sight, becoming a mere dot in the distance. Only then did she turn away slowly, her demeanor slightly melancholic, as she made her way to the door of the Turtle Hermit's abode. The prestigious martial arts tournament was to be held in the southern capital, situated several 100,000 miles from the Turtle Hermit's residence. The four boarded a plane and flew from morning until dusk, finally arriving in the southern capital. The nightlife in the southern capital was vibrant and dazzling, a spectacle of lights and revelry. The colorful illuminations were striking, while throngs of pedestrians filled the streets, and the architecture stood in splendid array. Upon their arrival, Sun Wukong, with his large, bright eyes, gazed around with uncontainable curiosity, absorbing the sights as if he were a country bumpkin visiting the city for the first time. Krillin repeatedly tugged at Sun Wukong, urging him to be mindful of his appearance, but Sun Wukong remained undeterred, embodying the essence of an innocent newcomer. The four then took a taxi to the registration point for the tournament, where a grand venue loomed before them, exuding an air of solemnity. An official was energetically calling out, urging potential participants to register quickly, as the deadline was set for midnight. Hearing this, Master Roshi promptly registered the three to ensure they did not miss the opportunity. After completing the registration process, the quartet wandered around the venue to familiarize themselves with their surroundings. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. "Hey, Chu Wukong." Startled at the sound of his name, Chu turned to see Lu Ping excitedly waving at him from the throng. "Hi, Lu Ping." Chu smiled and waved back, calling out to him. Hearing the reply, Lu Ping emerged from the crowd, followed closely by Pu, and Oolong. The trio approached Chu and the others, and Lu Ping, beaming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Hey, Chu Wukong, it's been ages since we last met." "Indeed, it feels like it has been over 8 months." Chu stepped forward, a smile gracing his face as he patted Lu Ping on the shoulder, feeling a wave of nostalgia. "Lu Ping, it truly is you. It has been such a long time. How did your hair come to look like this? No wonder I barely recognized you. Why did you decide to change your appearance?" Sun Wukong observed Lu Ping with a puzzled expression, and upon hearing their conversation, he also recognized Lu Ping, his face lighting up with excitement. "Kiki, I heard people say that having long hair in the city is quite outdated, and that girls wouldn't like it, so I decided to cut it short." Lu Ping replied, scratching his head and letting out a sigh. "How could that be? I actually think you look better with long hair. It's a shame you cut it," Chu remarked, shaking his head as he gazed at Lu Ping's short hair. "Is that so? Then perhaps I should grow it out again." Lu Ping chuckled wryly, scratching his head with a smile. "Hey, isn't that Yulong? Yulong, why are you with them?" Chu asked, his curiosity piqued upon seeing Yulong, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, mingling with Lu Ping and Pu Air. "Long time no see. Brother Chu Hee. After we parted ways that day, I didn't have anywhere else to go. After much thought, I decided to seek refuge with young Master Lu Ping. I no longer wish to deceive anyone, and young Master Lu Ping has been kind to me. Plus, I've reconciled with Pu Air, and being with them allows me to be of some help." Yulong spoke timidly, casting a cautious glance at Chu Hee, revealing that some shadows still lingered in his heart regarding him. "Oh, congratulations." Chu Hee laughed heartily, expressing his good wishes. "By the way, let me introduce you all. This is my companion, Krillin, who trained with me and Wukong under Master Roshi." Chu gestured towards Krillin, introducing him to Lu Ping and the others. Upon being mentioned, Krillin quickly greeted Lu Ping, saying politely, "Nice to meet you all for the first time. My name is Krillin. Hello, I'm Lu Ping. I'm Pu Air. I'm Yulong." After exchanging pleasantries, the group engaged in casual conversation, thus getting acquainted. The World Martial Arts Tournament was set to take place the following day, and after parting ways, they found a hotel to stay in. With hearts filled with trepidation, anxiety, and excitement, the three soon-to-be competitors drifted off to sleep. The The night passed without incident. The next day, before dawn broke, Chu He and the others woke early. After freshening up and having breakfast, they left the hotel to meet up with Luping. As they walked towards the venue, they were met with a throng of people at the site, all buzzing with excitement, clearly indicating the immense allure of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Chui, what happened to that girl you used to hang out with? Why isn't she here? Luping suddenly inquired as they walked along. Oh, right. Bulma seems to be unaware that we are attending the tournament. Chui was momentarily taken aback, and then he recalled the matter at hand. He realized that it had indeed been several cycles since he last saw Bulma. After escorting Bulma back to West City, in the early days of his cultivation, he would visit her every few weeks, as he had promised. Each time, Bulma welcomed him with joy, accompanying him on various outings. However, as his training intensified, he found himself devoting all his energy to his practice, and for a time, he neglected to visit Bulma's home and failed to inform her about the martial arts tournament. Now, suddenly reminded of it by Luping, Chui felt a pang of guilt. How could I have forgotten this matter? He chastised himself inwardly. He turned to Luping and said, "Oh, you mean Bulma? She's at home right now, unaware of our participation in the tournament. What a shame to miss such an exciting tournament while staying at home." Luping lamented with a shake of his head. "Not to worry, I shall go fetch her." Chui replied with a smile, then turned to Master Roshi and said, "Master, I have a matter to attend to. You all proceed to the competition venue. I shall join you shortly." Without waiting for a response from Master Roshi, Chui hurriedly took off. Seeing Chui's figure gradually fade away, Master Roshi could only smile wryly and said to Sun Wukong and the others, "Let him be. We shall head out first." "Understood," the others replied. Once he found a secluded spot, Chui instantly vanished in a flash, reappearing thousands of miles away in West City. He was well acquainted with Bulma's residence and soon arrived at her villa. With a swift movement, Chui leaped over the wall of Bulma's residence. In a series of graceful maneuvers, he evaded the various security devices protecting the premises and arrived at the front gate. Chapter 51. Accompanying Bulma to watch the match. As Chui pushed open the door and stepped inside, he was greeted by an exceptionally spacious living room adorned with exquisite furniture and an array of amenities. In the center of the room, a large table was laden with a variety of snacks, while directly opposite, an expansive home theater showcased a film on an enormous LCD screen. Seated comfortably on a sofa beside the table was a striking young girl with flowing hair, quietly munching on potato chips. Despite her gaze being fixed on the television, a flicker of melancholy flitted across her face, suggesting a preoccupation with thoughts elsewhere. As the girl watched the movie, she seemed to sense the presence of someone entering her home. She turned slightly to glance toward the entrance, suddenly halting in her tracks. Her entire being froze, and the potato chip she held slipped from her grasp. Her enchanting eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, widened in disbelief as they fixed upon the figure at the door. In an instant, a wave of excitement washed over her, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. "Hi, Bulma. I've come to see you," Chui greeted warmly, smiling at the girl who was now staring at him intently from the sofa. He stood there quietly, awaiting her response. Bulma gazed at Chui, her heart brimming with exhilaration. Ever since he had last visited, an emptiness had settled within her, as if she had lost something precious. A pervasive sense of melancholy had enveloped her thoughts, and she was uncertain of the reasons behind her feelings. During the days when Chui was absent, his image continually flickered through her mind, his smile, his gestures, his words, haunting her both in waking hours and in dreams. This longing had accompanied her throughout his absence, weighing heavily on her heart, and now, seeing the object of her affection stirred a tumult of emotions within her. Bulma's heart raced wildly as she steadied herself, taking a deep breath before stepping toward Chui, locking her gaze onto him. She couldn't help but let out a soft huff, tilting her head slightly as she asked, "Chui, where have you been these past few months? Didn't you promise to visit often? Have you forgotten about your friend?" "How could I possibly forget? It's just that my training has kept me occupied," Chui replied with a hearty laugh, eager to explain himself. He was unsure why he felt such urgency to clarify. Perhaps it was simply a desire to avoid seeing Bulma's heartache. "Is that truly the case? I thought perhaps you were unwilling to come see me," Bulma confessed. Visibly relieved by his explanation, her expression brightening considerably. Chui was taken aback by the rapid shift in her demeanor, yet he remained unfazed, responding with a smile. "How could that be? Your place is delightful. I would never wish to miss out. As long as I have time in my training, I will certainly come to visit." "Very well. Since you've said that, you must promise to come often. I cannot comprehend the allure of cultivation, especially when it brings such toil and hardship. Surely, it would be far more enjoyable and carefree to spend time at my home. Wouldn't you agree? What if, in your pursuit of strength, you were to inadvertently damage your body? Upon hearing Chu express his willingness to visit her home, Bulma's heart blossomed with joy, her expression lighting up as her heartbeat quickened. She felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, yet her mood soured slightly when Chu mentioned cultivation again. Pouting, she voiced her discontent. But for me, cultivation is a source of enjoyment, as vital as nourishment. Strength is forged through perseverance. One cannot damage their body through training. It is neglect that leads to deterioration. Chu countered, dismissing Bulma's concerns. Do as you please. Cultivation, cultivation, cultivation. What is it that drives you? Bulma retorted, her annoyance palpable. Soon, however, a smile returned to her face as she gently inquired, "By the way, Chu, are you thirsty? Shall I fetch you a glass of juice?" Why do both mother and daughter share such a penchant for serving juice? It's no wonder they are related. Chu mused to himself, waving his hand to halt Bulma's intent to pour juice for him. He continued, "Bulma, I'm not thirsty at the moment. I came here to invite you to witness the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, which commences today. Will you join me?" The Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Bulma exclaimed in surprise. Her excitement was palpable as she asked, "Chu, with your extraordinary skills, are you participating in this tournament?" "Indeed. Not only I, but Goku will also be competing." Chu confirmed with a nod and a smile. "Is that true? I have heard that the Grand Martial Arts Tournament gathers numerous martial arts masters. With your prowess, you are certain to be hailed as the greatest." Bulma gazed at Chu with admiration, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "May your words be prophetic. I too hope for such an outcome." Chu chuckled, then inquired, "So, will you come? Goku and the others are waiting for me. If you decide to go, I can teleport us to the southern city to watch the competition." "Of course I'll go. Why would I miss it? I've been utterly bored at home." "You should have informed me sooner. How inconsiderate." Bulma eagerly agreed to attend the tournament, then hurried back to her room. She spent nearly 10 minutes applying makeup and changing outfits, finally emerging with a bag just as Chu began to grow impatient. Is it merely a competition? Why engage in such trivialities? Chu could not help but question. This is not a trivial matter. It is of utmost importance. Do you not understand that for a girl, appearance is paramount? It was precisely because I was eager to watch the competition that I hastened my pace. Ordinarily, I would not venture out without several hours to spare. Bulma cast a playful glance at Chu and proudly declared, Had I known, I wouldn't have sought you out." Chu, upon hearing this, was instantly taken aback. He had neither the interest nor the patience to wait for Bulma to apply her makeup, especially for several hours. At this moment, he felt fortunate for Bulma's swift preparation today. Otherwise, by the time they arrived at the venue, the competition would likely have concluded. "Well then, since we are all set, take my hand and let us be off," Chu said, glancing at Bulma. She nodded, her cheeks slightly flushed as she shyly extended her soft, fair hand to gently grasp Chu's palm. The delicate touch of her slender fingers against his hand sent a delightful shiver through him. A subtle stir coursed through Chu as he caught sight of the slightly bowed head of Bulma, her exquisite visage now adorned with a delicate blush. This unexpected sight stirred a sense of intrigue within him. He swiftly dispelled any distracting thoughts and initiated a rapid movement, causing their figures to vanish in an instant. In the capital city, the venue for the esteemed martial arts tournament was alive with a cacophony of voices. The atmosphere was electric, with the crowd's enthusiasm soaring and competitors eagerly preparing, each brimming with vitality, anticipating a moment of brilliance. At that moment, in the preparation area for the contest, Krillin, Master Roshi, and Yamcha were diligently getting ready. "Where's Chu? The competition is about to begin," Sun Wukong exclaimed, scanning the throng for any sign of him. "Fear not, he should arrive shortly," Krillin replied with a reassuring smile just as he felt a familiar hand pat his shoulder. Turning around, he was greeted by the sight of a familiar face and a youthful, radiant girl with azure hair. "Chu, Sun Wukong called out exuberantly. And Krillin turned to him with a grin. "You've returned." "Indeed, I've arrived just in time," Chu replied with a cheerful nod. "Krillin, allow me to introduce Bulma, a former companion of Wukong and myself," Chu said, gesturing towards Bulma, who greeted Krillin with a warm smile. Her demeanor charming as it was, given that it was their first encounter. Krillin felt a slight flush rise to his cheeks, responding shyly with a few words. The others, already acquainted with Bulma, exchanged cheerful greetings, particularly Master Roshi, whose mischievous eyes gleamed as he fixated on Bulma's slightly accentuated figure, his gaze darting about with unabashed curiosity. Bulma, not one to shy away, shot a fierce glare at Master Roshi, retaliating with a series of sharp retorts. The remaining companions exchanged resigned smiles. Feeling a deep sense of exasperation at Master Roshi's undignified behavior, recognizing him as a rather peculiar character given his advanced age. Chapter 52, the first match of the preliminary rounds. A considerable number of participants had gathered for the prestigious martial arts tournament, totaling 138 contenders from across the nation. However, only 8 of these would qualify to compete in the main event. Thus, a preliminary round was necessary to determine these 8 finalists. In the preparation area, the contestants were buzzing with excitement, eager to showcase their skills. Chu, Sun Wukong, and Krillin were called aside by Master Roshi, who instructed them to don the Turtle School martial arts uniforms. Doesn't it look splendid? I had these specially tailored for you, the Turtle School martial arts attire. Master Roshi handed out the prepared martial arts uniforms to the 3 individuals, a broad smile gracing his face, brimming with pride. The orange uniforms bore a circular emblem on the chest, inscribed with the character for turtle, reminiscent of the signature attire worn by Goku in Dragon Ball. Both Goku and Krillin cheerfully accepted their outfits, eagerly donning them, while Chewie held a uniform several sizes larger than theirs, reflecting momentarily on his surprise at wearing such an outfit. However, he had always admired this style when watching Dragon Ball. As he pondered, Chewie deftly changed into his new attire. Observing himself in the mirror, he found it quite fitting. The orange uniform accentuated his tall frame, with well-defined muscles subtly stretching the fabric. Standing proudly, Chewie resembled an indomitable rock, steadfast against the fiercest storms and earthquakes, unwavering as a pine tree. Chewie, that outfit suits you perfectly, exclaimed Bulma, her large eyes appraising him, a rosy hue blooming on her cheeks. Well, it's not bad, Chewie replied with a smile, graciously accepting her compliment. The praise delighted him, especially coming from a girl. Bulma circled around him, nodding approvingly. Observing this, Goku approached Bulma to inquire about his own appearance. She affectionately ruffled his hair, offering him kind words, prompting Goku to leap with joy. As the preliminaries were about to commence, Bulma, Oolong, and Puar, not being competitors, bid farewell to Chewie and the others, heading towards the audience area. Meanwhile, Master Roshi also discreetly vanished. Although Goku and Krillin searched for a while, only Chewie understood Master Roshi's whereabouts. Soon, the sharp sound of a gong echoed, and with a call from the organizer, the World Martial Arts Tournament officially began. The host delivered a lengthy speech from the podium, elaborating on the rules, regulations, and various points of caution regarding the competition. In essence, the tournament would unfold as follows. First, the preliminaries would take place, divided into 4 regions, with the last 2 victors from each region advancing to the main event. The rules dictated one-on-one duels on the arena. Falling outside the ring or losing consciousness constituted defeat, while killing was strictly prohibited, as was the use of weapons. Additionally, each match was limited to 1 minute. If no victor emerged within that time frame, the referees would determine the outcome. After the organizer concluded the explanation of the rules, the competitors began to draw lots. Fortunately, Chewie and his companions found themselves placed in different regions, alleviating the anxiety of Krillin and Lu Ping, who were relieved they wouldn't face each other right away. Let us each head to our designated areas, and we shall meet again after the competition. Chewie greeted Sun Wukong, Klin, and Lu Ping before bidding them a temporary farewell. The 3 nodded, clutching the lots they had drawn, and proceeded towards their respective zones. With an air of leisure, Chewie arrived at his designated area, where he beheld a platform hosting a fierce duel between 2 combatants. They exchanged blows with great intensity, each strike resonating with ferocity. Surrounding the arena stood numerous spectators, each possessing a robust physique and a fierce countenance. Their gazes toward the stage varied. Some were filled with schadenfreude, others exhibited disdain, while a few wore expressions of astonishment. The entrance of Chewie failed to capture the attention of the competitors, all of whom were engrossed in envisioning their own heroic displays and the prospect of vanquishing their opponents. Meanwhile, Chewie sat languidly to the side, casting only fleeting glances at the arena before swiftly losing interest. To him, the 2 combatants engaged in the duel appeared lacking in strength, their speed insufficient, and their technique subpar, failing to ignite even the slightest spark of intrigue. The competition of Chewie is set to take place in the 3rd round. He sits on the ground, exuding an air of nonchalance as he waits in boredom. Suddenly, a chilling scream resonates from the arena as a competitor falls heavily from the stage, marking the conclusion of the first match. The contest unfolds swiftly. and the second round concludes in short order. Soon, it will be Chu-hee's turn to take the stage. Let the fifth and sixth competitors enter. The referee calls out loudly from the center of the arena. Chu-hee leisurely traversed through the crowd of competitors, effortlessly ascending the stage. Opposite him stood a towering figure. A lion-headed man nearly 3 meters tall, his muscular physique accentuated by a prominent scar on his face, rendering him both menacing and terrifying. While Chu-hee was certainly not diminutive, he appeared somewhat insignificant in comparison to the lion-headed behemoth, much like a mirror apprentice standing before a master. Haha, boy. You've met your match. Look at your slight frame. A mere snack for me. Surrender now, and I might spare your life. The lion-headed man sneered condescendingly. His gaze filled with disdain as he loomed over Chu-hee. Oh my, it's the Lion King Samba. That young man is doomed. A competitor in the audience suddenly exclaimed. What? The Lion King Samba? Isn't he one of the top 8 from the last tournament? I've heard he holds a 9th-degree black belt in Taekwondo, and everyone he faces ends up crippled. Alas, that young man should count his blessings. How unfortunate. Indeed. It's said that few can withstand his powerful strikes. Another voice trembled with fear, clearly reflecting the dread inspired by the lion-headed warrior. The lion-headed man, overhearing the spectators' conversation, wore a smug expression, bursting into laughter, as if looking down upon mere ants. Did you hear that, boy? Are you afraid? Kneel and concede. Chu-hee naturally perceived the disdain directed at him from the audience below. However, he remained unfazed, gazing indifferently at the lion-headed Samba. A sneer curled at the corner of his lips, his expression transforming into one of contempt as he disdainfully remarked, What nonsensical Lion King! If you wish to fight, then let us do so. In my eyes, you are even inferior to a meerkat. A dog possesses far more worth than you. You filthy bastard. What did you just say? I will slay you. Samba roared, his fury ignited by Chu-hee's insult. Instantly, his golden mane bristled with rage as he clenched his teeth and seethed, You seek death. With that, Samba unleashed a powerful punch towards Chu-hee, his massive fist slicing through the air with a fierce wind, manifesting the intensity of his wrath. The spectators gasped in unison, their gazes fixated on Chu-hee across the arena. To the onlookers, Samba's strike appeared swift as the wind, fierce and formidable. If it were to land directly, given Samba's strength, it would undoubtedly shatter bones and inflict severe injury upon his opponent. Many were incredulous, believing that the seemingly slender Chu-hee stood no chance of evading such a mighty blow, let alone enduring it. Some even shut their eyes, their desire to witness the unfolding event evaporating, as if the outcome had already been predetermined. Chu-hee was destined to fail. Unperturbed by the crowd's sentiments, Chu-hee remained calm. At that moment, Samba's colossal fist, akin to a cauldron, approached Chu-hee's face. A cruel smirk flickered at the corners of Samba's mouth, cold and savage. When he looked at Chu-hee, it was as though he regarded a mere ant awaiting its demise. Yet, as the punch drew near, Chu-hee's demeanor remained leisurely and unruffled, as if he were enveloped in a gentle breeze, exuding an aura of nonchalance. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile graced his lips, akin to that of an observer, seemingly dismissing his opponent's impending assault. The gaze of Chu-hee remained as tranquil as water, undisturbed by even the slightest ripple. To this day, his perspective had evolved beyond recognition, rendering any comparison to the past utterly futile. His cultivation had transcended the boundaries of what an ordinary person could comprehend, entering a realm of unimaginable heights. The speed of Simba's punch, in Chu-hee's eyes, was akin to that of a tortoise's crawl. As for its force, while it might appear to others as an immense threat, a testament to boundless strength, it was, to Chu-hee, merely inconsequential, a mere whisper of wind. Akin to the prick of a mosquito, a fleeting irritation. The disparity in their levels had grown too vast. Go to hell. Simba, oblivious to the true extent of their differences, let out a boisterous laugh, exuding an air of invincibility, as if victory was already within his grasp. His face adorned with contempt. Yet, soon enough, the mirth faded from his countenance. His expression shifted from arrogance to shock, disbelief flickering in his eyes, which widened like lanterns. A single hand, long and pale, suddenly darted forth like lightning, effortlessly intercepting his powerful punch, halting it in its tracks. He attempted to retract his hand, only to discover that the slender fingers firmly held his fist in place. No matter how he struggled, even summoning every ounce of strength he possessed, he could not budge it an inch. Instead, he found himself letting out a horrifying scream, a lamentation so tragic it echoed like a wailing ghost. Chu-hee's 5 fingers resembled iron pincers, as Samba's face contorted in agony, brimming with torment. He could feel as if his hand was about to be crushed. the bones within cracking incessantly, transforming into a mass of mangled flesh, shattered to pieces. Witnessing this stark contrast, the competitors below the stage were thrown into an uproar, their expressions a tapestry of disbelief and shock. Horror, confusion, and dread burgeoned within the hearts of the onlookers, all eyes fixated on Chu. Let me go? Let me go, please. Samba screamed, his voice a desperate howl. In a frenzied attempt to escape, he unleashed a furious punch towards Chu, hoping to compel him to release his grip. Humph! Ignorant fool! Chu scoffed coldly, his expression one of disdain. Swiftly, he reached out and seized Samba's flailing arm. And with a gentle squeeze, a sharp crack resonated through the air. Samba's robust arm, akin to a block of tofu, was effortlessly crushed by Chu's grip. Bone protruded through flesh, starkly white against the blood-soaked skin, a gruesome sight to behold. Samba's expression twisted in agony, his pallor ghostly, veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes bloodshot with unbearable pain. Sweat poured down his face as a wave of terror washed over him, rendering him almost paralyzed. The opponent he had once perceived as weak now loomed as an unfathomable force, instilling a mix of fear and regret within him. You certainly had a lot to say earlier, but seeing as you are my first opponent, I shall grant you a parting gift. Chu remarked with a derisive glance at Samba, a slight smile playing on his lips. With a powerful kick, he struck Samba in the abdomen. Though not exerting excessive force, Samba was sent soaring off the stage, crashing into a wall dozens of meters away before crumpling to the ground. The crowd was left in stunned silence, their eyes locked on Chu, as if still reeling from the impact of that kick. Incredible. Truly remarkable. I have never witnessed such prowess, murmured the spectators. Is he even human? To send the Lion King flying over 10 meters. What immense strength. Is he still alive? This is unbelievable. I am no match for him. It would be wise to concede early lest I face a dire fate. The crowd murmured in awe, each expressing their astonishment at Chu's formidable power. The referee wiped the sweat from his brow, hastily approached to assess the situation, then ascended the stage, announcing loudly, "The victor of this match is contestant number 5. Contestant number 6 is unconscious and has lost." Amidst the gaze of the onlookers, Chu descended from the arena, his expression serene and composed. He returned to his original place and sat quietly, while the competition continued. However, the other competitors occasionally stole glances at Chu, all hoping fervently to avoid facing him. In the remaining matches, Chu effortlessly secured victory, and by the final rounds, whenever he took the stage, his opponents surrendered unconditionally. Thus, Chu attained an unchallenged triumph in the preliminaries and advanced successfully. Yet, within his heart, there was no sense of joy. He found it difficult to feel elated. The disparity in strength between him and his adversaries was vast. Upon observation, most of them possessed a combat power of merely 8 or 9, with only a few reaching the low 10s. Defeating them was akin to plucking a flower from the grasp of a hand, requiring no effort whatsoever. In the depths of his heart, Chu fervently prayed for a worthy adversary. It was only by encountering opponents of equal strength, or even those superior to him, that he could perpetually evolve, learn through combat, enhance his abilities, and ultimately surpass his limits. This was his desire, to sing triumphantly through battles, to refine himself amidst the trials, braving the crashing waves, withstanding the onslaught of tsunamis, and facing the howling winds, all with unwavering determination, ready to fight to the death. Chapter 54. Advancing to the top 8. Having secured victory in his first match, Chu successfully advanced through the preliminaries, officially ranking among the top 8 contenders. Amidst the respectful and awed gazes of onlookers, he emerged from the preliminaries with a composed demeanor. As he strolled forward, his eyes suddenly widened in surprise. He focused intently ahead. At the entrance, Bulma stood elegantly, resembling a delicate orchid eagerly awaiting a visitor. Her eyes, as clear and blue as the sky, scanned the departing crowd, and upon catching sight of him, they sparkled with delight. A charming smile blossomed on her lovely face, and with a playful wave of her hand, she greeted Chu warmly. With a gentle smile, Chu approached Bulma at a leisurely pace and said, "Bulma, have you been waiting long? It hasn't been too long. I feel like the match is progressing swiftly, especially in your sector. So many have surrendered because of you," Bulma replied with a playful grin. "But honestly, Chu, I believe you performed exceptionally well in this preliminary round. Truly remarkable," Bulma exclaimed, her face radiating excitement and pride, as if she had achieved the victory herself. "Bulma, this isn't an official competition. What do you think of my performance?" Of course, I secretly watched your preliminary round through the window. How clever am I? Bulma said, a hint of pride in her voice. Chu He appeared momentarily dazed, nodding his head in acknowledgement. When it came to Bulma's praise, he gently shook his head and replied nonchalantly, "It is merely the preliminary round. This holds little significance. The true contest lies in the finals, where one's real capabilities are showcased. For now, this is merely a game, not worthy of attention. Do not be so modest, Chu He. In the preliminaries, I did not witness anyone who could surpass you. Regardless of the circumstances, you must not falter," she exclaimed with a playful giggle. "By the way, Chu He, you ought to express your gratitude to me for your advancement to the top 8 in the preliminaries. I specifically bought you a bottle of beverage. Here, do take a sip and tell me if it pleases your palate." With a radiant smile, Bulma swiftly retrieved a bottle from her bag, presenting it to Chu He with both hands. Her sparkling eyes fixated on him, seemingly urging him to drink, as if they were whispering, "Go on, indulge yourself." Upon hearing Bulma's words, Chu He was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Bulma would be so considerate, thinking of whether he had a drink after the competition and even purchasing a beverage for him, waiting outside for his emergence. Although Chu He had expended little energy during the preliminary rounds and was not particularly thirsty, and despite his general aversion to soft drinks, the thoughtfulness of Bulma, a companion and friend from their travels together, was indeed a rare and cherished sentiment that warmed his heart. It had been a long time since he experienced such a feeling. It was akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing his chilled skin, evoking a tingling sensation intertwined with warmth, a complex comfort that was indescribable. This sensation stirred a slight intoxication within Chu He's heart. Chu He gently accepted the beverage, his pair of ebony eyes softly fixated on the delicate, fair visage of Bulma. A smile graced his lips as he softly remarked, "All right, let me savor the taste. It must be delightful." Suddenly ensnared by the intensity of Chu He's captivating gaze, Bulma felt her heart race uncontrollably, akin to a startled deer, as an indescribable sensation quietly blossomed within her. A fleeting blush graced her tender, porcelain cheeks, and she lowered her gaze to her toes, her small hand absent-mindedly fidgeting with the hem of her garment, while she occasionally stole glances at Chu He. Chu He twisted open the bottle cap and glanced at the bowed head of Bulma, a smile gracing his lips. He promptly seized the beverage, tilting his head back and gulping it down with fervor. As the drink flowed into him, a refreshing sensation swept through his mouth, causing his features to relax in delight. The taste was reminiscent of a chilled glass of orange juice on a sweltering summer day. With each sip, Chu He praised the drink, exclaiming its invigorating quality, while Bulma secretly reveled in his enjoyment. Witnessing Chu He savor the beverage she had purchased for him filled her heart with a sweetness akin to honey. Once he finished the drink, Chu He casually discarded the bottle into the trash can. He turned to Bulma, smiling as he remarked, "Bulma, this beverage is absolutely delightful. I have never tasted anything quite like it. I wonder if I will be able to enjoy it again after my next match." "Well, that depends on your performance," Bulma replied with a playful grin. "If you excel, I shall continue to reward you." "How about that?" she added, her laughter light and cheerful, although she spoke in jest. Hearing Chu He express a desire for more of the drink she had bought brought her an indescribable joy and happiness. She felt truly elated in that moment. "Watch my performance. I will not falter. Bulma, be prepared to keep buying until the end of the competition." Chu He laughed heartily, his spirits high. Chu He and Bulma engaged in lively conversation as they happily made their way to other competition venues, where they watched the preliminary matches of other contestants. The competitions in various districts were nearing their conclusion, approaching the final stages. Sun Wukong and Krillin shone brightly in the preliminaries, both young, yet triumphing over numerous opponents who were older, stronger, and more renowned martial artists. Their performances astonished onlookers, leaving many speechless and in awe. Numerous spectators remarked that the younger generation truly surpasses the older, and this martial arts event promised to deliver spectacular battles. Notably, an elderly competitor exhibited remarkable prowess during the preliminaries, often incapacitating his opponents within just 3 moves. This extraordinary participant sparked much discussion among the competitors. He was known as Chung Long, who was, in fact, disguised as Master Roshi. The preliminaries concluded swiftly, and the list of the top 8 contestants emerged from the selections made during the rounds. The judges promptly announced the names of the finalists from the first division: Chu He and Lan Fong; from the second division, Sun Wukong and Krillin; from the third division, Lu Ping and Nan Wu; and from the fourth division, Chung Long and Ji Lang. These 8 contestants were set to continue into the quarterfinals, vying for advancement through a system that would see 4 emerge from the 8. Chapter 55. The quarterfinals commence. In the resting area, players such as Chu He, Sun Wukong, and Clin took a brief respite before a tournament official arrived to inform them that the quarterfinals were about to commence, urging them to warm up and prepare. The quarterfinals differed significantly from the preliminary rounds, which were conducted in a closed venue without any spectators, solely aimed at eliminating competitors. Conversely, the quarterfinals were to take place outside, on a grand arena, designed to select the top 4 contenders. During the matches, a multitude of spectators would gather to cheer and support, creating an entirely different atmosphere. Under the guidance of the tournament official, Chu He bid farewell to Buma and joined the other finalists in the preparation area behind the competition stage. A towering wall stood before this preparation area, and on the other side lay the arena. From atop the wall, one could clearly gaze down upon the stage and its surroundings. Chu He glanced at the towering wall, a subtle stir within his heart. Those familiar with Dragon Ball will recall that in the past, Sun Wukong and Krillin would often lean against this very wall, watching the battles unfold. With a gentle sigh, Chu He revealed a hint of bewilderment. Surrounding the arena, the walls were teeming with spectators, a crowd so dense that it appeared as one undulating mass. It was a veritable sea of humanity, echoing with the cacophony of cheers and shouts, a relentless din that filled the air. Look at all these people. Are they all here to watch our match? Sun Wukong climbed several times onto the outer wall of the preparation area, peering out curiously. Turning back, he inquired, "Indeed, I never anticipated that the Grand Martial Arts Tournament would attract such a vast audience. To be honest, I'm beginning to feel a bit anxious." Kellen lightly patted his chest, exhaling sharply, and expressed his sentiments with a touch of reflection. "Anxious? Why would you feel that way?" Sun Wukong replied, his face a picture of confusion at Kellen's words. "Fool, with so many eyes upon us, it's only natural to feel nervous. Only someone as oblivious as you would remain unaffected. Unlike you, I cannot afford to be ridiculed if I were to lose before such a crowd. Do you understand? Even in defeat, I must maintain a semblance of dignity. It seems I must truly perform well." Kellen stepped forward, patting Sun Wukong on the shoulder, a hint of resignation in his tone. "Yes, I won't concede easily." Sun Wukong clenched his fist, nodding with a smile, his expression radiating a resolute determination. Upon witnessing the multitude of spectators surrounding the arena for the first time, Chu He felt a profound sense of astonishment. In the depths of his heart, Chu He mused, "What a grand spectacle this is. Merely observing the multitude, it seems there are no less than tens of thousands present. The victor here stands a remarkable chance of achieving fame. As for me, I too can assert my presence and prove my worth in this very place." In the depths of his heart, Chu He emitted a silent cry, his gaze ablaze as if radiating an extraordinary luminescence. In the preparation area, Chu He stood in a line alongside the other 8 finalists. At that moment, a young judge, donned in a black suit and sporting golden short hair, entered through the door, his eyes concealed behind dark sunglasses. He came to a halt before them, cradling a drawing box in his hands. Chu He scrutinized the referee, who seemed vaguely familiar to him, evoking memories of the Dragon Ball tournament. The referee, wearing a smile, addressed the assembled contestants. "Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now commence the drawing of lots. Each participant will draw once to determine their number, which will subsequently establish the matchups for the top 8 competitors." The contestants eagerly approached to draw their numbers, and once completed, the referee matched each drawn number with the corresponding top 8 competitors. The matches for the quarterfinals were set to follow an 8-4 advancement format, divided into 4 contests, culminating in the semifinals. The matchups were as follows. The first match featured Sun Wukong against Lan Fong. The second, Chu He versus Jilang. The third, Jackie Chan versus Nin Wu. And the fourth, Clin versus Lu Ping. Chu He felt a sense of satisfaction with the draw. Although his presence had altered the original narrative, resulting in changes to the matchups, it did not stray far from the established course. The sound of drums resonated, accompanied by the fervent cheers of the crowd and the sharp clang of a gong, signaling the official commencement of the quarterfinals. As the first match involved Sun Wukong, he was the first to ascend the stage. Upon his entry, gasps of astonishment rippled through the audience. "That little boy is one of the top 8? No way," exclaimed a spectator, astonished. "I heard there were 2 formidable children in the preliminaries. Could he be one of them?" Another voice chimed in. "What? There's another child? How incredible! But is it true? We shall see." The spectators below the stage buzzed with curiosity about Sun Wukong. "Welcome our first contestant, Sun Wukong." The referee, standing in the center of the stage, waved and smiled at Sun Wukong before continuing, "Now, please welcome our second contestant, Lan Fang." As the referee finished speaking, a young woman with beautiful features and purple curls gracefully stepped forward. The referee glanced at both competitors, nodded, and waved his hand, announcing, "Let the first match begin." Sun Wukong focused intently on the purple-haired woman before him, adopting a combat stance. Just as he was about to make his move, Lan Fang playfully placed her finger on her cherry lips, giggling softly, and swayed her waist, saying, "Little one, if you concede, your sister will give you a kiss." With a gentle lick of her lips, her face resembled a blooming peach, and her eyes sparkled with warmth. Sun Wukong, momentarily taken aback, wore a perplexed expression and inquired, "What? You said you would kiss me? What does that mean? Is it a technique?" Just as Sun Wukong was caught off guard, the previously smiling purple-haired woman suddenly glimmered with a fierce light in her eyes. With a sharp cry, she darted towards him like a leopard, launching a flying kick aimed at his neck. Sun Wukong, lost in thought over her earlier words, was caught unaware and received a brutal strike. The purple-haired woman, seizing the advantage, unleashed a flurry of alternating punches that landed heavily on Sun Wukong's chest. After delivering dozens of blows, she finally knocked him to the ground, at which point she exhaled slightly, pausing her assault. Lan Fang, her face alight with triumph, glanced down at Sun Wukong on the arena floor. However, her expression shifted abruptly to one of disbelief. He had not collapsed as she imagined, nor was he unconscious or gravely injured. Instead, Sun Wukong rose from the ground unscathed, rubbed his neck, brushed off the dust from his body, and glared at her with anger, exclaiming, "You despicable person! How dare you launch a surprise attack? This is truly outrageous." Chapter 56, Sun Wukong versus Lan Fang. Though still young, Sun Wukong furrowed his brow in anger, and for reasons unknown. Lan Fang felt an oppressive aura emanating from him, causing her body to tremble slightly. "How could you possibly withstand my full-force attack and remain unscathed, still able to stand?" Lan Fang stammered, her finger trembling as she pointed at him, disbelief lacing her voice. "My body is as strong as steel. How could you so easily bring me down with just a few strikes? I have trained for a long time." Sun Wukong replied, a hint of irritation in his tone. Then, glaring fiercely at Lan Fang, he shouted, "I will not be caught off guard by you. I intend to defeat you." Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Lan Fang's expression shifted slightly. She took a deep breath, suppressing the flicker of fear that arose within her, and her face once again blossomed with a smile. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she laughed lightly and said in a gentle tone, "Little one, there's no need to be so fierce. You are so formidable. It makes your sister quite frightened. I have never encountered a boy as powerful as you." As she spoke, a hint of fragility and helplessness seeped into her demeanor, and her large, luminous eyes filled with a pleading expression. Observing this change in Lan Fang, Sun Wukong's demeanor softened instantly. He recalled his grandfather's words to treat girls gently, and seeing this person refer to herself as his sister, he assumed she must indeed be a girl. With these thoughts in mind, his memories of his grandfather flooded back to him, and he lowered his voice, speaking tenderly. "Very well then, if you concede, I shall refrain from striking you. You are a girl, after all, and I will treat you with kindness." "Concede? No, that simply won't do. I am quite eager to claim this reward, and I am not one to easily back down." Lan Fang exclaimed with a cheerful smile, "Little one, how about I offer you a reward for your earlier restraint?" She giggled, covering her mouth delicately, her eyes sparkling as they fixated intently on Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong gazed at Lan Fang with a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend the meaning behind her words. She was clad in a blue tank top and dark trousers, her arms slightly extended forward, alternately grasping the hem of her shirt. "Why do you have two lumps on your chest? It looks rather strange." Sun Wukong inquired innocently, his gaze clear and untainted, staring unabashedly at Lan Fang's figure. His demeanor remained unchanged, showing no sign of embarrassment or hesitation as he regarded her, as if she were just another ordinary person. For Sun Wukong, distinguishing between male and female was a challenge, and his pure-hearted nature left him devoid of any confusion. Lan Fang had anticipated captivating the young boy with her alluring figure, perhaps even inducing some shyness due to her femininity. However, upon hearing Sun Wukong's candid remark, she felt a surge of indignation. It was astonishing that this boy seemed utterly oblivious to her allure and dared to pose such a question, leaving her feeling that her efforts had been in vain. What was meant to be her trump card in dealing with men had proven ineffective against Sun Wukong, leaving Lan Fang feeling utterly helpless. "Darn it, I will not concede, she whispered to herself, determination flooding her heart. With a fierce shout, she launched a kick towards Sun Wukong, who nimbly evaded her attack. Lan Fang continued to unleash a flurry of strikes at him. Yet none were successful in even grazing the hem of his clothing, and soon, she found herself panting heavily, her breath in disarray. Now it's my turn to strike. With a cheerful smile, Sun Wukong swiftly moved and, in the blink of an eye, appeared beside Lan Fang. He playfully threw a gentle punch towards her. Reacting instinctively, Lan Fang raised her arm to block it, only to be taken aback as that seemingly light blow carried the force of a surging wave, propelling her backward with great strength. She stumbled and even fell, ultimately landing outside the arena. With just a single punch, he had effortlessly knocked Lan Fang out of the ring. Such prowess was truly astonishing. The audience was left in a state of disbelief. Lan Fang, dazed, brushed off the dust from her clothes and stood up, seemingly unscathed. Thank you, little friend, for your mercy just now. I sincerely apologize for my earlier actions. She called out to Sun Wukong from below the stage, bowing slightly. It's no trouble at all. My grandfather taught me to be gentle with ladies. Sun Wukong replied with a smile. Subsequently, the referee announced Sun Wukong's victory, securing his place among the top 4 contenders. Chapter 57, Chu He vs. Ji Lang. With a lively spirit, Sun Wukong descended from the stage and returned to the contestants' waiting area. Clin greeted him with a warm smile, embracing him before patting him on the shoulder. Wukong, I truly envy you for having such a beautiful opponent. Who would have thought you had a gentle side? Sun Wukong scratched his head, chuckling. I don't really understand what that means, but I do know that when it comes to girls, one should be a bit more gentle. I made sure to control my strength. Beside Krillin, Chui listened to Sun Wukong's words, and a faint smile graced his lips as he sighed softly. Wukong, I never anticipated that you would have mastered the art of controlling your strength to such an extent. Truly remarkable. Hee. I have indeed put in considerable effort. Sun Wukong beamed, a hint of pride illuminating his youthful face. With a cheerful demeanor, he gazed at Chu He and remarked, Chu He, you must exert yourself. Do not falter. I am eagerly looking forward to our match. Ha ha. Rest assured, I shall not be defeated. We will have our opportunity to spar. Chu He replied confidently. The one who should be concerned is Krillin. Wouldn't you agree, Krillin? With a gentle smile, he shifted his focus, his gaze suddenly locking onto Krillin. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong also turned to Krillin and inquired, by the way, Krillin, do you have confidence in defeating Lepin? I am uncertain if I can secure a victory. Krillin responded earnestly, his expression resolute as he clenched his fists. From what you have told me, he seems quite formidable, capable of holding his own against both of you. Nevertheless, I shall give it my all. Chu He and Sun Wukong exchanged encouraging glances with Clin, following which they exchanged fist bumps, invigorating one another in a display of camaraderie. The interval between the first and second matches was a mere 5 minutes, and soon the next contest was set to commence. Now, let us welcome contestant number 3, Chu He, and contestant number 4, Gilong. The referee, clad in a black suit, stood at the center of the ring, microphone in hand, calling out loudly. As his words echoed, Chu He stepped onto the stage with measured strides, exuding calmness, while his opponent, a fearsome dinosaur with wings, blue-green skin, and sharp facial protrusions, loomed before him. The imposing figure of Gilong created a stark visual contrast, one that was both grand and diminutive. The second match is now underway. With that proclamation, the referee exited the ring, signaling the start of the contest. Gilong, from his elevated position, cast a disdainful glance at Chu He, chuckling derisively. Hey, you kid, must have run out of luck to face me. Look at that puny frame of yours. How could you possibly qualify to spar with me? Perhaps your luck is simply exceptional, or maybe your opponents are all inept. Regardless, your fortune ends here. Gai Lang's mocking appraisal of Chu He was rife with contempt and arrogance. He regarded Chu He with utter disregard, fully confident in his own strength and prowess. In his eyes, Chu He was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter, while he himself was a cunning wolf on the prowl. Why do you and that so-called Lion King, Simba, revel in such meaningless chatter? Chu He retorted, shrugging in resignation to Gai Lang's provocations, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Humph. You truly underestimate the situation. Allow me to enlighten you. Gai Lang's fury ignited at Chu He's words. Baring his sharp teeth, he charged forward with an immense force, akin to a thunderous storm, hurtling towards Chu He with a ferocious momentum. Should an ordinary person be struck by such impact, they would likely be sent flying, bones shattered. Yet, as Gilong approached with the ferocity of a tempest, Chu-Hi remained unruffled, his eyes calm as tranquil waters. His dark, tousled hair danced in the wind as he stood resolutely, like an unyielding mountain. As Gilong closed in, he let out a wild roar, unleashing a powerful punch. His momentum and strength converging into a catastrophic force. With a flicker of his eyes and a smile gracing his lips, Chu-Hi shifted his steps gracefully. As the attack approached, he deftly sidestepped, evading it with elegance. Ji Lang, taken aback by his missed strike, let out a furious roar, flapping his wings and clawing wildly as he relentlessly aimed for Chu-Hi's face. Yet, Chu-Hi moved with the swiftness of lightning, displaying remarkable agility. None of Ji Lang's assaults found their mark, not even a brush against his garments. At this moment, Ji Lang's breath had begun to quicken, and he was intermittently gasping for air. Chu-Hi cast a disdainful glance at Ji Lang, his expression composed and nonchalant, as if strolling leisurely in a garden. In a swift motion, he positioned himself beside Ji Lang, who barely had time to react before a piercing scream pierced the air. With a powerful upward strike, Chu-Hi delivered a heavy blow directly to Ji Lang's abdomen. Ji Lang's face contorted in agony, sweat beading on his brow as he gritted his teeth, clutching his stomach and bending over to kneel on the ground, groaning in pain. With a sudden retch, he expelled a mouthful of bile onto the earth, gasping for breath. His expression filled with disbelief. The audience, who bore witness to this dramatic scene, erupted in enthusiastic cheers, their voices a chorus of excitement and fervor. Did you see that? Just one punch. That youth has brought the monster to its knees. How impressive. Truly deserving of the top 8. They are not mere mortals. This year promises to be exhilarating. The journey here was worthwhile. Amidst the admiration, fervent female spectators gazed at Chu-Hi on the stage with starry eyes, their cheers echoing. Chu-Hi, you're amazing. Keep going, keep going. Amidst the cacophony of applause, Chu-Hi's ears perked up at the sound of a familiar voice. He cast his gaze over the crowd, searching for the source, and spotted Buma at the forefront, her face alight with excitement as she waved enthusiastically, shouting encouragements in a spirited manner. With a smile, Chu-Hi waved his hand in acknowledgement, which only heightened Bulma's excitement. Meanwhile, in the arena, Jilin had risen to his feet once more, facing Chu-Hi. His complexion was slightly pale. It must be noted that the resilience of a dinosaur's body surpassed that of an ordinary human significantly. Had it been a regular person, they would have already been unable to rise. Jilin's expression was grim, devoid of the earlier disdain and arrogance. Now, his demeanor was filled with wariness and animosity towards Chu-Hi. Kid, that punch you just threw was quite painful. I underestimated you. You truly possess strength capable of hurting me. However, prepare yourself, for I shall return tenfold. He grimaced, rubbing his abdomen and baring his teeth menacingly. Chapter 58. The rubber band. Haha, what a grand joke. You overestimate yourself, wretch. It is not my strength that prevails, but rather your own weakness. Do you understand? You are simply too weak. Chu-Hi laughed heartily, his tone brimming with arrogance as he coldly regarded Jilin, his words dripping with contempt. Upon hearing Chu-Hi's mockery, Jilin felt as though he had been struck across the face, his face flushed with anger as he nearly ground his teeth in rage. Feeling as if his very lungs might explode from the pressure, Jilin gasped heavily, his eyes wide and glaring at Chu-Hi with an intensity akin to that of a copper bell, his gaze sharp and frigid, as if he longed to rend Chu-Hi into countless pieces to assuage his fury. He roared in anger, his countenance twisted in a fearsome snarl, moving restlessly as he unleashed a flurry of punches aimed at devastating Chu-Hi. Yet, Chu-Hi maintained a relaxed demeanor, effortlessly evading each attack, leaving Jilin flailing about like a headless fly, utterly futile in his efforts. Eventually, Jilin halted his assault, increasingly agitated, his expression darkening as he struggled to regain his composure. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself before suddenly erupting into laughter, his wings flapping vigorously as he soared into the sky. Hovering above, he looked down upon Chu-Hi with a cold smile, proclaiming loudly, "Haha, you've truly incited my wrath this time. Don't say I didn't warn you. My abilities are quite formidable. I will leave you utterly unrecognizable, your bones shattered." His words were laced with self-assuredness. Upon hearing this, Chu-Hi felt a stirring within. He had already discerned the nature of the abilities Jilin spoke of. In the past, while watching Dragon Ball, Chu-Hi recalled one of the formidable opponents that Son Goku faced during his inaugural participation in the World Martial Arts Tournament. This adversary possessed the peculiar ability to expel rubber bands that ensnared his foes, ultimately succumbing to Goku's overwhelming strength and surrendering. He was ultimately pierced through the chest by one of Piccolo's subordinates, leaving a lasting impression on Chu, as this particular skill was indeed quite extraordinary. The rubber rings he expelled resembled swimming floats. Although their power was rather insignificant, their capacity to immobilize others rendered them incapable of resistance or counterattack, effectively making the entrapped individuals vulnerable and at the mercy of their assailants. This represented a method of subduing one's enemies. For an ordinary martial artist, even one with slightly superior skills to Jiren, if caught off guard by such a technique and lacking sufficient strength, they would find themselves utterly helpless in a matter of moments. During that period, it could be said that he would have been defeated countless times. It is worth noting that although Jiren's reputation was not particularly illustrious, he had triumphed over numerous stronger opponents in the previous tournament, thanks to this variability. Jiren believed that Chu fell into the same category, harboring no illusions regarding the extent of Chu's strength. Chua raised his gaze towards the soaring Jiren, who flapped his wings vigorously in the air. His expression remained tranquil and his heart as calm as water. Rather than feeling troubled by the impending techniques Jiren was about to unleash, an exhilarating curiosity began to permeate his thoughts. Chua yearned to discover the extent of his current strength and whether he could effortlessly break free from the so-called unbreakable rubber ring. Jiren, with wide eyes in mid-air, opened his mouth to reveal a row of chilling teeth. Suddenly, his throat quivered, and with a swift motion, he expelled a stream of purple viscous liquid. Jiren chuckled sinisterly, and as his gaze flickered, the liquid flowed momentarily before solidifying into a rubber-like strip, which he grasped in his hand. Is this the extent of your abilities? I am eager to see what this flimsy contraption can do to me. Chua replied with a faint smile, a hint of disdain evident in his demeanor. Humph, boy, do not be too arrogant. I shall see how long you can maintain that smile. This time, I will render you completely immobile, shattering you into pieces. Let us see if you can still laugh then. Jiren's expression turned vicious as he laughed maniacally. He tightened the rubber ring, reinforcing its durability. Then, with a cold smirk, he hurled it swiftly towards Chua. Chu's physique resembled that of a steadfast rock, standing tall and immovable as a mountain. The rubber rings descended from the heavens, transforming into 3 loops that ensnared his chest, abdomen, and legs in a tight embrace. In an instant, the rubber rings constricted further, binding Chu's body and entirely thwarting his mobility. Observing that Chu did not even attempt to evade his rubber ring assault, Jilong let out a soft exclamation. Mildly astonished, he raised his voice towards Chu, saying, "Hey, with your skills, aren't you supposed to be quite swift? Why not dodge? Humph. Do I really need to evade such trifling tactics? I've told you before, do not overestimate yourself. Let me inform you. Your most formidable technique, the rubber rings you so boastfully proclaim, amounts to nothing in my eyes." Chu replied with a calm smile, unhurried in his demeanor. "You arrogant fool. I am determined to crush you. It is simply unforgivable." Jilong's forehead throbbed with veins, his eyes filled with a fierce intensity, his fist clenched tightly. The sound of bones cracking echoing in the air. Bound by the 3 layers of rubber rings, Chu exhibited not an ounce of panic. His expression remained serene as he gently closed his eyes. He allowed the flow of energy to circulate throughout his body, applying just a hint of strength to assess the constrictive force of the rubber rings. Instantly, he understood the magnitude of their grip. The corners of Chu's mouth curled into a slight arc. Ha. You brought this upon yourself, perish. Kirin's roar thundered like a storm. And with a powerful flap of his wings, a gust of wind surged forth, sending ripples through the air. Kirin dove from the sky, accelerating with remarkable speed, his arm swinging as he fiercely aimed a punch at Chu's forehead. This blow descended with the force of a hammer striking a mountain, displaying Kirin's unwavering determination for victory and his fierce, unrelenting spirit for battle. The audience beneath the arena gasped in astonishment, some covering their eyes, seemingly unable to bear witness to the impending calamity that awaited Chu. Bulma, standing among them, turned pale, her delicate features tinged with worry, as she cried out anxiously. Chu, quickly evade. Her incessant calls echoed with concern, reminiscent of a cuckoo's lament. In stark contrast, Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Jackie Chan, observing from the high walls of the competitors' zone, remained unfazed. Wukong and Krillin engaged in light-hearted banter, evidently brimming with confidence in Chu's abilities. Chapter 59, The Competition Unfolds. Chu remained composed and unruffled, with the clouds drifting lazily and the breeze gentle, his expression unwavering. A subtle smile graced his lips, and for a fleeting moment, a glimmer of light flickered in his deep, dark eyes. As his thoughts shifted, the energy within him surged ceaselessly, coursing through every part of his body. In that instant, Chu felt as though his strength had multiplied several-fold, with an overwhelming force ready to erupt from every muscle. With a hearty laugh, Chu exerted a slight force with his arms, gently pushing them outward. In an instant, a resounding crack echoed as the rubber band, which Ji Lang had deemed unbreakable, was effortlessly shattered by Chu, splintering into several fragments that fell to the ground. Ji Lang, taken aback by this astonishing spectacle, was rendered momentarily speechless, halting his previous assault. His eyes widened in disbelief, fixed upon the remnants of the elastic band on the ground, as if a thunderous bolt had struck, relentlessly assaulting his increasingly fragile nerves. "It cannot be. This is impossible," Ji Lang murmured, his gaze vacant and filled with trepidation as he looked at Chu. Beads of sweat, akin to pearls, cascaded from his forehead, streaming down his massive frame and soaking the ground beneath. His legs trembled visibly, betraying his fear. "Pathetic. Are you frightened now? Do you finally comprehend your own weakness?" Chu cast a disdainful glance at Ji Lang, contempt dripping from his words. "Now, the match must come to a close. Allow me to escort you on your way. Prepare yourself." With each deliberate step toward Ji Lang, Chu seemed to strike a heavy blow upon Ji Lang's heart, instilling a sense of dread that rendered him pale and disoriented, overwhelmed by an insufferable terror and unable to withstand the mounting pressure. Ji Lang withdrew a white flag and surrendered. Thus, the match concluded with Ji Lang's voluntary concession, declaring Chu the victor. In that moment, the audience erupted with exuberance, their cheers resounding in unison, celebrating the thrilling contest. Buruma, in particular, beamed with delight, her joy akin to that of a jubilant bird, her face radiating pride and happiness. The referee announced Chu's successful advancement, placing him among the top 4 contenders, preparing for the impending semifinals. Chu returned to the preparation area to join Sun Wukong and Krillin, both of whom expressed their delight at his advancement, showering him with compliments that made him somewhat bashful. Jackie Chan also conveyed his congratulations, to which Chu feigned ignorance of his identity and responded with a smile. The group engaged in light-hearted banter, and soon enough, the third match was about to commence. This time, Chu found himself as an observer, an experience that proved to be quite intriguing. Watching others battle, learning from their strengths to compensate for his own weaknesses, was undeniably beneficial. Martial arts and cultivation are an ongoing journey of self-improvement. Next up was Jackie Chan, also known as Master Roshi, whose opponent was a dark-skinned monk named Namo, who bore a troubled expression and hailed from a family facing significant hardships. Frankly speaking, the outcome of this match held no suspense in Chu's eyes. Despite Namo's resolute determination to save his homeland and the unwavering spirit he possessed, such tenacity offered no chance of victory against an overwhelming disparity in strength. As anticipated, within less than 2 rounds of combat, Jackie Chan's lightning-fast movements led to Namo being struck in the neck, rendering him unconscious amidst despair and frustration. Consequently, Jackie Chan advanced to the semifinals. Fortunately, the unfolding events mirrored those of the original tale. Out of curiosity regarding the sorrowful Namo, Jackie had previously used his telepathy to probe into Namo's memories, learning of his homeland's plight and the purpose of his journey. Without hesitation, he extended a helping hand. After the match, he sought out Namo privately and gifted him a water well capsule to aid him in overcoming his difficulties. For the time being, Namo's predicament reached a temporary resolution. The assistance offered by Master Roshi was limited, and the rest would depend on Namo and his kin to alter their fate and forge a brighter future. The final match of the quarterfinals featured Krillin versus Loping, both of whom were well known to Chu, especially since Krillin had trained alongside him for nearly a year, fostering a deeper bond than that with Loping. Chu and Sun Wukong went to encourage Krillin, urging him to give his all and fully showcase his abilities, to which Krillin nodded in agreement. Loping, meanwhile, was eagerly preparing at the sidelines, his demeanor radiating a palpable fighting spirit as he frequently cast glances at Krillin. Once the referee in a black suit ascended the ring and made the announcement, Krillin and Loping simultaneously leaped into the arena with grace. The two faced off at the start, neither daring to strike first. Loping exhibited a newfound composure, his gaze sharper, seemingly emanating a predatory glint from the depths of his eyes. With a smile revealing his teeth, he addressed Krillin, saying, "Krillin, I look forward to your guidance." Krillin nodded in response, replying, "No need for formalities." As he fully entered the fray, his body assumed a battle stance, poised for combat at any moment. A sudden sharp exclamation pierced the air, and before anyone could react, Lu Ping surged forth, his form agile and fierce like a wild wolf, charging towards Clin with an aura of ferocity. His hands transformed into claws mid-run, adopting the predatory posture of a wolf king ready to strike. Clin felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead, his expression shifting as he quickly retreated to evade Lu Ping's assault. With a swift leap and a front flip, he vaulted over Lu Ping's head, landing deftly behind him, ready to counter with a punch. Lu Ping's gaze flicked around, instinctively responding by pivoting to confront the attack. Raising his arm to block, a dull thud resonated as Clin's small fist collided with Lu Ping's arm. Lu Ping winced at the sudden pain radiating through his arm, feeling an overwhelming force surge into his body, sending him reeling backward until he managed to regain his footing after several steps. His heart raced as he glanced at his arm, now marked with a crimson bruise. Shock coursed through him as he regarded Clin with newfound seriousness, silently pondering the source of such immense strength. With a fierce shout, Lu Ping unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike coming in rapid succession, relentless in their assault. Yet Clin did not falter. Instead, he met Lu Ping head-on, skillfully countering his maneuvers. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither yielding an inch, their fists and feet clashing in a cacophony of sound. The intensity of their battle ignited the excitement of the onlookers, whose cheers echoed in waves, urging them on. As the chapter of the top 8 concluded, Lu Ping found himself increasingly astonished by Clin's prowess. Although Clin appeared somewhat diminutive, Lu Ping could not deny that his speed, strength, and stamina rivaled his own, perhaps even exceeding it in subtle ways. A shiver ran down Lu Ping's spine, gritting his teeth. He resolved to unleash his ultimate technique against Clin. Clin, prepare to face my might. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Lu Ping's aura transformed, embodying the essence of a beast. A low growl emanated from his throat, exuding an untamed ferocity. Wolfang Windfist, he bellowed as he leaned slightly forward, propelling himself with a powerful kick that rendered him almost a fleeting shadow, charging forth with a relentless and fierce momentum. Like a wolf possessed by a deity, he lunged fiercely at Clin. Before he even arrived, an aura of ferocity and menace enveloped the air. This strike caught the attention of Chu He, who observed from a distance. Compared to their previous battle, Lu Ping had made considerable progress, his brutality now resembling that of a true wolf. Although Lu Ping exuded an impressive momentum, Clin, alongside Chu He and Sun Wukong, had endured rigorous training under the devilish guidance of Master Rashi, resulting in extraordinary psychological resilience. His expression merely shifted slightly as he retreated, deftly dodging the flurry of Lu Ping's Wolfang fist with remarkable agility. His movements were as swift as lightning, evoking a sensation for Lu Ping akin to striking cotton. His blows landed with little effect, failing to pose any substantial threat. Only 2 or 3 grazed Clin's body. Lu Ping's heart sank, astonished by Clin's prowess. He realized that despite unleashing his full power, he could not overcome Clin, who appeared to have ample energy remaining. This revelation filled him with a sense of defeat. It was evident that Clin, through Master Rashi's training, had surpassed Lu Ping, who relied solely on self-directed cultivation. Lu Ping's Wolfang fist drew strength from the ferocity of a wolf king on the hunt, yet after facing repeated setbacks, his momentum waned, losing its former ferocity and becoming somewhat sluggish. Suddenly, Clin's eyes sparkled with determination. Seizing the opportunity, he exclaimed, "What a chance!" With a fierce shout, he surged forward like a bullet, unleashing a torrential barrage of punches upon Lu Ping. Taken aback, Lu Ping struggled to defend himself, employing every tactic at his disposal. However, in the face of Clin's rapid assault, he could only manage to parry, lacking the strength to counterattack. A forceful punch from Clin caused him to stagger back. And in that moment of vulnerability, Clin executed a sweeping kick, sending Lu Ping sprawling out of the ring. With this decisive move, the outcome was clear. A thunderous applause erupted from the audience, cheers resounding as many excitedly called out, "Clin! Clin!" The spectators' spirits soared, for they deemed such a battle extraordinarily thrilling. Thus, the final match of the top 8 concluded, giving rise to the 4 finalists advancing to the semifinals: Sun Wukong, Chu He, Jackie Chan, and Clin, who would compete once more for the coveted spot in the final showdown. Chu He felt a surge of excitement as the competition reached this stage. The remaining 3 strong competitors were all individuals he was intimately familiar with. Engaging in battle with any of them stirred a fervor within him far greater than facing any other contenders. He sensed his blood boiling with an intensity he had not experienced in quite some time. As a scion, a race inherently inclined towards combat, The warrior spirit within him ignited, and he found himself longing for a challenge, irrespective of victory or defeat, merely for the sake of the fight. Krillin, you truly have put in the effort. Splendid work. As Krillin stepped down from the arena, Sun Wukong rushed to him, exuberantly grasping his shoulder. Beaming with pride, Krillin chuckled. Of course, just consider my training partners. I certainly did not slack off when training alongside you all. How could I possibly accept defeat so easily? At that moment, Lu Ping approached with a dejected expression. Upon seeing Krillin, he managed a sheepish smile, sighed softly, and clasped his hands in salute. Krillin, you are remarkable. It is no surprise you trained under Master Wu Tian. This time, I concede. However, I will persist in my training. I too shall seek to study under Master Wu Tian. And I hope to face you again in the future. Krillin smiled and nodded in agreement. That sounds great. Next time, I won't be losing either. But if you wish to train under Master Wu Tian, brace yourself for the possibility of death. I hope you're prepared for that. Lu Ping nodded. Bid farewell to Chu He and the others, and exited the arena, concluding his participation in this competition. After Lu Ping departed, Chu He approached Krillin with a smile and gently patted him on the shoulder, encouragingly saying, "Well done, Krillin. Keep pushing forward." However, Krillin's previously cheerful demeanor shifted to one of dismay upon hearing Chu He's words, his face clouding with concern. He shook his head, sighed deeply, and replied with a wry smile, "God Chu He, I fear I have reached my limits. While I may not fully grasp the extent of your and Wukong's abilities, I can estimate them. As for that elder named Cheng Long, his strength is unfathomable. Regardless of what lies ahead, I must face one of you, and to be honest, I lack confidence." Within Krillin's words lay a profound sense of helplessness. Chua paused momentarily, taken aback. He had not anticipated that a mere word of encouragement from him would elicit such a sigh from Krillin. Unsure of how to console him, Chua pondered for a moment, carefully organizing his thoughts before addressing Krillin. "Krillin," he began, "please do not harbor such thoughts, for they may undermine your confidence. Remember to always maintain a victorious mindset. It matters not whether your opponent is myself, Wukong, or even Jackie Chan. What truly matters is that you give your utmost effort. Rankings are but illusions. The essence lies in genuinely showcasing your abilities, growing through battle, continuously refining yourself, honing your skills, and surpassing your own limits. That is our true objective." Upon hearing these words, Krillin let out a deep sigh of relief, nodding in agreement, and remarked with a smile, "Chuha, after hearing your encouragement, I truly feel as though a weight has been lifted from my heart. I never realized you possess such a talent for uplifting others." With a hearty laugh, Chu He remarked, "This is merely the result of your own pressure. Now, Kellen, do not overthink. Adjust your mindset and prepare for the next match. Remember, should our paths cross again, I shall not hold back." Chapter 61. The next opponent is Wukong. Kellen let out a disdainful huff in response. Humph. Of course. Who would ever concede to you? Hearing the exchange between Chu He and Kellen, Sun Wukong approached with a cheeky grin, interjecting, "Hee. Kellen, I will not go easy on you either. If you encounter me, be prepared for a good thrashing." Sun Wukong burst into laughter, his expression brimming with pride. "Humph, Wukong, I shall not be defeated by you. If you wish to lay a hand on me, it will not be as simple as you think. Just wait and see," Kellen retorted defiantly, glaring at Sun Wukong with determination. Chu He and his companions engaged in animated discussions about the upcoming semifinals, speculating on the victors and the eventual champion. Their hearts brimmed with excitement and fervor. During this interval, the enigmatic referee clad in black sought out the trio Chu He, Sun Wukong, and Krillin, who donned identical orange martial arts uniforms. When the referee, with a visage marked by curiosity and anticipation, inquired about their martial arts lineage and origins, the three responded in unison. This prompted a swift transformation of the referee's expression from astonishment to exhilaration, and then to sheer enthusiasm. As he announced to the eager audience outside the ring that the three were esteemed disciples of the legendary martial arts master, Wu Tian, the crowd erupted into a fervor. The atmosphere was electric, with jubilant cheers and applause resonating throughout, creating an exhilarating scene that reached a crescendo of excitement. Chu He was slightly taken aback, his gaze sweeping over the exuberant crowd outside the arena. He was astonished to realize the immense fame that Master Rashi held in the mundane world. So many individuals revered and remembered him. After a brief interlude, the audience's fervor began to wane, and after a moment of respite, the referee clad in black escorted Chu He, Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Jackie Chan into the tournament's designated area. With a smile, The black-clad referee approached a staff member of the event, receiving a wooden box for drawing lots from his hands. After nodding in acknowledgement, he turned back to face Chu He and the others. The referee addressed the four competitors with a gentle tone, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, what follows is the semi-final round. We will now proceed to the drawing of lots to determine the combatants. Inside this box are 4 balls, each marked with the numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4. The number drawn will dictate the battle group." Having completed his explanation, the referee continued, "Now, Sun Wukong, you shall draw first." He approached Sun Wukong, cradling the box of lots as he leaned closer. "All right, let us do it." Sun Wukong eagerly nodded, blinking as he swiftly reached into the box, randomly grasping a ball and pulling it out with a grin, shaking it before the referee. "It's number 2. I've drawn number 2, he exclaimed cheerfully. The black-clad referee nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, I see." Meanwhile, a nearby staff member hastily recorded Sun Wukong's number on the competition display board. The referee then continued, "Next. It's your turn, Chu He." Upon hearing the referee's call, Chu He felt a flicker of unease within him, for he too eagerly anticipated his next opponent. The entirely fortuitous nature of the draw left him uncertain about whom he might face. Well, let fate take its course. In his heart, Chu He silently recited a phrase, and then a smile graced his lips. He extended his hand into the box and firmly grasped the ball. With a slow and steady motion, he withdrew the ball, and when he raised his gaze, he saw the clear inscription of the number 1 upon it. It was decided. In that instant, he understood who his opponent would be in the semifinals. His next adversary would be Sun Wukong. After defeating him, he could advance and pursue the coveted title of champion. In the heart of Chu He, a tumult of emotions surged: excitement, agitation, trepidation, anticipation, and fervor intertwined. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze towards Sun Wukong, only to find that the latter's deep, ebony eyes were also fixed upon him. At that moment, their gazes locked in an intense confrontation. A flicker of exhilaration sparkled in Sun Wukong's eyes, subtly revealing a hint of battle spirit. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile, his expression radiating joy and merriment. Approaching Chu He, Sun Wukong beamed and said, "Chu He, I never anticipated that you would be my opponent this time. I have long awaited this day, and to my surprise, it has arrived so swiftly. Chu He, this time I shall fight with utmost seriousness. You must give your all. Let us determine the victor." Sun Wukong's gaze burned intensely as he fixed it upon Chu He, his tone resolute and earnest, a fist clenched tightly as he proclaimed loudly. Chu He gently smiled at Sun Wukong and nodded in response, saying, "Very well, Wukong, I shall do my best. Let us engage in a fierce contest this time. Let us witness the fruits of my cultivation." The two, unwilling to yield, gazed intently at one another, both harboring anticipation for the impending match. Meanwhile, the remaining contestants, Jackie Chan and Krillin, no longer needed to draw lots. The last 2 fighters naturally paired off, leading Krillin and Jackie Chan into their own confrontation. Observing this scene, Chu He couldn't help but stifle a laugh, silently mourning for Krillin. It was important to note that his opponent was none other than their master, Master Roshi. Although Krillin possessed immense potential as a rare martial arts prodigy, in terms of his current abilities, he stood no chance against Master Roshi. After all, the master's age, profound skills, and extensive combat experience were formidable assets. At this moment, Krillin was still somewhat inexperienced. He lacked the extraordinary talents that Chu He and Sun Wukong possessed. Moreover, even Chu He would not dare to claim an absolute certainty of defeating Master Roshi unless he were to unleash his most powerful transformation, which would grant him a definitive fighting chance. Perhaps it would be best for Krillin to return and train for another 2 years. Chu He shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. His sole objective now was to triumph over Sun Wukong in the forthcoming competition and secure his place in the finals. Chu He's eyes shimmered with a peculiar brilliance, his heart now brimming with an insatiable desire for battle. In his mind, thoughts of Wukong echoed incessantly, urging him to come forth and engage in a spirited confrontation. Chapter 62, the first battle of the semifinals begins after the drawing of lots. The judge clad in black advised Chu He and the others to prepare themselves, to adjust their emotions in anticipation of achieving their optimal state. Following a brief exchange with the event staff, the judge exited the preparation area to announce the matchups. Subsequently, he dispatched personnel to clean the competition venue before ushering the 4 participants outside. As they arrived at the contest arena, the semifinal preparations commenced. "Wukong, you're about to take the stage. How do you feel?" "Haha, I am overwhelmed with excitement. My heart races with exhilaration, beating faster with every moment. Chu responded. I share your sentiment. This feeling is truly exhilarating. A smile graced his lips as anticipation sparkled in his eyes. Hiki, I've been eager to witness the clash between the two of you. Wukong, Chu, put on a spectacular display for me, so I may behold the true extent of your powers. Krillin interjected, a grin illuminating his face. As Chu and Sun Wukong exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding sparked between them, and they both broke into laughter, exclaiming in unison, then keep your eyes peeled. Suddenly, the resounding beats of drums echoed throughout the martial arts arena, swiftly capturing the attention of all present. In an instant, conversations ceased, and both Chu He and the multitude of spectators outside the ring turned their gaze towards the competition venue. Standing tall and composed at the center of the arena was the referee, his demeanor exuding authority. With sharp, focused eyes and a vibrant complexion, he surveyed the audience before him. Grasping the microphone, he cleared his throat slightly, then solemnly declared, Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to commence the semifinals. This contest features 4 contestants, divided into 2 groups for battle, with the victors advancing to the finals. I hereby announce the commencement of the match. Now, let us welcome competitors Sun Wukong and Chu He to the stage. As the referee's booming voice faded, the previously hushed crowd erupted into a fervor of applause, cheers, and ecstatic screams, the names of Chu He and Sun Wukong resounding through the air. Witnessing this overwhelming reaction, Chu He felt a wave of mixed emotions wash over him. He had not anticipated that their mere appearance would incite such a commotion, and an inexplicable sense of pride began to stir within him. At the corner of Chu He's mouth lingered a faint smile. He took a deep breath and turned to Sun Wukong beside him, saying, Wukong, let us take the stage. Haha, splendid. Let us proceed. As Chu He advanced, he paused a few meters from the arena. Suddenly, his gaze brightened, and with a forceful stomp of his foot against the ground, he leaped into the air like a soaring eagle, effortlessly landing upon the stage. Witnessing this remarkable display, Sun Wukong refused to be outdone. A fierce glint sparkled in his eyes. With a low shout, he propelled himself upwards, executing a graceful somersault in midair, descending with the delicacy of drifting snowflakes and scattered feathers onto the platform. The two had barely made their entrance when they showcased their extraordinary skills, distinctly setting themselves apart from ordinary martial artists. This stark contrast ignited a fervor among the spectators outside the arena, who enthusiastically waved their arms and erupted in cheers, creating an atmosphere akin to a boiling cauldron. It was only when the referee promptly gestured for silence that the crowd gradually quieted down. On the stage, Chu He and Sun Wukong stood at opposite ends, aligned in a straight line, their gazes locked. The reflections of their figures danced within each other's eyes, where a fierce fire seemed to flicker and clash, burning brightly and illuminating the scene. Upon facing Sun Wukong, Chu He suddenly broke into a faint smile and exclaimed, Wukong, you may strike first. Sun Wukong, with a cheerful grin, responded, Haha, Chu He, since you have said so, I shall not hold back. No sooner had the words left his lips than Sun Wukong lunged forward, his body propelled with the swiftness of the wind, rushing towards Chu He. His fist clenched tightly at his sides, poised to unleash a powerful blow. Chu He remained utterly focused, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the approaching figure of Sun Wukong, daring not to display even the slightest hint of complacency. Suddenly, a low growl emanated from Sun Wukong as he swung his right fist, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, aimed directly at Chu He's abdomen. With a fleeting glint in his eyes, Chu He advanced with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, leaning slightly backward as the punch grazed his skin. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong's left fist, swift as lightning, surged towards Chu He's chest. Chu's expression remained unchanged as he retreated several steps, swiftly raising his hand to counter. In the blink of an eye, the arena reverberated with the sounds of bodies colliding. Chu and Sun Wukong engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, each striking back and forth with such rapidity that their figures danced like fleeting shadows, leaving the onlookers in a state of astonishment. The speed of their attacks was akin to thunder, evoking gasps of disbelief among the spectators. What astonishing speed! Is this truly human? Exclaimed one awestruck viewer. Marvelous. This is the essence of a true martial artist, a genuine master. Legends have always emerged from youth. How accurate that is. Another praised enthusiastically. On the stage, Chu continued to engage with Sun Wukong, and with each passing moment, he realized that the speed of Sun Wukong was nearly on par with his own. Thus, to overcome Sun Wukong, he would need to rely on his superior strength. With a resounding crash, their fists collided with great force, neither willing to yield, resulting in a significant release of power. At that moment, both warriors felt a tremendous force pushing them backward. Chu staggered back 5 steps before he could regain his balance, while Sun Wukong, in contrast, retreated 3 steps further, totaling 8, before stabilizing himself. The disparity in the number of steps they each retreated clearly indicated that Chu's strength surpassed that of Sun Wukong. Chu let out a hearty laugh, a fierce battle spirit flickering in his gaze. In a mere instant, he moved with the swiftness of lightning, closing the distance to Sun Wukong's side. With a swift kick, Chu unleashed a tempestuous gale through the air, his assault fierce and relentless, akin to the undulating waves crashing against the shore. Sun Wukong, his expression resolute and his gaze unwavering, faced Chu's rapid and ferocious onslaught. His movements were as nimble as lightning, deftly dodging left and right, eluding strike after strike. Despite his attempts to seize Chu's leg amidst the flurry of powerful kicks, the sheer velocity of the attacks thwarted his efforts, leaving him without an opening. The battle raged on, a bead of sweat trickling down Sun Wukong's cheek and splattering onto the ground. Yet, he paid no mind to wiping away the sweat. His eyes alert and vigilant, prepared to counterattack. The river of Chu flows with the ferocity of a tide, as both hands and feet are employed with tremendous force. At this moment, he has unleashed the ultimate technique of looping, the wolf fang wind fist. A ferocious and wild aura, reminiscent of a wolf, envelopes Chu. Unable to contain himself, he tilts his head towards the heavens and releases a resounding howl. Then, with every muscle in his body tensed, he surges forth like a bullet, hurtling towards Sun Wukong. The Chu River surged forth with the ferocity of a wolf, its shadows of fists looming heavily. As a powerful gale flowed through the tumult of action, relentless like a tsunami crashing upon the shore. In the face of such an onslaught, Sun Wukong did not retreat. Instead, he met the assault with unwavering determination, launching his fists in defiance and resolutely countering the blows. The attack speed of Chu's wolf fang wind fist surpassed that of Sun Wukong by a significant margin, landing several blows to Sun Wukong's abdomen and chest. The sound of impacts resonated throughout the arena as Sun Wukong was forced to retreat under the relentless onslaught of Chu. The primal ferocity akin to that of a wolf was vividly manifested in Chu, granting him a temporary advantage. As Sun Wukong stumbled backward, he lost his footing and fell to the ground, bracing himself with his hands and gasping for air. Suddenly, he surged forward and regained his stance. Sensing the pain coursing through his body, Sun Wukong felt no fear or hesitation. Instead, his blood seemed to boil with excitement, and he burst into hearty laughter. Haha. Chu, you have indeed become formidable after your training. You've never been like this before. It truly stings a bit. But I am so delighted, truly delighted. Sun Wukong grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth as he spoke. I have been diligently training without slackening off. How does it feel compared to our first encounter? It must feel like heaven and earth apart. Chu replied with a smile. Indeed, I have made significant progress. However, I will not concede. Sun Wukong resumed his fighting stance, his eyes ablaze with determination as he focused intently on Chu. Suddenly, he leaped into the air, launching a flying kick towards Chu, who met the attack with a punch. Upon impact, Chu leaned back slightly. In that moment, Sun Wukong swiftly turned, darting behind Chu and landing a sweeping kick, followed by a flurry of punches that left numerous bruises on Chu's body. The two figures danced around the arena, each refusing to yield as they exchanged blows. Then, seizing an opportunity, Chu delivered a powerful kick to Sun Wukong, who was sent crashing against the wall of the arena with a thunderous impact, leaving a noticeable dent. Despite the pain, Sun Wukong merely grunted and continued to battle Chu without hesitation. The two combatants' movements intertwined on the stage, their speed exceeding what an ordinary eye could perceive, leaving behind trails of afterimages. Remarkably, amidst their fierce conflict, the afterimages multiplied, creating an extraordinary spectacle that captivated the onlookers. Incredible! Their speed is so great that it generates afterimages. This is truly remarkable, exclaimed the referee, visibly excited, as he raised the microphone to address the crowd. Outside the audience, Jackie Chan squinted, a fleeting glimmer flashing in his eyes as he murmured to himself, I never expected these two youngsters could comprehend the afterimage fist. Their insight is indeed extraordinary. The Phantom Fist is a technique characterized by an extraordinary speed that, when reached, creates afterimages through rapid motion. By harnessing the manipulation of qi, It coalesces without dissipating, producing an effect akin to a shadow clone technique designed to bewilder adversaries. At this moment, the afterimages of both combatants intertwine and transform in a mesmerizing dance upon the arena, evoking a sense of dazzling confusion and rendering the distinction between reality and illusion utterly elusive. Chua's body moved like the wind, engaging in a rapid and intense battle with Sun Wukong. In the face of the myriad afterimages conjured by Sun Wukong, he maintained a serene expression, focusing intently on the flickering phantoms that danced around him. Suddenly, a flicker of amusement graced Chua's lips, his eyes sparkling with clarity. In an instant, he sprang into action. As swift as lightning, delivering a sidekick toward one of the illusions. The impact resonated with a muffled grunt, sending the real Sun Wukong crashing against the wall of the arena. With a thunderous sound, the already dented wall cracked extensively, debris cascading down in the aftermath. While this might have appeared to be a significant blow to onlookers, for Sun Wukong, it was hardly a concern. He rolled over and sprang to his feet, brushing off the dust from his attire and stretching his neck. Turning to Chua, a glimmer of confusion flickered in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Ah, that hurts. I never expected you would see through me, Chua. I thought my speed was sufficient to deceive you. But how did you manage to discern my true self?" In response to Sun Wukong's inquisitive gaze, Chua smiled and replied, "Haha. Wukong, your speed is indeed impressive. Yet the flow of energy around your moving body cannot elude my senses. Moreover, my eyesight is quite keen, no matter how you alter your form. I can always perceive your true essence." Upon hearing Chua's words, Sun Wukong, with a resigned shake of his head, expressed his mild frustration. "I see. That truly is unfortunate." However, in the blink of an eye, a smile returned to his face as he cheerfully remarked, "In that case, I shall employ other formidable techniques." Chapter 64. The semi-final comes to a close. After a moment of rapid contemplation, Sun Wukong pressed his lips together, arriving at a decisive conclusion. His expression grew slightly serious, with a look of earnestness etched across his youthful features. He then took a step back to create some distance from Chua, pausing momentarily. Subsequently, he withdrew his right leg, positioning himself and aligning his palms slowly toward each other at his waist. As Chu gazed into the eyes of Sun Wukong, a sudden spark illuminated his expression, and he instinctively understood that Sun Wukong was about to unleash the Kamehameha. This technique was one of the most formidable secrets in Sun Wukong's arsenal, and Chu realized that Wukong was finally prepared to exert his full strength. The energy swirling around Sun Wukong cascaded outward like water, creating ripples in the air. The turbulent energy gently tousled a strand of hair on Chu's forehead, while a brilliant blue orb rapidly coalesced between Wukong's palms, radiating a blinding light that illuminated the eyes of all present, causing the spectators outside the arena to blink incessantly. With a whoosh, a blue beam shot forth like a dragon, roaring with an unstoppable force, hurtling toward Chu with the swiftness of lightning. Faced with the impending onslaught of the energy wave and sensing the power contained within the beam, Chu's expression shifted slightly. Not wishing to confront it directly, he opted to evade its trajectory. With remarkable reflexes, as the energy wave drew near, he propelled himself skyward with a powerful leap, soaring dozens of meters into the air. The beam zipped beneath him, crashing into the already crumbling wall behind him, shattering it with a resounding impact, sending debris flying and leaving the ground riddled with craters. At that moment, Sun Wukong looked up at Chu, suspended in the heights above. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes as he swiftly moved, closing the distance between them in an instant. With focused intent, he watched Chu descend and suddenly shouted, launching himself into action. His right foot extended in a flying kick aimed at the airborne Chu. In the midst of the air, Chu found himself suspended, hindered by his inability to perform aerial maneuvers as gravity incessantly urged him downwards. Observing Sun Wukong's movements from above, he anticipated the latter's intentions, and thus had already prepared himself for the encounter. After all, being airborne significantly diminished his agility, rendering him unable to act with the same freedom as he would on solid ground, which left Chu feeling somewhat helpless. Just as Sun Wukong's foot was about to strike his waist, Chu took a deep breath and, astonishingly, twisted his body in midair. Sun Wukong's kick merely grazed Chu's garment, ultimately failing to connect. At that moment, both combatants landed once more on the ground, and Chu, with a smile, regarded Sun Wukong and remarked, "Wukong, I have long anticipated your intentions. If you wish to launch a surprise attack, you are still too early." "How infuriating," Sun Wukong muttered under his breath, momentarily disheartened by his failure. However, after a brief pause, his bright eyes rekindled with a fierce determination. With a resounding shout, Sun Wukong leaped into action, weaving his body around Chu He, unleashing a relentless barrage of alternating punches and strikes with the swiftness of lightning. Chu He maintained a serene demeanor, his jet-black eyes deep and unfathomable. He deftly evaded various assaults, with most punches and kicks landing harmlessly beside him. While he countered the few that could not be avoided, the two engaged in a fierce battle, each sustaining varying degrees of injury, their bodies marred with bruises. They were evenly matched, their figures flashing like lightning, each movement resonating like thunder. In that moment, it seemed as though the world consisted solely of their duel. Wukong, after your relentless attacks, it is now my turn. Chu He exclaimed, leaping forth with a smile directed at Sun Wukong. That last move, the Phantom Fist, was impressive. Now, allow me to show you a taste of it. With a radiant smile, he swiftly vanished, leaving behind a shimmering trail. In an instant, the arena was filled with the phantoms of Chu He, each indistinguishable from his true self, each performing different maneuvers to confound Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, momentarily taken aback, did not anticipate Chu He employing such a tactic against him. Was this a testament to his confidence and speed? Gathering his focus, he sharpened his senses, surveying his surroundings with keen eyes. Suddenly, he moved, dashing toward one of the phantoms, delivering a powerful punch that passed right through it, sending ripples through the air. Beads of sweat formed on his brow as he shifted his gaze to another phantom and punched again, only to find his efforts equally futile. Damn it. There are so many of Chu He's phantoms, and their speed is astonishing. It is truly challenging to discern which is the real one. How frustrating. Sun Wukong opened his eyes wide, gazing at each illusion that appeared as real as his own form, softly murmuring to himself. Just as he was about to attempt another attack, he suddenly heard a chorus of astonished voices erupting from outside the arena. Instinctively, he turned his head, only to feel a fierce gust of wind above him. He quickly looked up and saw Chu He descending from the sky, his fist striking with remarkable speed and ferocity, akin to a tempest. Before Sun Wukong could muster any defense, the blow landed squarely on the back of his head. With a muffled groan, he collapsed to the ground, experiencing a dizzying sensation and stars swirling before his eyes. However, his robust physique allowed him to endure this impact, and he fought to remain conscious, gradually pushing himself up from the ground in an attempt to rise. Yet, Chu He would not grant him this chance, seizing the moment. He leaned down and delivered another elbow strike. Sun Wukong felt darkness envelop him and succumbed to the ground, unable to rise. After the referee counted to 10 and Sun Wukong remained unconscious, the referee declared Chu He the victor, advancing him to the finals. Witnessing this, the audience erupted into exuberant cheers, celebrating both the thrilling match and Chu He's advancement. The first semi-final concluded, followed by the second match, where Krillin faced off against Jackie Chan, the Turtle Sage. After several rounds of combat, as depicted in the original tale, Krillin fell short and was defeated, allowing Jackie Chan to proceed. Nevertheless, Krillin's impressive performance garnered unanimous admiration from the crowd. This determined that the upcoming championship battle would be contested between Chu He and Jackie Chan for the title. The cheers grew increasingly fervent as the eagerly awaited final match approached, with every spectator feeling their attendance was worthwhile, anticipating the imminent showdown. Chapter 65. The finals commenced. The championship match was set to take place in 15 minutes. Chu He, in high spirits, descended from the arena and made his way to the locker room. Sun Wukong had already been carried in by Krillin, and he awoke 5 minutes later. Upon realizing he had lost the match, a wave of despondency washed over Sun Wukong. Upon entering, Chu He observed Sun Wukong and Krillin seated before him. Sun Wukong, with his head bowed, bore a countenance of displeasure. A flicker of guilt washed over Chu He, yet he chuckled heartily and approached with a comforting smile. Wukong, how are you? Is your health in good stead? Hearing the voice, Sun Wukong recognized the visitor and lifted his head, casting a mild glare with his large eyes. Pouting slightly, he retorted, Chu He, your blows were excessively forceful, and to add insult to injury, you launch a surprise attack. I still feel a bit dizzy. Haha. Wukong, this is merely the art of war. One must embrace cunning. You have much to learn. Moreover, in a contest against a formidable opponent such as yourself, one must ensure that you are thoroughly incapacitated. Otherwise, we might find ourselves battling for an entire day without a clear victor. I assure you, I have measured my strength appropriately. Wukong, Chu He said, patting Sun Wukong on the shoulder with a grin. Humph, I am aware. I never imagined you would actually catch up to me this time. It leaves me feeling quite vexed. However, I vow that next time will be different. Sun Wukong declared. Biting his lip, his fist clenched tightly, and a spark of determination ignited in his eyes. Chu smiled gently, expressing his confidence in your growth, yet he declared, I too shall become stronger. I will not wait for you indefinitely. Sun Wukong returned the smile, his teeth gleaming with a radiant light, and nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Krillin interjected, Chuha, you must exert every effort in the upcoming finals to claim the championship. Be wary of that Cheng Long. He is quite formidable. Indeed, I shall defeat him, and in doing so, I will also avenge you, so rest assured. Chuha replied with a bright smile and a nod. However, you must not lose. Otherwise, it would tarnish the reputation of our turtle school. Krillin added, offering encouragement with a final remark. With a heart full of determination and a radiant spirit, Chu pondered to himself, this championship is undoubtedly mine, without a doubt. Master Wu Tian, let us settle this once and for all. Surpassing you is imminent, right here, right before your very eyes. Due to the significance of the finals, the arena has been meticulously cleaned once more to ensure that the participants can showcase their prowess at their best. At this moment, the referee stood upon the stage, and the sound of the gong resonated, rippling through the air and reaching the ears of the gathered crowd. The drumbeats reverberated, and tens of thousands of eyes outside the arena converged towards the platform, each individual brimming with fervor and anticipation. With a beaming smile, the referee slowly announced, after numerous rounds of rigorous selection in this martial arts competition, we have finally arrived at the championship showdown. The competitors in this final battle are undoubtedly the most outstanding participants in the history of the event. The names of these two contenders are well remembered by all. They are Chu and Cheng Long. As the referee paused, the audience erupted in a chorus, fervently chanting their names, the cacophony causing beads of sweat to form on the referee's brow. Regaining composure, the referee smiled gently and declared, let us welcome them to the stage, where they will deliver an exhilarating performance. As the words left the referee's lips, the crowd erupted in excitement, fervently calling out the names of the two fighters, their enthusiasm reaching a fever pitch. In the face of the passionate gaze of thousands, Chu, having weathered the trials of the earlier rounds, remained unperturbed, observing the blooming flowers and falling petals with a calm demeanor. Cheng Long, on the other hand, appeared carefree, prancing towards the arena, waving enthusiastically at the audience, and occasionally blowing kisses to a few lovely ladies, radiating an air of self-satisfaction. Upon witnessing this, Chu could only silently chuckle and shake his head in disbelief. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, who would have fathomed that the divine master of martial arts would display such behavior? If it were Chu in his place, he would rather face death than commit such a disgraceful act. The two ascended the arena, taking their positions on opposite sides. With a wave of the referee's hand, the finals were officially declared to commence. With a tranquil demeanor, Chu gazed at Cheng Long. His fists subtly clenched as the energy within him surged and flowed, his muscles tensing with a sudden intensity. Cheng Long chuckled and declared, youngster, I shall not hold back. As soon as the words left his lips, he propelled himself forward with a deft flick of his toes, soaring into the air like an ethereal crane. His body spun like a top, fists and feet weaving a dense tapestry of force that surged toward Chu. The ferocity of Cheng Long's initial assault filled Chu with a sense of gravity. A flicker of brilliance ignited in his eyes as he swiftly countered, launching a retaliatory strike. Bang, bang, bang. Cheng Long's incredible speed caused a delay in Chu's attacks, and within moments, he felt several hits against his shoulder and arm, a dull ache beginning to manifest. Nevertheless, during the skirmish, Chu managed to land a few blows of his own. His body soared like a great rock, arms spread wide like a white crane unfurling its wings. He leaped into the heavens, evading the relentless barrage of fists and feet. After executing a series of agile flips, he seized the moment when Cheng Long paused for breath, dashing forth like an arrow released from its bow, delivering a swift kick aimed at Cheng Long's abdomen. With a swift turn of his body, Cheng Long evaded, the force of the wind sweeping past him. Swift as lightning, he transformed his fist into an open palm, delivering a powerful thrust toward Chu, a wall of energy crashing forth like surging waves of the ocean. As Chu stood with disheveled hair, seemingly untouched by the wind, his body involuntarily retreated. His expression remained serene, while the energy surrounding him surged and coalesced into his strength. With a series of rapid punches, a sudden, resounding shout erupted from Chu, causing the ground beneath him to yield, forming several deep craters as stones scattered in all directions. Observing that Chu had effortlessly countered his energy-based explosive palm strike, Cheng Long's eyes glimmered with intensity as he chuckled. Well done, young man. You have indeed managed to unravel this technique. Now, behold my next move. With a ripple of energy coursing through him, he transformed 1 into 2, and 2 into 4, creating afterimages that danced around Chu He, manifesting the technique known as the Phantom Fist. With a smile illuminating her face, Chu He remarked, "Old sir, are you truly unaware of the means by which I vanquished Sun Wukong? How could you employ such a tactic against me? Ha! It was merely an experiment. What harm could there be? I simply wished to see if I could deceive you." As Chu He's eyes shimmered, all illusions were instantly reflected before him. Within the crimson glow of his right eye, he effortlessly captured the traces of Chang Long's movements, imprinting them indelibly in his mind. With a smile gracing the corners of his mouth, Chu He exuded an air of unwavering confidence. He called out loudly, "Cheng Long, pay close attention." In an instant, his figure flickered, and, swift as the wind, he delivered a punch without a moment's hesitation. A resounding thud echoed as Cheng Long was propelled backward, crashing against the wall. The impact shattered the surface, causing cracks to spread like a spider's web. Coughing violently, Cheng Long propped himself up with one hand and raised his gaze to Chu He, his eyes widening in astonishment. You can actually perceive my speed." Chu He halted his steps and smiled, inquiring, "Is your speed impressive?" "From my perspective, it does not seem so," he added. "Have I not previously mentioned that the residual image technique is ineffective against me?" In truth, this assertion from Chu He bordered on arrogance. Had it not been for the utilization of his right eye, discerning the speed of Chang Long, which exceeded even that of Sun Wukong by a fraction, would not have been a simple task relying solely on sight. Chapter 66. Using their own methods against them, Cheng Long curled his lip in response, secretly intrigued. However, upon hearing Chu He's words, he emitted a disdainful snort and feigned indifference, remarking, "Such unbridled arrogance. It is wise for the youth to speak with humility." Chu He chuckled lightly and remarked, "I merely speak the truth. Pray tell, esteemed sir, has age diminished your vigor? If you find yourself slowing down, simply acknowledge it. Why fabricate excuses for the sake of pride at such an advanced age?" Chu He recognized that the other party was the turtle hermit, and thus could not resist teasing him. After all, he was unaware that his true identity had been uncovered. Jackie Chan, upon hearing Chu He's words, felt a mix of urgency and indignation. With wide eyes and trembling lips, he retorted, "You know nothing, child. I have consumed divine elixirs. My vitality will always surpass that of the youth. It is not as pitiful as you claim." Chu He nodded with a smile and said, "Oh, is that so? That's excellent. It eliminates the possibility of our failure due to physical inadequacy. And it won't be said that I triumphed over you merely because of my youth. Humph. Do you think victory is assured for you? Do not be overly confident. I possess numerous techniques yet to be unleashed. It appears the time has come for you to witness my true prowess." Cheng Long puffed out his cheeks and glared fiercely at Chu He, his voice filled with anger. In the midst of the unfolding scene, Chu He declared, "Let us continue. I am eager to witness the surprises you have in store." With that, Jackie Chan's eyes suddenly shimmered with an unusual gleam. His arms began to move with an unexpected fluidity, his hands morphing into a series of peculiar gestures, his fingers intertwining as they focused intently on Chu He. With each deliberate step forward, it appeared as though two luminous orbs danced within Jackie Chan's gaze, casting an ethereal light upon Chu He. In an instant, Chu He felt a wave of languor wash over him, as if an unseen whisper began to gently echo in his mind. Instantly, his eyelids grew heavy, a profound desire for slumber taking root within him. "Sleep, sleep. La la la." Jackie Chan's hands, almost magical in their motion, teased Chu He's very nerves of sleep, as he chanted incantations with an expanding smile that crept upon his lips. A deep fatigue, uncontrollable in its nature, enveloped Chu He's consciousness. Alarmed, he fought to keep his eyes wide open, struggling against the encroaching drowsiness, well aware that Jackie Chan was employing a technique of hypnosis. To his astonishment, the potency of this hypnotic art was such that it nearly overwhelmed him. It was no wonder that even Sun Wukong in the original tale succumbed to slumber under its influence. After all, Master Rashi was indeed a martial arts sage, possessing an arsenal of extraordinary techniques. Just as Jackie Chan continued to weave his hypnotic spell, Chu He, who had initially felt the pull of sleep, suddenly perceived a flicker of red light within his right eye, swirling into his pupil. A refreshing sensation swiftly spread through his mind, as though clouds parted after a storm, revealing the moon. In that instant, he emerged from the brink of sleepiness, regaining his alertness. As the crimson glow within his right eye spun multiple times, clarity dawned upon him. Jackie Chan's hypnosis, which he had just witnessed, was now fully absorbed and understood by Chu He. Initially, Jackie Chan had anticipated victory upon seeing Chu He's drowsy visage, but in a heartbeat, he was taken aback as Chu He's eyes transformed from a state of stupor to one of brilliance and vitality. Shock coursed through Jackie Chan, compelling him to instinctively retreat. How could this be? How can you possibly break free from my hypnosis? He stammered, pointing at Chu He, astonished. Feeling a surge of triumph from his newfound mastery of hypnosis, Chu He momentarily felt a twinge of fear at Jackie Chan's incredulity. Had it not been for the assistance of the red light in his eye, he too might have fallen prey to Jackie Chan's spell. Yet, the fear dissipated as he grinned and replied, I have long asserted that you are past your prime. Even the most effective techniques falter with age. So, what do you have to say now? You little rascal, I will make you pay for that. Jackie Chan's face twitched with indignation, his irritation palpable. Huh? Make me pay? Just moments ago, it was you who sought to subdue me. Now, it is my turn to showcase something remarkable. Chu suddenly spoke, leaving Chung Long on the opposite side momentarily taken aback, uncertain of his intentions. As Chu retracted his smile, his expression remained tranquil. He slowly raised both hands, mirroring the movements executed earlier by Jackie Chan. Every gesture he made bore an uncanny resemblance to Jackie Chan's technique. Behold, Chu has unexpectedly performed the move that Jackie Chan just showcased. What could this possibly mean? Could it be that both individuals possess the skill? The referee, witnessing this astonishing scene, raised his microphone and exclaimed loudly to the crowd. Jackie Chan, equally astonished, was enveloped in confusion. How is this possible? How could he have mastered this technique? I distinctly did not teach it to him, and it is an original creation of mine. No one should be able to replicate it. Yet, his execution suggests he has learned it directly from me. A tempest of emotions surged within Jackie Chan. He took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and suddenly realized, yes, he must have caught a glimpse of my Kamehameha earlier and learned it, mastering it with even greater precision than Goku. Furthermore, having witnessed my hypnosis technique, he could have easily grasped it in an instant. However, the ability to learn a technique merely by observing it is indeed a rare talent. He truly is an extraordinary prodigy, a once-in-a-generation genius. As Chu unleashed his hypnosis technique, Jackie Chan found himself inexplicably drawn to the mesmerizing movements of Chu He's hands, his gaze fixated on the shifting trajectory of those palms. A wave of fatigue began to swell within him. Curse it, how could I fall under such a spell? This fellow has achieved an astonishing level of mastery. Jackie Chan felt his face flush with embarrassment, ensnared by the allure of a novice. He focused his mind, employing centuries of mental fortitude to resist the encroachment of Chu He's hypnosis. Suddenly, he bit down on his tongue, a sharp pain jolting him back to reality. As he turned to face Chu He's deep, dark eyes, he felt an inexplicable flutter of trepidation within his heart. I never anticipated that my hypnosis would have no effect on you. It appears your mental strength far exceeds mine. A smile graced Chu He's lips as he regarded Jackie Chan with intense scrutiny. After living for centuries, how could I possibly be ensnared by your trivial hypnosis? Nonetheless, I must admit I am quite astonished that you have so swiftly learned my technique, young one. You are indeed impressive. Thank you for the compliment. Chu replied cheerfully, nodding with a grin. Jackie Chan sighed internally, contemplating the predicament he found himself in. This is troublesome. He can see through my techniques at a glance. If I were to employ them against him, it would only serve to bolster his capabilities. Given that hypnosis is relatively simple, he resolved to employ a more complex technique, ensuring Chu would have no opportunity to learn it and thus rendering him defeated. With a plan solidified in his mind, Jackie Chan stepped forward, gradually closing the distance between them, while Chu clenched his fists, preparing to unleash a thunderous strike. Chapter 67. The world-shattering palm is no mere trifle. Jackie Chan steadied his resolve, his eyes glinting with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Chu. Young man, the technique I am about to demonstrate is far from the simple one you encountered earlier. I would like to remind you, if you cannot endure any longer, simply admit defeat, and I shall let you be. Jackie Chan looked at Chu with a playful expression and inquired softly, what say you? Upon hearing Jackie Chan's words, Chu smiled lightly, inwardly dismissive, and replied, thank you for your reminder, but you underestimate me. I shall not plead for mercy. With a chuckle, he added, I eagerly await your performance. Jackie Chan responded with a carefree smile, slowly stepping back 2 paces while deftly rolling up his sleeves, revealing his slender, wiry arms. At that moment, his demeanor shifted dramatically, his expression turning grave, and an intense aura enveloped him, causing the atmosphere to grow heavier. With a low shout, the veins in his arms visibly throbbed, and with a sharp clap, his palms came together, as if electric energy crackled across his skin. Gradually, he separated his hands, and two dazzling orbs of electric light flickered in his palms, rapidly enveloping his entire being. Sparks danced in his hair, crackling as the ground beneath him began to fracture, resembling a transformation akin to that of a super scion, exuding an astonishing presence. "Young one, behold my world-shattering palm," Jackie Chan exclaimed, his gaze seemingly shooting forth electric brilliance. With a powerful shout, he thrust his hands toward Chu He, unleashing two bolts of lightning that struck with the force of thunder. Simultaneously, Chu He felt an overwhelming paralysis seize his body, rendering him immobile as the electric light encircled him, propelling him into the air. With a muffled groan, Chu He could no longer contain his cries. His body was being ravaged by an unending storm of electric light, each pulse feeling as though his very flesh were being torn asunder, and his bones pierced by countless fine needles, a pain beyond description. Even with the indomitable will of Chu He, there was an overwhelming sensation of despair. "What are you waiting for, kid? Surrender quickly, or the pain will surely consume you," came the slow, admonishing voice of Chang Long. "Chu He, please do not push yourself too hard. If you cannot endure, do not hesitate to give up." Outside the arena, Bulma watched intently, her eyes fixed on Chu He, fearful that he might push himself to the brink of collapse, her heart brimming with worry as she exclaimed in distress. Chu He remained indifferent to the sounds around him, his expression revealing a hint of pallor, his teeth clenched tightly. He stifled the urge to cry out, persistently attempting to circulate the energy within his body, striving to dispel the electric currents. However, to his dismay, the stimulation from the internal energy and electricity scattered the gathered essence in his meridians, rendering him incapable of consolidating his energy and establishing effective control over his body to resist. What a formidable technique, the universal shock palm. I had underestimated him. Chu He had not anticipated that this maneuver would impose such a significant blockade upon him. His entire being was rendered incapable of utilizing its energy, and his strength was wholly restrained. It is no wonder that even the indomitable and tenacious Sun Wukong nearly conceded defeat when confronted with this technique. Had it not been for the serendipitous sight of the full moon in a moment of desperation, prompting his transformation into the great ape, he would have undoubtedly lost the match by now. As he pondered this, a thought crossed Chu He's mind. Indeed, today marks the night of the full moon, and directly above the arena, the luminous orb is perfectly visible. In a sudden revelation, Chu He raised his body, bathed in the brilliance of electric light, gazing upwards with wide eyes in search of the full moon gracing the sky. It was now dusk, and in the distant eastern horizon, a colossal, disk-like moon hung majestically in the heavens, timeless and eternal. Its gentle luminescence cascaded down, casting a silvery glow upon the ground, reminiscent of the shimmering surface of a tranquil lake. Chu He clearly beheld the luminous full moon. In but an instant, he felt a sudden leap within his heart, as if his blood had ignited into flames. The energy coursing through his body, once scattered, began to coalesce with a fervor unmatched, surging forth with a potency twice that of his inherent strength. This force rapidly permeated his entire being, and with a sudden jolt of electric intensity, much of the tension dissipated. At that moment, Chu He found himself capable of mastering the energy within him, now amplified to a level surpassing his original prowess. He sensed the energy within him continuously escalating. With this newfound strength, should he unleash it, he could undoubtedly disperse the electric storm entirely. Chu He closed his eyes and slowly lowered his head, choosing not to gaze any longer at the full moon. At this moment, it was sufficient. Should he continue to stare, he would inevitably lose control and transform into his most formidable form under the full moon. In such a state, his power would not merely double, but surge tenfold. If that were to happen, the outcome of the match would be devoid of any suspense, and he had no desire to undergo such a transformation before so many witnesses. After all, such a metamorphosis demanded a significant expenditure of energy, all of which required replenishment of his vital essence. Meanwhile, on the other side, Cheng Long, who had initially observed Chu He's agonized expression, now found himself astonished as it returned to a state of calm. This sudden shift filled him with unease. At that moment, Chu He exuded an aura that sent a shiver down his spine. The electric currents generated by his world-shocking palm could no longer approach Chu He's body, instead dissipating and retreating. Cheng Long's heart was shaken, overwhelmed by a sense of awe. Chu He emanated a powerful aura that surged downward, causing the electric light to falter and dissipate around him. He gazed at Chung Long with an air of tranquility, a faint and elusive smile gracing the corners of his lips. At this moment, He felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He had just mastered a new technique. Jackie Chan stood in stunned silence, gazing at the fading electric light and the calm, youthful visage of He. For a brief moment, Jackie was left in a state of bewilderment. With a faint smile, He stepped forward, gazing intently at Jackie Chan. "So what other techniques do you possess? Please, continue to demonstrate them." Jackie stuttered. "I still have the verbal termination technique." Deep inside, he sighed, realizing that the previous move was, in fact, his most formidable skill, aside from a few forbidden techniques. Yet, it had been effortlessly countered by his own disciple, leaving him momentarily at a loss for what to employ next. Yamado, with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, urged, "Hurry, unleash more techniques. I wish to learn additional skills." Jackie, startled by this, hesitated and asked, "Could it be that you easily mastered the universal thunder palm just now?" "Indeed, you are absolutely correct." He chuckled, nodding in response to Jackie's incredulous gaze. He then mirrored Jackie's previous movements, as electric sparks erupted from his palms, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds. Chapter 68. The Champion Emerges, a Feast to Celebrate. This was astonishing. It was utterly unexpected that He had replicated the same technique just demonstrated by Jackie Chan. It was truly remarkable. He's extraordinary aptitude for learning was nothing short of terrifying. Witnessing this, the referee's astonished commentary reverberated throughout the arena, broadcasting through the microphone to the eager crowd. The spectators outside the ring collectively turned their attention to He, their expressions brimming with fervor and excitement, as if such a display was entirely expected from him. The actions of He rendered Jackie Chan momentarily speechless as he slowly closed his eyes. After a long while, he gradually opened them again. At that moment, Jackie Chan tilted his head back and let out a heavy sigh, his expression imbued with a profound sense of despondency. A sudden wave of helplessness surged within him as he gazed upon this young man before him, a disciple he had personally trained. Jackie Chan, akin to the turtle sage, was engulfed by a medley of emotions, feeling a bittersweet amalgamation of loss, sorrow, solitude, and solace. It dawned upon him that he was indeed aging. The path of martial arts is an endless journey. The title of martial arts god is a melodious appellation, yet alas, he had only reached this point. The road ahead would now be forged by the youth. How fortunate he was to have such a disciple. With his thoughts swirling, Jackie Chan's eyes reflected a complex tapestry of emotions, his mind akin to snowflakes dancing in the air. He stood motionless, gazing intently at Chung Long. He then halted his steps, his eyes suddenly sparkling with curiosity as he inquired, "What occupies your thoughts? Do not hesitate to continue our duel. Losing focus in a competition is unacceptable. I have no intention of easily sending you flying." The words of He resonated like a melodious tune, pulling Chung Long back from his reverie. He suddenly regained clarity, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within his heart. A faint smile graced Chung Long's lips, and in an unexpected turn, he pivoted, presenting his back to He. Bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, his silhouette appeared imbued with a profound sense of solitude. Without glancing back, Chung Long fixed his gaze ahead, his tone earnest and resolute as he declared, "At this moment, I concede defeat." Upon hearing Jackie Chan's calm declaration of his own defeat, He was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of confusion washing over him. Surprised, He inquired, "The outcome remains undecided. I have not defeated you. And judging by your appearance, you still possess the stamina for further combat. Why do you concede defeat?" Hearing Chui's question, Jackie Chan did not turn around but continued his steady and resolute stride, responding in a deep tone, "Heh, in truth, I have already lost. There is no need for further struggle. For me, the purpose of my presence here has been accomplished. Victory or defeat holds no significance for me. Young man, I am delighted to have battled with you. Truly, I am pleased. I sense your potential. The path that lies ahead for you is long and arduous, far exceeding my own. I hope that one day you will reach the pinnacle of your journey. At that time, I hope you do not lose sight of your true self." Jackie Chan's words suddenly ceased, and he turned to He, offering a faint smile before decisively leaping off the stage, thus concluding the final match amidst the astonished gazes of the audience. At that moment, the cheers from outside the ring began to swell, the conclusion of the match igniting the crowd's fervor to its peak as they joyfully shouted Chui's name. In an instant, he became the focal point of attention, with countless eyes reflecting fervor and admiration. The referee, brimming with excitement, boldly ascended the platform, microphone in hand, announcing loudly, "The champion of this year's World Martial Arts Tournament has been determined. Due to Jackie Chan's voluntary concession, Chu claims the title of champion." Let us once again respond with resounding cheers and applause for their magnificent performances. No sooner had the referee finished speaking than the audience outside the ring rose in unison, showering flowers and ribbons, a vibrant cascade of colors enveloping the arena like drifting snowflakes, lending a festive air to the occasion. As Chu gazed at the enthusiastic crowd cheering for him, an overwhelming sense of pride surged within him. At that moment, he had finally validated his existence in this martial arts tournament, truly arriving in the world of Dragon Ball, under the spotlight of thousands. Following the announcement of Chu as the champion of the competition, the tournament officially came to a close. Led by the event staff, Chu received a substantial prize of 500,000 yuan, marking a significant addition to his wealth. Upon exiting the competition venue, Bulma, Goku, and others were already waiting to congratulate him. Bulma dashed forward, her face alight with joy, and exclaimed, "Congratulations, Chu, for winning the championship. Didn't I tell you that the champion would be mine?" Chu replied with a broad smile. "I know you're formidable, but don't let it go to your head." Bulma teased, pouting playfully. I understand. Humility is key." Chu responded with a slight grin, nodding earnestly. "Look, Chu, here's a drink to replenish your strength. Hurry and drink it. I saved it just for you to enjoy after the match." Bulma cheerfully retrieved a can from her waist pouch and handed it to Chu, tilting her head to watch him. Chu gladly accepted the drink, swiftly opening it and gulping it down with remarkable speed. This prompted Bulma to pull out another can from her bag, which she eagerly offered to him once he finished, encouraging him to continue his refreshment. Seeing Chu reveling in his drink, Goku and Krillin clamored for some as well. Bulma rummaged through her bag, only to display an empty pouch with a look of regret, indicating that there was none left. This left Goku and Krillin, who had been eagerly anticipating a drink, feeling quite dejected. Their eyes then turned to Chu, and upon seeing the now empty can in his hand, they could only stare enviously at him, casting him forlorn looks filled with exasperation. Chu felt an uneasy sensation under the watchful gaze of the two individuals. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he chuckled and said, all right, let us not be upset any longer. Yukong, Krillin, come, I shall treat you to a meal. We expended considerable energy in this competition and must replenish ourselves. Yay, Chu, that sounds splendid. I happen to be quite famished. Let us hasten, exclaimed Krillin. I want to devour a feast fit for 20. I feel like I'm starving. Very well, indulge as you wish, but let us keep it under 500,000. Chu responded, a wry smile crossing his face as he felt the weight of the freshly acquired prize money in his pocket. Suddenly, from behind the group, the turtle hermit, now free of his makeup, made his appearance, waving his hand with a cheerful expression. Oh, Chu is treating us to a meal. I know a restaurant that serves delightful dishes. Allow me to lead the way. As Chu and his companions turned around, they each responded in kind. Sun Wukong inquired about the whereabouts of Master Roshi during the competition, to which Master Roshi chuckled and concocted a casual excuse. Aside from Chu, who was privy to the truth, the others remained unsuspecting. Chu made no effort to expose him, thereby allowing the ruse to persist. Under Master Roshi's guidance, Chu arrived at a restaurant reputed to have a century-long heritage, where he ordered an abundance of dishes, filling the table to the brim. The group gathered around the table, engaging in lively conversation while indulging in their feast. In the venerable restaurant, the table where Chu and his companions sat echoed with the crisp sounds of clattering dishes and the rhythmic clinks of chopsticks against bowls, a cacophony that was incessant and lively. This spectacle drew the attention of other diners, who turned to gaze in astonishment at the mountain of plates piled high before Chu's table, their expressions a mix of disbelief and admiration. Soon, whispers of surprise began to circulate among the patrons. Chu, Yukong, can you not eat so voraciously? We are not competing with you two, you know? Look around. Everyone is watching us. Don't you feel embarrassed? I'm blushing for you. Bulma remarked softly to the engrossed Chu and Sun Wukong. Yukong, stop moving that around. That's what I want to eat. Slow down, don't touch that. I want to save it for last. It's so delicious. I want more. At the dining table, Chu and Sun Wukong were engaged in a fierce standoff, rendering Bulma, Krillin, and Master Roshi nearly voiceless, as they could only defend their own limited portions. The two were locked in a spirited contest over the dishes laid before them, their plates piled high. surpassing the height of their heads and continuing to rise. Sun Wukong seemed to channel all the frustration from his previous defeat at the martial arts tournament into this culinary battle. With his mouth agape, he voraciously indulged in a plethora of delicacies, devouring them with an insatiable appetite. Despite his seemingly small belly, it appeared as if it were an endless abyss, barely showing any sign of fullness. Chu He, equally insatiable, possessed an appetite that rivaled that of Sun Wukong. Moreover, the sumptuous feast laid before them was entirely his reward. If he did not consume it swiftly, it would surely find its way into Wukong's insatiable belly. Thus, Chu He devoured the food voraciously, engaging in a competitive frenzy with Sun Wukong. Noticing that the two showed no reaction to her words, Bulma's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of color. Unable to contain herself, she emitted a soft huff, her enchanting eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, fixed intently upon them, her lips forming a subtle pout, betraying her irritation. Yet, the two continued their gluttonous feast, seemingly unfazed. Frustration welled up within Bulma. In a moment of urgency, she raised her slender hand high above the table, then brought it down forcefully. With a resounding clap, the sudden noise startled both Chu He and Sun Wukong, momentarily breaking their fervent pursuit of food. They turned their heads in unison to regard Bulma, their expressions tinged with confusion. Bulma, exasperated, looked at them and elevated her voice. Propping herself against the table, her delicate form leaning forward, her soft cheeks facing them as she reiterated her previous remarks. This time, her words resonated clearly with both men. After a swift exchange of glances, Sun Wukong set down his utensils, still gnawing on a morsel of chicken, and mumbled, "Bulma, if we slow down, all this food will disappear. When eating, one must be swift. The greatest joy lies in getting the food into one's belly. My grandfather imparted this wisdom to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu He eagerly interjected, "Bulma, you must understand, I have just returned from the tournament, having participated in numerous matches, particularly the last two, which drained much of my energy. Right now, I am exceedingly famished." He gestured towards Sun Wukong while patting his own stomach, a look of helplessness crossing his face. "Just look at Wukong's speed. If I had hesitated even slightly, I wouldn't have been able to sip my soup. With my appetite, I could never be satisfied." After Chuha spoke sincerely, he gazed at Bulma with clear eyes. Upon hearing their explanations and observing their innocent expressions, Bulma could only sigh helplessly, shaking her head as she said, "Fine, fine, I shall not concern myself with you any longer. Indulge as you please. However, while you dine, do keep the noise to a minimum and exhibit proper decorum, so as not to disturb others." "Understood, understood, Bulma, you are quite the nag," they replied, and resumed their meal. Yet, this time, their pace had noticeably slowed, transitioning from ravenous consumption to a more measured manner of eating. Bulma regarded this as a form of progress. At the table, Master Rashi observed the youthful faces of Chuha, Sun Wukong, and Krillin with a serious demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I have witnessed your performances in this martial arts tournament," he said earnestly. "To be candid, all three of you surpassed my expectations. Particularly Chuha, who has indeed outshone his predecessors and is ready to embark on his journey. Wukong, your display of skill was also commendable. Lastly, Krillin, your performance was satisfactory, though further honing and diligent practice are essential." The Master's words caused the trio to halt their activities, their eyes widening as they turned to absorb his teachings. "Chuha, though you have claimed the championship, do not let pride cloud your judgment. Remember that the path of martial arts knows no bounds, and your journey has only just begun. Wukong, Krillin, you must also recognize that there are always greater talents beyond your own. Do not be complacent. Even now, Chuha has surpassed you. Henceforth, never allow yourself to grow lax or to take pride in your current abilities. Do you understand?" "Yes," they responded earnestly, determination gleaming in Wukong and Krillin's eyes, a fervent desire for continual advancement and growth. Chuha, too, contemplated the future and the formidable adversaries that lay ahead. The more he reflected, the more his blood surged, akin to a volcano erupting or tumultuous ocean waves, rendering his heart restless. Chuha understood that his strength was still far from sufficient. The world ahead promised to be far more exhilarating than the present, and his task was to continually surpass himself in the pursuit of power. Only by doing so could he secure his own place in the future, ensuring he would not fade into obscurity among the masses. After a satisfying meal, Chuha initially intended to escort Bulma home, but she, reluctant to part ways, insisted on staying until the next day. Thus, that evening, Chuha, Sun Wukong, and others gathered together, engaging in a night of spirited poker, laughter echoing through the air, reveling in their enjoyment. In this manner, the night swiftly slipped away. Chapter 70. Farewell. As dawn broke, a faint light appeared in the distant east, followed by the sun rising slowly, casting gentle morning rays upon the earth, officially heralding the arrival of a new day. Downstairs at the inn, Chuha and his companions finished their breakfast and assembled, preparing to depart. What plans do you all have? Master Rashi inquired, his eyes twinkling as he surveyed Chuha, Sun Wukong, and Krillin. What plans? We're just going back to continue our training, right? Sun Wukong responded, a look of confusion crossing his face as he gazed at Master Rashi. Puzzled. Ah, Wukong, you must understand that after this martial arts tournament, returning with me would not be suitable for you now. It would only hinder your future growth. You should realize that I have imparted all that I know to you. From now on, you must forge your own path. I believe you are more than capable of accomplishing this. After all, you are my disciples. Do not let me down. Oh, is that so? Grandfather, you want us to cultivate on our own? Sun Wukong tilted his head, tugging at his hair, uncertainty flashing across his youthful face. He then turned his gaze to Chuha, urgently asking, Chuha, what do you think? Hiki, Wukong, I too believe that Master S words hold truth. Through Master Wu Tian's training, we have matured and grown significantly compared to a few months ago. However, if we remain stagnant in one place, we will only stagnate further. Thus, I wish to travel the world, honing my skills and striving to enhance my abilities. Upon hearing Chuha's response, the confusion in Sun Wukong's eyes dissipated, replaced by a resolute expression. He nodded vigorously and proclaimed, yes, I understand. Chuha, since you feel this way, I too wish to embark on a journey. Master Rashi, listening to their exchange, revealed a look of satisfaction. With a broad smile, he replied, Chuha, you've articulated this beautifully. Young people should venture out for their training, experiencing more and honing their skills. Only through rigorous trials can one become strong. Go forth and carve your own path as a formidable warrior. Pausing momentarily, Master Rashi continued, Wukong, you too should seek the path that suits you best. Remember, try to use the flying nimbus sparingly in the future, as it may lead to a certain laziness. Indeed, Sun Wukong nodded in agreement with Master Rashi's words, resolving to rely less on the nimbus for transportation and instead to utilize his own legs. He traversed the vast world, exploring rivers and lakes with his own hands. Eventually, Master Rashi turned his gaze towards Krillin, noting his silence and lack of opinion, and inquired, Krillin, what are your thoughts? I am not yet ready to make an immediate decision, but I believe it would be best to remain by Master Rashi's side for a while longer, if that is agreeable. Just as Master Rashi was about to find an excuse to decline, Krillin, with keen perception, swiftly approached him and whispered a few words. Master Rashi's face immediately brightened with a radiant smile, and he burst into hearty laughter, nodding vigorously in enthusiastic agreement. Upon witnessing this scene, Chu was rendered speechless, knowing without a doubt that Krillin must have made some promise to Master Rashi concerning beautiful women. Chu, Wukong, do you both wish to cultivate together? Or would you prefer to do so separately? Krillin inquired with a cheerful grin. Upon hearing these words, Chu and Sun Wukong exchanged glances, their minds pondering the possibility of separation. Master Rashi, with a smile, remarked, Chu, Wukong, you must understand that all gatherings in this world are destined to come to an end. Separation may indeed be beneficial, as it allows you to devote yourselves wholeheartedly to your training and discover the path that suits you best. A man must learn to confront challenges on his own. Moreover, when you meet again, there will be a sense of anticipation to see who has grown stronger. Wouldn't that be quite intriguing? Very well, let us part ways. Wukong, let us bid farewell here. Though a tinge of reluctance filled Chu's heart, he resolved to heed Master Rashi's wisdom and embark on his solitary journey of cultivation. Sun Wukong, grinning broadly, nodded in agreement, declaring, all right. Chu, when we meet again, I shall seek you out for a battle. With that, Master Rashi decided it was time to leave. He beckoned Krillin, saying, Krillin, we must be on our way. After speaking, he prepared to take a car to the airport. While Krillin waved goodbye to the others repeatedly, Krillin, please convey my regards to Lan Chi when you return. Tell her it is truly a pity that I can no longer savor her culinary creations. Understood. I shall relay your message. You all must take care. By the next time we meet, I too will have grown stronger. Chu, Wukong, farewell. Krillin called out loudly before turning away. joining Master Rashi in the car as they sped off. As he watched the vehicle gradually fade from view, a sense of melancholy enveloped Chu-hee, leaving him with a fleeting feeling of loss. At that moment, Bulma, who had been silently standing by, finally spoke up, her eyes shimmering like water. She gazed intently at Chu-hee's face and sighed softly, her tone tinged with reluctance. Chu-hee, with your departure, I truly wonder when we shall meet again. As Chu-hee gazed upon Bulma's unwilling expression to let him depart, a flicker of emotion stirred within him. He took a deep breath and smiled, saying, "How could that be? If I have the time, I shall certainly visit you often." "Humph, you always say that, yet your visits are so infrequent, often months apart." Bulma replied, her head bowed, her eyes brimming with a profound sense of grievance, her tone subdued. "Hee, this time will be different. I shall come frequently." Upon witnessing Bulma's forlorn demeanor, a twinge of guilt welled up in Chu-hee. Nevertheless, the time to depart had come. He must continue his cultivation, pursuing the path of strength with unwavering focus alone. "Well then, Bulma, it's time to bid you farewell." Setting aside the tumult of emotions within him, he took a deep breath and restored a semblance of tranquility to his expression. Chu-hee turned around and waved goodbye to Sun Wukong, a smile gracing his face as he said, "Wukong, I shall take my leave first. Until we meet again." Sun Wukong also bid farewell to Chu-hee, and in a swift motion, Chu-hee grasped Bulma's delicate hand. Then, with a flicker, he vanished from sight. Sun Wukong gazed at the spot where Chu-hee had disappeared, a resolute expression forming in his eyes. He silently vowed to continually cultivate himself and to one day triumph over Chu-hee. With this thought in mind, he sprinted northward, embarking on his own journey of self-improvement. Meanwhile, within a villa in West City, Chu-hee returned to Bulma's home, ensuring her safe arrival, unnoticed by anyone. "Bulma, you are home now, and I must take my leave." Chu-hee released her hand, preparing to depart. Bulma sighed inwardly, a sense of reluctance enveloping her heart. Suppressing her myriad of thoughts, she retrieved the Dragon Ball radar from her pocket and handed it to him, saying, "Chu-hee, the Dragon Ball should have returned from their stone form by now. While you train, perhaps you could search for them and see if you can collect them all." Chu-hee gladly accepted the Dragon Ball radar, tucking it into his embrace, and bid farewell to Bulma as he strode away. Bulma silently gazed in the direction of Chu-hee's departure, letting out a gentle sigh. At that moment, a tumult of thoughts surged within her, and an uncontrollable emotion enveloped her entirely. Memories of the moments spent with Chu-hee flooded her mind like a film reel, captivating her senses and stirring her heart. Chapter 71. A bottle of Erguo sparks of bloodshed. More than a month had passed since the last grand martial arts tournament. During this time, Chu-hee journeyed northward, honing his skills while traversing various cities and majestic mountains, navigating perilous peaks and serene rivers and lakes. It was one fateful midday, with the sun hanging high in the sky, casting its scorching rays that rendered the air somewhat oppressive. At that moment, Chu-hee found himself pausing before the Soul Tavern in an unknown small town. Chu-hee had not indulged in alcohol for a considerable time. Today, by chance, he stumbled upon a tavern, and with the sweltering heat, his mouth watered, evoking a longing for the taste of wine. As Chu-hee pushed open the door and entered the tavern, he beheld an elderly man, perhaps in his 50s or 60s, diligently calculating accounts at the counter. The man's brow occasionally furrowed in concentration, only to be followed by a resigned sigh. The establishment appeared rather desolate, devoid of any patrons. Suddenly, at the sound of the door's creak, the old man instinctively lifted his gaze towards the entrance. Upon spotting Chu-hee, he promptly ceased his tasks, aware that a customer had arrived. Straightening his attire with a welcoming demeanor, he approached with a smile as warm as the spring breeze, addressing Chu-hee with, "Young man, would you like to drink?" Upon a moment of reflection, Chu-hee recalled the first time he savored the taste of liquor in his previous life, Erguo. The mere thought of it caused him to involuntarily lick his lips, his mouth becoming parched as an overwhelming desire to indulge in another hearty drink surged within him. Chu-hee inquired, "Excuse me, do you have Erguo?" The proprietor chuckled and replied, "Ah, young man, your timing is impeccable. We have but a single bottle left. Allow me to fetch it for you momentarily." With that, the innkeeper briskly approached the shelf where the liquor was displayed, skillfully climbed onto a stool, retrieved the bottle of Erguo from its elevated perch, and then returned to present it to Chu-hee. After receiving a polite expression of gratitude, Chu-hee casually selected a seat, preparing to indulge in a few drinks while reminiscing about the past. Just as he was about to uncork a bottle, the door suddenly swung open with a loud clang, revealing a diminutive, unseemly man with a sycophantic demeanor. clad in attire reminiscent of a military uniform. The man bore a red insignia on his left arm resembling a bow tie, adorned with two letter R's. Following him was the sound of heavy footsteps, and soon a towering figure approached, an imposing man nearly 2 meters tall, exuding an air of authority. He wore a camouflage vest, his well-defined muscles reminiscent of rugged mountain peaks, showcasing an immense potential for strength. Prominently displayed on the front of his vest was another bow tie-like red ribbon. Upon their entrance into the tavern, the proprietor immediately perked up, rushing forward with a beaming smile, bowing and inquiring, "How may I assist you, gentlemen?" The shorter man momentarily disregarded the tavern owner's question and respectfully turned to the formidable figure, inquiring, "May I ask, Major Leo, would you like to drink?" Major Leo slightly inclined his head, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon the shorter man, his brow furrowing as he replied, "Hype, after all this time following me, do you still not know my preferred drink?" At these words, Hype trembled involuntarily, hastily lowering his head and exclaiming, "Oh, I understand, Major." He then pivoted, puffing out his chest as he faced the tavern owner, barking, "Quickly bring me all the ergo you have in this establishment, and make haste." Upon hearing this, the tavern owner involuntarily shuddered, casting a furtive glance at Chu, before hastily bowing his head, a look of distress etched upon his face. Noticing the proprietor's lack of action, Hype frowned and barked, "Old man, why are you still standing there? Don't waste our time." With utmost sincerity, the tavern owner replied, "I apologize, but we are currently out of ergo. Would you like to consider a different option?" Upon hearing that his superior's favorite drink was unavailable, Hype's agitation surged, and he threatened menacingly, "What? You dare to claim you have none? We wish to drink, and yet you are unable to provide it. It seems this insignificant tavern has no intention of remaining open. Please, do not take offense. We genuinely have run out," the tavern owner implored. "Oh, since you say so, then this wretched tavern has no reason to continue operating." The demeanor of the man known as Blackskin darkened, his tone chilling and devoid of any semblance of jest. Upon hearing Blackskin's words, the tavern owner was instantly seized by a wave of panic. He grappled internally, his facial wrinkles quivering slightly, and a fleeting glimmer of guilt appeared in his eyes before he hesitantly pointed towards the table where Chu sat, stammering, "The last bottle has already been sold to him." Blackskin's gaze followed the direction indicated, and indeed, he spotted the ergo liquor placed before Chu. He turned sharply, casting a fierce glare at the tavern owner, exclaiming, "You old fool, why didn't you mention this earlier? You've made me waste so much effort. Mark my words. I shall settle this with you later." With that, Blackskin pivoted to face Major Leo, his expression transforming into one of obsequiousness. He donned a humble smile and respectfully said, "Major, please, have a seat. I shall fetch the liquor for you to savor." Once he saw Leo seated, Blackskin grinned mischievously and sauntered over to Chu-Hi's table. Arriving before Chu-Hi, Blackskin assumed an arrogant posture, raised his hand, and struck the table forcefully. Fixing Chu-Hi with a gaze that brooked no dissent, he declared imperiously, "Hey, you there, hurry up and bring me that bottle of ergo. Having overheard the earlier exchange between Blackskin and the tavern owner, Chu-Hi was well aware of the unfolding situation. He had not anticipated that even a simple desire for a drink would incite such competition and unnecessary trouble. "What are you waiting for? Are you daft? Hurry up and get it for me." Blackskin barked, his expression darkening as he realized that Chu was not responding with the deference he had expected. Chu maintained an air of tranquility, seemingly unfazed by Hei-Pai's words. He extended his hand, lifting the bottle of wine and gently swaying it before Hei-Pai's eyes, only to place it back on the table moments later. With a composed demeanor, he inquired, "Who are you? This is already my possession. Why should I offer it to you? Provide a reason." "Humph, a reason? How dare you pose such an absurd question? It is utterly laughable," Hei-Pai retorted, his tone laced with arrogance. His expression was one of blatant hubris, and with a condescending gesture, he pointed to the bow tie emblem on the right side of his clothing. Disdainfully addressing Chu, "Open your eyes and behold, what is this?" With a casual lift of his gaze, Chu inquired nonchalantly, "What is it?" A hearty laugh erupted from Hei-Pai, who, with an air of arrogance, proclaimed, "This is the emblem of the Red Satin Brigade. I am Second Lieutenant Hei-Pai of the Red Satin Army. Do you understand, kid?" "Ah, understood." Chu nodded. However, his eyes flickered, turning back to Hei-Pai as he calmly asked, "But what of it?" The tranquility in his voice betrayed an attitude of indifference, as if he regarded the Red Satin Brigade as nothing more than a child's game, utterly inconsequential. Modern firearms and advanced weaponry held no significance in Chu Hie's eyes. After all, even the young Yukong had managed to obliterate such groups single-handedly. How could they possibly pose a threat to someone far more formidable than the young Yukong? Hei Pai, momentarily taken aback by Chu Hie's composed words, found himself at a loss. In his mind, no one dared to challenge the authority of the Red Satin Brigade, as it was synonymous with power. Yet here stood someone who openly humiliated him, dismissing not only him but also the brigade itself. Since joining the Red Satin Brigade, he had been accustomed to wielding power. And it had been a long time since he had experienced such disrespect. A surge of fury welled up within him, darkening his expression and filling his narrow eyes with venomous intent. You little bastard, it seems you truly have a death wish. You have committed an unforgivable crime. No one can save you. I shall take great pleasure in ending your life. Not just yours, but even the tavern keeper who sheltered you will meet the same fate. Under the weight of the Red Satin Brigade's authority, all must submit. Disrespect, disobedience, and disloyalty were intolerable. Hei Pai's eyes glimmered with fervent zeal for the Red Satin Brigade as he coldly declared, "You can die." A large-caliber Desert Eagle swiftly emerged from his sleeve, aimed directly at Chu Hie's forehead. Hei Pai smirked contemptuously, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he gently squeezed the trigger. The gunshot rang out with a loud bang. At that moment, the tavern keeper turned pale, shutting his eyes, unable to bear witness to Chu Hie's impending doom. Meanwhile, Major Leo appeared utterly unfazed, his eyes half closed in contemplation, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events, as if he thought Hei Pai was about to crush an insignificant ant rather than take a human life. Hei Pai, with an air of calm anticipation, awaited the sight of Chu Hie's fallen body, only to be astonished to discover that Chu Hie remained unscathed in his seat, gazing at him with an expression of indifference, his eyes reflecting a profound tranquility. The bullet he had just fired had inflicted no harm whatsoever. Hei Pai could not suppress a gasp, his mind racing with disbelief. Impossible. Did I miss? At such a short distance? Had it jammed? Yet, just moments ago, the bullet had indeed been fired. The expression in the black-haired man's eyes fluctuated with uncertainty, his heart brimming with perplexity. Are you searching for something here? Chu Hie gazed coldly at Black Skin, an unmistakable glint of lethal intent flickering in his eyes. As he fixed his stare upon Black Skin, a slight curve formed at the corner of his mouth, and he slowly extended his right hand over the table. There, nestled within his palm, lay a bullet, still warm to the touch. Black Skin had been engulfed in a tempest of uncertainty, but upon witnessing Chu Hie's movement, he instinctively turned his gaze. The realization that the bullet in Chu Hie's grasp was from his own Desert Eagle struck him like a tidal wave, overwhelming his soul with a chilling shock. As a pervasive sense of dread crept into his heart. Impossible. This cannot be. Who is he? Black Skin felt his heart racing uncontrollably, a visceral fear gripping him as he locked eyes with Chu Hie, whose dark gaze radiated menace. In that fleeting moment, he felt utterly exposed. As if standing naked in a frigid blizzard, an icy chill coursing through his veins, causing his limbs to tremble uncontrollably. The terror evident on Black Skin's face did not go unnoticed by Leo, who had been seated all along. A spark of realization flickered in Leo's eyes as he too beheld Chu Hie and the bullet in his hand. His pupils constricted slightly, a strange light illuminating his gaze. You just told me you wanted me dead, did you not? Well, it seems I am still alive. Which means it is you who shall meet your demise. Chu Hie spoke coldly, rising to his feet. In an instant, under Black Skin's horrified stare, he delivered a swift kick, as swift as lightning, leaving Black Skin no time to react. The impact struck him squarely in the chest, causing a deep indentation, shattering his internal organs. His body was propelled backward, flying 5 or 6 meters before crashing to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. In the realm of Chu Hie, the principle has always been that if one wrongs me, I shall retaliate without hesitation. Just moments ago, Hei Pai brandished a firearm, clearly disregarding the sanctity of life. For such a person, Chu Hie would undoubtedly act swiftly to eliminate him, without a trace of hesitation. As for the potential consequences, he remains utterly indifferent. For no matter who one is or what power they wield, they shall crumble before absolute strength. As Chu Hie had just dispatched the so-called Black Skin, he noticed the figure of Major Leo striding towards him. With a calm gaze, Chu Hie inquired, "What, do you seek vengeance? That worthless wretch? His demise is inconsequential. Merely a pawn." Leo halted, his eyes fixated on Chu Hie, responding with a newfound gravity. Gone was the dismissive demeanor he had exhibited upon his arrival. Now, As he regarded the young man before him, his gaze was imbued with apprehension. As a martial arts expert holding the rank of major in the Crimson Satin Brigade, he had been unable to fully discern the trajectory of Chu-Hi's strikes moments ago, leaving him both astonished and intrigued. In his mind, Leo speculated endlessly about Chu-Hi's true identity, yet he found himself at a loss. You are his superior, are you not? Chu-Hi pressed. He perished while serving you. And you dare speak thus? Leo, with a disdainful curl of his lip, retorted, he was merely my dog. As for him, he allied with me solely for his own interests. Chu Dao, so what do you wish to do now? I would highly recommend that you join the Red Ribbon Legion. With your exceptional skills, I assure you a life of wealth and glory, infinite power and resources. What do you think? Leo gazed at Chuho with eager anticipation, urging him onward. He chose not to mention the earlier incident, but that did not imply Chuho would remain silent. Chuho's expression shifted to one of indifference. His tone turned icy and menacing as he remarked, quite an impressive proposition you present. However, I believe you have misunderstood a crucial matter. What matter? Did I ever state that I would spare you? That individual made a mistake, and you think it ends there? He has incurred my wrath, and naturally, you shall bear the consequences. Regardless of his status, he is ultimately yours, and thus, you too shall meet your demise. Chu-Hi's gaze was devoid of warmth, his eyes brimming with a chilling intensity, as he spoke with an unmistakable air of authority. Chapter 73. I shall awake you here. Upon hearing these words, Major Leo's expression abruptly shifted. His heart raced uncontrollably, and he felt an involuntary swallow as a wave of icy dread permeated his being, chilling him to the bone, compelling him to retreat instinctively. Leo struggled to steady his racing thoughts and, with a tremor in his voice, inquired, What do you intend to do? I have no desire to be your enemy. I do not wish to repeat myself, Chu-Hi replied coldly, his eyes, dark as ink, glinting with a menacing light. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved with such swiftness that it seemed as if a storm had erupted, a flash of lightning in the tempest. In Leo's perception, Chu-Hi appeared as a fleeting specter, moving with lightning speed. Despite Leo's prowess as a martial artist, he felt as though he were but a child, utterly unprepared to respond. Wait, do not kill me. If you do, you will declare war against the entire Crimson Ribbon Corps. They will not spare you, and you will be hunted down to your death. Leo cried out in horror, retreating further, his expression contorted with fear. His scalp tingled with terror, and he felt as though his very soul was fleeing. All he could think of was escaping from this seemingly demonic figure before him. In that moment, he deeply regretted not recognizing the terrifying nature of Chu-Hi earlier, and for having unwittingly permitted black skin to provoke him, which had led to this unnecessary enmity. The expression on Chu-Hi's face was cold and merciless, devoid of any sign of wavering. With astonishing speed, he swiftly approached Leo, disregarding his words entirely. He raised his hand and with a mere flick, effortlessly struck Leo in the chest. A mournful cry escaped Leo's lips as his eyes bulged in shock, and he spewed forth a copious amount of blood. Despite his seemingly robust physique, he crumpled to the ground like a heap of mud, utterly incapacitated, his pallid face reflecting only boundless despair and terror. At the moment of his collapse, a device resembling a watch face, radiating a flickering red light, suddenly fell from him, emitting a series of beeping sounds. Chu-Hi remained utterly unconcerned, his demeanor tranquil as he gently clapped his hands, as if to dispel the lingering negativity that clung to him. With an air of nonchalance, he returned to his seat and picked up the wine bottle once more. His attitude and action suggested that nothing had transpired, rendering the fallen black-skinned figure, Major Leo, seemingly insignificant, akin to two mere ants. With a flick of his fingers, Chu-Hi swiftly removed the cork from the bottle, raising it to his lips and consuming the contents with fervor. A sharp sensation coursed down his throat, igniting a fiery warmth within his belly, and memories of the past began to resurface, reflected in the nostalgic glimmer of his eyes. He tilted the bottle back once more, taking several hearty swigs. Meanwhile, the innkeeper, still trembling from the sight of Chu-Hi effortlessly dispatching two men with startling ferocity in his establishment, wore the remnants of fear upon his countenance. Witnessing such a shocking scene was akin to the thunderous roar of a tempest in his heart. Fortunately, the weight of age and the trials of life had equipped him with a semblance of composure. He gathered himself and approached Chu-Hi, mustering a forced smile. Young man, what business do you have lingering here with drink? You ought to depart at once. The Red Satin Brigade is a formidable and terrifying force. Those who provoke them seldom meet a favorable fate. Their officers are equipped with unique signal devices that can detect their status, given that you have just taken a life. It is likely the headquarters is already aware of your actions. After a brief pause, the innkeeper took a breath and continued, I recognize your martial prowess, but be forewarned. They are numerous, with an army exceeding 10,000, and possess formidable military might, including aircraft, artillery, and missile systems. You must make haste and flee, lest they arrive here shortly. Upon hearing the tavern keeper's words, Chu maintained an unchanging expression. He turned and smiled gently, whispering, Thank you. However, you need not worry. Even if their entire army were to arrive, they would be unable to harm me. I shall remain here, awaiting them. Though Chu spoke with a calm demeanor. An undeniable confidence and pride radiated from him. The tavern owner stared at him in a daze, feeling an inexplicable sense of belief beginning to blossom within. Ah, indeed. This is the payment for the wine. After receiving the coins from Chu, the tavern owner sighed softly, not even counting the money as he hastily pocketed it. He then hurried to the counter to gather his belongings, swiftly making his way out the door in a rush to escape. Sitting in his seat, Chu finished the last sip of his drink, his expression one of serene composure. Observing the tavern owner flee in fear of retribution from the Crimson Ribbon Legion. Worried about being implicated, he could not help but let out a faint sigh. In his heart, he mused, this is the price of weakness. The weak can only evade, while it is the strong who can confront all challenges head-on. It is precisely because I possess strength that I need not cower before the Crimson Ribbon Legion, fleeing in disarray. Instead, I can single-handedly annihilate them with ease. The tavern grew increasingly desolate. Apart from two lifeless bodies, only Chu remained as the sole survivor, surrounded by an array of alcoholic beverages displayed on the counter. Noticing that he had finished the erguo too, but was still unsatisfied, he glanced at the assortment of bottles and rose to his feet, strolling to the counter. He casually picked up a bottle, uncapped it, and began to drink heartily. After quenching his thirst, he let out a cry of exuberance and continued to indulge in his libations. The room reverberated with only two sounds: the gulping of Chu swallowing his drink and the shattering of bottles as he carelessly cast them to the ground. His capacity for alcohol seemed boundless, akin to an abyss, as bottles were emptied and shattered one after another. Yet his mind remained as clear as ever, and his belly showed no sign of distension. It must be said that the Scion physique is remarkably robust. Amidst the devastation wrought by Chu, scarcely a whole bottle remained in the tavern. The floor was strewn with shattered glass, piled high like a makeshift recycling plant for broken bottles. Just as he was reveling in his indulgence, a sudden flicker in his ears caught his attention. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and a smirk of disdain graced his lips as he thought to himself, At last, they have arrived. At this moment, for Chu, idleness had become a bore. The Crimson Ribbon Legion, had they chosen not to provoke him, would eventually meet their end at the hands of Sun Wukong. However, now they would serve as a minor stepping stone on Chu's path to cultivation. While this obstacle may be superfluous, boredom had set in, making it a fine opportunity to seek some amusement. Moreover, this endeavor would also rid the world of a menace serving a dual purpose. Why not seize the chance? The corners of Chu's mouth curled into a peculiar arc, yet his demeanor remained unruffled as he stepped outside, hands clasped behind him. He surveyed his surroundings, where the echoes of footsteps resonated from all directions, growing ever closer. Soon, figures clad in military garb, fully armed and wielding submachine guns, surged forth from the various streets of the small town. Their attire bore an unmistakable insignia of a red butterfly knot, emblazoned with 2RS. Above, the relentless hum of 5 fighter jets circled ominously, akin to hawks poised to swoop down upon their prey, brimming with anticipation for battle. Chapter 74. Encirclement. Faced with such a formidable display of armed forces and the menacing barrels of guns aimed at him, Chu remained as tranquil as still water, unaffected by the chaos surrounding him. His expression was remarkably serene, as if he were ambling leisurely through a tranquil garden, a faint smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of one observing the ebb and flow of blossoms in the courtyard or the shifting clouds beyond. The deployment of the Red Ribbon Army was a direct command from the headquarters, dispatching a battalion from the nearest 15th district to the town. Leading the charge was Colonel Byron, who was currently stationed within one of the circling fighter jets, skillfully directing the troops and strategizing their advance through the information relayed on his screens. Recalling the messages from headquarters and the visuals transmitted via the signal device, Colonel Byron's expression grew grave, his entire focus fixated on Chu, wary of any lapse in diligence. Chu halted in the midst of the street, his eyes gently closed, In that fleeting moment, his mind became a blank canvas, and he distinctly sensed the positions of all the individuals in motion around him. He perceived a ceaseless tide of soldiers advancing from all directions, an unending wave. Come forth. The more, the merrier. A fleeting smirk danced at the corner of Chu Hi's lips, and suddenly, a glint of murderous intent ignited in his eyes. Although this malevolence was not overwhelming, it carried an insatiable desire to obliterate all that lay before him. The blood of Chu seems to be boiling, a harbinger of destruction, chaos, and combat. Colonel Byron, gazing down from the aircraft at Chu Hi's nonchalant demeanor, felt an irrefutable surge of anger as he observed the blatant disregard Chu displayed towards the Red Ribbon Legion. With a grave countenance and without hesitation, he issued a command, prompting all the soldiers surrounding Chu to raise their weapons, countless gun barrels aimed squarely at his vital points. The cacophony of gunfire erupted in the stillness of the small town. A torrential rain of bullets descended upon him, forming a pincer attack, dense as a net, almost creating an inescapable assault. In the face of the oncoming hail of gunfire, Chu merely chuckled disdainfully, displaying no intention to evade. His gaze remained tranquil, his muscles slightly tensing as a white aura enveloped his form. The instant the bullets made contact, they seemed to lose all vigor, coming to a halt midair. Suspended in a state of inertia, one by one, the bullets dropped to the ground like pearls rolling off a jade plate, their clatter echoing in the silence. The soldiers of the Red Ribbon Legion, along with Colonel Byron who commanded from the plain, were struck by disbelief. The bullets had proven ineffective against this individual. Bizarrely suspended in space, what manner of power was this? It was utterly incomprehensible. Was this still human? All present stood in stupor, waves of shock surging within them, their expressions shifting dramatically. Colonel Byron wrestled with his astonishment, his mind racing to devise a strategy. The threat posed by Chu was unlike anything he had ever witnessed, and the bullets had failed to inflict any harm. He relayed a new command. All soldiers were to replace their firearms with more destructive rocket launchers. At all costs, he was to be eliminated. Each soldier of the Red Ribbon Legion swiftly equipped themselves with rocket launchers, their expressions grave as they aimed at Chu. The firepower unleashed this time was even more formidable and ferocious than before. At the sound of the command, rockets were launched in rapid succession towards Chu. The formidable military might of the Red Ribbon Legion was laid bare in that moment. The earth-shattering bombardment was deafening, the air thrumming with turbulence, yet Chu remained unhurried, his gaze sharp as lightning. With a mental shift, he circulated his energy, slightly amplifying its diffusion. The white aura continued to form around him, enveloping him entirely. As the seemingly annihilating rockets approached, they ceased their advance, detonating beside him instead. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled, thick smoke billowed, and flames soared into the sky. Debris scattered like confetti. As the area where Chu stood was reduced to rubble, the buildings on either side of the street utterly collapsed, leaving deep craters in the ground. Such immense destructive power, however, was nothing in the face of Chu. He stood there unscathed. Not a speck of dust upon his garments, his countenance still adorned with a faint smile, just as before. This astonishing spectacle stirred a profound sense of despair within the hearts of every member of the Crimson Ribbon Legion. The individual before them seemed no longer human, but rather a grotesque entity. Among the multitude of soldiers, some, gripped by fear, abandoned their weapons and fled in terror from this horrifying place. In the chilling gleam of Chu's eyes, he could not allow those who sought to harm him to escape, regardless of their numbers. Each would face the consequences. In an instant, his figure moved like a fleeting shadow, arriving beside a soldier who had no time to react. The terror still lingered in the soldier's eyes as Chu, with unwavering resolve, grasped his neck and with a gentle twist, shattered his throat, extinguishing his life. Chu picked up the fallen rocket launcher from the ground, holding it in his hand. A fleeting crimson glimmer flashed in his right eye, as the skill of firing the weapon was etched into his memory, as if he had practiced it countless times. Chu hoisted the rocket launcher onto his shoulder and, with a casual turn, pulled the trigger in a random direction. A thunderous explosion resonated, and the anguished screams of numerous soldiers echoed through the skies. As a thick mist of blood enveloped the air, Chu moved with the swiftness of the wind, continuously bending to retrieve rocket launchers from the ground, unleashing a relentless barrage. Moreover, he enveloped the surface of the rockets with his own energy, thereby amplifying their lethality. In less than a minute, the soldiers of the Red Satin Brigade on the ground were utterly annihilated by Chu's singular might. Surrounding Chu, there were no soldiers standing, save for him alone. The ground remained a gruesome tableau of corpses, with rivers of blood flowing freely. Above, Fighter planes spiraled and darted, incessantly unleashing a barrage of bullets upon their targets. Yet, remarkably, not a single shot grazed even the hem of Chewie's attire. At that moment, 5 fighter jets, aligned in formation around Lieutenant Colonel Byron, prepared to launch missiles. This represented the utmost extent of their current offensive capabilities. The 5 missiles were released, descending from various angles like comets plummeting to Earth. In the expression of Chu He, the earlier arrogance had momentarily dissipated. He could distinctly perceive the destructive force contained within the missile's energy. A direct confrontation with such explosive devastation, while it may not obliterate his corporeal form, could still inflict minor injuries upon him. Unlike bullets or grenades, missiles unleash a far greater magnitude of energy, resulting in a significantly enhanced lethality. Although Chu possessed remarkable strength, he would undoubtedly feel pain if he chose not to evade. Chapter 75, The Crimson Satin Ribbon Legion. I have arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu raised his head and hurled the rocket launcher in his grasp towards one of the incoming missiles. Instantly, the rocket launcher collided with the missile midair, resulting in a thunderous explosion that reverberated throughout the surroundings. One missile was successfully obliterated. Yet the remaining 4 descended with relentless momentum, threatening to transform the entire landscape into a sea of flames, poised to consume all in their sight. As Chu-He's gaze flickered, a subtle smile graced his lips. In the instant before the missile struck the ground, his figure vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted, akin to the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering, as if the very ground were on the verge of caving in, shaking violently. A colossal mushroom cloud slowly ascended, nearly obscuring the entire sky above the small town. In that moment, under the obliteration of the missile, the town had transformed into a desolate ruin, with every inhabitant, including the residents, perishing without exception. The earth was shrouded in smoke and dust, enveloped in a thick haze, rendering distant views indistinct. Colonel Byron sat high in the aircraft, his heart racing, continuously shouting in his mind, "He must be dead. He should be dead." He instructed his subordinates to observe the ground without a moment's relaxation, reporting any movements immediately to ensure absolute certainty. Yet, unease lingered within him. Logically, under such a cataclysmic assault, the entire town would have been reduced to ashes, no matter how formidable one's martial prowess. A mere mortal could not survive the impact of 4 missiles. Unless, of course, he were no longer human. As Colonel Byron pondered this, an intense throbbing surged through his heart, an overwhelming sense of imminent danger enveloping him. Suddenly, he felt a tremor from above the aircraft, and in the next moment, a panicked voice crackled through the intercom. "Colonel," before the speaker could finish, a violent explosion resounded in his ears, causing Byron's expression to shift dramatically. With years of experience, he immediately recognized that it was the sound of the aircraft exploding, and almost instantaneously, 3 more explosions echoed around him. A look of horror crossed Colonel Byron's face as he felt a chill wash over him, akin to plummeting into an icy abyss, his mind sinking into an overwhelming void. Breath momentarily suspended, and an infinite terror spreading across his countenance. At that moment, he could distinctly sense the oppressive force above him, reminiscent of a rabbit facing a lion. Overwhelmed by a feeling of insignificance, the terrifying weight bore down upon him like a mountain. In his ears, he faintly heard the words Kamehameha. And then a blinding blue light streaked past, piercing the aircraft like a bolt of lightning, engulfing him in a searing pain, and then all went dark. Meanwhile, Chu reappeared on solid ground, having utilized instantaneous movement to briefly land atop the aircraft, where he subsequently unleashed the Kamehameha to obliterate it. Gazing at the town reduced to ruins, he let out a soft sigh, a twinge of regret blossoming within him. In that moment, a profound murderous intent ignited in his eyes as he murmured ominously, "The Red Satin Brigade, very well. I shall ensure your premature demise, erasing you from this world." In his heart, Chu had already devised a plan. Soon after, he turned away from the quaint town and embarked on his journey towards the Crimson Ribbon Legion. At the headquarters of the Crimson Ribbon Legion, in the uppermost floor, a diminutive man with red hair and a single eye erupted into a fit of rage upon concluding the reports from his subordinates. "Incompetent fools! All of you are utterly useless. How could an entire regiment be annihilated so easily? What on earth transpired?" he declared vehemently. "Then we shall dispatch greater forces, if necessary. We shall employ atomic weapons. No one dares to challenge the authority of the Crimson Ribbon Legion. Opponents must be reduced to ashes. We must eliminate any adversaries. Do you comprehend? However, that individual is extraordinarily formidable, and his whereabouts have become elusive. What does that matter? My ambition is to dominate the entire world under my command. All must yield. If we cannot locate him, we shall persist in our search. Once found, we will stop at nothing to eradicate him, lest others perceive us as inept. Yes. The officers acknowledged their orders and swiftly departed to mobilize search parties for Chu, oblivious to the fact that he was, at that very moment, heading towards their stronghold. As Chu was about to depart, he held the Dragon Ball radar gifted by Bulma in his hand. The screen displayed the location of the Dragon Balls, revealing that 3 were congregated over 300 kilometers to the northeast of his current position, their dots pulsating continuously. With a flicker of insight in his eyes, Chu realized that the location where the 3 Dragon Balls converged must undoubtedly be the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Very well, let us proceed there to obliterate the headquarters and seize all the Dragon Balls. With a subtle smile, Chu had already envisioned the Dragon Ball as a possession within his grasp. Although the general direction of the Red Ribbon Army's headquarters had been established, the precise location remained elusive. Chu first pinpointed a location and, with a swift movement, transported himself to a mountainous area over 300 miles to the northeast, characterized by its majestic peaks and ridges. Once again, he retrieved his radar and, by pressing a button, narrowed the search range. Following the directional indicators, he proceeded, gradually closing the distance to the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Their stronghold was situated on a lush, expansive plain, heavily guarded by numerous soldiers and fortified with an array of advanced defensive technologies, forming an impregnable barrier. Should one dare to infiltrate, detection would be inevitable. As Chu traversed a glacial expanse, he encountered the formidable defenses of the Red Ribbon Legion, subsequently enduring a relentless assault from their troops. Countless bullets rained down like a tempest, leaving the snowy ground pockmarked with a myriad of bullet holes. With the swiftness of lightning, Chu unleashed the Kamehameha, obliterating one defensive outpost after another. The entire glacial terrain bore witness to the ravages of destruction. Ice shattered and the earth crumbled beneath the onslaught. An urgent alarm resonated throughout the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Legion, where the high-ranking officials beheld Chu's formidable presence in the sheer ferocity of his attacks. The crimson-haired commander, his expression dark and foreboding, convened the generals to deliberate strategies in preparation for the formidable adversary he had previously underestimated, Chu. Chapter 76. The Fall of the Red Ribbon Legion. As Chu advanced, he left a trail of devastation in his wake. The ground beneath him was riddled with craters and bore the marks of desolation. He surged forward with the unstoppable force of an arrow soaring towards the heavens, effortlessly cleaving through the clouds and moonlight, shattering all obstacles in his path to strike at the heart of the enemy. On the screen, scenes of the Red Ribbon Army's dismal defeat incessantly provoked General Reuter, the diminutive man with fiery red hair. Suppressing his rising terror and unease, he clenched his fists tightly, his eyes glinting with defiance as he muttered, "Cursed invader! How infuriating!" Suddenly, General Reuter turned sharply, furrowing his brow as he bellowed at his subordinates, "Hurry! Send someone to halt his advance. Does our legion lack skilled fighters?" A man bearing the rank of colonel bowed his head in acknowledgement, responding, "The mightiest among us, General Lon, has already been dispatched to confront him. However, given the enemy's formidable prowess, I fear even General Lon may not withstand for long." Upon hearing this, General Reuter's brow knitted deeply as he inquired loudly, "By the way, where is Tao Bai, the world's foremost assassin?" The reply came, "Tao Bai has been tasked by Black Commander to search for the Dragon Balls and has yet to return. Damn it, why must Black Commander choose this moment?" General Reuter seethed. If only Tao Bai were here, perhaps he could have dealt with this menace. He gritted his teeth, casting a dissatisfied glance at the Black Commander, who lowered his head slightly, regret etched across his dark features. Outside the Red Ribbon Army, the air was thick with the roar of artillery, the thunderous sounds shaking the very earth as smoke billowed and dust swirled chaotically. Amidst the storm of gunfire and chaos, Chu strode forward, his raven locks dancing in the wind, each strand fluttering like willow catkins, reminiscent of softly falling snow. With an air of serene composure, he advanced step by step, as if strolling leisurely through a tranquil garden, exuding an effortless grace. The shells and bullets that whizzed past him often lost their velocity and direction, turning back upon themselves, and he decimated the red satin-clad forces with ease. In the face of such formidable prowess displayed by Chu, the remaining soldiers who bore witness to this spectacle were instantly engulfed in terror and disarray, the majority succumbing to despair and scattering like frightened birds. Chu paid no heed to the fleeing soldiers. His pace remained unhurried, yet resolute, steadfast, and steady. At last, he arrived at the headquarters of the Red Satin Brigade. a place that instilled trepidation in the hearts of many. The grand and majestic military edifices stood in perfect alignment, exuding an air of solemnity, with various combat equipment visible at every turn. Aircraft circled overhead, and soldiers armed with rifles were scattered throughout the expansive grounds of the headquarters. Suddenly, with a creak, a security door on the right side of the first floor began to rise slowly, revealing a striking young man in military attire, his golden hair gleaming. Without warning, a flying dagger hurtled toward Chu, slicing through the air like a flash of lightning, imbued with a chilling aura of murderous intent, threatening to pierce his very being. In the depths of Chu's eyes, a flash of brilliance ignited. At that critical moment, his right hand, with lightning speed, extended the middle and index fingers, effortlessly pinching the flying dagger, halting its advance entirely. General Lan's slender eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized Chu with heightened vigilance, his senses on high alert. Gathering his composure, General Lan spoke with a grave demeanor. "Intruder, should you wish to enter, you must first pass through me. I shall thwart your progress." Upon hearing this, Chu let out a derisive smile, casting a casual glance at General Lan, his disdain evident as he remarked, "Is it merely on your account? Do not underestimate me." Witnessing the scornful expression on Chu's face, General Lan's countenance shifted dramatically, his fists clenched tightly as he struggled to suppress the fury brewing within. Taking a deep breath, he then fixed his gaze intently upon Chu, a sudden burst of azure light flickering within his pupils, shimmering with an enigmatic brilliance, seemingly infused with a hint of arcane power. Chu gazed steadily into General Lan's eyes, where a flicker of azure light danced. His heart, akin to a tranquil lake, experienced a fleeting ripple, only to be swiftly smoothed back to its original serenity. With a gaze that appeared as tranquil as still waters, Chu locked eyes with him. As he felt the intensity of Chu's stare, General Lan's heart skipped a beat, stirring a tempest within. The general felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his entire being paralyzed with a chilling dread, unable to move. He watched helplessly as Chu advanced step by step towards him, his body yearning to react, to resist, yet discovering that not a single part could respond. He sensed an indescribable aura enveloping him in an instant. This was the essence of Chu. It was not mere bloodlust, but something far more terrifying. Never in his life had General Lan confronted such a moment of utter despair. Every hair on his body stood on end, issuing the most urgent of warnings. Chu halted beside General Lan, offering him a chilling smile. In an instant, his right hand shot forth like lightning, and the next moment, he grasped the general's neck. With a gentle twist, a crisp sound echoed through the air, marking the end of the young and gifted General Lan of the Scarlet Satin Brigade, who had been steeped in a life of wickedness. Chu traversed over the body of General Lan, dispatching the soldiers beneath the building with an air of tranquility. He stepped into the headquarters, a place feared by countless souls across the world. With each floor he ascended, he encountered a scene strewn with corpses. His movements were so swift that no one had the opportunity to react, thus treading upon the lifeless bodies of innumerable soldiers adorned in crimson sashes. Chu reached the pinnacle of the structure. Before him loomed the firmly shut door, and a gentle smile graced his lips. In an instant, a beam of azure light seemed to envelop the surroundings, followed by a thunderous roar as the sturdy security door shattered like a piece of tofu. As Chu advanced inward, his footsteps resonated rhythmically, drawing the attention of General Reuter and his deputy, Black Commander, who glanced at him with expressions of shock and terror. The sound of gunfire echoed, bang, 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 as General Reuter and Black Commander fired relentlessly, attempting to eliminate Chu. Yet, moments later, despair enveloped them. Not a single bullet found its mark. To them, Chu's speed was nothing short of incredible, igniting a profound sense of hopelessness within their hearts. "Fools," Chu murmured, each of his strides striking like a hammer upon their chests. The two men retreated in panic until they found themselves cornered against the wall. With nowhere left to escape, General Reuter turned to Black Commander and shouted, "What are you afraid of? Hurry and protect me. Have you forgotten your duty?" Sweat poured down Black Commander's brow as he gritted his teeth, rising to obey General Reuter's command. Summoning his courage, he launched a reckless punch at Chu. However, his seemingly formidable fist was caught effortlessly by Chu, who then flung him aside. Black Commander's imposing frame crashed against the wall like a sack, and he plummeted to his death from the heights above. Witnessing Black Commander fall without even enduring a single blow, General Reuter was finally gripped by fear. Stripped of all his forces, he was merely a small, frail man, incapable of standing against Chu. With a thud, General Reuter knelt in utter humiliation, his face pale with terror as he repeatedly bowed his head to Chu He, pleading loudly, "I beg you, spare my life. Whatever you desire, I will grant you. I possess countless treasures. I can give them all to you." Upon witnessing the contemptible demeanor of Ritter, Chu He's eyes glimmered with disdain. He let out a cold snort and disdainfully remarked, "By ending your life, I can attain the same results. Why should I spare you? Your sins are numerous and grievous. To slay you would be a service to the people, a noble deed." Ignoring Ritter's pleas for mercy, Chu bent down to retrieve a bullet from the ground. Flicking it with his finger, the bullet, propelled at a speed surpassing that of a handgun, pierced directly through Ritter's forehead. Before he could utter a cry of anguish, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes reflecting profound resentment. 3 dragon balls rolled from his pocket, emanating a radiant glow, sparkling like stars. Dragon balls. Chu's eyes brightened with excitement as he hurriedly picked them up, his heart swelling with joy, inwardly exclaiming, "Indeed, this journey has proven fruitful." Chapter 77. Colonel Violet. At this moment, Chu found himself in a state of elation. The accomplishment of single-handedly annihilating an entire legion with no one to impede him deepened his yearning for power. It is power, only power, that enables one to traverse the world freely, pursuing one's desires and punishing the malevolence that one cannot abide. Without power, one is rendered inconsequential. The natural law of the survival of the fittest was vividly manifested at this moment. The commander of the Red Ribbon Army lay dead, and the remaining soldiers, leaderless, had disbanded into a mere scattering of individuals, no longer a formidable force. Many soldiers had discarded their armor and fled in panic. The once dreaded Red Ribbon Army, which instilled fear in numerous regular military forces, had officially collapsed and disintegrated. As Chu descended from the upper floor, contemplating his departure, a sudden thought struck him. He recalled Commander Ritter's earlier plea for mercy, during which he had mentioned the promise of treasures. At that moment, it dawned on him that his funds had dwindled to nearly nothing. The prize money he had received from the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, after accounting for his meals and the meager allowance bestowed upon him by the Turtle Sage, had nearly evaporated. He found himself, regrettably, in a state of financial destitution. It is often said that without money, one can scarcely move. Even Chu he was not exempt from this truth, as he too required sustenance. Of course, he could resort to hunting and foraging in the woods, yet such endeavors were fraught with inconvenience and would consume precious time that could otherwise be spent honing his skills. Although his strength had surpassed that of ordinary men, allowing him to roam the city with impunity and seize wealth unhindered, he could not bring himself to engage in such petty acts of thievery. He recalled that the Red Ribbon Army possessed wealth rivaling that of nations. Such readily available resources, if fully appropriated, would alleviate his future financial burdens. With this thought, Chu's eyes sparkled with anticipation, envisioning an abundance of delectable meals awaiting him. Resolute, he promptly set off in search of the room where Commander Ritter kept his safe. As he made his way, he suddenly heard a cacophony of sounds. Straining to listen, he followed the noise to a room where he beheld a violet-haired woman crouched on the floor, busily extracting large bundles of banknotes and gold coins from a safe and depositing them into her pockets. Chu was taken aback, surprised to find that someone had arrived before him. Intentionally clearing his throat, he caught the attention of Colonel Violet, who was in a state of excitement, wholly focused on counting her money. Startled by the noise, she turned her head and, upon suddenly catching sight of Chu, gasped in astonishment. In her moment of shock, the bills in her hands cascaded to the ground like autumn leaves. This individual was none other than Colonel Violet, the sole female officer of the Red Satin Brigade. "How did you find your way here?" Violet's delicate features betrayed a look of fear as she took 2 steps back, gazing at Chu in disbelief, her voice trembling with uncertainty. With a light chuckle, Chu continued to approach her. As Violet perceived his proximity, a deeper sense of trepidation enveloped her. "What do you intend to do? Are you here to kill me?" "Rest assured," he replied with a smile. "Under normal circumstances, I do not take the lives of women. My purpose for being here aligns with yours." Noticing the terror in the woman's gaze, Chu was slightly taken aback. He gently stepped beside Violet, offering her a warm smile. Upon witnessing his spring-like demeanor, the tension that had gripped Violet's heart began to dissipate. Previously, she had observed his various methods from the headquarters monitoring room, fully aware that she could never contend with the man before her. Initially, despair had begun to settle in her heart upon his arrival, yet she found the reality to be quite different from her expectations. He, surprisingly, had spared her and posed no threat. It was known that the entire Red Ribbon Legion had suffered tremendous casualties, with a significant number falling by his hand. She had anticipated her own demise, yet here she stood, alive. Violet's gaze remained fixed on the striking figure before her, captivated by his handsome features and gentle smile. Utterly unable to reconcile him with the ruthless harbinger of death who had decimated the Red Ribbon Legion, suddenly, a flutter of emotion stirred within her heart. This was the man who had brought ruin to the Legion, who had dispatched their once mighty commander with the ease of a butcher. Violet's expression grew dazed as she beheld the celestial-like figure before her. A blush swept across her porcelain cheeks, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Chu paid no heed to Violet's reaction as he retrieved a universal adhesive capsule, methodically stowing away various valuable items into a box until the vault lay thoroughly plundered. Throughout this endeavor, Colonel Violet remained utterly still. Even after Chu ceased his actions, she produced a stack of money from her pocket and inquired, "Hey, do you need more? I still have some here." Chu had acquired sufficient wealth, and thus had no desire to covet what he had obtained. He shook his head and said to her, "You should keep these for your future. As a young lady, you must live well. Remember, do not associate with such groups again or partake in their nefarious deeds. If I catch you engaging in mischief once more, I shall not let you off easily." Upon hearing Chu's words, Violet felt an unexpected warmth in her heart. It had been a long time since anyone had expressed genuine concern for her, and this stirred a sense of inexplicable emotion within her. She nodded, a hint of a smile gracing her delicate features, and softly replied, "I understand." After speaking, Violet gazed at Chu for a moment, as if to imprint his image in her memory, creating an unforgettable reminiscence. "I hope to see you again," she thought to herself, biting her lip, her eyes lingering on him. Then, with resolute determination, she turned and hurriedly exited, leaving the scene behind. Before long, Chu also emerged from the headquarters of the Red Satin Brigade. He walked slowly to the entrance, paused, and turned to face the entire headquarters building. Turtle-style, energy wave. A resounding shout echoed from Chu as azure light surged forward, followed by a tremendous roar that seemed to rend the very heavens and earth asunder. The ground trembled violently, and the headquarters of the Red Satin Brigade crumbled, reduced to mere rubble. Flames blazed fiercely, billowing smoke that ascended skyward, while Chu strode away without a backward glance. On the following day, news of the Red Satin Brigade's demise finally reached the populace, prompting individuals to investigate and witness the devastation firsthand. The king, upon learning of the event, personally arrived to confirm the truth and proclaimed it to the world through the media. Subsequent inquiries revealed that a young man had been responsible for this feat, which left the nation in a state of shock. Further investigation unveiled Chu's identity as the champion of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, and in recognition of his valor, the king conferred upon him the esteemed title of Martial Sovereign, heralding him as a national hero, revered by the people. In an instant, the entire nation rejoiced, celebrating the emergence of a heroic warrior and expressing their elation at the downfall of the loathsome Red Satin Brigade. Unbeknownst to Chu, events had transpired in his absence. At that moment, he was diligently cultivating while preparing to seek the location of the next Dragon Ball. Chapter 78, Tao Bai Bai. As he walked forward, he gazed at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand. According to the coordinates displayed on the screen, he was steadily approaching the site of the Dragon Ball. It should be around here, Chu mused, continuing his journey. After traversing a small hill, a village came into view. A village indeed. It seemed the Dragon Ball resided within. He resolved to enter and investigate. Upon reaching the village entrance, he proceeded down a narrow path, and as he turned a corner, a pungent scent of blood assailed his senses. Approaching cautiously, he discovered 5 or 6 young men sprawled on the ground, their faces pale and blood oozing from their mouths. They were clearly deceased. This shocking scene caused Chu's brow to furrow deeply as he pondered the events that had transpired here. What had occurred? Who was responsible? Could it have been instigated by the Dragon Ball? Chu steadied his mind and continued to observe, discovering that the blood on the corpses was still a vivid red, suggesting they had recently perished and their bodies retained a hint of warmth. What astonished Chu even more was the manner of their deaths, without exception. They had all been pierced through the heart by stones, with bloody fragments littering the ground. This was clearly the work of a formidable adversary. Who could be so cruel? Chu's gaze flickered as he pondered. Suddenly, he heard a faint murmur of chaotic voices. Following the sound, he moved swiftly, covering several dozen meters in an instant. At the northernmost part of the village, dozens of villagers stood in a line, their expressions filled with terror and hatred as they gazed upon a man clad in a pink robe and adorned with braids. Beneath his feet lay the lifeless bodies of villagers, each one having met a tragic end, blood streaming from their orifices. A young girl of about 8 or 9, dressed in a red dress, was weeping inconsolably as she clutched one of the corpses, her cherubic face marred with sorrow. "Hey, how are you all thinking? Hand over the Dragon Ball early, and I might spare you. Otherwise, you will all meet the same fate as those before you." The man, Tao Bai Bai, gazed coldly at the villagers, his voice laced with menace. "Daddy, Mommy, please wake up. Huan doesn't he want you to die? Don't leave me." The girl's cries only deepened Tao Bai Bai's frown. "Little girl, stop your wailing. If you keep it up, I shall end you next." Tao Bai Bai, irritated by the girl's lamentations, abruptly turned, his fierce gaze locking on to Huan, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth, which frightened her into silence. Tears welled in her eyes, her small nose crinkled, and her tiny face trembled as she sobbed. "Does no one know where the Dragon Ball is? We truly do not know what you seek. Please, I beg you, cease the killings." The villagers, their expressions laden with grief, pleaded desperately. Tao Bai Bai remained unmoved, narrowing his eyes as a chilling glint flickered within them. Still unwilling to confess? Then who shall be next? With that, he cast his gaze over the remaining villagers one by one. The villagers bowed their heads, trembling in fear and avoiding his gaze. Only Huan, biting her lip, displayed a defiant expression, her large eyes fixed unwaveringly on Tao Bai Bai, brimming with resentment. "Oh, this little girl has quite the courage. Very well, since you are so brave, you shall be the next one chosen." Peach White smiled sinisterly, extending her right hand and striding forward, intent on grasping Han's throat. Han did not scream. She tightly closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death, while the villagers averted their gaze, unable to bear the sight. A ruthless expression flickered across Peach White's face, devoid of compassion, as she prepared to strike. Suddenly, a clear voice resonated through the air. "At your age, how can you still bully a defenseless little girl? Have you no shame? Who is speaking?" Peach White, taken aback, turned to look behind her and saw Chu He approaching slowly, his face etched with deep disdain as he regarded her. "Who are you?" The arrival of this individual had gone unnoticed by Peach White, and her nerves instantly tensed, her gaze piercing as she spoke in a low tone. The Chu River flowed gently as he declared, "You need not know my name." He then cast a glance at the lifeless body on the ground and fixed his gaze upon Tao Bai Bai, stating, "All you must understand is that I am your adversary." He continued, "Do you not know who I am? I am the unparalleled assassin, Tao Bai Bai, commissioned by the Red Ribbon Army with a substantial reward to seek the Dragon Balls. To oppose me is to stand against the entire Red Ribbon Army. You must ponder this carefully." A fierce glint shone in Tao Bai Bai's eyes as he spoke with great intensity. As Chu He was about to speak, a little girl in a red dress named Han suddenly dashed to his side, grasping the hem of his garment with her small hand. She tilted her head back, her large, glistening eyes gazing up at Chu He, and cried out in a sorrowful tone, "Woo, big brother. He is a wicked villain who has taken the lives of many in our village. You must save us and prevent him from killing again." Wah. Han, who had been engulfed in despair, suddenly saw the man confronting Tao Bai Bai before her, and it was as if she had clutched a lifeline, summoning her courage. She hoped that her pleas would compel this brotherly figure to aid her in vanquishing the evildoer. The sound of the little girl's sobs melted Chu He's heart, and he gently stroked her soft, black hair, a flicker of tenderness crossing his eyes. He softly reassured her, "Little sister, do not be afraid. Hide behind your big brother. I will not allow this man to act with impunity any longer. Watch closely, for soon I shall avenge you. Now dry your tears." With that, Chu He pushed Han aside and faced Tao Bai Bai, his voice cold and resolute. "Tao Bai Bai, regardless of who you are, remember this. 1 year from today will mark your demise. Moreover, I neglected to inform you that the Red Ribbon Legion has been annihilated by my hand. And as for your hefty reward, it is now mine to claim." How audacious for one so young to speak such bravado. "Allow me to teach you a lesson." Fury ignited within Tao Bai Bai, the veins on his forehead bulging as he clenched his fists tightly, producing a cracking sound. "I will kill you. I must kill you." He bellowed, his body whirling like a tempest as he unleashed a sweeping kick towards Chu He. Chu He chuckled derisively and advanced to meet the attack, delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding impact, Tao Bai Bai felt a numbness in his calf followed by a surge of excruciating pain, forcing him to retreat several steps to regain his balance. At that moment, his eyes were wide with astonishment, and his heart was tumultuous with panic akin to crashing waves. Chapter 79. Coercion. How could this be? Who on earth is he to possess such strength? In the brief encounter with Chu He, Tao Bai realized that his opponent's prowess was not inferior to his own, perhaps even surpassing it. A flicker of apprehension crossed his narrowed eyes as he braced himself. The tension in his spirit heightened. Chu He cast a cold glance at Tao Bai. After successfully landing a strike, he relentlessly pressed forward with an unstoppable momentum. His movements as swift as lightning as he closed the distance to Tao Bai. His tightly clenched fists thundered forth like iron hammers, each blow landing with a resounding impact. Tao Bai, caught off guard, desperately tried to defend himself, but the rapidity of Chu He's assault left him unable to react. A flurry of punches rained down upon Tao Bai's abdomen, each impact echoing with a loud thud. Tao Bai's cries of anguish filled the air, his expression contorting into a visage of rage akin to a malevolent spirit. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his body hunched over like a shrimp as he retched repeatedly, presenting a pitiful sight. Witnessing Tao Bai, who had moments ago appeared as a harbinger of death, reduced to such a state in mere moments by Chu He's onslaught. Han's eyes sparkled with exhilaration, her small face alight with excitement. The villagers around them were equally astonished, their faces reflecting a mixture of awe and admiration as they gazed at Chu He. "You scoundrel! How dare you treat me this way?" Tao Bai gritted his teeth, enduring the pain coursing through his body as he straightened up, casting a venomous glare at Chu He. "With such meager strength, you still dare to boast. You, the so-called #1 assassin in the world, are truly a misnomer. You are nothing but a pathetic wretch. I suggest you abandon the title of the world's greatest assassin. The world's greatest garbage suits you much better, don't you think?" With a disdainful snort, Chu He cast a scornful glance at Tao Bai, his tone dripping with contempt. "Ah, how infuriating. May you perish." Tao Bai, accustomed to his own hubris, had never before endured such verbal humiliation. His demeanor became frenzied, rage surging through him as if a fire had ignited within, nearly overwhelming his composure. Struggling to contain his fury, a sinister smile suddenly grazed Tao Bai's lips, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He extended his right index finger, aiming it at Chu He, and bellowed towards the heavens, "Behold my might, the Dong Dong wave." In an unexpected display of power, Tao Bai unleashed his ultimate technique, the Dong Dong wave, as a beam of light shot forth with the force of a laser, exploding into action. Chu He possesses an acute sensitivity to danger, complemented by a formidable mental fortitude. Although the Dong Dong wave appears to traverse at remarkable speed, it is nevertheless discernible in its trajectory to Chu He. With a subtle shift of his right foot, Chu He leaned to one side, and the piercing wave surged forth, collapsing a house behind him. The power is quite commendable. Indeed. As Chu He turned his head to glance back, he chuckled softly and remarked, then shifted his gaze towards Tao Bai, inquiring, "Do you possess any further techniques? If not, you may as well meet the king of hell." Tao Bai's eyes momentarily glazed over, filled with disbelief. The proud technique he cherished, the whole wave, had been effortlessly evaded. This revelation weighed heavily upon his heart. His chest rose and fell rapidly, and he found himself swallowing repeatedly, his arms trembling slightly. Fear, perhaps, was the sentiment he grappled with. In the presence of Chu He, Tao Bai averted his gaze, unable to meet his eyes, his heart racing wildly, sending chills down his spine. Tao Bai opened his lips, seemingly poised to speak, yet no words emerged. After a brief silence, he suddenly turned to face Chu He, dropping to his knees with a thud. In that moment, he cowed out fervently, pleading loudly, "Hero, hero. I acknowledge my mistakes. I realize my errors. I implore you, spare me." Tao Bai cast aside all notions of pride and dignity, prioritizing the preservation of his life above all else. Honor, reputation, all could go to hell. He continued to beseech, tears welling up on his cheeks. A desperate attempt to elicit sympathy. Chu He gazed expressionlessly at the kneeling Tao Bai, yet his mind wandered to the original tale, where Tao Bai similarly beseeched Sun Wukong for mercy. In a moment of weakness, Sun Wukong spared him, only to face a counterattack that ultimately led to his own downfall. Chu He could never be as lenient as Sun Wukong. When faced with the slightest display of weakness or surrender from others, he would not easily let them off the hook. What Chu He sought was to eliminate any future threats entirely. A flicker of murderous intent flashed across Chu He's eyes, his expression remaining composed as he advanced step by step towards Tao Bai, the index finger of his sleeve gathering energy slowly. Tao Bai seemed to sense the ominous aura emanating from Chu He, abruptly lifting her head in terror, gazing at him while uttering pleas for mercy. At that moment, a melodious female voice suddenly rang out from behind Chu He. Han Han leapt forward, a small, sturdy stone clasped in her tiny hand, hurling it at Tao Bai Bai. "You're a wicked villain, a wicked villain. I want to spare you. I want to spare you. Woo woo, you've taken my parents, give them back to me." Woo. The stone struck Tao Bai Bai squarely in the face, but inflicted no harm. Just as Han Han bent down to retrieve another stone from the ground, she saw Tao Bai Bai's eyes flash, her body springing up to seize Han Han, a bony hand gripping the delicate and fragile neck of the child. A sinister smile playing on her lips as she turned her gaze towards Chu He. In a fleeting moment, Chu He found himself caught off guard, allowing Tao Bai Bai to seize the little girl as a hostage. "Release me, and I shall spare her life. What do you say?" Tao Bai Bai's gaze was fixed intently on Chu He as he issued his threat, uncertain if Chu He would acquiesce, for the girl was no kin of his. Yet he took a gamble nonetheless. "Big brother, please don't." Henin's eyes brimmed with defiance, and though her life hung precariously in the balance, she summoned the courage to speak out. "You insolent girl, silence yourself," Tao Bai Bai barked, increasing the pressure of his grip, rendering Henin mute. "Very well, release her, and I shall let you go." A glimmer of coldness flickered in Chu He's eyes as he spoke slowly. Sensing that Chu He did not strike, Tao Bai Bai's heart steadied, and a smirk of triumph crossed his face. With a sinister smile, he replied, "How can I be certain that after I release her, you will indeed let me go? What then do you propose?" Chu He regarded Tao Bai Bai with a chilling stare, his tone laced with lethal intent as he spoke slowly. "I will take her with me. Once I reach a secure location, I shall return her." Tao Bai Bai's eyes glinted as he spoke coldly. "Do you truly believe I would consent to such an arrangement?" Chu He scoffed, a derisive smile creeping onto his lips as he retorted, "Oh, is that so?" Tao Bai Bai, unfazed by Chu He's rejection, remained composed, for he had anticipated this outcome. He chuckled softly and said, "Very well, since you refuse this proposal, I have another plan." Upon hearing this, Chu He's gaze suddenly flickered, and he slowly inquired, "What method?" Tao Bai Bai replied with a somber tone, "In a moment, I will cast this girl away. She will soar towards your rear. Your task is to swiftly pursue and intercept her. If you succeed in saving her, all will be well. However, should this young girl collide with anything, the consequences would be dire." This expression subtly shifted. Before he could respond, Tao Bai Bai let out a sharp command and, with a single hand, lifted Han Han effortlessly. Gazing towards the rear of Chu He, she suddenly propelled her foot forward, sending Han Han soaring like an arrow released from its bow into the sky behind Chu He amidst a chorus of shouts. Simultaneously, Tao Bai Bai swiftly turned and leaped in the opposite direction, dashing away with remarkable agility. Chapter 80. The Elimination of Tao Bai Bai. Chu He was taken aback by the unexpected decisiveness of Tao Bai Bai, which came completely without warning. In the face of such a critical moment, Chu He maintained a calm and steady breath, his demeanor remaining composed and tranquil. His body soared like a sharp sword piercing the heavens, swiftly pursuing Henin with an ethereal grace. Chu He's dual feet occasionally touched the ground, then leaped into the air. With the explosive power of his muscles, in just a few bounds, he had already closed in on Han Han's flying position. As Chu He paused briefly, he instantly pinpointed Han Han's trajectory from the ground. With another grand leap, he soared several dozen meters into the air, surpassing her. Stretching out his arms, he reached up and effortlessly caught Han Han, cradling her securely against his chest. The force of her arrival was swiftly neutralized by Chu He, who absorbed the impact with ease. The gentle breeze twirled around them, dancing softly like a mother's tender touch. Han Han felt as though she lay enveloped in a warm and safe embrace. With her heart still racing, she opened her sparkling eyes, her dark orbs fixed intently on Chu He's face. A profound sense of security enveloped her small heart, momentarily banishing all her fears and anxieties. Meanwhile, having successfully caught Han Han, Chu He, suspended in midair, began to descend gradually due to the force of gravity. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air, and with a flicker of his gaze, Chu He's right eye glimmered with a crimson light, instantly clarifying his vision over 1,000 meters. He beheld 3 grenades hurtling toward him, thrown with great force from hundreds of meters away by Tao Bai Bai. The grenades sped through the air like shooting stars, aimed directly at the spot where Chu He was about to land. Realizing that within mere moments, the grenades would collide with him, creating a catastrophic explosion that threatened to obliterate their very existence, he felt a surge of urgency. If it were just Chu alone, he could easily withstand the assault. However, Han Han was merely a fragile, delicate girl, and even the slightest impact could lead to dire consequences for her. The River Chu must not allow a moment of arrogance to endanger the life of a young girl. Tao Bai Bai. What a despicable wretch. In a flash of insight, Chu caught sight of the triumphant smirk gracing Tao Bai Bai's lips from 100 meters away, that loathsome visage igniting a surge of murderous intent within him. At this critical juncture, a strange light flickered in Chu's eyes, his body shimmering as if rippling like water, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Simultaneously, 3 grenades collided, unleashing a thunderous roar akin to celestial thunder, with blinding flames soaring skyward, their fierce momentum surging like tumultuous waves, enveloping the heavens in billowing smoke. He dead, finally dead. That fool. Who told you to show mercy and save that little girl? It's I who have triumphed. Excitement washed over Tao Bai Bai's face as he gazed at the thick smoke and towering flames in the distance, his heart brimming with joy, indulging in a moment of unrestrained delight. Did you see that? This is the fate of those who offend me. However, just as he reveled in his triumph, a familiar male voice reached his ears from behind, a sound that struck him like a nightmare, instantly freezing his body in place. In that moment, all his fervor and joy shattered, as if he had been doused with a bucket of icy water from head to toe, penetrating to his very core. Why you? How can you be here? Tao Bai Bai mechanically turned his head, disbelief filling his tiny eyes at the ghostly apparition of Chu, sending a chill down his spine and causing him to tremble as he stammered his question. With one hand grasping Hannin's, Chu cast a cold gaze upon Tao Bai Bai and declared, "Defeating me is an impossibility, even if you were to train for another century. You wretched scoundrel. I previously granted you a few extra moments of life, but now it is time for you to descend into the depths of hell. Go and seek forgiveness from the innocent souls you have slain." As soon as Chu's voice fell, he suddenly extended his index finger. In the midst of Tao Bai Bai's astonished and remorseful gaze, he unleashed a technique of his own that left him astounded, the piercing wave. A golden beam of light flashed like lightning, swiftly penetrating Tao Bai Bai's throat and instantly claiming his life, sending him to the underworld. The legendary assassin, Tao Bai Bai, met his end at the hands of Chu, who avenged himself in a manner befitting the malevolence that had marred Tao's existence. This could be seen as a form of retribution, a cycle of cause and effect, an inevitable consequence. With Tao Bai Bai vanquished, Chu exhaled a deep sigh of relief. Contemplating, Wukong, with the Crimson Satin Brigade, I have once again eliminated an adversary for you. You ought to express your gratitude. The villagers, having witnessed the demon Tao Bai Bai, who had wrought havoc upon their friends and kin, being slain by Chu, were filled with both reverence and admiration. They gathered around him, bowing in gratitude, some even shedding tears. The young girl, Han Han, looked up at this benevolent older brother with heartfelt appreciation, as a unique emotion blossomed within her small heart, causing it to race. In the face of the villagers' gaze, Chu maintained a composed demeanor, devoid of pride or arrogance. He comforted their emotions one by one and inquired about the Dragon Balls. The villagers, however, professed ignorance regarding the matter of the Dragon Balls. Chu mused to himself, thinking they must genuinely be unaware. Otherwise, they would have surrendered the Dragon Balls long before, during Tao Bai Bai's rampage. Chu took out the Dragon Ball radar and began to locate the Dragon Balls. The position displayed on the screen clearly indicated that the Dragon Balls were indeed within this vicinity. Could it be in this very spot? However, since no one had found it, it must have fallen into a place yet to be discovered. Chu murmured to himself. Han Han, with her keen ears, caught his mutterings and, with a quick turn of her dark eyes, tilted her head and said to Chu, "Big brother, there is a small pond in front of my house. Do you think the thing you are searching for might be there?" Upon feeling a stirring within his heart, Chu promptly exclaimed, "All right, lead me to see it." Han Han guided Chu to the pond situated before her home. The water of the pond shimmered in a vibrant emerald hue, crystal clear, with fish joyfully swimming to and fro, exuding vitality. The water was not particularly deep. Chu leaped in, diving beneath the surface in search of treasure. After a brief moment, splashes erupted as Chu emerged from the depths, triumphantly grasping a 2-star Dragon Ball in his hand. At last, he had found another Dragon Ball. Chu gazed at the Dragon Ball in his hand, casting a glance at the sorrowful girl, Hannin, waiting by the shore. He sighed softly. It was this very Dragon Ball that had brought such calamity upon the innocent child, leaving her orphaned and desolate, while countless villagers had tragically fallen victim to its malevolence. It was truly a matter of lamentation. Chapter 81. A resolution: should I take action? After reaching the shore, Chu let the energy within his body circulate to dry his clothes. Upon turning back, he was met with the sight of the little girl. Her head bowed in silent sorrow, which tugged at his heartstrings. Henin's once adorable face now bore the signs of distress, her eyes slightly swollen and her cheeks pale, evidently having wept recently. The pitiful expression she wore awakened a deep sense of compassion within Chu, a feeling that refused to dissipate. "Big brother, did you find it?" Henin asked softly, wiping her eyes with her small hand as she blinked up at Chu. Chu nodded thoughtfully, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "Indeed. It was right in the stream. I owe you my gratitude for making it so easy to find." As he spoke, he held the dragon pearl in his hand, gleaming it before Han's eyes. The pearl's translucent surface sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, creating a captivating sight. However, Han's large, expressive eyes remained fixed on the pearl, devoid of any affection. Suddenly, crystalline tears began to well up in her eyes once more. "It is because of this pearl that my parents are gone," she sobbed. "I hate it, I loathe it. Big brother, why are you seeking this object? What is the reason?" Han's crouched on the ground, her small hands covering her face, softly weeping, her petite frame trembling slightly, betraying her profound sorrow. A fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed Chu's eyes as he let out a soft sigh. He slowly approached Han, bending down to gently caress her lustrous black hair. In a soothing voice, he said, Han, do not weep. Listen carefully. Your elder brother is searching for that orb because it possesses the power to resurrect your parents and all those who perished in your village. How does that sound? With this news, surely your tears have ceased. Is this truly the case?" Han, engulfed in her sorrow, suddenly froze at Chu's words. It was as if spring had returned to the earth, melting away the ice and snow. Her tears miraculously halted. Her bright eyes sparkled with a mixture of hope and wonder as she gazed at Chu, hesitantly inquiring, "Is it really true?" "Indeed it is. Why would your elder brother deceive you? Trust me, as long as we collect 7 such orbs, we can bring your parents back to life. Soon, you will be reunited with them, resuming a life filled with joy and tranquility." Upon witnessing the heart-wrenching expression of the little girl, Henin, Chu resolved internally to forego the opportunity to collect the Dragon Balls and wish for his desires. Instead, he chose to rekindle hope and brilliance in the life of this innocent child. How amusing it is that I have found myself engaging in such meddlesome affairs. It seems that my prolonged companionship with Goku has indeed influenced me, leaving me with some of his peculiar habits. Nevertheless, this is quite delightful, truly wonderful. Chu distinctly recalls that in the original Dragon Ball, there was a segment where Sun Wukong undertook a perilous journey to search for the Dragon Balls, all to resurrect a young boy's father. Today, he finds himself engaging in a similarly selfless act, doing what he once regarded as bothersome and undesirable, all for the sake of this little girl. It seems that when confronted with a girl, particularly one as innocent as this child, he truly cannot help but soften his heart. As Chu pondered deeply, his thoughts fluttered aimlessly. Suddenly, he found himself momentarily dazed, feeling a soft, warm, and moist sensation on his cheek. He raised his gaze, and a wave of confusion washed over him. At that moment, he beheld Han planting a kiss on his right cheek, her petite face flushed with a charming hue. Upon noticing Chu's gaze, she let out a shy exclamation and swiftly turned to run away, calling back over her shoulder, "Big brother, you are truly wonderful. I like you so much." Once Han's figure vanished from sight, Chu came to his senses, absent-mindedly touching the spot where she had kissed him. A gentle warmth enveloped his heart, akin to being wrapped in a soft cotton cloud. It was tender and comforting, as if his heart were gradually fermenting, expanding, and even threatening to leap from his chest. Why would I feel such emotions for a mere child? Gently caressing his chest, Chu let out a faint, rueful smile, murmuring to himself, however, "That little girl truly is quite adorable." An hour later, after dining with the villagers at their invitation, Chu decided it was time to depart. At the village entrance, the villagers gathered to bid him farewell, and he responded with a warm smile, advising them to preserve the bodies of the deceased villagers and reassuring them that their loved ones would soon be revived, urging them not to feel sorrow. The villagers, simple and kind-hearted, regarded their savior as a divine being. Though they felt a mix of curiosity and doubt regarding his words, they nodded in agreement without hesitation, displaying unwavering trust in him. Chu nodded with satisfaction, offering a few more words of advice before preparing to depart. Suddenly, he caught sight of Hanan emerging from the crowd. Her big eyes blinked innocently, and her previously tear-streaked face was now cleansed, presenting a fresh and delightful visage. She chirped sweetly, "Big brother, you must return soon. I will be waiting for you. Hee. Await good news, and make sure to eat well. Don't let yourself go hungry." Chua had entrusted a villager to look after Hanan, ensuring her comfort and well-being. After leaving the quaint village, Chua walked aimlessly, occasionally gazing up at the sky. It remained as clear, azure, and boundless as ever, with fluffy white clouds floating gently, taking on myriad shapes, pure and unblemished. Beneath this serene expanse, none could have anticipated that a tragic event would unfold in such a brief span of time. The vicissitudes of life are unpredictable, the will of the heavens inscrutable, and human affairs even more so. Chuhi regained his composure, casting aside the troubling thoughts that plagued him. He retrieved the Dragon Ball radar, and once more, the luminous points flickered on the screen. After clearly locking onto the general location, he etched it into his memory. With a swift motion, he activated his instant transmission, and in the blink of an eye, he traversed countless miles, finding himself within an expansive, boundless forest. Towering trees rose densely around him, their deep green foliage stretching endlessly, creating a veritable sea of verdancy. The melodious chirping of birds occasionally filled the air, a delightful symphony to the ears. Breathing in the fresh air of nature, Chewie felt his spirits lift considerably. As he surveyed the lush expanse of the forest, he pondered silently, in such a vast area, where could the Dragon Ball possibly be hidden? Chewie endeavored to expand his vision as he traversed the area, meticulously searching for potential locations where the Dragon Balls might have fallen. Despite his extensive search, he found nothing of significance. Chapter 82. The Elusive Dragon Ball. The visibly accessible areas of the forest had been thoroughly examined by Chu He, yet he remained empty-handed. A thought began to formulate in his mind. Having already established the range with the Dragon Ball radar, if nothing was found on the ground, the Dragon Ball must be hidden among the branches above. With this realization, a glimmer of clarity illuminated his eyes. He raised his gaze to survey the treetops, his right eye casting a crimson vision that meticulously scanned every inch, revealing the entirety of the scene with unparalleled clarity. It was as if he wielded a powerful telescope or an exquisitely precise detector, rendering every detail visible, leaving no corner hidden from his scrutiny. In his heart, Chewie quietly mused that his right eye, indeed a keen instrument of investigation, proved to be exceedingly useful. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flashed across his field of vision, stirring a reaction within him. He focused intently on the towering tree in the northwest corner, and through the dense layers of branches, he glimpsed the coveted dragon pearl, resting serenely within a nest. Aha! Heaven does not forsake those who are earnest. I have finally uncovered it. Chuo was filled with immense joy and intended to seize the dragon pearl. Before him stood a colossal tree, towering several dozen meters high, magnificent and grand. Chuha, as light as a bird, gracefully traversed the trunk and swiftly approached the nest at the summit. Just as a triumphant expression was about to illuminate his face, he was startled by an extraordinarily shrill bird call from above. A magnificent bird, measuring several zhang in length and resplendent in fiery red, swooped down with powerful wings. The rush of air from its flapping wings crashed against him like tumultuous waves, causing Chuha to momentarily lose his footing and nearly tumble down. With a piercing cry, the great bird opened its sharp beak and snatched the dragon pearl, soaring rapidly northward. Chewie leaped from the tree and gazed into the distance. Witnessing a great bird soaring further north, a wave of indignation surged within him. To behold something so nearly within his grasp, only to have it snatched away in the blink of an eye by another, was a most exasperating experience. How could one not feel vexed, especially when it was taken by a mere bird? Without a moment's hesitation, Chewie surged forward like a gust of wind, his speed leaving behind a blur as he raced after the great bird. In the heart of the forest, Chewie leapt gracefully from treetop to treetop, traversing vast distances with unyielding determination. As he emerged from the thicket, he found himself amidst a series of undulating hills, where he finally caught up with the majestic bird in flight. "Come down," he exclaimed, without a moment's hesitation. With swift precision, he extended his index finger, and the shimmering projectile shot forth, piercing the bird's wing. The creature let out a piercing cry, its beak opening wide as the dragon pearl plummeted from the sky. The terrain below was a tapestry of hills, dotted with numerous caves of varying sizes. Near a precipice, a large cavern stood precisely in the trajectory of the fallen dragon pearl. Upon landing, the pearl rolled a few times before entering the cavern. This cave belonged to a mother Tyrannosaurus rex, who lay peacefully on the ground with her eyes closed. Beside her rested 3 dinosaur eggs, poised for hatching. while the dragon pearl came to a gentle stop nestled among them. Under the scrutiny of Chu-Hi's right eye, the dinosaurs within the cave revealed themselves. Alongside the dragon pearl nestled beside the dinosaur eggs. A sense of mild exasperation washed over him. He had not anticipated that merely obtaining a dragon pearl would entail such complexities. He mused to himself that as long as he proceeded with utmost caution and swiftly retrieved it without alarming them, all would be well. Despite his lack of fear towards the Tyrannosaurus rex, he was acutely aware that he had intruded upon their domain, rendering it rather inappropriate to resort to force. Chu cautiously approached the dragon egg, inching closer with the intention of reaching out. Suddenly, the mother Tyrannosaurus rex seemed to sense something amiss. With a sudden jolt, she opened her eyes and caught sight of Chu-Hi's outstretched hand. The mother T-Rex let out a resounding roar that reverberated through the air. Her colossal form rising like a mountain, as if she were lifting herself from the earth. Her immense shadow enveloped Chu-Hi entirely. Roaring fiercely, the mother T-Rex perceived Chu-Hi as a thief attempting to steal her precious egg. Her bell-like eyes flickered with flames of fury, and her sharp teeth ground together ominously as her massive head lunged menacingly towards Chu-Hi. In an instant, Chu-Hi reacted, crossing his arms to brace himself. But the immense force of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's charge propelled him backward. Nevertheless, he only staggered a few steps, sustaining no injury whatsoever. His physique was infinitely more resilient and robust than that of the dinosaur, rendering him impervious to harm. The enraged mother T-Rex thundered out of her lair, her powerful legs pounding the ground as she lunged at Chu-Hi, her razor-sharp teeth snapping in a relentless display of ferocity. It was hardly surprising. She believed that Chu-Hi posed a threat to her unborn offspring and was determined to protect them at all costs, a natural instinct of motherhood. Aware of her intentions, Chu-Hi chose to evade her attacks rather than retaliate. "Hey there, dear dragon lady, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill will towards your little one." With the agility of lightning, Chu-Hi deftly evaded the ferocious mother Tyrannosaurus Rex while shouting loudly at her. The creatures within the dragon pearl possessed remarkable intelligence, and Chu-Hi was confident that his words could be comprehended by the enraged dinosaur. However, consumed by fury, the mother dinosaur remained oblivious to his intentions, focused solely on the perceived threat to her offspring. As she rampaged uncontrollably, her colossal form crashed into the mountain cliffs, leaving fissures in her wake, while the ground trembled beneath her thunderous steps, causing slight depressions. Amidst the chaos, neither the frenzied mother T-Rex nor the agile Chu-Hi noticed a dragon egg within the cave, which, shaken by the force of the mother's colossal impact, began to roll forth in a spherical motion, swiftly tumbling towards the precipice. Should the egg plummet over the edge, the unborn hatchling would likely meet a dire fate within its shell. As Chu-Hi suddenly heard the sound of something rolling, he turned around and, to his astonishment, discovered the dragon egg. It was perilously close to the edge of the cliff, only 3 or 4 meters away. Just as Chu-Hi was about to intervene in this critical moment, the mother Tyrannosaurus Rex charged towards him, momentarily halting his movements, leaving him unable to act in time. Witnessing the dragon egg tumble over the edge, Chu-Hi's eyes flickered with determination. He unleashed his first strike, a single punch that sent the Tyrannosaurus Rex crashing against the wall. Without hesitation, he leaped off the cliff, and as he descended, he skillfully caught the dragon egg, ensuring its safe retrieval. At present, Chu-Hi has yet to master the art of aerial maneuvering, thus he continues to plummet earthward under the influence of gravity. With a forceful incantation of turtle, wave, chi technique, a surge of azure light erupted forth, violently propelled by Chu-Hi from above. The immense reaction force propelled him skyward as if he were a rocket, and with a deft leap, he gracefully landed back on solid ground. Chapter 83, The Last Dragon Ball. As Chu-Hi ascended the cliff, cradling the dragon egg in his arms, his gaze was immediately drawn to the mother Tyrannosaurus Rex, who was anxiously pacing back and forth along the precipice. Her immense form moved restlessly, and within her round, bell-like eyes flickered a surprisingly human emotion. Chu-Hi, for reasons unknown, felt a profound sense of the mother dinosaur's deep remorse and regret. Suddenly, a noise broke the tension, and he realized he had returned to the ground from the cliff's edge. The mother Tyrannosaurus Rex abruptly lifted her head, her face alight with overwhelming joy. Her mouth opened wide as she let out a series of triumphant roars, exuding sheer exhilaration. In that moment, she exhibited an extraordinary change. No longer did she display any signs of aggression towards Chu-Hi. Instead, her gaze was fixated on the dragon egg, filled with profound gratitude and relief. Chu-Hi entered the cave with a smile, gently returning the dragon egg to its original place. He then turned to the mother Tyrannosaurus Rex, beaming with joy, and exclaimed, "Hey, dear dragon sister, do you understand now? May I take that dragon pearl from within? Chewie pointed at the dragon egg and asked with a smile. The mother Tyrannosaurus Rex first gently nuzzled the dragon egg with her head, and upon hearing Chewie's words, she let out a low growl, nodding repeatedly. Following this, the mother Tyrannosaurus Rex lowered her body to the ground, gently swaying her head. Chewie understood that this was the mother Tyrannosaurus Rex apologizing for the earlier incident. He immediately waved his hand and smiled, saying, "No need for formalities, dear sister dragon. You are merely acting in the interest of your offspring. As a parent myself, I can forgive you." After Chewie took the dragon pearl in hand, he waved it playfully before the eyes of the mother Tyrannosaurus Rex and smiled, saying, "Sister Long, I shall take my leave now, wishing for the swift arrival of your little one." As soon as Chewie finished speaking and stepped out of the cave, he faintly heard the subtle sound of an eggshell cracking, followed by a series of cries that resembled wailing. With a heartwarming smile, Chewie revealed a glimmer of satisfaction upon his face. The efforts he had just exerted were not in vain after all. He had once again saved a life. And this realization filled him with an unparalleled sense of fulfillment. By this reckoning, he had already located 5 Dragon Balls, with 2 more still awaiting discovery. As he activated the Dragon Ball radar, the initial scan yielded no indication of their positions. However, upon expanding the detection range, their locations began to materialize at the edges of the screen. They lay approximately 70 to 80,000 miles away, a considerable distance indeed. While others might find such a journey daunting, fraught with hardship and requiring perseverance through numerous trials, for Chewie, it posed no obstacles whatsoever. The technique of instant movement possessed by Chewie enables him to traverse any corner of this earth with unparalleled ease, unimpeded by obstacles, regardless of the location. He can effortlessly diminish distances of thousands of miles into mere steps. In the blink of an eye, he finds himself transported tens of thousands of miles away. The location that Chewie has reached this time is a desolate expanse near the equator of the Earth, a vast desert strewn with yellow sands. Despite the treacherous terrain, this quest has proceeded remarkably smoothly, encountering virtually no significant obstacles. One might say it has been a journey marked by favorable winds. Now, only the final Dragon Ball remains, the one possessed by the eclectic rice dish. This last Dragon Ball has been interfered with and obscured by a special device utilized by the eclectic rice dish, rendering even the Dragon Ball radar incapable of detecting its location. That fellow truly knows how to create trouble for me. If I encounter him this time, I will certainly give him a good beating, leaving him searching for his teeth. Chewie suddenly thought fiercely in his heart, where on earth could the mixed rice be? In the depths of his contemplation, Chewie found himself engulfed in distress. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within his mind, reminding him that in the original narrative, Sun Wukong had sought the guidance of the fortune-telling old woman to ascertain his fate. It was through a series of martial contests that Sun Wukong ultimately encountered his deceased grandfather, Sun Wukong. Indeed, the first step was to seek out the fortune-telling old woman. While perusing the original tale of Dragon Ball, Chewie had been aware that the fortune-telling old woman was particularly fond of wealth, demanding a handsome fee for her divinations. Having plundered the treasury of the Red Ribbon Army, Chewie was amply supplied with riches, which to him were as inconsequential as tossing aside scraps of paper. Moreover, martial arts challenges posed no challenge for him, as they were mere trifles. However, after deciding to find the fortune-telling old woman, he realized that he had no knowledge of her whereabouts, rendering his quest seemingly futile. Yet, his ignorance did not extend to others. The fortune-telling old woman's brother, the esteemed Master Roshi, was well aware of her location. With Master Roshi's connection, there was no fear of failing to locate her or obtain a reading. With this thought in mind, Chewie swiftly pinpointed his destination in his mind and ventured to the long-absent turtle hermit's abode. As he stepped onto the familiar beach, feeling the moist sea breeze, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, and his thoughts drifted. Upon entering the turtle hermit's dwelling, he found Master Roshi engrossed in watching television, while Krillin and Launch were out on errands for food, leaving the old master alone at home. Upon seeing Chewie, Master Roshi was filled with joy and inquired about his recent endeavors. Once he learned of Chewie's purpose, Master Roshi curiously questioned how he had come to know that he possessed the answer. Chewie deftly deflected with the remark that Master Roshi's vast experience might have led him to such knowledge. Unfazed, Master Roshi readily disclosed the old woman's residence. After obtaining the precise location, Chewie engaged in conversation with Master Roshi for a while longer before bidding farewell and departing from the turtle hermit's home. At last, he had acquired the information he sought, and now it was time to locate the fortune-telling old woman and request her divination. With his spirits buoyed and a smile gracing his face, he eagerly vanished from sight, and made his way to the residence of the fortune-telling old woman. As indicated by Master Rashi, before him lay an expansive desert, its vast expanse of yellow earth stretching endlessly. In the heart of this desert was a majestic lake, beside which stood a grand building resembling a palace, sprawling over a considerable area. As Chewie ambled inside, he suddenly encountered a ghostly, pink creature adorned with a straw hat, which gracefully floated before him and, with a loud voice, inquired, "Have you come to seek the old woman for divination?" Chewie nodded in acknowledgement, responding affirmatively. The straw hat ghost inquired, "Do you wish to pay for the divination, or would you prefer to engage in a contest?" "Let me clarify, should you choose the latter, you must wait until tomorrow for your turn." "Oh, having to wait until tomorrow for the contest is truly tedious," Chewie murmured to himself. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared, "Very well, I shall opt for the monetary route." In truth, Chewie held no interest in the bout. Given his prowess, overcoming the challengers under the diviner's command would be a trivial task, devoid of any challenge or intrigue. Moreover, the prospect of waiting until the morrow for such a mundane affair tested his patience. To others, 10 million might be a considerable sum, as evidenced by the multitude who chose the contest option. However, Chewie's circumstances had dramatically transformed. He now bore the responsibility of overseeing the treasury of the Red Satin Brigade, amassing untold treasures. Today, he desired to indulge in extravagance, relishing the sensation of spending lavishly. Upon hearing this, the Straw Hat Ghost's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he joyfully soared in a wide arc through the sky, exclaiming, "Hooray! This is splendid news. We need not arrange a contest after all. I shall summon the diviner at once. Please hold on for just a moment." Chapter 84. The Prophecy of the Diviner. After a brief moment of waiting at the door, Chewie beheld the ethereal figure of the Straw Hat Ghost gliding gracefully towards him. Radiating joy, she circled above his head before cheerfully exclaiming, "Dear guest, the old lady has arrived." "Oh, where is she?" In response to her words, Chewie perked up his ears, yet he heard no footsteps. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting at the castle's entrance. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a remarkably diminutive figure, a little old lady with pink hair, her body frail and etched with wrinkles, seated atop a crystal ball, gliding towards him like a spectral apparition. Upon witnessing this, Chewie suddenly comprehended the reason behind his earlier inability to hear any footsteps. He had forgotten that the oracle often floated in the air, seated upon her crystal ball. Within the oracle's pair of narrow, squinting eyes seemed to dwell the profound wisdom and clarity born from the vicissitudes of life. Her somewhat somber expression evoked a sense of trepidation, as if she could see through every layer of his being, leaving no secrets concealed. At this moment, Chewie gazed at her with calm eyes, his demeanor serene and his heart untroubled by the tides of emotion. Meanwhile, the oracle's gaze lingered upon Chewie's face. After a brief moment of contemplation, a flicker of peculiar light flashed within her eyes, only to be replaced by tranquility once more. Suddenly, the oracle broke into a smile, and her deep, slightly raspy voice slowly resonated, "Young man, what would you like me to divine for you?" Upon hearing her speak, Chewie smiled faintly, then retrieved a bright orange bead from his sleeve, waving it before the oracle. He spoke in a low tone. "I would like to ask you to divine the location of the star with 6 points, one such as this bead." The oracle, upon seeing the bead in Chewie's hand, gasped softly and murmured, "Could it be a dragon ball?" "Oh, do you also know of this item?" Chewie inquired, observing the oracle intently. "Yes, I have heard of it. It is said to possess magical properties. When gathered, one can make a wish, correct?" The oracle replied. Chewie nodded and said, "Indeed, it is true." The fortune teller let out a sigh of relief and exclaimed in astonishment, "I never would have imagined that such a thing could exist in this world. It is truly remarkable." After a brief pause, the fortune teller suddenly continued, "By the way, it was that young lad, Wu Tian, who informed you of my presence here, was it not? Pray tell, what is your relation to him?" To Chewie's surprise, she inquired about the matter, momentarily leaving him slightly taken aback. Turning back, he replied, "Indeed, it was Master Wu Tian who introduced me. I am his disciple." "However, how did you come to know this, Grandma?" The fortune teller chuckled and said, I detected the essence of that lad Wu Tian within you. It has been ages since I last encountered it. Nearly a few centuries. Is that so?" "I did not perceive anything," Chewie remarked, sniffing at his sleeve, perplexed by the absence of any discernible scent. "Huh. Of course, you wouldn't sense it. By the way, how has that lad been lately? Is he still as lecherous as ever?" The fortune teller queried with a mischievous grin. "Hee hee. Master Wu Tian is doing splendidly, and just a moment ago, I found him indulging in a performance featuring beautiful women. Upon hearing Chu Yi's account, the fortune teller laughed heartily for a few moments. However, after a brief silence, her expression shifted dramatically, becoming grave. She stated, "Young man, our casual banter has concluded. It is time to address serious matters. For your divination, I require either a fee or a contest. Since you opted for the monetary route, payment is necessary up front. Let me be clear. I will not extend any special consideration due to your association with Wu Tian. My fee is 10 million, not a penny less. What do you say?" The fortune teller concluded emphatically. Her gaze fixed upon Chu Yi. Chu Yi smiled and nodded, exuding a sense of delight as he declared, "Very well, I shall grant you 10 million. With that, he retrieved one of the capsules filled with currency from his pocket, an arrangement he had meticulously prepared in advance. Upon opening the capsule, a plume of smoke billowed forth, revealing a dazzling array of shimmering gold coins, gold bars, and high-denomination banknotes scattered across the ground. The fortune teller, upon witnessing such an abundance of wealth, was momentarily entranced, her eyes gleaming with avarice, nearly drooling at the sight. Unbeknownst to her, this was merely a fraction of Chu Yi's riches. The treasury of the Red Satin Ribbon Legion contained far more than this. Upon witnessing the uncharacteristic behavior of the fortune-telling elder, Chu Yi felt a surge of incredulity within, silently pondering how, even at such an advanced age, one could still harbor such a fervent love for wealth. Chu Yi extracted a stack of banknotes, totaling 10 million, and handed them all over to the fortune-telling old woman. Upon receiving the money, her face broke into a broad smile. Her parched lips moistened as a hint of color flickered across her withered visage, reminiscent of aged tree bark. The old woman instructed the straw-hatted specter to neatly pack the currency before informing Chu Yi that the divination was about to commence. She first cradled the crystal ball in her hands, her own form gracefully settling onto the ground. With her fingers gliding over the orb's surface, she began to chant softly to the crystal. Under Chu Yi's watchful gaze, the sphere suddenly emanated a gentle white glow, and soon, a reflection materialized upon its surface like a mirrored image. A yellow off-road vehicle traversed a mountainous path, and then the scene shifted to reveal the interior of the vehicle. A mixed rice dish appeared before Chu Yi, who was seated inside, a box beside him containing the Dragon Ball. "Found it. It lies 3,000 miles to the northwest," the fortune-telling woman proclaimed. As she lifted her gaze, she noticed Chu Yi waving goodbye, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished, leaving the castle. Oh, instant teleportation. This young man possesses such remarkable abilities. Indeed, Wu Tian's disciple is extraordinary, she mused. And yet, I fail to discern his past and future. How peculiar. However, I do sense that this lad will save the world. He is destined to become a beacon of hope for humanity. The old woman's gaze lingered where Chu Yi had vanished, as she murmured softly to herself. Naturally, Chu Yi did not hear the words of the fortune-telling old woman. At that moment, upon gazing into the crystal ball and witnessing the scene, Chu Yi had already initiated a mental positioning, for otherwise, after the image faded, he might have strayed from his intended location. As Chu Yi emerged onto the mountain road, he immediately spotted two yellow SUVs hurtling towards him at an alarming speed. A subtle smile graced his lips, and with a swift movement, he positioned himself directly in front of the vehicles. Extending both hands forward, he effortlessly obstructed their advance. The SUVs jolted violently, their wheels spinning in place, kicking up clouds of dust as the grinding sound of friction echoed, yet the vehicles remained immobilized before him. For Chu Yi stood resolutely in their path, in the rear seat of one of the SUVs. The diminutive figure of Zehufen was lost in troubled thoughts when he suddenly felt a violent jolt. His small frame lurched uncontrollably forward, and he crashed heavily beneath the seat, leaving him disheveled and covered in dust. With an exasperated cry, he clenched his teeth, and a fierce glimmer ignited in his eyes. Struggling to regain his footing, he pushed against the ground with his hands and glared at the driver, the fox man, shouting furiously, "Are you trying to kill me? Why did you stop suddenly? Do you wish to see me meet my demise?" The fox man, gripping the steering wheel with clammy hands, trembled as he peered through the window and recognized Chu Yi, the very figure that had haunted his nightmares. Memories of terror were etched indelibly in his mind. Hearing Zehufen's outburst, the foxman's face blanched with panic, stuttering, "B-boss, there's someone in front of the car." Zehufen, perplexed, furrowed his brow and demanded, "What nonsense are you spouting? Who is this person? Explain yourself clearly." "I, Boss Zehufen, The person he mentioned is the one who ruined your chance to make a wish to the dragon. A young woman beside the foxman interjected. What? That despicable fellow? What is he doing here? Zehufen's eyes widened in fear as he recalled the figure that had inflicted upon him endless resentment and humiliation. His teeth ground together, veins bulging on his forehead, and his tiny fists clenched tightly in a display of rage. What shall we do, boss? One of his subordinates inquired. Let us disembark and assess the situation. We shall find an opportunity to deal with him. I cannot believe that the combat robot I purchased at great expense cannot handle him. Remember, in battle, we must act swiftly and decisively. We shall eliminate him in one fell swoop. Zehufen suppressed his dread of Chu-Hi, his mind swirling with wrath and hatred. At that moment, he yearned to rend Chu-Hi into 1,000 pieces, his heart consumed by vengeance. The SUV doors creaked open, and 3 figures stepped out in succession, Zehufen and his 2 subordinates. Hey, you 3. Long time no see. As the trio made their appearance, the cheerful voice of Chu-Hi reached their ears. Mixed Rice was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Chu-Hi would greet him without any apparent reason. His expression was filled with wariness and caution. Summoning his courage, Mixed Rice inquired, What is your intention? Why do you obstruct my vehicle? Chu-Hi asked with a smile. What do you think I intend to do? The Mixed Rice's expression changed, and he hurriedly replied, How would I know? He thought to himself, Oh no. Could it be about the Dragon Balls? Kiki, I seek you solely for one matter, and that is the Dragon Balls. Surrender them willingly, and I shall spare you. Otherwise, I will make you relive those unforgettable feelings of the past. The Dragon Balls are not with me. You must have mistaken the wrong person. You should search elsewhere. Mixed Rice, both startled and frightened, had not anticipated that Chu-Hi was once again after the Dragon Balls. He indignantly thought, You already made your wish last time. What difference does it make to grant me another chance? Since you remain obstinate, I shall dispense with pleasantries. Chu-Hi's smile vanished, and his demeanor grew increasingly serious. Upon seeing this expression, Mixed Rice realized the gravity of the situation and, dispelling any lingering hopes, decisively shouted, Action. Activate robot mode. The 3 of them quickly dispersed, simultaneously tossing out capsules from which billowing smoke erupted. Suddenly, 3 colossal humanoid robots descended. The trio leaped into the robots, initiating their mechanical forms, encircling Chu-Hi in a triangular formation. In response, Chu-Hi remained unfazed. His gaze swept over the 3 robots as he disdainfully remarked, Do you truly believe that these scrap metal contraptions can pose a threat to me? Have you forgotten our last encounter? The voice of Chu-Hi reverberated within the metallic confines of the 3 robots, while the frenzied rice bowl disregarded his words entirely. With fervor, he communicated telepathically to the other 2 robots, urging them to confront him head-on. The robots were riddled with countless bullet holes, as a barrage of ammunition and lasers erupted towards Chu-Hi, accompanied by a cacophony of explosions. Chu-Hi exhibited a serene demeanor, his flowing black hair seemingly untouched by any breeze. With a fleeting glance, he navigated through the barrage of laser ammunition as if strolling leisurely in a garden, completely unfazed by the chaos surrounding him. Chu-Hi's body was like lightning, slicing through the vast expanse of the sky, and in an instant, he appeared beside a robot. Before the robot could even react, he swung his hand and delivered a single punch. Merely a punch, yet the seemingly massive and sturdy robot emitted a resounding crash, followed by the sound of cracking. In the blink of an eye, its parts lay shattered, and the robot collapsed with a thunderous roar, leaving the haphazard mixture of rice sprawled on the ground, groaning in disarray. With relentless precision, Chu-Hi struck repeatedly, and the same fate befell the 2 external robots. With just a pair of punches, their entire structure crumbled into ruin. Chu-Hi gazed down at the 3 individuals sprawled on the ground, his expression rife with disdain. We concede, they admitted, having once more witnessed the terrifying power of Chu-Hi. The one known as Mixed Rice no longer dared to harbor any thoughts of resistance. This time, he was utterly subdued, too intimidated to defy Chu-Hi in any manner. Admitting defeat now is too late. I recall stating before my arrival that I would ensure you received a thorough beating upon our next encounter. Now is the moment for me to fulfill that promise. Mixed Rice, his face awash with dread, gazed up at Chu-Hi and fell prostrate, repeatedly bowing his head in a plea for mercy. Please, no. Chu-Hi, however, remained indifferent, advancing step by step toward Mixed Rice. Amidst the despairing gaze of his victim, fists and feet collided, the sounds of impact and Mixed Rice's anguished cries resonating like a symphonic overture. After a while, Chu-Hi emerged from the vehicle, holding the final Dragon Ball, a satisfied expression adorning his face. In stark contrast, before him lay Mixed Rice, bruised and battered, his body a canvas of injuries, every inch marred by the brutal beating he had endured. His two subordinates supported him, their eyes wide with terror as they regarded Chu. Well, the one who needed punishment has been dealt with, and the Dragon Ball is now in my possession. You may leave now, Chu casually remarked to the three. Upon hearing this, especially Mixed Rice, they felt as if granted a pardon, hastily ordering the driver to depart. Soon, the vehicle vanished from sight. Chu felt an overwhelming sense of joy as he leisurely exhaled a breath, instantly experiencing a sensation of ease and clarity throughout his entire being. Chapter 86. The Second Wish to the Divine Dragon. By this time, all 7 Dragon Balls had been gathered, resting entirely in Chu's possession. To summon the Eternal Dragon, Chu merely needs to assemble the Dragon Balls, thereby granting the opportunity to wish for any desire that the dragon is capable of fulfilling. Chu felt an immense sense of comfort within his heart. He thought to himself that upon returning to the village, he would summon the divine dragon to resurrect the departed souls. At this moment, the sky had darkened considerably, the setting sun had dipped below the horizon, and the earth was gradually enveloped by the dimming twilight, heralding the arrival of night. Is it already this late? He pondered. Realizing he had been occupied for nearly an entire day, he glanced up at the sky and mused quietly. As he rubbed his stomach, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he murmured, I seem to be a bit hungry. Nevertheless, I shall first return to the village to bring the deceased back to life. Once that task is accomplished, I shall certainly demand a grand feast in their honor. With a light chuckle, Chu shifted his thoughts, once again conjuring the image of his destination, the village where Henin resided. This time, he found himself back in the quaint little hamlet he had recently departed. As the night deity navigated his way, guided by memory, he soon arrived at the village entrance. The moment he appeared, a villager happened to catch sight of him, and after a brief moment of astonishment, erupted into cheers. The news swiftly spread, and before long, the entire village was abuzz with the joyous tidings of Chu's return. The village was alive with excitement. The words spoken by Chu before his departure are etched in the hearts of the villagers. Now that he has returned, what does this signify? The villagers surged towards Chu like a tidal wave, encircling him densely. Amidst the throng, Chu found himself ensnared, a visage of helplessness etched upon his face. As his gaze traversed the fervent and eager eyes of the villagers, he felt an inexplicable discomfort. At that moment, a melodious and youthful voice rang out, and Chu's eyes pierced through the crowd to behold Han Han, adorned in a crimson dress, resembling a resplendent rose in full bloom. The fiery hue of her attire danced around her petite form as she sprinted towards him, the crowded dense sea, impenetrable. With a wry smile, Chu deftly maneuvered himself to the periphery, positioning himself to greet Han Han as she approached with unbridled joy. In an ecstatic leap, she flung herself into his embrace, and he instinctively enveloped her in his arms. The villagers, taken aback by Chu's sudden disappearance, gasped in astonishment. However, upon witnessing his affectionate hold on Han Han, they fell into a profound silence. Nestled in Chu's embrace, Han Han was once again enveloped by that familiar warmth, a sensation reminiscent of times past, instilling a sense of safety and longing within her. In that fleeting moment, she appeared entranced, lost in the embrace. Her face blossomed with a radiant smile as she exclaimed, Big brother, you've returned so swiftly. How wonderful. Have you gathered the beads you spoke of, the ones that can grant wishes? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. A sentiment echoed in the gazes of the other villagers. With a gentle smile illuminating his face, Chu tenderly brushed his fingers through Han Han's hair and softly replied, Of course, how could I possibly return otherwise? Big brother would never deceive you. Upon hearing Chu's reassuring words, Han Han was instantly enveloped by a profound sense of happiness. Elated and beaming, she eagerly inquired, Then, will mommy and daddy come back to life soon? Chu nodded gently, his voice soft as he spoke. Indeed, all those who have departed will be revived. You shall soon reunite with them. Joy shall return to your heart. Big brother Henin gazed at Chu with an entranced stare, captivated by his delicate and serene visage. His pure and innocent soul seemingly enraptured, as if he had fallen into an infinite abyss from which he could not escape. The villagers, overhearing their exchange, could hardly contain their elation, their excitement bubbling over uncontrollably. Come, accompany me to bring your parents back to life, to resurrect the departed. Chu extended his hand, gently taking hold of Henin's soft, white hand, then instructed the villagers to carry the bodies of the deceased and proceeded towards a spacious area of the village. With the villagers following closely behind, their faces alight with anticipation. Chu came to a halt in a desolate area of the village. He released Henin's hand, instructing her to remain there obediently. Then, under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, he retrieved a cloth bag from within his robe. One by one, he placed 7 luminous orange dragon balls upon the ground, where they gathered together in a shimmering cluster. With a serene demeanor, Chu stood before the dragon balls. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, and bellowed into the vast expanse, "Arise, divine dragon." No sooner had his words echoed than 7 dragon balls began to glimmer, radiating a resplendent light. A thunderous clap resonated towards the heavens, shaking the very earth. In an instant, the winds howled and the skies transformed. Dark clouds enveloped the firmament, plunging it into an abyss of darkness. A sound akin to an ancient bell reverberated as a deep, resonant dragon's roar filled the air, slowly rising in a haunting melody. Before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, a colossal azure dragon emerged from the void, spiraling gracefully in all directions, its body shimmering with an ethereal glow, exuding majesty and nobility. Truly, the divine dragon had manifested. Oh heavens, it seemed too surreal to comprehend. What a marvel, the divine dragon has appeared. Our loved ones are saved. The villagers stood in awe, as if caught in a dream, some even gasping in disbelief. Various exclamations filled the air. Chu gazed calmly at the divine dragon, extending his right hand in a gentle wave, and with a smile, he said, "Divine dragon, do you remember me? It has been a long time." The divine dragon, unperturbed by Chu's words, bore an air of majesty. Its colossal tail swayed slightly as its eyes shimmered with an ethereal glow. After a brief silence, it slowly spoke, "Speak your wish. I shall fulfill it for you." A flicker of light danced in Chu's eyes as he contemplated voicing his desire for the villagers who wished to be slain by Tao Bai Bai to return to life. However, a sudden thought struck him. He recalled the innocent townsfolk who had suffered due to his previous transgressions against the Red Satin Brigade. Wouldn't it be wonderful if they could also be resurrected? After pondering for a moment, he addressed the divine dragon, saying, "O divine dragon, I beseech you to revive all those who have perished recently at the hands of the Red Satin Brigade." Would that be possible? Chu posited that Tao Bai Bai was an assassin employed by the Red Satin Brigade, thus he could be considered one of their own. With this perspective, it seemed plausible that the villagers could indeed be resurrected. This would yield a dual benefit, achieving a harmonious resolution. He held a firm belief that the dragon god would comprehend his intentions, for the dragon's intellect was exceedingly profound. After listening to Chu's aspiration, the dragon fell into a contemplative silence, his eyes gently closed, as if pondering deeply. After a moment, he opened his enigmatic eyes, slowly nodded, and spoke in a measured tone. "This wish is indeed attainable." In the heart of Chu, a wave of joy surged forth as he smiled gratefully at the divine dragon, clasping his fist in respect. "Then I entrust this to you, O divine dragon." The dragon nodded, and a peculiar light flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, his form was enveloped in a crimson glow that swiftly spread across the entire village. Simultaneously, a portion of this red radiance darted away in an unknown direction. After a brief moment, the dragon appeared somewhat weary, and he spoke slowly. "The wish you have spoken has been granted. Farewell." With a tremor, the dragon vanished, and the 7 dragon balls scattered in all directions, causing the once pitch-black sky to gradually lighten. At that instant, the lifeless bodies that had been brought forth, previously claimed by death, began to stir as if awakening from a deep slumber. They all revived, emerging from the clutches of death. Chapter 87. A Night of Revival Alive. They're truly alive. The villagers rejoiced exuberantly. "This is wonderful. We must express our heartfelt gratitude to our benefactor. Mom and Dad, I can finally see you again." At that moment, Henin, with a face alight with excitement, dashed into the crowd of resurrected individuals, throwing herself into the embrace of a man and a woman, her expression radiating boundless joy. Initially, the revived villagers were bewildered, grappling with confusion as they pondered the inexplicable turn of events. Had they not been destined for death? Yet, upon hearing the explanations from their fellow villagers, they soon realized they had momentarily visited the underworld, called back to life by Chu's invocation of the divine dragon, who had pulled them back from the brink of the afterlife. The kindness of Chu is akin to a rebirth for them. The villagers, filled with gratitude, passionately hailed Chu as their benefactor, bowing deeply in appreciation. Their words of thanks were heartfelt and sincere. Upon witnessing the villagers' actions, Chu felt a subtle sense of solace in his heart, even though he sought no reward. Chu, embodying a gracious demeanor, readily accepted their expressions of gratitude and engaged in amiable conversation with them. Observing the jubilant villagers, he suddenly remarked, I believe everyone must be quite famished. I too feel the pangs of hunger. Let us not linger here. Instead, let us feast heartily as a celebration for the recently revived. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in unison, proclaiming, "Indeed, the benefactor speaks wisely. We must celebrate appropriately to dispel any lingering misfortunes. Let us prepare a sumptuous meal without delay, so our benefactor does not go hungry." Consequently, households began to concoct their finest dishes to honor Chu. As night fell, a resplendent full moon illuminated the sky, casting a silvery glow that cascaded gently, akin to a waterfall of stars reflecting upon the earth. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the shimmering waves of light to dance in brilliance. Beneath the serene night sky, dotted with twinkling stars that resembled dazzling gemstones, the tranquil village was transformed into a lively gathering due to Chuhi's presence. Every home was adorned with lanterns, glowing brightly as if it were a festive occasion. The villagers congregated, emerging from their abodes to the village center, where tables had been joined together, allowing the entire community to share a meal with Chu. The abundant feast was a collective effort, prepared by the villagers, symbolizing their silent gratitude and heartfelt appreciation for Chu. As Chu dined with others, they engaged in delightful conversation, occasionally sharing stories, exuding an air of warmth and camaraderie. Most of the food on the table had found its way into Chu's belly the moment others picked up their chopsticks. They were met with the sight of his ravenous appetite. Eventually, they ate only a modest portion, conceding the remainder to Chu. After satisfying their hunger, the group bid farewell to Chu, dispersing to return to their respective homes. It was already quite late, leaving only Han Han's family beside him. "Big brother, please come sleep at my house, will you?" Han Han grasped Chu's hand, shaking it earnestly, her large, expressive eyes filled with hope as she spoke softly. Han Han's parents also fervently invited Chu to stay with them. Acknowledging the late hour and their warm hospitality, Chu felt reluctant to decline and agreed, explaining that he would depart the village the following morning. Han Han initially expressed her sorrow, crying out in hopes that the night god would stay longer. But she eventually relented after Chu and her parents offered gentle reassurances. Upon arriving at Han Han's home, Chu encountered a rather troublesome situation. There were only 2 beds, one belonging to Han Han's parents and the other to Han Han herself. Chu initially suggested he would sleep on the sofa, but Han Han vehemently opposed this, insisting that he should share a bed with her for the night. "Big brother, just stay with Han Han for one night. Tomorrow you will be leaving, and Han Han may not see you again. I want to be close to you, so please agree," Han Han persistently pleaded, her eyes shimmering with anticipation and yearning. Captivated by her gaze, Chu's heart softened, and he finally nodded in agreement. Han Han's parents did not object, for after all, Han Han was merely 8 or 9 years old, and there was nothing inappropriate about her sleeping alongside Chu. Thus, in a small room, the two lay together on a modest bed. Han Han quickly drifted into a sweet slumber, her cherubic face flushed with a rosy hue, utterly endearing in her dreams. Chua lay quietly, gazing at the ceiling, while Han Han nestled closely beside him. Her delicate hands clutched his waist, and her gentle breaths, akin to whispers of a soft breeze, caressed his face. The tender, cotton-like softness of her small body occasionally shifted, brushing against him, warm and comforting, releasing a faint, sweet fragrance. Enveloped by the presence of this little girl, Chua found himself lost in a reverie, as if wrapped in warmth and sweetness, teetering on the edge of intoxication and dreams. "Big brother, don't go. Han Han can't bear to see you leave," murmured Han Han in her sleep, her brow slightly furrowed and lips adorably pouting. Her delicate fingers tightened their grip around Chua's waist. A gentle smile graced Chu's face as he tenderly caressed Hanin's adorable sleeping visage. Subsequently, he reclined and closed his eyes, surrendering to a profound slumber. Thus, the night quietly slipped away, enveloped in a sweet atmosphere. On the following day, a refreshing morning dawned, with the melodious chirping of birds singing joyous tunes. The villagers, who were supposed to commence their daily labors, gathered at the village entrance to bid farewell to Chu. Once again, Chu stood at the village entrance, though this time, it seemed he would never return. "I am leaving. Please take care of yourselves," he bid farewell. Waving to the crowd, the villagers presented him with tokens of their affection, offering various edible treats that Chu carefully packed into capsules. Han Han approached Chu, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, filled with deep affection and reluctance to part. "Big brother, I truly like you so very much. I will always remember you. And you must not forget me." Han Han gazed at Chu, her tears cascading down her cheeks like shimmering pearls. "Rest assured, I will never forget you, Han Han. You must live a joyful life ahead, be a strong girl, and refrain from crying easily. From now on, it will be up to you, understand? Chu gently patted Han Han's head one last time, smiling as he spoke. Chapter 88. The journey to Kalinta thus concluded the series of events initiated by the Red Satin Brigade. Chu continued his journey, embarking on a path of personal cultivation. Days flowed by like a gentle stream, leaving no trace behind. During his cultivation, Chu often felt that the growth of his strength had begun to slow, becoming less pronounced. It could be said that only a gradual accumulation remained, without any qualitative transformation. The energy within him had slightly increased, and his muscles had become more robust. Such strength might rank him among the elite on Earth. However, upon venturing beyond the planet and into the vastness of outer space, confronting the countless celestial bodies within the universe, such power would be utterly inconsequential. He would be akin to an ant, subject to the whims of others, easily crushed at will. Chu was absolutely unwilling to resign himself to such a role. He yearned to grow stronger, relentlessly pursuing strength until he could vanquish all adversaries and emerge as the mightiest. This was not merely a fleeting desire within him. It was the ultimate objective that had drawn him to this world in the first place. Yet now, it felt as though an invisible shackle constrained him, stifling the awakening of his powers and rendering his cultivation nearly stagnant, trapped at a perplexing impasse. In the depths of his heart, Chu was beset by a profound sense of frustration. He could not fathom why, despite being an ancient scion, endowed with exceptional potential that should surpass that of any scion, even the legendary super scions, and possessing a bloodline of unparalleled purity, he found himself devoid of any discernible advantage. What gnawed at him with a sense of indignation was the apparent superiority of hybrid scions, whose abilities seemed to eclipse even that of the so-called ancient scion. In the original narrative, characters like Sun Wukong, Sun Goten, and Trunks had all transformed into super scions at a tender age, showcasing extraordinary prowess, while he remained stagnant. As Chu pondered, an unsettling feeling grew within him, and he could not help but curse Ming Yi in his heart for the wretched constitution he had been bestowed. In truth, Chu was unaware of the formidable essence that lay within the ancient scions. These beings trace their origins back to the nascent stages of the universe, and can be regarded as one of the oldest warrior spirits in existence. Both the scions and the legendary super scions draw their lineage from the ancient scions, differing only in the intensity of their inherited bloodline powers. It can be said that the ancient scions are the sovereigns among all scions, akin to born emperors, possessing unparalleled nobility and supremacy. The strength of the ancient scions is largely attributed to their prowess in battle. Each ancient scion is undeniably the foremost warrior of the cosmos. They emerge only once every several million years, and each one wields power that epitomizes the limits of their time, dominating the world with no rival to contend with. The ancient scions are akin to celestial stars, gazing down upon the myriad beings of the world. Through relentless combat, they continually awaken the boundless potential within their bloodline, enhancing their physical constitution, and their strength multiplies exponentially. They exist for the sake of battle, undergoing constant transformation and fortification of their bodies. Their ultimate limit is synonymous with the limit of their power. The ancient scions can be rightfully deemed the strongest beings in the cosmos, capable of challenging even the heavens themselves. However, since arriving in the Dragon Ball world, Chu has encountered far too few battles. While he has engaged in skirmishes of varying scales, they were merely trivial altercations, lacking in intensity and peril. Only through high-stakes, high-intensity combat can the latent abilities within the scion bloodline be effectively awakened. Furthermore, there is a significant aspect related to Ming Yi that Chu remains oblivious to. Presently, he is fervently yearning to enhance his strength, driven not only by his desire for cultivation but also by the need to exist more meaningfully and vivaciously. To elevate his current prowess, Chu deliberated extensively and resolved to embark on a journey to Karen Tower. Karen Tower, situated within the Karen Sacred Land, serves as a crucial pathway to the Earth Temple in the early stages of Dragon Ball and is the residence of the revered Karen. Karen is a remarkable figure within the Dragon Ball universe, not solely for his numerous instances of guidance to Son Goku, but also for cultivating the first healing elixir, the Senza Bean. This extraordinary substance surpasses many advanced healing technologies. The Senza Bean not only temporarily alleviates hunger but also has the astonishing capability to restore individuals, even those gravely injured and on the brink of death, to their former state. Such efficacy is nothing short of miraculous, truly embodying the essence of a divine being. Chua has long been enamored with the celestial beings, his heart utterly captivated. These extraordinary items are undoubtedly essential for any journey undertaken in pursuit of cultivation. With them in hand, one need not fear hunger or injury. A single celestial being is sufficient to resolve such predicaments. In addition to the celestial beings, Chui harbors another significant motive for seeking the Kalinta, namely, the acquisition of the super-divine water. This extraordinary liquid possesses miraculous properties, capable of awakening latent powers and unlocking one's potential, thereby enhancing one's strength. The prospect of this elixir is undeniably enticing for Chu He, who finds himself at a bottleneck. It represents the most optimal means for his breakthrough. Chu He understood that the super-divine water was not meant for ordinary individuals. In the original work, it was evident that not even others could withstand its effects. Even with the physique of a young scion, like Sun Wukong, consuming it would lead to excruciating suffering. Only after enduring a considerable ordeal could one successfully awaken a fraction of their latent potential. Chu He firmly believes that, endowed with the ancient scion physique, his potential is undoubtedly extraordinary, rendering the super-divine water ineffective against him. Having resolved to journey to Corinne Tower, Chu He commenced his preparations. First and foremost, he decided to pay a visit to others, if one could call it a visit, seeking to acquire something. It is rather impolite to arrive empty-handed, thus a gift was indispensable. The recipient, being a celestial being and a cat, necessitated that the offering transcend mundane items, catering instead to its refined tastes. All cats share a common delight, an affinity for fish, and even a divine feline is unlikely to be an exception. Chu He, now abundant in wealth, found it exceedingly effortless to procure some Western delicacies. Thus, he teleported to a fishery, where he acquired several tons of fish, encompassing a diverse array of species, catering to every conceivable taste. The Chu River is divided into several capsules, and then I conveniently ventured into the city to purchase some gaming equipment, which I included as gifts and placed into the capsules in preparation for delivery. This should suffice, shouldn't it? After Chui felt that everything was in readiness, he utilized his instant teleportation skill to arrive at the legendary Carlin Sacred Land. Chapter 89. Stopping at Carlin Sacred Land is a place of mythical holiness, where it has been passed down through generations that celestial beings reside at the pinnacle of the Carlin Tower. The Carlin Tower stands at the very heart of the sacred land, resembling a colossal tree that pierces the heavens, breaking through the clouds and reaching into the unfathomable void. Shrouded in mystery, very few are privy to the true nature or the immense power of the celestial beings atop the tower, as scarcely anyone has managed to ascend it. Some have attempted to fly to the summit using aircraft. However, even with the most advanced flying machines available today, they find themselves thwarted by an invisible barrier that prevents their approach. Thus, to reach the top of the tower, one must ascend step by step, relying entirely on their own efforts. Nevertheless, each year, countless warriors are drawn to this perilous endeavor, seeking to scale the enigmatic Carlin Tower, with the singular aim of reaching its apex to obtain the legendary super-divine water, said to enhance one's strength. On a bright and sunny morning, with gentle spring breezes and a clear blue sky, Chu He stepped into the Carlin Sacred Land. Without the need for guidance, he could look skyward from any point within the sacred land and behold the towering Carlin Tower, rising majestically like a colossal pillar against the sky. It soared high into the clouds, a truly awe-inspiring sight. Indeed, the Carlin Tower is a marvel. Seeing it in person far surpasses mere hearsay. As Chu He beheld this magnificent structure for the first time, a mixture of admiration and astonishment graced his expression. For such an extraordinary edifice was unimaginable in his previous world, a creation beyond human capability, achievable only in the realm of Dragon Ball, where non-human powers reign supreme. With a piercing gaze, Chu He strode purposefully towards Kalinta. Just as he was about to reach the base of the tower, a deep and resonant voice slowly emanated from behind him. "Young man, halt. Do not proceed any further." Upon hearing the sound, Chu He turned his head and, following the source of the voice, beheld a tall and robust Indian man, his skin a deep shade of brown, adorned with feathers upon his head. He wielded a steel spear, his fierce tiger-like eyes glaring with authority in Chu He's direction. This man was none other than Bra, the Indian chief, who in the original tale was effortlessly slain by Tao Bai Bai, only to be resurrected by Sun Wukong through the wish granted by the Dragon Balls. Chu He gazed at the person before him and inquired, "Why can we not proceed?" Bola furrowed his brow slightly and responded to Chu He in a low voice. "First, you must tell me, what is your purpose for coming here?" Chu He pointed to the towering Kalinta, and with a tone of indifference remarked, "Is there any need to ask? Clearly, one comes here with the intention of ascending the Kalinta to pay a visit to the immortals." Bola cast a fleeting glance at Chu Hi's seemingly frail physique, his expression tinged with a hint of disdain as he said, "Young man, I advise you not to aim too high. One must possess self-awareness. This is not a place for you at present. It would be wise to turn back." His words implied a belief that Chu Hi would not be able to reach the summit of Kalinta. Chu Hi inquired, "Oh, how do you know I cannot ascend?" Bra offered a gentle smile, his tone laden with sincerity as he replied, "Young one, I understand the fervor of your age. You feel invincible, yearning for the legendary treasures of the immortals, such as the divine water. However, I strongly advise you to focus on diligent cultivation instead. I have witnessed countless warriors of your age, brimming with youthful zeal and confidence, arriving at Kalinta, eager to conquer its summit, ignoring my counsel and pursuing their reckless ambitions. They ultimately met with misfortune, perishing in their ascent." A shadow of sorrow flickered in Bra's eyes as he sighed heavily, fixing his gaze upon Chu Hi's face, and solemnly declared, "As the guardian of the sacred land of Kalinta, I wish to see no more lives lost beneath its heights." Upon hearing Bra's words, Chu Hi smiled and nodded, saying, "So, you seek to prevent my fall during the climb? Indeed, it is not just you. Many before you have been deterred by me. Only those who can best me are worthy of ascending Kalinta," Bra responded, then urged Chu Hi, "Now, young one, do you comprehend? It is time for you to depart." Upon hearing the words, Chu Hi immediately broke into a smile, seemingly ignoring Bra's remarks as he continued to stride forward. It was anticipated that Chu Hi would turn back upon hearing him, yet that was not the case. Bra's expression shifted instantly, and he could not help but exclaim urgently, "Young man, why do you refuse to heed advice? Do you still wish to climb? You just stated that defeating you would suffice, did you not?" Suddenly, Chu Hi halted, turning to gaze at Bra with a tranquil demeanor. His pitch-black eyes resembled the cold stars in the night sky, gleaming brilliantly and shimmering with an enigmatic allure. As soon as Chu Hi finished speaking, his body surged forward like a flash of lightning under the astonished gaze of Bra. In the next moment, he was already at Bra's side. Bra, caught off guard, was struck in the abdomen by an elbow from Chu Hi. A muffled groan escaped Bra's lips as he dropped his steel gun and collapsed to the ground. "How about now? May I ascend?" Chu Hi inquired, gazing down at Bra, whose face was flushed and jaw clenched in an effort to endure the pain. Cough, cough, cough. "You are quite formidable. I underestimated you. You may proceed," Bra replied, clutching his abdomen as waves of pain coursed through him, his surprise evident. At that moment, he comprehended just how unimaginably powerful Chu Hi truly was. "My apologies for any offense earlier. You should rest for a while. I shall take my leave now. Rest assured, I won't fall." After uttering these words to Bra, Chu Hi lifted his gaze toward Kalinta. "It begins now." Chu Hi took a deep breath, and in an instant, a surge of energy coursed throughout his entire being. Suddenly, his limbs felt as if they were infused with boundless explosive power. With agile limbs and a body reminiscent of a nimble monkey, Chu Hi adeptly grasped the tower's column, swiftly ascending as if propelled by an arrow released from its bow, soaring into the azure sky. His speed was such that only fleeting shadows could be perceived, coalescing into a gradually dissipating silhouette trailing behind him. In the mere span of 3 breaths, Chu Hi found himself hundreds of meters above the ground. Perhaps he truly could reach the pinnacle of Kalinta and behold the celestial being with his own eyes. Struggling to rise, Bola gazed upward, where Chu Hi had vanished from sight, murmuring softly to himself. Chapter 90. The Cat Immortal. Chu Hi's body surged like the wind, soaring into the azure expanse. Seemingly impervious to fatigue, his speed not only remained unwavering but increased, akin to fleeting light. In the blink of an eye he ascended yet another considerable distance. To the naked eye, the earth below had become a mere blur, obscured and reduced to an indistinct outline. The once towering mountains, majestic and formidable, now appeared as mere black dots from his lofty vantage point. All the creatures inhabiting the ground seemed like ants in comparison. This was the perspective of gazing down upon the world from the heavens. Before long, Chu Hi found himself soaring thousands of miles above the earth. Amidst clouds as white as snow, he navigated through layers of mist, as if ascending on a cushion of clouds, relentlessly climbing to greater heights. After what felt like an eternity, having traversed countless miles, his vigor showed no sign of waning. Instead, he felt increasingly invigorated. He lifted his gaze once more to the sky, and through the distant vision of his right eye, he seemed to perceive the tower's pinnacle. Not far off in the distance, Chu Hi took a deep breath, channeling the energy within his body, and once again accelerated his pace. In less than a minute, He reached the summit of Kalinta. Leaping over the base adorned with 4 circular openings, Chu finally set foot atop the tower. Gazing around, he observed that the pinnacle appeared rather rudimentary, enveloped in silence, with not a soul in sight. Chu called out, "Hello, is anyone there?" After Chu finished speaking, no one responded. The summit remained eerily silent. "Hello, a visitor has arrived. If there are any immortals present, please come forth to greet me." Chu called out once more, but after waiting for a while, there was still no response. He furrowed his brows, pondering to himself, Where has everyone gone? Have they hidden away? He recalled that when Sun Wukong first ascended the Kalen Tower, the situation was quite similar. Oh well, it matters not. They will emerge sooner or later. I shall wait a little longer. Chu cast a glance around the various corners of the tower's summit, and suddenly, his gaze faltered slightly, lingering upon 3 jars situated in the corner at the edge. After gazing for a moment, Chu's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and his heart stirred ever so slightly. In the recesses of his memory, he faintly recalled that this was the moment when Sun Wukong first ascended the Karen Tower and inadvertently opened 3 mystical jars, which possessed the extraordinary ability to reveal the past, present, and future. Upon reaching this thought, Chu's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of insight. He mused to himself, how intriguing this is. It would be fascinating to see what revelations await. Driven by curiosity, he stepped forward and slowly lifted the lid of the very first urn from the left. It was an urn capable of revealing the past. Chu fixed his gaze intently within, yearning to glimpse something significant. However, the anticipated imagery did not materialize. Instead, he found himself enveloped in a haze, as if a veil of mist had descended upon his eyes. What is happening? Why can I not see my past? This shouldn't be the case. As he beheld this perplexing scene, a chill coursed through him, prompting an exclamation filled with confusion and bewilderment. Driven by his curiosity, Chu shifted to the right and lifted the lid of the second urn. Unlike the first, which had been shrouded in fog, this one revealed a crystalline clarity. Before Chu he unfolded a mirror-like surface of water, which reflected scenes from his recent ascent of the Karinta, replaying every moment of his journey until he reached the pinnacle of the tower. Chu marveled quietly, secretly astonished by the extraordinary nature of the celestial artifacts. After observing the first 2 jars, he was filled with an intense curiosity, albeit tinged with trepidations. As he lifted the lid of the 3rd jar, the one that foretold the future, the surface of the water rippled, and vivid scenes began to unfold before his eyes. Before him appeared a vast expanse of icy blue sky, a world blanketed in snow, with flurries dancing through the air, towering icebergs, and floating ice walls, an unmistakable realm of frost and chill. Just as Chu was taken aback by this sight, the scene shifted dramatically. The serene winter landscape abruptly vanished, replaced by a sky ablaze with fierce flames, where a tumultuous sea of fire surged and roared. Suddenly, the fiery world faded away, and within a valley, a vague silhouette began to materialize. Just as Chu was about to focus intently on the figure, the vision abruptly disappeared. A soft cough echoed from behind him, and Chu turned abruptly to see a cat deity, with a snow-white coat and eyes nearly slitted shut, leaning on a cane. The cat deity regarded him and remarked, "Young one, are you unaware that one must not tamper with another's belongings without permission?" Chu let out a bitter laugh, rubbed his head, and clasped his fist in apology. "I am sorry. I called out several times earlier and, seeing no one responded, I merely wandered about. Please do not take offense." The cat sage gave a soft huff, choosing not to pursue the matter further. He remarked, "Young one, scaling Karinta is quite an impressive feat." Chu chuckled lightly and replied, "It's not bad." The cat sage inquired, "My young friend, have you climbed to the summit of the tower in hopes of obtaining the divine water?" Chu responded, "Indeed, I seek the true divine water, not the so-called divine water that rests upon that pedestal." As he spoke, he gestured towards a wine vessel placed centrally atop the tower. A glimmer of surprise flickered within the finely slitted eyes of the cat sage, who remarked, "You are aware that this is not the genuine divine water?" With a sly grin, Chu confidently declared, "I am not only aware that this is not the genuine super divine water, but I also know that you possess something known as the immortal being. My purpose for coming here, aside from desiring to taste the super divine water, is to exchange for the immortal being." Wise immortal, I wonder what your thoughts are on this matter? Upon hearing this, the cat immortal fell into a moment of contemplation. His gaze flickered momentarily before he spoke slowly. The super divine water is a highly toxic holy water. While it can indeed unlock one's potential, those capable of withstanding its toxicity are exceedingly rare, 1 in a million, one might say. Prior to this, everyone has failed, with some even meeting their demise. However, the immortal bean is available for trade. Do tell me what you wish to offer in exchange. Chu inquired and handed the capsule containing the fish to the cat sage. The cat sage fixed his gaze upon it, and in an instant, his narrowed eyes slightly widened, revealing a dazzling brilliance that shimmered within his feline pupils. Chu could even hear the sound of the cat immortal swallowing saliva. The cat immortal swiftly handed a jar to Chu, then, like a gust of wind, snatched the capsule from Chu's hand, exclaiming with joy, "This is the only jar I have cultivated so far. It's all yours." After saying this, the cat immortal began to bounce around like a child, gleefully clapping its paws. "Ha ha, so many fish, so many fish." With a joyful gaze, Chu looked at the jar brimming with celestial beans in his hands, his face aglow with delight. He took one of the beans and placed it in his mouth, gently chewing. As the bean descended into his stomach, he felt a surge of energy awaken within him. In an instant, the weariness from his arduous climb of Kalenta vanished, along with any trace of hunger, leaving him invigorated and revitalized. At this moment, Chu appeared to be radiant, his face aglow with vitality. The celestial bean truly lived up to its reputation. In his heart, Chu praised its efficacy, encapsulating all the celestial beans before placing them in his pocket. Then, he turned his gaze towards the excited cat sage, who was still fixated on the fish capsule, and inquired, "Sage, what are your thoughts on the divine water?" Chapter 91. The divine water. Upon hearing this, the diminutive cat sage froze momentarily, the joyous expression on his feline face abruptly shifting to one of seriousness. With a piercing gaze directed at Chu, he solemnly asked, "Young man, have you truly thought this through? To consume the highly toxic divine water, are you not afraid that your body may not withstand it? You must understand, such a choice could lead to your demise. Many have met their end this way, even the most formidable warriors of their time. Even so, as you mentioned, I wish to give it a try. How can one ascertain the outcome without attempting? Furthermore, my physical constitution may surpass your expectations, and I have always been fortunate." Chu replied with a beaming smile, his handsome features reflecting a sense of determination and confidence. Upon hearing Chu's words, the cat sage felt a stirring in his heart. After a brief moment of contemplation, he suddenly erupted into laughter, his voice carrying a distinct feline timbre. "Very well. Young man, you certainly possess commendable confidence." Chu smiled gently and replied, "It is nothing. I merely wish to attempt to endure what others cannot, to accomplish what they are unable to achieve, and to surpass those who came before me." Upon hearing this, the cat sage's eyes sparkled with a peculiar glimmer. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly spoke, "Your ambition is commendable. However, are you aware that the divine water is not a privilege afforded to all? What qualifications are necessary?" Chu inquired. The cat sage continued, "Firstly, anyone wishing to partake of the divine water must be free from malevolence, possessing a clear conscience, a sense of right and wrong, and a fundamentally pure heart." With a gentle smile, the cat sage's gaze briefly shifted across Chu's face, and he chuckled softly, saying, "Ah, young one, you need not worry about this aspect. I observe that you do not appear to be one who acts recklessly. At the very least, you seem capable of discerning right from wrong and possess a modicum of good intentions." The cat sage beamed and declared, "On this point, you have indeed passed." Upon hearing the words of the cat immortal, Chu was momentarily taken aback, his gaze flickering as he hesitantly inquired, "What leads you to this conclusion, O immortal?" "Oh, young one," the cat immortal replied with a hint of amusement, "as an immortal, I am naturally aware of the myriad events that unfold upon the earth, both great and small. I have observed a considerable number of your previous actions." Pausing slightly, the cat immortal continued, "It is commendable that you once chose to forsake the opportunity to wish upon the Dragon Balls in order to revive villagers with whom you had no personal connection. After all, the super divine water should never fall into the hands of those who harbor malevolent and selfish intentions, unable to discern between good and evil. Do you understand?" Upon a sudden realization, Chu felt a clarity wash over him. He was slightly astonished to discover that his serendipitous actions had inadvertently resulted in a benevolent deed, which had caught the attention of the cat immortal. Moreover, it appeared that this moment had bestowed upon him the potential to qualify for the divine water. Contemplating this, a gentle smile blossomed on Chu's handsome face, reminiscent of the tender warmth of spring breezes and the soft grace of willow branches. The cat immortal glanced at Chu with a mischievous grin and remarked, "Do not rejoice too soon. There is one more thing I must clarify. What you encountered was merely one of the prerequisites to partake in the divine water. The most crucial aspect is that you must endure a series of arduous trials. Should you successfully navigate through them, Then you shall ultimately earn the right to obtain the divine water. Chua's eyes suddenly sparkled with intrigue as he inquired, "Oh, a trial? What sort of trial? It sounds rather fascinating." "Hiki. In due time, you shall discover," came the response. "But let us set the trial aside for now. Before that, allow me to gauge your strength and see how robust you truly are." "Very well, I was just thinking the same," Chua exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement as he readily agreed. Battling the cat sage would serve as an excellent way to assess his martial prowess, while also enabling him to amass combat experience and refine his skills. In an instant, their gazes locked, creating an electric connection between them. Chua's body surged forward, racing towards the cat sage, who mirrored his motion, almost appearing in front of Chua in a mere flash. Bang! Their hands met with a resounding force, akin to a tidal wave crashing down, the sound reverberating like thunder. Both warriors felt a mutual shock, and they were abruptly separated. Chui executed a backflip, propelling himself off the wall with his feet, bending his legs to unleash a powerful thrust, his body shooting forward like a bullet as he struck towards the cat sage. Unfazed by the onslaught, the cat sage deftly twisted his body and took an astonishing step, narrowly evading Chu Hie's punch. His agility was akin to a flash of lightning, while his strikes came forth as swiftly as thunder, reminiscent of a tempest. Chu Hie's expression shifted slightly. He could distinctly sense that the cat sage had mastered martial techniques to an extraordinary degree. Moreover, the cat sage frequently employed intricate and advanced boxing techniques and footwork against him. Chu Hie's eyes glimmered with fervent excitement, as the narrow summit of the tower echoed with the sounds of their fierce engagement, punches and kicks colliding, footsteps thundering, and soft gasps of breath punctuating the air. With both combatants locked in a nearly indistinguishable struggle. "Ha ha, young man, your strength is formidable, yet alas, your combat skills still lack refinement," the cat sage remarked during the clash, secretly astonished by Chu Hie's prowess. In the heat of battle, he realized that Chu Hie's strength surpassed his own, with their speeds nearly equal, and it was solely through his mastery of technique and combat intuition that he maintained a slight edge. "This young man is quite remarkable." As the duel continued, a crimson glint flickered in Chu Hie's right eye, and as time progressed, his attack speed escalated, his sense of combat becoming increasingly intuitive, moving with a natural fluidity. Conversely, the cat sage found himself increasingly alarmed. Beads of sweat began to form on his brow as he struggled to keep pace with Chu Hie, who began to land more blows. He had not anticipated that within such a short span, Chu Hie would absorb his combat techniques and apply them against him, placing himself at a disadvantage. Boom! A sudden punch surged forth with lightning speed, and the cat sage was struck squarely in the chest by Chu Hie's fist, sent hurtling backward to crash against the wall with a resounding thud. Cough, cough. The cat sage rose awkwardly from the ground, brushing off the dust and looking at Chu Hie with a mix of embarrassment and admiration. "Young man, I did not expect you to defeat me. Your capacity for learning is indeed remarkable." "Too kind, sage," Chu Hie replied with a smile, displaying a humble demeanor. Chapter 92, The Trial in an Icy Wilderness. The cat sage gestured dismissively and said gravely, "I have come to understand your strength. It is truly astonishing that at such a young age, you have attained such heights in martial arts. I recall others who have ascended the Corinta, yet their abilities pale in comparison to yours. Young man, it seems there is no one among the people of this earth who can rival you." Chu Hie contemplated, could that person be Master Wu Tian? He steadied his mind and smiled, saying, "Not at all. There is always someone stronger. As the saying goes, a mountain is higher than another mountain. The universe is vast, and the strong are as numerous as the stars in the night sky. My insignificant strength amounts to nothing." Upon hearing this, the cat sage seemed to concur with Chu Hie's sentiment, nodding in approval as he remarked, "Young man, it is commendable that you grasp these truths. Remember, the path of martial arts knows no limits. There is no absolute strongest, only those who strive to be stronger. It is through relentless pursuit that one transcends oneself." "Indeed, sage, that is precisely why I have come to drink the super divine water. So, may I now face the trial you mentioned?" Chu Hie replied with a smile, though inwardly he added, "While your words may ring true, in this world, I aspire to be the strongest, ensuring that no one else surpasses me." In his heart, Chu Hie made an unparalleled resolution. "Ah, your physical prowess exceeds my expectations, young man. I sense your potential is boundless." The cat sage nodded earnestly, smiling. "Now, let the trial commence." With one hand resting behind his waist and the other gripping his staff, the cat sage squinted, a peculiar glimmer flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, a soft command echoed, and the hand holding the staff traced a gentle arc. In synchrony, the staff moved, drawing a circle in the air. Instantly, a shimmering, mirror-like ring emerged, rippling with waves of light, glowing brilliantly as it rotated. Gazing into the luminous circle revealed an abyss of nothingness. An enigmatic void that sent chills down one's spine. Step inside. This is the gateway to your trial. Upon entering, you will confront the challenges ahead. If you succeed, you shall receive the super divine water. Once you drink it, the gateway will naturally appear, allowing you to emerge. Conversely, if you fail the trial or do not consume the super divine water, the gateway will never manifest, and you will be eternally trapped in a dimension where no one can reach you. Do you understand? The cat sage looked at Chu with utmost seriousness, his expression grave and earnest. Chu never anticipated that this so-called trial would prove to be so arduous, with the possibility of being eternally ensnared within it until the end of his days. Chu fell into a profound silence, contemplating whether to venture forth. If he dared to proceed and failed, there would be no turning back. Yet, if he refrained, an overwhelming sense of regret would consume him. Instantly, his delicate features were marked by an expression of internal conflict. The cat sage advised, "Let it go. It's not too late to turn back now." But to relinquish his ambitions? No, he resolutely refused to give in. What was the purpose of his arrival? To grow stronger. What was his aspiration? To become the mightiest. This was merely a trivial test. How could he possibly shrink away? Moreover, the challenges ahead would be exponentially more formidable. If he lacked the courage to confront this trial, how could he ever muster the bravery for the trials that lay beyond? A glint of determination flickered in Chu's eyes, and clarity washed over his mind. With unwavering resolve, he declared, "I shall not yield. I choose to embrace this challenge." With that, Chu turned to the cat sage, offering a confident smile before. With a resolute leap, he plunged into the luminous circle, vanishing from sight. "This lad is indeed tenacious," the cat sage mused, wishing him success. With hands clasped in reverence, he directed a solemn prayer towards the path Chu had taken, only to have his expression transform into one of unrestrained joy. Laughter spilling forth as he beheld the bounty surrounding him. Seated on the ground, devoid of any decorum, the cat sage was surrounded by heaps of fish. His claws dancing in delight as they fell into his eager mouth, his triumphant laughter resonating atop Kalinta. As Chu stepped into the circle, he felt the world shift. The celestial realm inverting, and darkness enveloping him. When his senses gradually returned, an icy chill coursed through his body, penetrating to his very core. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a startling sight, a realm of glacial splendor. The sky resembled a mirror of icy blue, while the ground was a solid expanse of thick ice, emanating a relentless cold. All around him, towering icebergs rose and fell like mountains, and rivers of ice crisscrossed the landscape, devoid of any hint of green. Engulfed instead by an endless chill. After only a brief period, Chu felt an increasingly penetrating chill enveloping his body. A bone-deep cold that seemed to freeze his very blood. His teeth chattered incessantly, and his hands and feet trembled uncontrollably. He sensed that if this continued, he would soon be transformed into a mere block of ice. Chu could sense that in this realm of ice and snow, the temperature must have plummeted to several degrees below zero. Moreover, he noticed that as he lingered longer in this frigid expanse, the temperature continued to descend further still. With a profound shock resonating within his heart, Chu felt his entire being pulsating with energy, striving to envelop himself in a protective aura against the biting cold. However, he soon realized that his efforts were rendered futile, as his essence seemed to lose its efficacy beneath this vast expanse of heaven and earth. The body of Chu remained chillingly cold, a testament to his extraordinary physique that transcended the limits of mortal endurance. Were it an ordinary person, they would have succumbed to the frigid temperatures and been frozen solid. Yet, even in such discomfort, Chu found solace within the bounds of his resilience. "Ah, is this the trial?" he mused. "Indeed, it is bitterly cold, but it cannot conquer me." He stifled his physical unease and, gazing skyward at the expanse of icy wilderness, shouted aloud. His voice, akin to a whirlwind, echoed in all directions. However, amidst the vastness of this wintry realm, it seemed but a whisper. Not long after Chu spoke, the azure sky abruptly darkened. As ominous clouds gathered, the wind shifted, and a fierce gale howled. Within moments, snowflakes, as delicate as goose feathers, cascaded from the heavens, blanketing the earth. The falling snow resembled pear blossoms scattered upon the ground, dancing gracefully beneath the icy blue canopy. Yet, to Chu, this scene was far from enchanting. Rather, it felt like a cruel addition to his plight. As the external temperature plunged even further into the depths of cold, his body involuntarily trembled anew, his teeth chattered uncontrollably, and his blood felt as though it had congealed. Frost formed upon his brow and hair, glimmering with an ethereal blue light. Chapter 93. Trial, Flames Like the Sea. The cold wind raged, and snowflakes swirled chaotically as Chu sensed the temperature plummeting even further, his limbs gradually succumbing to a numbing stiffness, a sensation akin to being ensnared by an unforgiving chill. The expression on Chu's face gradually darkened, as he incessantly pondered strategies to navigate through the impending crisis. With a gentle exhalation, the breath he released, meeting the biting cold air, crystallized into fine ice particles that cascaded to the ground. It was undeniably becoming increasingly frigid. Chu sensed that the chill penetrated not just his body, but also slowed the flow of his blood, and even his thoughts began to crystallize into a sluggish haze. His teeth continued to chatter relentlessly. Another gust of icy wind swept by, accompanied by swirling snowflakes that danced down upon his stiffening form. In that moment, Chu felt as if his heart had turned as cold as the falling snow. How infuriating! What should he do? Trembling uncontrollably, a wave of cold seeped into his limbs, enveloping his entire being, causing his complexion to turn ashen. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of drowsiness and fatigue enveloped his mind. So cold, so weary, he longed to surrender to slumber. In a soft murmur, Chu spoke to himself, as if a thought had emerged from the depths of his subconscious. At that moment, a fleeting look of bewilderment crossed his eyes, suddenly realizing his surroundings. He was taken aback, swiftly bringing his hand to his face to steady himself, his heart pounding in terror. How could I have such thoughts? In order to prevent his will from being eroded by the biting cold, Chu's eyes flickered with resolve. He decisively bit into the tip of his own tongue. A wave of pain surged through him as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, sharpening his awareness to an astonishing clarity. I cannot succumb to slumber. Amidst this realm of ice and snow, should I fall asleep, I may never rise again. Since this is a test of my endurance, I must persevere. I shall never surrender. In Chu's expression, a fierce determination and stubbornness flickered. His demeanor suddenly transformed, becoming somewhat menacing, as he shouted to the heavens, "Come forth. No matter how frigid the temperatures or how fierce the blizzards may be, I shall not relent in my resistance." The roar of the Chu River reverberated like a thunderclap amidst the swirling snow, filling his heart with an unwavering determination to resist the vast expanse of this realm. Time passed slowly, moment by moment. The snow continued to fall, steadily accumulating upon the ground. Chu sat cross-legged atop the snow, his raven hair now tinged with silver from the frost, his attire blanketed in snowflakes, with traces of crimson speckled upon his sleeves. Yet, his eyes sparkled like distant stars, radiating an indomitable spirit. Whenever he felt spiritually fatigued or his body trembled from the cold, he would resolutely bite into his arm, seeking to awaken himself through pain. The intensity of his bite was such that the agony penetrated to the marrow of his bones. In this manner, he dispelled the weariness of his mind and the chill of his body with the sensation of pain. Through this torment, he momentarily forgot his fatigue, forgot the cold. His body was consumed solely by an endless ache. Thus, Chu tenaciously endured in this wintry realm for half an hour. Though half an hour might seem but a fleeting moment in his usual life, here it felt as if he had lived an entire lifetime. Just as he prepared to continue enduring the biting cold, he suddenly noticed that the temperature around him had shifted, no longer frigid. In an instant, the icy blue sky vanished, and a wave of warmth surged towards him, eradicating the chill enveloping him, replaced by a searing heat that coursed through his entire being. Chu was taken aback, glancing over his shoulder in astonishment once more. The cerulean sky had been supplanted by a fiery crimson expanse, and the once snow-covered land was now engulfed by a relentless sea of flames, transforming into a mountain of fire. All around Chu lay an inferno, raging fiercely, barren and devoid of life, stretching endlessly across the horizon. Here, indeed, was a realm consumed by fire, positioned at the very center of this blazing world. Chu found himself in a small patch of desert, surrounded on all sides by towering infernos. The flames surged like a tempestuous ocean, vivid as blood, their unbearable heat relentlessly assailing Chu, scorching everything in their wake. The Chu River resembles the Monkey King trapped within a cauldron of alchemy, apart from him. The overwhelming expanse is filled with flames that consume all. It is both ice and fire. What an ordeal this truly is. A wry smile crept across Chu River's face as he reflected on the unexpected turn of events. Just as he had begun to withstand the onslaught of the frigid cold, gradually learning to resist it, he found himself thrust once more into a realm engulfed by flames. As Chu contemplated, he suddenly recalled the scene he had witnessed atop Kalinta, where he beheld a realm of ice and snow juxtaposed against a world of flames. Was this not a reflection of his current experience? It dawned upon him that the future depicted in that moment was now manifesting in fragments before him. Damn it. This place is likely more unbearable than the mountain of flames. After merely a short stay in the fiery realm, beads of sweat cascaded from Chu-Hie's forehead, and an oppressive heat enveloped his entire being, rendering him exceedingly uncomfortable. Just as in the land of ice and snow, the longer Chu-Hie lingered, the more the flames surged with intensity, roaring upward as if even the void above was on the verge of incineration. Even with Chu-Hie's formidable endurance, he felt an intense, scorching sensation. Moreover, his energy proved utterly ineffective here, unable to fend off the searing heat. Why, oh why, was my energy rendered useless? Chu-Hie's heart echoed with this desperate inquiry. In the mountain of flames, the essence of survival lay not in the physical capacity to endure, but rather in the ability to withstand hunger and thirst. At the mouth of the Chu River, parched and dry, his bodily fluids incessantly transformed into sweat, evaporating under the relentless heat. Although his scion physique could endure the searing flames, he was undeniably thirsty. Yes, Chu-Hie craved water, yet this world resembled a raging inferno. How could there be any water? Even if it existed, it would have long since evaporated. Chu-Hie clenched his fist tightly, his tongue incessantly caressing his cracked lips. A trickle of blood moistened his lips, finally granting him a fleeting sensation of coolness. In the realm of flames, Chu-Hie pondered. Blood? Yes, I still possess blood. This fire may evaporate the moisture within my body, yet my blood, being scion blood, is not so easily vanquished. Thus, in this fiery world, whenever Chu-Hie found himself maddened by thirst, he would bite into any part of his body from which he could draw blood. Gradually, his complexion turned pale. Yet he managed to endure for half an hour in this blazing realm. Chapter 94, more silent than the sky. Chu-Hie felt the temperature around him begin to descend. He surveyed his surroundings, and to his astonishment, the fiery realm he inhabited appeared to be distorted, as if it had been torn asunder. The scene before him shifted once more, revealing a canopy of icy blue sky and undulating glaciers, a familiar tableau reappearing in Chu-Hie's sight. Instantly, the temperature continued to plummet, gradually becoming frigid. What was happening? Why was it so? As Chu-Hie surveyed the well-known landscape, with glaciers crisscrossing and a biting wind piercing through, he recalled the tumultuous sea of flames he had just witnessed, leaving him momentarily bewildered. The searing heat of the inferno contrasted starkly with the chill of the icebergs, creating a vivid dichotomy in his physical sensations. The temperature continued to drop. Yet having previously endured a harsh cold, Chu-Hie now seemed to possess a resistance to this biting chill. For he did not perceive the coldness as acutely as one might expect. Chu-Hie sat cross-legged, resolutely and tenaciously battling against the biting cold. Before long, snowflakes began to drift down from the heavens once more, swirling through the air. However, the intensity of the snowfall appeared significantly diminished compared to the first. Chu-Hie's resistance to the cold has markedly improved since the last occasion. Quietly, he endured another half hour without resorting to biting himself, relying solely on his fortitude. Meanwhile, the realm of ice dissipated, giving way to a blazing inferno, as the realm of flames returned once more. Could it be that this cycle of ice and fire alternates every half hour, forcing me to perpetually traverse this duality of extremes? Chu-Hie pondered deeply, knowing this. What could he truly do? How would he navigate this trial? Once again engulfed by the fiery realm, Chu-Hie was no longer in such a wretched state as before. His body had developed a certain resilience to the flames, significantly reducing the amount of sweat evaporating from his skin. The sensation of searing heat was no longer as excruciating, allowing him to endure silently. Thus, every half hour, following the icy world, the fiery world emerged, the scenes incessantly alternating. Chu-Hie continually resisted the extremes of both ice and fire, successfully enduring 5 such transitions. Unlike at the outset, Chu-Hie felt a tangible enhancement in his body's resistance to both elements with each successive encounter. Confronted with the searing heat of flames and the bone-chilling cold of ice, he had grown capable of silently withstanding the afflictions of each. Throughout these 5 transformations, he contemplated how to escape this trial and sought to understand the essence of these 2 realms. Eventually, he discerned that when immersed in the icy world, feelings of despair and panic about the cold would cause the temperature to plummet further. Conversely, within the fiery realm, if he allowed anxiety about being scorched by the flames to consume him, the fire would burn even more fiercely, increasing the heat. This revelation astonished Chu-Hie. He realized that his emotions could indeed influence the fluctuations of these 2 worlds. Within Chu-Hie's heart, A glimmer of insight emerged regarding the trial of traversing the realms of ice and fire. If the fluctuations of emotion and the tumult of thoughts could indeed influence the transformations of these two worlds, might it not imply that I possess the power to regulate them? Resolute in this newfound understanding, Chu endeavored to master his emotions and thoughts. Thus, when the next frigid tempest descended upon him, he sat in silent contemplation, his breath gradually achieving a state of tranquility. On this occasion, he refrained from attending to the external world, the howling winds, the swirling snow, the relentless cold. Each element seemed to dissolve into insignificance. His mind gradually settled into a serene state. All distractions banished, no longer preoccupied with the frigid nature of the icy realm or the endurance required to withstand it. Remarkably, a wondrous phenomenon unfolded. The steadily plummeting temperature began to decelerate, even exhibiting signs of a rise. Similarly, amidst the fiery domain, the flame's intensity also began to wane. It appears to be true. These two worlds are indeed swayed by the modulation of my emotions and thoughts. How enlightening! After a moment of silence, a glimmer of light suddenly flickered in Chu's pitch-black eyes. He murmured to himself, "I believe I may have discerned the path forward." As the icy world descended once more, Chu immediately sat cross-legged, entering a state of deep meditation akin to that of an ancient monk. His eyes closed. And this time, his emotions settled into a profound tranquility, resembling a serene pool of jade water. The surface lay as smooth as a mirror, undisturbed even by the fiercest winds. Having endured the trials of the snowy realms time and again, Chu's state of mind now reflected an ethereal clarity akin to ice and snow, free from all distractions. His thoughts dissolved entirely, leaving no trace of existence in his mind. All things returned to a state of pristine emptiness, and within his heart, there resided a luminous clarity. At this moment, Chu exists in a state where his consciousness melds with the universe, transcending the self and all external possessions. His mind is imbued with an unparalleled ethereality, and his heart is, at this juncture, more tranquil than the vast expanse of the sky. The Chu River stands as an ancient monolith, silent and serene, its essence seemingly fused with nature, in perfect harmony with the heavens and earth, embodying the unity of man and nature. As time inexorably flows onward, this winter wonderland has ceased to witness any snowfall. Instead, vast glaciers begin to show signs of melting as ice and water continuously evaporate. Yet, the Chu River appears oblivious to this transformation, remaining steadfast and tranquil, as if everything around him has no bearing on his existence. His state of mind akin to the vast sky, the widespread melting of ice and the eerie evaporation soon render the entire wintry realm devoid of any trace, conspicuously transforming it into a desolate wasteland. Simultaneously, the scene shifts to a realm of flames. The Chu River maintains his calm, untouched by the roaring fire that surrounds him. Thus, the endless sea of fire and the continuous volcanoes gradually extinguish. In this manner, the duality of ice and fire is pierced by the Chu River. Chapter 95. A Reflection of Oneself. As Chu gradually opened his eyes, he was no longer greeted by the dichotomy of a world of ice and fire, but rather a serene path leading to a tranquil valley, flanked by dense trees. The verdant landscape was adorned with vibrant greenery, the air rich with the fragrance of blossoms, and the melodious chirping of birds resonated delightfully. Upon witnessing this scene, Chu exhaled deeply, a profound realization dawning upon him. This realm of ice and fire was indeed a mere figment of his own imagination. When his emotions settled into tranquility, as still as the sky itself, the very essence of the ice and fire world ceased to exist, and thus, its significance unraveled. Chu quietly understood that this was precisely the interpretation of the inquiry into the soul. Is it the wind that stirs? Or is it the banner that flutters? No, neither. It is your heart that is in motion. Chu stifled the stirrings of his heart. Naturally, the wind remained still, and the banners hung motionless. The ice and fire realm in which he resided would neither cool nor warm. In contemplation, Chu's eyes sparkled with resplendent hues. The gloom within his heart suddenly dissipated, as if smoke had vanished and clouds had parted, revealing a clarity akin to the calm after a rainstorm. Enduring the trials of both the icy realm and the fiery domain not only enhanced Chu's resistance to these two elemental forces, but also honed his ability to master his emotions, allowing him to perceive the world with a serene heart, as tranquil as the sky itself. To his surprise, this trial bore unexpected intrigue. Perhaps this experience might assist me in my quest for the divine water, he mused softly to himself. With his emotions tucked away, Chu directed his gaze down a narrow path, spotting a valley that ignited his curiosity. He pondered the significance of this pathway's emergence. Perhaps the divine water lay hidden within the valley. Thus, with this thought in mind, Chu resolved to explore the valley, strolling forward with measured steps. As he inhaled the faint fragrance of blossoms while traversing the shaded path, he arrived at a serene valley. The gentle flow of water trickled through, its surface reflecting the sky like a mirror, the azure waves rippling gracefully. At one side of the lake, a cavern beckoned invitingly. Chu surveyed the valley, and his eyes suddenly brightened as he beheld the cave. As Chu contemplated stepping into the cave to investigate whether the divine water lay within, he took a few strides when suddenly his body froze. With astonishment gleaming in his eyes, he gazed towards the cave's entrance. Gradually, the sound of footsteps echoed from within. Drawing nearer, a shadowy figure emerged from the depths of the cave, its gaze indifferent as it fixed upon Chu, betraying neither sorrow nor joy in its countenance. Chu's expression was imbued with astonishment and disbelief, as if a sudden bolt of lightning had struck within his heart, accompanied by the reverberation of thunder. He silently exclaimed, "What is happening?" Before him stood an individual with disheveled hair and a slender yet powerful physique, possessing a refined visage that mirrored his own. Apart from their attire, the resemblance was so striking that it was as if he were gazing into a mirror, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the genuine from the counterfeit. Chu gazed intently at the man in black, a grave expression etched upon his face. "Who are you?" he inquired, his voice low and deliberate. "I am you." "And you are me," the man in black replied, his tone imbued with an air of indifference. "Who exactly are you? Is your emergence a trial in itself?" Chu pondered with unease. Since this figure had appeared to obstruct him within the cave, could it be that the legendary super-divine water truly resided within? To defeat me means to conquer yourself. If you can vanquish your own essence, then you shall acquire that which you seek. The man in black maintained an impassive demeanor, his expression as unyielding as a still pond. "It seems this is the ultimate trial. If I can overcome him, the fabled super-divine water will be mine." A surge of excitement coursed through Chu at the thought. "Come, let us engage in battle. Defeat me, and confront your own self," the man in black declared with a frigid gaze, advancing slowly towards Chu, his presence exuding an astonishing aura brimming with ferocity. Suddenly, the figure flickered and vanished before Chu, only to reappear in an instant, his fist striking with the force of an explosive sound. The fierce wind of his punch surging like a tempest. Sensing the energy contained within the blow, Chu's expression shifted. He thrust his right hand forward to meet the incoming fist. A resounding thud echoed as their forces collided, and Chu summoned his inner strength, muscles tensing as he grasped the man's fist tightly. In a startling turn, Chu felt a gust of wind rise beneath him. Without hesitation, he raised his knee and executed a swift kick, resulting in a powerful clash of their feet. Both combatants were momentarily jolted back, instinctively withdrawing their offensive and defensive stances. This individual's strength is not inferior to my own, and his speed is astonishingly swift. Could he truly be another version of myself? From the brief exchange, Chu discerned the other's power and velocity matched his own, leaving him astounded and restless. The two stood in a tense standoff, their forms vividly reflected in each other's eyes, as if gazing into a mirror. A peculiar smirk curled at the corners of the man in black's mouth, his raspy laughter resonating with a chilling coldness. Suddenly, under Chu's astonished gaze, the man's body began to ripple like water, and in the blink of an eye, he multiplied, first into 2, then 4, and finally 8 distinct figures emerged, encircling Chu from all directions. Is this the multiplication phantom fist? He can execute this technique as well. Chu's eyes widened in surprise as he surveyed the 8 manifestations, muttering in disbelief. Could it be that this technique was learned from within myself? In his heart, Chu mused as he beheld 8 figures striking various poses, their movements elusive and enigmatic. Rendering it impossible to discern the genuine from the illusory, the ambiguity was even more profound than that exhibited by the turtle sage during the Grand Martial Arts tournament. Chu was in a state of heightened vigilance, his senses fully attuned, eyes observing all directions, ears listening to every sound. The energy within him flowed ceaselessly as he assumed a defensive posture, ever ready to confront any impending assault. Chu cast a keen gaze over every shadowy figure. Yet upon encountering them, he merely encircled himself without making any offensive move. After a brief moment of waiting, Chu could not help but feel a twinge of impatience. Since the other party remained inactive, he decided to take it upon himself to uncover the true identity of the individual. Though Chu harbored such thoughts, the opponent's speed was indeed remarkably swift, nearly on par with his own. With his current strength, he found himself unable to discern which one was the true entity. This left Chu feeling exceedingly vexed. Chapter 96, A Familiar Technique. As Chu gazed once more at the 8 figures, a faint crimson glow flickered in his right eye. He activated his probing ability, and what unfolded before him was astonishingly clear. Their movements were distinctly visible. Yet, perplexingly, he could not ascertain the true location of their essence. How strange it is that even with the capabilities of my right eye, I am unable to discern the essence's whereabouts. Could it be that this individual is indeed a manifestation of my own innermost self, and thus I am him, leading to my inability to unravel the enigma of my own existence? In a fleeting moment, Chu found himself engulfed in contemplation. As his thoughts wandered, 8 ethereal shadows seized the opportunity to strike, launching themselves at him from various angles, akin to arrows in flight. As Chu snapped back to reality, he sensed the imminent assault. A flash ignited in his eyes. Uncertain of which figure was the true entity, he resolutely focused on one of them and propelled himself forward, delivering a powerful punch. The force of his strike surged like a tempest, creating a resonant blast in the air. It was evident that Chu's punch was formidable. Yet upon striking the illusion, it rippled like water. Concurrently, a figure descended from above, while the remaining 6 shadows surged towards him from different positions. The rapidity of their approach was overwhelming, rendering it impossible for Chu to discern reality from illusion. In desperation, he began to flail his arms, unleashing a torrent of energy that tore through the myriad of figures. The shadows rippled momentarily before transforming once more. A frown creased Chu's brow as he pondered. How could he possibly identify the true entity amidst this chaos? With a body as swift as lightning and movements as fluid as the wind, Chu intended to unleash his full speed to strike, aiming to simultaneously attack all the phantoms and discern the location of the true entity. However, his opponent seemed to have anticipated Chu's intentions. As he moved, all the silhouettes dispersed in every direction, each occupying a distinct position, making it arduous to concentrate his attacks. This individual, astonishingly, comprehends my thoughts. As Chu's mind raced, a strategy began to form within him. I must uncover your true form and see if I can turn your own methods against you. Chu maintained a tranquil demeanor. With a slight sway of his body, he manifested multiple shadows akin to those of the dark-clad figure from earlier, producing 8 ethereal afterimages. I refuse to believe that I cannot reach you this time. A faint smile graced Chu's face as he directed his gaze towards the man in black. Leaping into the air, with 8 phantoms simultaneously materializing around him. With a flicker of his gaze, Chu saw 8 figures darting in all directions, their fists flying. In that instant, the man clad in black could no longer evade. The shadows of their forms collided with fists and feet, dissipating like ripples upon water. Before long, the arena was left with only Chu and the black-clad man, locked in a fierce struggle. With an unrelenting fervor, Chu unleashed a torrent of power through his fists, generating a palpable tremor in the air as waves of energy cascaded outward. The man clad in black moved with the grace and confidence of a dragon and tiger, skillfully deflecting Chu's strikes while occasionally retaliating with swift counterattacks. Neither party yielded an inch, exchanging blows in a breathtaking display of skill, their figures flickering in midair like bolts of lightning. From a distance, one could scarcely perceive any trace of their movement. In Chu's eyes, the fiery spirit of battle blazed intensely, as he unleashed the Wolf Fang Wind Fist with the ferocity of a wolf king tearing apart a fierce beast. His momentum surged like a crashing tidal wave. Hands transformed into claws as he charged toward the man in black. Simultaneously, a flicker of light flashed in the cold, dark depths of the man's eyes. As Chu executed the Wolf Fang Wind Fist, the man mirrored his stance, hands also shaped into claws, and astonishingly unleashed the same technique. With a thunderous clash, the 2 figures became blinding streaks of light hurtling toward each other, vying for supremacy as if contending for a throne. The atmosphere was charged with an overwhelming force, akin to a mountain's roar or the wrath of the sea, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld it. Both combatants sustained varying degrees of injury. Chu felt a dull ache in his abdomen and shoulder, with faint bruises adorning his arms. In stark contrast, his opponent maintained an expression of utter indifference, seemingly impervious to pain, casting a frigid gaze upon Chu. This opponent has resorted to employing the same techniques as I. It appears I am faced with a truly troublesome adversary, Chu thought, his mind racing with apprehension. Suddenly, a glint of cold ferocity crossed the man's gaze as he murmured softly, bringing his palms together, aimed directly at Chu. With a resounding boom, a blue beam surged forth like a roaring dragon, The air trembled, and the currents dispersed, a searing heat enveloping the scene. This move was none other than Chu-Hi's signature technique, the Kamehameha. A peculiar glimmer flickered in Chu-Hi's eyes, the azure radiance reflecting within his pupils. In an instant, he instinctively reacted, propelling his body into a leap. Immediately, the brilliance struck the ground, producing a tremendous roar as the earth fractured in layers, shaking violently as if it were a cataclysmic event. A powerful gust of wind surged in all directions, scattering clouds of dust. Chu-Hi felt a slight impact on his body, with a few drops of blood trickling from his shoulder, staining his garments. His gaze fell upon the ground, which had been violently disturbed, revealing a substantial pit that seemed to have materialized from thin air. After landing his strike, the man in black did not pause. His eyes remained as cold as the harshest winter, piercing like ice. Suddenly, he brought his hands together in a swift motion, and within moments, a faint crackling sound resonated in the air. Ethereal sparks danced around his body, resembling silver serpents in motion. As he separated his hands, the electric energy surged forth violently from his palms, crackling and bursting forth, enveloping him in a tempest of electricity. Upon suddenly perceiving the commotion, Chu-Hi swiftly turned around and beheld the scene before him, exclaiming in astonishment, "The 10,000 nations shocking palm." In his heart, Chu-Hi incessantly pondered, "This was already the third of my techniques, yet he comprehends all my moves." The man in black chuckled softly, extending his hands as arcs of lightning surged towards Chu-Hi, a wave of numbness coursing through his body. Chu-Hi felt a jolt within, silently exclaiming that this was dire. He circulated his energy, resisting the encroaching electric assault, and amidst the crackling currents, he unleashed his own energy outward to counter the lightning, momentarily stalling its advance. Simultaneously, Chu-Hi let out a fierce shout, quickly gathering his own bolts of electricity, which danced across his entire being in an instant. He wielded his own electric force to fend off the opponent's invasive strikes. Utilizing electricity against electricity, he returned the adversary's tactics in kind. Even so, the two forces of lightning entwined in a fierce confrontation, the thunderous sounds echoing without cease, as if the very ground had transformed into a tempest of electric clouds. With a crack and a roar, the two energies collided, merging together like the wrath of heaven and earth, crashing into the earth and leaving behind a profound scar. Chu-Hi let out a long sigh of relief, feeling a sense of fortunate escape in his heart. Had he been struck by that swiftly approaching bolt of lightning, enveloping his entire being, he would have likely faced temporary paralysis, severely restricting his movements. In such a scenario, with the black-clad man possessing strength comparable to his own, Chu-Hi would almost certainly have sustained grave injuries. Curse it, how on earth should he confront him? Chu-Hi was acutely aware that his adversary was well-versed in all the techniques he had mastered, fully comprehending his methods of attack, and could even perceive his thoughts with clarity. Such an enemy was exceedingly formidable for Chu-Hi. In a moment of turmoil, Chu-Hi found himself engulfed in a tempest of chaotic thoughts, his gaze fixated upon the man in black, imbued with profound apprehension. Unfazed by Chu-Hi's scrutiny, the man in black maintained a demeanor of icy calmness, exuding an aura of chilling detachment. His fists were clenched tightly, eyes unwaveringly locked onto Chu-Hi, the corners of his lips curling into a subtle, sinister smile. He advanced step by step towards Chu-Hi, and suddenly, an overwhelming force surged forth from him, akin to a blizzard, enveloping the air with an unsettling coldness. The man's disheveled hair danced like willow catkins in the wind. Abruptly, his right index finger shot up with lightning speed, a blinding golden light emanating from it, piercing through the air like a laser beam at an astonishing velocity. The expression on Chu-Hi's face suddenly shifted as the opponent's speed of attack was astonishingly swift. He barely had time to react fully. As he slightly shifted his body, he still heard a dull thud, followed by the splatter of blood cascading down. A brilliant light pierced through his left shoulder. This technique, though, was an ultimate skill he had recently mastered from Tao Bai, yet he had not anticipated that it would be unexpectedly unleashed by the man in black. This unexpected turn had indeed cost Chu-Hi dearly. The black-clad man's gaze radiated a chilling murderous intent, devoid of any warmth. He grinned sinisterly, relishing his advantage, and with a series of rapid gestures of his index finger towards Chu-Hi, dazzling beams of golden light shot forth like bullets. Chu-Hi narrowed his eyes, disregarding the waves of pain coursing through his shoulder. With a speed akin to lightning, he swiftly evaded the oncoming onslaught, deftly maneuvering to the left and right, narrowly escaping the impact of the surging waves. Chu-Hi's expression grew solemn, his breathing slightly rapid. With a fleeting glance, He concentrated the energy within him to staunch the bleeding from his shoulder wound. He then fixed his gaze upon the man in black and, in a moment of inspiration, extended his index finger. A golden radiance flickered before him, shooting forth with relentless intensity, accompanied by a resounding cacophony. The figures of Chuha and the man in black intertwined and separated, moving in a chaotic dance as afterimages flickered in rapid succession. The golden light cascaded like a torrential downpour, striking out in all directions. Fragments of the mountainside flew wildly, fissures appearing everywhere, the surface riddled with numerous deep craters. In their fierce exchange, their bodies moved like lightning, their fists thunderous, each assault echoing like a clap of thunder. Suddenly, a gale-like punch surged forth. The force of the wind howling as a fist shot past Chua's side, striking like a bolt of lightning. The owner of this formidable punch was none other than the man in black. Exhausted from the relentless battle and hindered by a shoulder injury, Chua's reflexes faltered. With a resounding thud, the fist of the man in black connected violently with his abdomen. Following this, an overwhelming palm descended like a tempest, causing Chuha to emit a muffled groan, as if his abdomen had been struck by a hammer weighing tens of thousands of pounds, leaving him feeling as though he had been struck by lightning. The searing pain surged through his entire being like a lightning bolt. As Chuhi felt a sudden sweetness in his throat, he could not suppress a mouthful of purple blood that escaped him, causing his complexion to pale abruptly. He endured the pain coursing through his body, steadying himself as his gaze turned towards the man clad in black with a mixture of horror and trepidation. Instinctively retreating a few steps, the dark eyes of the black-clad man glimmered with a chilling light, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his lips, and a subtle mockery flickered across his otherwise indifferent visage. The man approached Chuhi with measured steps, and in an instant, he unleashed a lightning-fast kick that struck Chuhi in the abdomen. Chuhi emitted a muffled groan, his body arcing through the air like a projectile, spilling forth a cascade of blood before he crashed heavily onto the ground. Chuhi felt as though the world was spinning around him, his abdomen in excruciating pain. He gritted his teeth, his expression contorted in agony. Cough, cough, cough. Another mouthful of blood spewed forth, despite the overwhelming pain coursing through his body. As he attempted to rise, a powerful punch struck his cheek with tremendous force. Chuhi let out a pained groan, crashing to the ground once more. He fought to suppress the urge to vomit as he swallowed the warm, metallic taste of blood. Chuhi's gaze was as dark as ink. His teeth clenched in a furious glare at the man in black. In his mind, a frenzied thought echoed relentlessly. I shall slay you. I am determined to slay you. Within Chuhi's heart, a tempest of resentment and hatred surged. Is this truly your limit? The man in black observed Chuhi from above, halting his assault. His voice devoid of warmth. You have greatly disappointed me. Understand this. I am you, and you are me. Your defeat signifies your own surrender. He intoned gravely. To conquer me, you must first conquer yourself, your true essence. The man's expression was enigmatic, his gaze piercing as it locked onto Chuhi's eyes. Defeat myself? Chuhi, consumed by wrath, was momentarily taken aback by these words. His intense, tumultuous emotions seemed to be doused by a refreshing cascade, as if the clouds veiling his heart parted, revealing a clear sky. Indeed, this is my true self. How could I allow myself to be vanquished? His eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity, and he murmured, My true essence arises from within. My chaotic thoughts give rise to illusions. Now I comprehend. Chuhi's eyes shone like cold stars in the night sky, radiant and luminous. The tumult of earlier emotions faded like a dream. And as he gazed once more at the man in black, serenity replaced his previous turmoil. He rose to his feet, his spirit returning to a tranquil state, transcending to a realm quieter than the vast expanse of the heavens. His emotions mirrored the sky, his body seemed to merge with nature, harmonizing with the universe. Reminiscent of the moment when he unraveled the dual worlds of ice and fire. My essence is self-generated. My emotions have influenced my combat. My thoughts have shaped my actions. Now, I am ethereal. I am nature. I am my true self. Chuhi murmured, his fists clenching slightly. In that instant, a resonant sound erupted, the air itself torn asunder by an overwhelming force. The man in black regarded Chuhi with an expression now tinged with intrigue. The Chu River stands like an ancient peak, seemingly eternal, tranquil, and natural. Its ethereal essence harmonizes the body's movements with the rhythm of nature. Flowing like a gentle stream, with the heart guiding the body's actions, each motion enveloped in a tempest of wind and thunder. At this moment, Chu River appeared unscathed. In a mere flash, he positioned himself before the cloaked figure and unleashed a powerful punch. Chapter 98. The trial concludes. This punch was akin to a tempest. A fleeting shadow. In an instant, It struck the abdomen of the dark-clad man. Chu stood calmly before him, gently lifting his gaze to meet his face. An overwhelming aura surged within him, akin to tumultuous waves crashing with fervor toward the opposite side. The man in black instantly displayed a flicker of anguish in his expression, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Yet, his eyes remained unchanged, perpetually frigid and indifferent. Chu's demeanor was as tranquil as water. Suddenly, his 5 fingers spread apart, transforming a fist into an open palm. With a thunderous explosion of energy, a wave of force surged forth with the might of mountains, rapidly expanding. The man in black trembled, his body forcefully propelled backward by Chu's erupting aura, only managing to stop after being pushed several dozen meters, his steps faltering. The gusts of his punches fell like rain, ceaseless and relentless. Chu's mind was ethereal and unencumbered, his body harmoniously aligned with the natural order. The man in black launched a counterattack, employing a plethora of intricate techniques, many of which were derived from Chu's own repertoire. Yet, they were effortlessly neutralized by Chu, who frequently transitioned from defense to offense, swiftly placing the man in black in a perilous position. After all, the techniques executed by the man in black were ones that Chu knew intimately. In his current state of mental clarity, serene as the sky, his body was in perfect accord with the principles of nature. Faced with the man in black, he could instinctively engage in combat, allowing his physical prowess to reach the pinnacle of his techniques, with his mind already as clear as the vast expanse of the heavens. The man in black could no longer discern Chu's thoughts or emotions, leaving him devoid of the strength to retaliate. With each punch delivered by Chu, the black-clad man bore a new scar upon his visage. With every kick, another bruise blossomed upon his abdomen. It was as though Chu sought to avenge the anguish he had previously endured, rendering the black-clad man a tapestry of wounds, with blood streaming profusely. The man's body was mercilessly battered by Chu's thunderous assaults, causing him to stagger and retreat, his expression morphing into one of utter disarray. His aura rapidly diminished, becoming alarmingly feeble. At that moment, Chu abruptly ceased his onslaught, his gaze steady as it fell upon the black-clad man. He inquired quietly, "What now?" Upon hearing this, the black-clad man trembled slightly, and a peculiar smile flickered across his cold, ice-like countenance. He threw back his head and let out a roar that resonated like thunder. After a brief pause, he hushed his voice, fixed his eyes on Chu, and nodded slightly, exclaiming, "Ha ha, splendid, splendid. You finally comprehend." "Indeed, I understand. The true self is the essence of my being, and I am the essence of my true self, all arising from within. When the mind is tranquil and void, all things naturally disperse." Chu murmured in a low, melancholic tone, his thoughts ethereal and tranquil. "As you have said, it is indeed time for me to take my leave. You have bested me and completed the final trial. Now, go forth and pursue that which you desire." The expression of the man in black suddenly softened, losing the earlier chill that had marked his demeanor. At that moment, his eyes dimmed, gradually becoming vacant and insubstantial. His form began to dissipate like dense mist, fading away until he became transparent, ultimately vanishing into the vastness of the universe. It was as though he had never existed, as if everything that had transpired was but a grand illusion, with only his final words echoing ceaselessly in Chu's heart. "Remember, regardless of the time or place, steadfastly hold onto your true self, and never allow external distractions to sow seeds of confusion within you." Chu stood motionless, gazing at the direction in which the figure vanished, a profound sense of loss enveloping his heart. After a brief moment of silence, he slowly nodded, etching that phrase into his soul like a sculpted inscription. Chu gradually emerged from a state of ethereal contemplation, taking a slow, deliberate breath that instantly lifted his spirits, illuminating his heart as clearly as a bright azure sky. Before him lay the cave entrance, with nothing left to hinder his advance. With a heart brimming with both anticipation and trepidation, Chu stepped into the cavern. Upon entering, a heavy atmosphere enveloped him, prompting him to hold his breath as he peered ahead. Before him lay a square chamber, its rugged stone walls exuding a stark solidity. The rock face smooth as a mirror, reflecting images with uncanny clarity. The ground was overrun with wild grass, lush greenery carpeting the floor, and occasionally, one could spot a few unknown wildflowers blooming quietly in their solitude. The expanse felt remarkably vast, with only the stone walls surrounding him, save for a stone table positioned at the center. Chu's gaze fixated unwaveringly on that table, upon which rested a wine jug quietly stationed. In that moment, Chui's eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brightness, akin to twinkling stars, as a wave of exhilaration surged within him, his face alight with joy. After all the effort expended, he was finally on the brink of achieving his goal. Chui, with a joyful expression, approached the table step by step. Leaning down, he reached out and lifted the wine jug from the surface. Chui's gaze lingered upon the wine jug, which possessed an extraordinary design unlike any he had ever encountered. The surface of the jug shimmered with a deep and mysterious luminescence, crafted from an unknown material. Unmistakably not an ordinary item, but undoubtedly a treasure of the celestial realm. Chui gently lifted the wine lid, and the divine water, as clear as the color of the sky, came into his view. He brought the wine jug slightly closer to his nose and took a delicate sniff. It was colorless and tasteless, resembling ordinary clear water. However, when Chui gazed into the divine water, he saw no reflection within, not a single trace to be found. Chui held the wine jug, and his heart began to beat uncontrollably. Stay calm. I must remain composed, keeping my mind serene. It is merely divine water. Nothing of great consequence. I'm certain I can overcome this. Chuva contemplated inwardly, gradually closing his eyes. In an instant, his mind became a tranquil void. When he opened his eyes once more, his gaze was as serene as still water. Without a moment's hesitation, Chui seized the wine jug, opened his mouth wide, and tilted the jug upwards, allowing the crystalline liquid, as pure as the heavens, to flow entirely into his mouth. Without hesitation, Chui gulped down the divine water in large swallows, and with a resounding gulp, it all slid down his throat. The wine jug was left devoid of any trace of the divine water, for he consumed every last drop, leaving no opportunity for it to escape. Chapter 99. Agony. As the divine water coursed through his abdomen, Chui slowly closed his eyes, bracing himself to endure the impending torment. Suddenly, with a sharp clatter, the jug slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, producing a crisp, resonant sound. At that moment, an indescribable wave of excruciating pain surged within him, spreading throughout his body like a torrent of blood. Chui felt as if every fiber of his being, every inch of his skin, was engulfed in unbearable agony, akin to being cleaved by countless razor-sharp blades. His intestines twisted together like a tangled mass of dough, threatening to rupture, tear apart, and shatter at any moment. Even with Chui's formidable willpower, he could not suppress the agonized groans that escaped his lips. His complexion turned ashen, the color draining from his face, while beads of sweat, resembling miniature raindrops, cascaded down his cheeks. Chui gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain that surged through his entire being. His fists were clenched tightly, his nails digging slightly into his palms from the force of his grip. Veins throbbed violently along his neck, and his body trembled uncontrollably as he struggled against the torment. Chui lowered his body, half kneeling upon the ground, supporting himself with one hand, gasping for breath in deep, labored breaths. Sweat cascaded down like a torrential rain, swiftly soaking the earth beneath him. The excruciating pain continued to intensify, as if the cells within Chui's body were undergoing countless divisions and reconfigurations. Every bone felt as though it were splintering or fracturing, as if myriad needles, as fine as strands of rain, were mercilessly piercing every inch of flesh and blood. Before consuming the super divine water, Chui was indeed brimming with confidence regarding his physical condition. In his mind, with the innate qualities and endurance of his ancient scion physique, he believed that if Goku's scion body could withstand it, so too could he. However, now, through personal experience, Chui has come to realize that the toxicity of the super divine water is far more intense and severe than he had anticipated. It is likely that even the torment found in the legendary 18 layers of hell pales in comparison. At this moment, Chui comprehended the profound wisdom of the cat immortal, who once proclaimed that while the world is replete with formidable beings throughout history, scarcely anyone has been able to withstand the venom of the super divine water. This toxicity is simply beyond human endurance. How infuriating. It truly hurts. It hurts immensely. How did the original son, Wukong, endure this? He managed to overcome it. Why can't I? It is utterly vexing. My body cannot possibly be inferior to his. In his heart, Chui fervently shouted to himself, as a potent sense of resentment and a myriad of pent-up frustration surged within him. Within Chui's heart, there resided a tempest of brutality and chaos. Yet, the more he indulged in such thoughts, the more intense the pain within his body became, escalating and deepening, as if he were being consumed by a multitude of thunderbolts, rendering his suffering far more unbearable than before. Blood streamed from Chui's lower lip, staining his mouth crimson. In that moment, his expression was a grotesque blend of fury and pallor, desperately clinging to his mental fortitude to avoid collapse. Just as Chu continued to endure the relentless assault of pain, suddenly it was as though a flash of ethereal light ignited within him. The last words of the man in black echoed in his mind with the clarity of a resounding bell. Remember, no matter the time or place, steadfastly uphold your true self, and never allow external disturbances to sow discord within your heart. Chu suddenly recalled, as if a thunderous roar reverberated within him, awakening his scattered thoughts. It felt as though a gentle, meandering stream flowed softly through him, easing the sensations of pain in his body. Clarity swiftly descended upon his mind. His expression gradually softened, ultimately settling into a tranquil calmness akin to still water. After taking a deep breath, Chu suddenly found himself enveloped in an ethereal tranquility. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming silence descended upon his heart, banishing all distractions, including the pain emanating from his body, leaving his mind as serene as the heavens. At this juncture, Chu was well versed in transcending his emotions into a state of ethereal calm. In this instant, all that he endured seemed to bear no relevance to him. He felt like a mere passerby, detached and indifferent to the world around him. His spirit appeared to have transcended the corporeal realm, merging harmoniously with nature, as if his very being were one with the essence of the universe. In this state, he perceived that the pain within his body no longer surged with the same intensity as before. It ebbed away gradually, akin to the retreating tide, diminishing little by little. Before long, Chu reached a threshold of tolerance, and the agony he had previously endured now seemed as disparate as heaven and earth. At this moment, Chu suddenly attained a profound understanding. It was no wonder that throughout countless years, many warriors with commendable physical attributes found it difficult to harness the power of the super-divine water. Through personal experience, Chu realized that while physical prowess played a significant role in enduring the toxicity of the super-divine water, the manner in which one's spirit confronts suffering is equally crucial. Sun Wukong, as a scion, possessed unparalleled physical qualities and immeasurable potential. However, it was his innocent, pure, and unblemished heart that enabled him to withstand the toxicity of the super-divine water, thereby unlocking his latent capabilities. In contrast, other warriors, including Chu, fell short of Sun Wukong in terms of mental fortitude when facing adversities. Yet, through his experiences in the dual realms of ice and fire, Chu had come to grasp a method of emotional control that was more tranquil than the vast sky. Thus, he had managed to arrive at this juncture. As Chu silently bore what was, for him, a relatively mild pain, an unexpected transformation occurred. The agony he had once endured vanished in an instant. What followed was a tumultuous surge of blood, reminiscent of roaring rivers and crashing waves upon the sea. Within the veins of Chu, the blood began to undergo a remarkable transformation in an instant. In the 100th chapter, the Golden Giant Ape, the peculiar alteration within his blood did not evoke any emotional response in Chu. His mind remained as tranquil as the vast sky, seemingly oblivious to the myriad changes occurring within his body. He resembled an ancient and immutable boulder, entirely indifferent to the metamorphosis his body might experience. At this moment, Chu had reached a state of profound detachment, where the boundaries between self and nature had dissolved, rendering him impervious to any emotional influence. The forthcoming trials would hinge solely upon the strength of his physical constitution and the extent of his latent potential. Presently, the blood coursing through his veins surged at an astonishing rate, twice its usual velocity. Suddenly, as it flowed, the hue of his blood underwent a remarkable transformation, shifting to an icy blue, exuding a chilling aura that seeped into his very being. Within mere moments, the warm blood within Chu had entirely morphed into a chilling, ice-cold liquid. This frigid blood coursed slowly through his veins, its coldness penetrating deeper, gradually spreading to his internal organs and throughout his flesh. The pervasive coldness began to emanate from his body, enveloping him in a radiant layer of icy blue light. The temperature of this frozen blood was extraordinarily low, plummeting far below freezing. For an ordinary person, the instant their blood transformed into such a chilling substance, their veins would likely succumb to the unbearable cold, fracturing under the strain. Even the most resilient of vessels would find their flesh crystallized, their bodies shattered to pieces. Yet, Chu appeared to be an exception. Although his blood had transformed into a frigid current coursing throughout him, his veins, his flesh, indeed his entire being remained unscathed, as if untouched by the frost. Thus, the cold blood circulated thrice through his body. Following this third cycle, the color of the chilling liquid began to alter once more. The icy essence abruptly vanished, and the blood within him transformed into a shade reminiscent of a rose, exuding a deeper crimson hue than mere blood. As the liquid flowed, a searing warmth surged forth, enveloping him, and astonishingly, his blood had metamorphosed into a liquid flame. The entirety of Chu he was enveloped in a layer of crimson flames, radiating an ominous glow. Within Chu he, it felt as though an inferno had ignited. The blood coursing through his veins blazed fiercely, every inch of flame searing his vessels, muscles, and entire being. Yet, akin to the previously unyielding chill that had frozen him, the intense heat of the flames wielded no significant effect on Chu he. This scene was strikingly familiar. And an epiphany struck him. The blood within his body, a tumultuous blend of ice and fire, bore a remarkable resemblance to the dual realms of ice and fire he had previously endured. After the frost comes the raging flame. In Chu's eyes, a brilliant light flickered as a sudden realization dawned upon him. The trials he had previously endured were not solely intended to thwart his quest for the divine water. More importantly, they served to fortify one's resistance to the toxicity inherent in the divine water. The poison within was undeniably extraordinary. The toxins of ice, fire, and the mind posed profound challenges to one's very being. Had Chu bypassed these trials and consumed the divine water directly, even with his robust physique, it is likely he would have faltered under its strain. However, having successfully navigated the frigid realm, he had now developed a resilience against all icy assaults. His experiences within the fiery domain bestowed upon him a similar fortitude against flames, both derived from mastering the depths of his own psyche. Thus, Chu finally comprehended the method of channeling his emotions into a tranquility surpassing even the vastness of the sky. Every trial he faced was but a precursor to the moment he would drink the divine water. At that juncture, he felt the fiery blood coursing through him ebb after circulating thrice, yielding to the flow of ordinary blood. Simultaneously, a surge of red and blue energies intertwined within him, manifesting the essence of both ice and fire. These energies, akin to the legendary duality of yin and yang, fused within Chu, coalescing into a swirling black and white current. In an instant, this dual-hued stream spiraled, rapidly filling his limbs and every fiber of his being. In an instant, Chu felt a profound relaxation envelop his entire being. As a gentle, cool breeze began to permeate the atmosphere around him. It was as if his body had undergone a thorough cleansing, his spirit soaring to unprecedented heights, akin to ascending into the clouds, drifting in an ethereal state. A profound realization took root within him, where the essence of his being intertwined with the cosmos. Simultaneously, within the realm of his consciousness, a thunderous roar erupted, akin to the primordial sound of creation itself, reverberating through him and causing his entire body to tremble. As the very essence of his blood surged with fervor in that moment, in an instant, Chu awakened from a state of ethereal tranquility, his consciousness delving into a realm of the mind, where he was suddenly greeted by an expanse of boundless starry sky. This celestial canopy was infinitely vast, filled with countless brilliant stars, while the Milky Way cascaded like a waterfall, winding and flowing like a colossal dragon reaching into the unknown. Amidst this endless cosmos, a magnificent giant ape, enveloped entirely in a golden hue, emerged. Its immense form stood proudly, eyes resembling the blood-red depths of a netherworld, gazing imperiously into the infinite abyss. The colossal golden ape appeared extraordinarily large, its stature stretching thousands of feet, akin to an ancient star that had existed since time immemorial. Its golden fur radiated with the brilliance of the sun. With a thunderous roar, the golden giant unleashed a mighty cry that sent ripples of golden waves surging outward, swiftly propagating across vast distances, resonating in all directions. The starry sky seemed to tremble in response, beneath the undulating waves. Countless celestial bodies were shattered by the overwhelming sonic force, turning to dust, while vast expanses of emptiness were torn apart, and fierce winds howled forth, as if the very fabric of heaven and earth quaked in reverberation. This resounding roar echoed like an ancient bell, awakening Chu's spirit deep within his soul. As the consciousness of Chu delved into the depths of his soul, a sudden vision unfolded before him, within his very essence. A pulsating orb of purple-golden blood seemed to merge with his spirit, radiating a faint luminescence akin to an eternal existence. Strangely, this orb was shrouded by a delicate layer of what appeared to be black mist, obscuring the brilliance of the blood and stifling its flow. However, in the realm of Chu's mind, when the resounding roar of a colossal golden ape reverberated, the invisible sound wave surged forth, shattering the black mist that had sealed his essence, much like an ancient bell tolling through the ages. As the mist dissipated, the once concealed purple-golden light burst forth, dazzling and resplendent. This orb of blood represented the fabled life essence of the ancient scions, imprinted within Chu-Hi's soul by the entity known as Dark Night, irrevocably binding them together. Yet, for reasons unknown, this precious essence had remained in a state of confinement. Now, with the black mist gone, the shackles of the essence were broken, ready to unleash its latent power. It is imperative not to underestimate this vital essence. The ancient scions, known as the celestial warriors of the cosmos, possessed blood that contained immense power within each drop. This orb comprised 3,000 droplets of blood. And from just 100 droplets, a super scion could be born. 500 droplets could forge a legendary super scion, akin to Broly. Moreover, the 3,000 droplets within Chu-Hi's essence marked him as a being capable of instilling tremors across the heavens. As the purple-golden orb pulsated with vibrant light, it suddenly contracted slightly, and in that moment, a tiny droplet of blood flowed forth from the orb, merging into his soul. At that instant, Chu-Hi felt a profound elevation within his essence, a searing warmth coursing through him, as the blood within his veins surged with fervor, seemingly soaring to new heights. An extraordinary force emanated from the blood, instantly saturating his entire being. In that fleeting moment, Chu-Hi sensed an indescribable energy blossoming within him, swiftly integrating into his limbs and bones, transforming into a part of his very essence. This energy was immensely potent, flowing ceaselessly throughout his body. If one were to liken Chu-Hi's body to a wooden barrel prior to this transformation, then the energy within was akin to water filling that barrel. Yet, after the singular droplet from the purple-golden orb, his body felt as though it had transformed into a vast reservoir, with his energy now comparable to the immense capacity of that reservoir, marking a significant departure from his previous state. At this moment, Chu-Hi slowly opened his eyes, and as he did so, a flash of golden light flickered within the depths of his dark gaze, while a powerful aura erupted and enveloped him. Chu-Hi slowly rose to his feet, a formidable aura swirling like a tempest in all directions. The air trembled, causing the very earth to shudder. Fissures cracked open on the ground, and colossal boulders tumbled down. Chu-Hi's eyes shimmered like the radiant sun in the clear sky, dazzling and resplendent. An aura emanated from him, swelling like the tide. His gaze remained tranquil as he gently clenched his fist. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion of energy erupted, crackling and snapping like a tempestuous storm. With a subtle forward thrust of his fist, a wave of fist wind surged forth, crashing upon a towering peak. Under the might of Chu-Hi's strike, the mountain trembled violently, as if shaken by an earthquake, swaying incessantly. Cracks began to snake down from the summit, and with a resounding roar, the mountain crumbled, succumbing to the cataclysmic force. In an instant, a spark of exhilaration ignited in Chu-Hi's gaze as he turned to behold his own clenched fist, feeling the relentless surge of energy coursing within him. An unprecedented joy enveloped his heart, the sensation of power being unleashed, the fullness of strength coursing through him. And the gentle flow of energy created an indescribable euphoria that permeated his being. At that moment, he could distinctly sense that his energy had increased tenfold. At the very least, in terms of sheer intensity, he could now stand shoulder to shoulder with the Scion Nappa from the original narrative, who resided on Earth. This was undoubtedly a monumental enhancement. The effects of the super divine water were beyond dispute. The magnitude of this improvement was perhaps a height unattainable by others even over a lifetime of cultivation. However, Chu-Hi's elation was fleeting, and he swiftly composed his expression. While he was genuinely excited about the amplification of his strength, he remained acutely aware of his own limits. He was not yet satisfied. His heart brimmed with an intensified yearning for power. The pursuit of strength is an endless journey, a path devoid of conclusion. Often, when one reaches what is perceived as an endpoint, it may merely herald the commencement of a new beginning. The combat prowess of Chu-Hi has reached an unparalleled zenith on Earth. Even the mightiest warriors of the planet are no match for him. Yet, what significance does this hold? With his strength having ascended to such heights, he regards victories of this caliber with utter disdain. His level of combat ability is, in fact, merely that of a lower-tier fighter among the Scions. The ambition of Chu-Hi extends to the entirety of the universe. In his youth, Son Gohan achieved the formidable Super Saiyan 2 transformation, surpassing even his father, the protagonist Son Wukong, to become the preeminent warrior in the cosmos. Likewise, both Son Goten and Trunks, in their adolescent years, manifested as Super Saiyans, their battle prowess vastly exceeding their present capabilities. When these two youths fused, their combined strength reached the elusive Super Scion 3 level, a feat unattainable by countless scions, rendering them invincible for a time. Chu recognizes that he is still far from sufficient. Thus, his gaze has always sought horizons ever farther and deeper. His strides have never faltered, nor does he desire to cease. As his physical energy intensifies, the indescribable exhilaration he derives from mastering such power surges within him. It is no wonder that the world is rife with martial artists who are obsessed with combat, relentlessly battling to seek greater strength, willing to face defeat or even death, content to pass into the afterlife with a smile. In the realm of the dead, they continue their pursuit of the ceaseless path of power. For the elevation of strength brings forth an ineffable beauty, an addiction that makes one feel that, aside from the enhancement of power, all else in this world is but fleeting smoke and ephemeral dreams. The current sentiment of Chu is precisely this. Chapter 102, The Astonishment of the Cat Immortal. Chu gradually focused his thoughts and stepped out of the cave. Suddenly, in the void before him, a dazzling golden light flickered, and a portal slowly materialized before his eyes, swirling with an enticing vortex of energy that beckoned him to enter. Aha, at last. I can return. With a flicker of thought, Chu broke into a smile. He leapt gracefully into the air, his body soaring like a whirlwind. Rushing into the luminous portal, the golden light shimmered like countless stars. As Chu entered, he vanished into the brilliance, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, his form disappearing in an instant. In the sacred land of Carlin, beneath a cerulean sky, a few wispy clouds floated gently, while atop the Carlin Tower, an air of mystery and solemnity enveloped the scene. At that moment, however, a series of incessant munching sounds echoed from the tower's summit. Inside, the cat sage reclined contentedly on the ground, surrounded by a myriad of fish, as if he had plunged into an ocean of swimming delicacies. With half-closed eyes, he joyfully devoured a fresh catch, discarding the bones carelessly into the abyss below, before reaching for another fish, lost in his blissful feast. Suddenly, a surge of golden light erupted above, and a figure materialized from the void, stepping forth to land precisely above the cat sage. Sensing an unusual presence, the blissful cat sage looked up, his eyes widening in surprise as he beheld a person hovering above him while he was in the midst of his meal. His mouth agape, he instinctively wanted to exclaim, but in his surprise, he forgot about the morsel in his mouth, choking as he swallowed the fish flesh and bones in a single gulp. At the same moment, Chu, descending from the sky, observed the cat sage below. Contrary to the sage's expectations, he did not land atop him, but rather performed a graceful somersault midair, landing softly beside the delighted feline. Cough, cough, cough. The cat sage quickly sat up, his hands clutching his throat as he hunched over, coughing violently in an attempt to dislodge the bone that had lodged in his throat. His feline visage flushed crimson. Despite being a celestial cat, he found himself utterly helpless against the obstruction in his throat. Upon discovering the predicament of the cat sage, Chu suddenly comprehended that his unexpected appearance had startled the sage, resulting in the fishbone becoming lodged in his throat. Observing the cat sage's anguished expression, Chu felt a pang of guilt and hastened to approach. He crouched down and firmly grasped the sage's shoulders, exclaiming loudly, "Sage, please remain still." The cat sage, upon hearing these words, immediately ceased his movements, stifling the sharp pain in his throat, and looked up at Chu with a puzzled expression, uncertain of his intentions. With a gentle hand, Chu placed it upon the neck of the cat immortal. A peculiar glimmer flickered in his eyes as the energy within him surged forth like a flowing river, gathering and coalescing. Under Chu's command, the breath of life swirled and concentrated in his right hand, where a soft white radiance began to emanate. With a subtle movement of his right hand, Chu saw the white aura in his grasp flicker gently, as if it had penetrated the neck of the cat immortal. Simultaneously, the cat immortal, who had been engulfed in agony, suddenly changed his expression, his features softening and becoming tranquil. He widened his eyes in astonishment, gazing at Chu. "What is this? Immortal, you are no longer in pain, are you?" Chu lifted the cat sage from the ground, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, his face displaying a hint of apology as he spoke softly. The cat sage took a deep breath, squinting his eyes once more. He gently coughed, brushing the dust from his pristine fur, flashing a grin that revealed his pearly white teeth, and said, "Well, it's all right. I truly apologize for the trouble caused by my sudden appearance." Chu lowered his head and replied, "It's of no consequence, young one, after all. You saved me as well, and I bear you no ill will." The cat sage chuckled, then scrutinized Chu He with a newfound intensity, his expression shifting to one of incredulity. "Ah, young one, I never anticipated that you truly emerged from the light gate. It appears you have successfully imbibed the divine water, unleashing your latent potential." The cat sage paused momentarily, suddenly recalling how Chu He had effortlessly shattered the bone spurs in his throat with a mere flick of his energy. His body trembled slightly in response. The cat sage was filled with astonishment. What appeared to be a simple feat required not only exquisite control of energy, but also an exceptionally powerful essence to achieve such an effect. During their previous encounter, the cat sage had sensed that Chu He lacked such formidable energy. Just how much strength has he acquired? The cat sage pondered, his eyes widening as he focused intently on Chu He, carefully assessing his energy. After a brief moment, his face was awash with disbelief, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, and he began to murmur in awe. This energy is truly astonishing." Beside him, Chu He listened to the murmurs of the cat immortal, a bitter smile creeping across his face. Though the cat immortal was indeed a celestial feline, its perspective was limited. It knew of Earth but remained oblivious to the insignificance of its own power in the vast cosmos, akin to that of an ant. "Young man, you are truly remarkable. I am utterly astonished. Throughout the years, no one has ever successfully consumed the divine water. You are indeed extraordinary. With your current prowess, you must undoubtedly be the foremost expert in the world." "The immortal is truly flattering me," Chu He replied, reflecting upon his near failure at that moment, almost missing the chance to meet him. "Haha." The cat immortal chuckled. "Young one should not be modest. I am well aware of the difficulty of the divine waters trial. And since you have successfully surpassed it, it is undoubtedly due to your own capabilities." The cat immortal continued, "Moreover, your immense potential is beyond my imagination. The intensity of the energy you exude is truly astonishing." In chapter 103, The Sanctuary, the cat immortal's tone brimmed with admiration for Chu He. He spoke slowly. "Young man, if you persist in your cultivation, I can only wonder what heights your strength will reach in the future." Upon hearing this, Chu He beamed and softly replied, "In time, I shall show you with my own eyes." "Haha, young man, you are full of confidence. I shall eagerly await that day." The cat immortal laughed heartily. Chu He and the cat immortal engaged in delightful conversation, and as dusk fell, Chu He decided to temporarily reside within Kalinta. The two exchanged insights on martial arts atop the Kalinta. Although the cat immortal's cultivation was significantly inferior to Chu He's, his extensive knowledge of martial arts, techniques, and training experiences far surpassed that of Chu He. Indeed, his understanding was even more profound than that of